Alan Onyema, the chairman of AirPeace, is explaining to us at this event why you save money flying AirPeace. AirPeace will pick you up for international flights from Benin, from Asaba, from Yola, from Enugu, from Port Harcourt, from anywhere in Nigeria you are. You need to listen to these guys. Taste buds.
During COVID, we pick you from international airports at our own cost and take you to the local airport at our own cost and move you back to Yola. All your 64 luggage, 64 kg luggage or 46 kg, free. You're no longer paying any excess flying local. This is the difference AirPeace is going to give to you. So you have your choice. If you decide to fly British Airways, all of us are charging $1,000. No problem. If you decide to fly British Airways and you live in Benin, you live in Sokoto, you live anywhere in Nigeria, you know AirPeace will cover the entire country. When you come back, you have AirPeace and United to contend with. When you come to Nigeria with your 64 kg, just be ready. First of all, you pay airport tax 15,000 to take you to local. When you come to local, that your 64 kg will only give you 15 kg allowance. The other 39 and 49, you pay excess luggage for them. Plus all the wahala. And of course, there's something I missed. When you fly AirPeace from these other locations, instead of that is free ahead, instead of you paying 150,000 for economy one way, remember you have to pay another 150,000 another way, round trip of 300,000. If you're flying AirPeace to the UK from any destination outside Lagos, you only pay 60,000 naira. So that if you fly this other airlines, you come back, you give AirPeace 150,000.
I can't hear you, unfortunately. I don't know what's wrong with my net. I can't hear you. I wish I could.
You can't
I don't know what's going on whenever I log in. This is what happens. Can raise your hands up if you can hear me.
Yeah.
I can't hear you at all. It's just blank. Let me try and call back, okay?
All right. Thank you.
To fly you one way. On the day you're going and you buy from this other airlines, you give us 150,000 to bring you to Lagos. When you're going back, you give us another 150 to take you. That's 300. Then we charge excess luggage. Let's know how much is excess luggage. Huh? Oh, 1,000 per kilo. Okay. I asked the finance person. So, we have about 50,000 again. Maybe you took some yam to your people in London. As you're going, you will collect 50,000 for your excess luggage. As you're coming back, you know, Nigerians will take another one. AirPeace is saving Nigerians about 700,000 if you fly AirPeace from other localities. Every Nigerian flying outside Lagos, if you are flying from the north, flying from the southwest, southeast, south to London, if you fly AirPeace, you come here to fly AirPeace, you are saving another 700,000 naira. This is not hearsay. This is the truth.
What was this of staff? There's cashier, the government house cashier, the guy that was bringing the billions. I'm so passionate about the need for us to move forward in this country. A sitting governor, because he knows he's going. You move money. I mean, the particulars of offense is there. It's before court. Go and check it. Apply for our processes, please. You will get some of these particulars of offense there. Move money directly from government to bring the change. Use it to pay the child's school fee in advance. In advance. Dollars. How much? 71?
Yes. Total is over almost 800.
In dollars, yes. In dollars. $72,000 or thereabout. $720,000, sorry. $720,000 in advance. In anticipating that he was going to leave government house. In a poor state like Kogi. And you want me to close my eyes to that? Under the guise of saying I'm being used by who? At this stage of my life, used by who? By who? For crying out loud. I assumed office here. I didn't initiate the case. I inherited the case file. I called for the case file. I called for the report. And I said, look, there are issues here. Do you know on my honor, I put a call across to him, which ordinarily I'm not supposed to do, just to honor him as a governor, as a immediate past governor. Sir, there are issues. I've seen this case file. Can you just come? Let us clarify these issues. I'm under camera. He said, sir, I thank you, my brother. I know, but I can't come. There's one lady, I don't know what her name is, maybe a senator, that she learned she had said, she has surrounded the EFCC with over 100 journalists, to come and embarrass him and intimidate him and all kind of stuff. I said, okay, if that is your fear, I'm going to pass you through my own gate, special man's gate. You will come to my floor. We will accord you that respect. I will invite my operatives. They will come and interrogate you or interview in my own office. What could be more honorable than that? In my own office. To allay the fear. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. You know what he said? But can't they come to my village? That's what he told me. Can't they come to my village to come and say, I told you. He also got he sent a message to him. My director of the investigation sent a message to him. Some people say we are handing him, we are harassed. Let's be fair on this. Look, we need the FCC. We need this institution to survive. We need this institution to survive. I'm telling you. So many victims that we have wiped tears off their eyes. People that we have swindled and all of that in their millions. How much are we going to say? Every day we keep recovering money for victims. Every day. In my 6 months, we have recovered close to 120 billion. Over 1,600 convictions.
We are not doing anything unlawful.
Yes, sir.
And we have no reason to want to stop it.
And the Nigerian constitution does not allow anybody to say they want to break away from any part of Nigeria. So I don't know. I mean, you are the teacher of history.
The laws of Nigeria allows individual Nigerians or groups of Nigerians to advocate for self-determination for their people.
But do you have any expectation that President Tinubu will sit down and negotiate for the Yorubas to leave Nigeria when he is himself a Yoruba man?
That is business of the president. He will do what he thinks is good for the country. We will do what we think is good for our own nation from Nigeria. And nobody is disputing the fact that we Yoruba are being destroyed in Nigeria. Last night, only this last night, crowds of young people called me from somewhere in Oyo State that Fulani people had invaded their village and had scattered the whole place. We cannot continue to live like that. If anybody thinks that a people like the Yoruba people will continue to live like that, you are deceiving yourself. You may pander to the constitution. You may pander to the authorities of the land. But you cannot twist the truth out of existence. That's the thing. You cannot say you do not know that the Yoruba people are under pressure in Nigeria. You cannot say that Yoruba people are not being killed.
God have mercy upon us.
And in Nigeria. You cannot say that that a group of young men did an estimation of how many Yoruba people have been killed. They think it's up to about 29,000.
If you teach at an American university and your students are not on the street demonstrating, you're doing something wrong. What you teach doesn't matter. Chemistry, literature, or astronomy. You are either teaching abstract mathematics or inactive history. The essential lecture that every American professor owes their students in this hour of need is about the moral obligation to stand up when every other group in their country has capitulated. At their age, in their idealistic world, these students still have the moral audacity to challenge what has been brandished around them as conventional wisdom, which is just a metaphor for sustaining and stretching the status quo. Like the students of the 60s, these American students' conscience have not yet been corrupted and conquered by corporate America and its co-conspirator, the deep state. They have not been misled about the hypocritical role their country is playing in the carnage going on in Gaza. It is great to see American students answering the call to stand up and stand their ground when everyone else has been compromised or jaded. Because of them, I have reasons to be optimistic about tomorrow. Now, let me go to school and see where my students are. If they are in class, it means I have failed too. Thank you.
Look at 4 hours, no fire service. None could come. None could come here to put off the tanker with what's it called? With fuel. Look at. I can't go close to it because of the danger behind it. I can't go close to it. I can't go. Just look at. Straight down. Look at. No fire service in a 21st century Nigeria. In the heart of Port Harcourt, no fire service. Look at people's property burning down. I'm reporting live from Port Harcourt, East-West Road, Eleme by Eleme Junction. Look at this. Look at. Please, repost. It must get to the River State government. Fubara must hear this, so he must see this. So tell me. Look at. Look at that. Can you see that? In the 21st century Nigeria, no fire service till now. 4 hours. 4 hours, no fire service. And we live in a country. Tell me why I will not jackpot. Tell me why I will not plan to jackpot. If this is in maybe just in nearby Ghana here, 4 good hours. Look at it. I can't go close to it. But if you watch through this lens, you see what I'm telling you. Down. All cars have been gutted by fire. Down East-West Road in Port Harcourt. That's where I'm reporting this. Live and direct. You can imagine this. You can imagine. God really saved me today. Oh God, come on, go up on go. Marriage I am Cambia. So, Chukwamakwe. I jump the car was in, almost gutted by fire, but God saved us. The car was in, but thank God He saved us. Thank God He saved us. Look at people's car. Look at. This guy is trying to save his car from inferno. Look at. You can see that. Oh. What is wrong with this guy? Huh? Look at the risk this guy is taking.
Look at the risk. You can imagine the risk. You can imagine the risk. I can't even hear from my friend. Look at the pandemonium here. Yeah? Look at the pandemonium here. That guy just saved his car from being gutted by fire. My dear, God forbid. This is the country we live in. This is the country we live in. And you see, every time and then, people want to leave. People want to leave. Because they can look at people's car. Look at people's car. Look at people's car. Hello, bro. Bro. Bro, I hear you.
Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to be
to
on the
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yahaya Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yahaya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of it before. Oh, God.
All right. Welcome to the show. It's Saturday, April the 27th. Yeah. 2024. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We are coming to you live from New York City. Thank you so much for joining us wherever in the world you are. We appreciate your time and we value you. And this is a show that we set up for you. It's your own show for you to air your view, have your say, whatever is going on around you, around the world, and around Africa. Today we are talking about Yahaya Bello, the man on the run. He's still on the run. But he's talking and his people are talking, basically making fun of the EFCC. So it's now a struggle between him and the EFCC's chairman, who is determined to get him to come and answer questions about $760,000 that he paid to the American school in Nigeria. Now, we know that the American school, they've offered to refund the money to the EFCC. But that shouldn't be the end of the case. They should also explain why they are collecting such amount of money from a government official in Nigeria. There are so many questions and so many people to answer. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about AirPeace, which is beginning London to Abuja to London flights in Nigeria. And they're doing something different, which I think will give them competitive edge over the competitors. They are picking people up from wherever they are starting their journey. So if you're starting in Benin City, in Maiduguri, and you are going to London, So they will pick you up from there. So you don't have to pay for the local flight to the airport in Lagos. The same thing with coming back. So that's a new thing. And I think competition is good. We've been talking about competition because of the competition with the British Airways and all the other international airlines. They put that in place as an additional. So that's a good thing. We're also going to come to America, where American students have decided to revolt against their government and their corporate America in the policy of the country towards the Middle East. It's interesting that they are demonstrating in universities across America, and it's shocking to the political establishment that American students are basically giving them the middle finger on their attitude towards the Middle East. So we talk about that, what led to that and what that meant, or what it would mean for Biden in the upcoming election in America. Both the Republicans and the Democrats are really, they don't know how to respond to that. So that's part of the conversation we are going to have today. And then, of course, we had the Yoruba Nation. There was an activity that happened a few weeks ago, and some people dismissed it as something that is was done by some people who should be ignored. Now you have Akintoye, the leader of the Yoruba Nation, come out to say that they have the right to demand for self-determination. So what does that mean? We will discuss that as we talk about all the other issues going on in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, left Nigeria, went to Netherlands. From Netherlands, he went to, I think he's in Saudi Arabia now. What is he looking for? What is he going to bring back home as part of the trip? So we're going to talk about that and so many others. And the incident today, I think yesterday in Port Harcourt, where fire, I think it was a tanker, petrol tanker explosion, and over 70 or 80 cars destroyed or burnt. So we're going to talk about that. We saw that video where a commentator, a citizen reporter, was basically saying that for 4 hours, there was no fire service that could come and rescue people. We don't know yet how many people died in the incident. So all these things are some of the things we're going to talk about. But we will start by welcoming the people who are here in the studio. All right. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor, and good morning.
Good morning. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Man of Prestige, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. And Olumide.
Good morning, Rudolph.
I'm trying to figure out the title of your name today. Nigeria Don Pafuka. Nigeria Don Pafuka. Welcome.
Last, you don't Pafuka.
Welcome to the show. And Ikena San Antonio, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. So,
Doctor, real quick, let me tell you, Ken, one funny thing. I saw one lady, the lady say, Paul, aviation. Ikena San Antonio, the one that always talk about neuropathy. I almost burst at tears through laughing.
Thank you so much. Pansat, welcome to the show. All right, so I will go around, and what we're going to do now, the first thing we're going to do is if there's any major thing I left out, we can mention it. It doesn't mean we are going to discuss it because we said this every week.
Pansat, good to see you back.
Yeah, we'll mention what is what I probably, if there's anything I missed that is important, we talk about it. So let me start with you, Paul. Anything going on that I missed?
Well, Doctor, there's so many things to say. I didn't really see. I won't just let me know hard.
Okay.
Let me know because in Delta State we are having a small problem. It has been there for the past, say, 4 months. But some set of people is trying to the Olu of Worry, the Olu of Worry crisis and every other thing. This arrest here and there and every other thing. So it's causing some uproar here and there. And the Olu of Worry, to some extent now, he have some type of power because of the first lady. The first lady is Sani Shekiri woman. That's Tinubu's wife. So probably is giving him some type of power that he don't have. The way Warri has three major ethnic groups: the Urobo, Ijos, and the Shekiri. The Shekiri is minority, but the Shekiri is the king of Warri and every other thing. So, but he control. They honor, they respect him as king. So Warri there is just king of Shekiri. His cabinet does not control anything in Urobo land or Ijo land and every other thing. So sometimes when you get this type of power, you want to go places that you don't ordinarily need to go. Yeah.
All right. We can touch on that if we have time. I'm interested in knowing where it started. How did we end up with that structure? All right, man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning from here. Paul, I think you are in the same time zone with me. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph. You sat in the same time zone with me, which is morning, and the weekend. I don't know where you are, but anyway, everybody, I greet you all. Yeah, I have something to add to this. About Nigeria, the crooked plan they hash in order to draw some foreign investors, and this is geared towards the diaspora. So I don't know how they expect people to come and invest in Nigeria. I think it's supposed to be specifically targeted to healthcare, road, and some other things. I didn't see any kind of tech investment there, but I don't know how that's going to materialize. It's mainly specifically targeted to diaspora, to come back and invest. So that would be very interesting. I mean, with what we have in Nigeria and going on right now, the insecurity and everything. I mean, for me, I'm not going to invest. I don't want the loan, whatever it is. They're gearing towards it. So that's one. The second one is about my interest when it comes to what's going on in Nigeria. It's just every part of Nigeria. I think it's still the same thing. All political anything. But this is specifically to sports. I mean, we're in third place right now behind Rwanda, 2 points behind Rwanda. And after the Cup of Nations, we have not been able to appoint the head coach up to today. They've been promising us, and you expect to go to World Cup. We missed the World Cup the last time, and Nigeria is likely to miss the World Cup this year. It's not that we don't have the talent, we don't have the players, but it shows the diffusion in Nigerian space. The problem we are hearing right now is that to employ a foreign coach is going to be about 80,000 per month. But for local coach and indigenous coach might be about 40 to 50. But the problem is that they say Tinubu doesn't want to approve it. The head of the NFA specifically said, I prefer a foreign coach. But I've talked to Tinubu. Tinubu doesn't want to approve. He said, no, that's not part of it. But I'm saying, what does Tinubu has to do with sports? I mean, just everything has to go to the hierarchy. Because Tinubu is just like Alpha and Omega. So the point is that we don't have any coach right now. And we're going to be playing South Africa next month. We are not preparing. So it's just a confusion going on. But the issue I have, like I stated, is like Tinubu has to approve everything.
All right, thank you. Let's not we'll go to details if we have time. But it's not really about Tinubu; it's about the presidency, because there is the same thing when whoever is the president.
The NFA and the chairman of NFA specifically said, "I prefer a foreign coach." But he said, "I've talked to Tinubu. Tinubu doesn't say no, and we can't afford it." But you here traveling all over the country, all over the world, for investment that never materialized. How many places has he traveled since he's been in office for about 11 months? I mean, he's probably the most traveled president we have in Africa.
No.
He's not?
No.
Okay.
The guy in Kenya goes everywhere. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go to Lumide. Lumide, any issue where a story we missed that is very important?
Thank you, Rodolph. And good day to all the other panelists. So I don't think you missed anything. You pretty much captured whatever is going on. The rights of the Yorubas to self-determine, and any other ethnic group for that matter, not just the Yorubas. So, and I mean, that just points to the fact that Nigeria's constitution is itself contradictory. You can see when Ruben was questioning the Baba, and the Baba was saying the constitution gives you the right to self-determine, and it also tells you the country is indissoluble. Can you see the contradiction? That didn't emanate from the people. You understand? If we all sat down and agreed on the documents, Each time we have a problem amongst ourselves, we will refer to that document. Now we're referring to a document that none of us was part of, and is the cause of the chaos in that country. That is why somebody like Yahaya Bello can make fun of an institution that is supposed to work for the people. The very same institution that is served under is making fun of it. So I mean, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But one thing I think we missed in this Delta State issue, the killings, the military killings and the fracas that happened. Did you notice that at the end of the day, it is the people that bear the brunt of all these issues? Why do I say so? The king of Otuama, you understand? I'm not saying he's guilty as charged or whatever, but did you know that the guy resides in Ghana? He had to come all the way from Ghana, where he lives, that's his home, to come back to the community. You understand? You know, it was saying that they had no alibi to link into the incident because it was in Ghana. The guy is resident in Ghana, is it? And you can see that the people are living in squalor. And their king that is supposed to, I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Polo, I don't get it. You're from Delta, I don't get it.
All right, thank you, Olumide. We'll get to that hopefully. Ikena San Antonio, Yanes.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, everybody. I think the only thing I will add is that actually he took 800 and something $1,000, and the school retained 85,000 and gave back the 700 and something thousand. So that is one thing I will add. The second thing I will add that you miss is the bullying. The girl that was bullied in school. I don't know if you said something about that. The girl that was bullied, and the minister was there to, the school being shut down. Nigeria does not have any respect for anything. Man, like Olamide said, Nigeria have crashed and burned. Nigeria is in state of no matter. We can't fix Nigeria. Anybody that try to fix Nigeria is... Do you know that individuals in Nigeria, forget about the president, forget about the government, forget about individuals in Nigeria, people, my own people, our people, they are worse than the people that are in the government. That is how bad things are. So Nigeria is in the state of unfixable. You can't fix it. That is all I can add.
All right, thank you. Mansat, welcome.
Yeah, hello, Rudolph and fellow panelists and those who are participating via the chat and listening to us. Yeah, I think you've got quite a lot on the table. If I have to add anything, it would be the stuff I posted on the private chat. If we have time, we could take a look at that. It looks like Nnamdi Kano's lawyers, Mr. Jimofor, they said that for the first time the U.S. government has publicly acknowledged the Nnamdi Kano's illegal arrest. And of course, we're going to tie it in with Yahaya Bello situation and making sure that people who are suspects, that they have certain rights that must be respected by our government and our agencies. If the court orders you to bring somebody to the courthouse, you do so. If court orders you to release somebody, you do so. We cannot have these rogue agencies, as you saw the hubris of this current chairman narrating that a suspect, a former governor, asked him to come to his village. And it's like he can't believe it. How could he ask me to come to the agency or the investigators to come to his village? I mean, you could arrange something with a suspect and go to his village. He's not convicted of a crime yet, no matter what you're alleging. and you're a public servant. So he's making an arrangement with you so he could talk to you. He doesn't have to talk to you. He could say, hey, I don't want to talk. It's within his right that you take your case to court. You can't be cheering somebody on trying a case in the media and doing hearsay, saying what he said. That might not be the context that he said it. And we don't have a jury. So if you have one individual judge watching that, he's going to be prejudiced already. Not to say that this corporate is innocent, but that's what I want to say. And then I want to say, Rudolph, I spoke to you after the last thing that we had on this show. I thought you were unfair by having this guy come here talking to me anyhow. I'm here in the United States. I know a lot more. There are things that they call first world problems. He doesn't have that. I don't know where the hell he is, but you cannot have a guy come here berating me and then you will give me a chance to talk. I thought you handled that poorly, and because it was late in your show, it was oversight. So it didn't call for me to snap back at you the way I did. So for that, I apologize as a gentleman. And I did so when you and I spoke. So, finally, Electricity had a show where I had no idea that he's doing whatever he's doing. Not to say that I would have appeared, but he was waiting for me. Waiting for me how? You didn't tell me. You and I spoke. You didn't tell me having a show. And he was expecting you too, apparently. So I wasn't chickening out. I would have come out there to straighten him out and the stuff that we have to deal with. So thank you very much. I look forward to...
Pastor, you took a word out of my mouth. You chicken out yesterday, man. You wasted our time coming to this platform in order to tell us how Dr. Rudolph went to her. And you didn't show up. What a man, or what a man are you? You chicken out.
I didn't know they had you had a show going, but I watched it afterwards and I was laughing, obviously.
Man of prestige. I thought Iken San Antonio want to add Panzer to the kid in the bully kid that Panzer is also a bully to Dr. Damages. The way he said.
By the way, Rudolph, you have to remove that little bit that you put on that issue, on that thing there, because it doesn't belong in there. So just take it out, the bit where I told you to go to hell. I know that you're trying to be fair. Take it out. That's what I'm saying, that it was unnecessary. So,
Doctor, send him your bill. Doctor, send him your bill.
Pansa, thank you. We mean take out the
go
clip.
To hell.
The clip.
Yeah, the one where
permanent record is going to be a weekly thing we play.
Doctor, send him your bill now. You see what is going on in America over Trump. Send him your bill. Let him buy that clip.
Something Pansa mentioned, the American government. That reminded me of what they said last week, I think, or this week. There's a report they published about the election, where they said that during the election, some people, especially Igbo people, were not allowed to vote in Lagos and other places. Did anybody read the report? And they also said that the whole election, the outcome was the will of the people. I wanted us to discuss that, how the two positions can be accurate, that some people were not allowed to vote, and then that the outcome is the will of the people. All right, Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening from here, Dr. Rudolph and all the panelists. Good evening. It's pretty a very sunny day in Lagos here, and we are facing fuel scarcity. It's really a hell here. Got to buy a liter of fuel at 750 naira, and you have to queue before you can get it. It's really, things are not working out well. However, I have a submission that those in governance do not have a clear picture of where they're taking Nigerians to. The present APC government do not have a clear picture. They are just doing try and luck, coming with the 10 billion diaspora investment and all. You can just clearly see that these people do not have a clear picture of where they are going to and where they are taking Nigerians to. And it's reflecting on what we are facing down here, But there is something that interested me most. Recently, I went to your page
And I want to quote exactly what your last guest, I think Aisha said, which you highlighted in your page. And I quote, when we give charity, we subsidize failure of Nigerian government and discourage people from holding public officials accountable. And you highlighted it. So, and it was quite interesting. And I would want you to please throw more light on the reason why you highlighted it. Did you agree with that submission? Because it carries a lot of interpretation. That is just it. And finally, Rudolph, you are a man of the people. I tell you, many people discuss about you, and I want you to keep it up. The interview you had with Mr. Peter Obi, today was, I didn't go to work today. I had the privilege of going through the previous interviews you had. I wasn't opportune that day because my friend came from the US. We've been running, up and down since then. I couldn't feature in that program. But it was interesting. And it was not like Rudolph I used to know. You were so principled that you were taking people off and maintaining the hours and time. Everything was so sweet. And I say, kudos, man. You need to keep it up. Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Rachel.
Because you were not there.
Austin, you're looking for trouble today. You just came for trouble. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I mean, you got all the points. But the Judiciary Convention that just concluded, if we really can go through what the Senate President said, I was like, I mean, these guys, what's going on in our country? If you listen to what that guy did and see him as a Senate President, you now ask yourself, how did he become a senator? So they all know the right thing, but they just downplay the right thing. And they keep doing the wrong thing. And I pity the judges because they will give them with the left hand and they will come in public and condemn them. And the same thing we go as a priest and the religious people, they will come to you, plead with you, you'll be merciful to them, and they will go out and disgrace you. So this is what you get in where you allow politicians to take charge of anything. And the US report, I see it at the highest level of disservice to our nation. If they are bringing this after a year plus, it's a serious disservice. And don't take this for granted. They are coming for something. They are coming for something. That's why they are releasing that result, that report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Ovie.
Good morning from here. Just briefly, I'm here where the presidential candidate will be speaking, having a town hall meeting, talking of Dr. Kano West.
I thought
no, for I just
so
think I passed.
Where is here? Where are you?
No, I'm here in Dallas. No,
okay.
For real, I'm here. It's having a town hall meeting here. It's already here. Then I come late there, so I just think I talk to you before I go inside. The place is so orderly, so everything you want to talk. I think it's also stroke fundraising. So let me see how much you will raise. How much you donate? Make a pledge on your behalf.
No, I don't support candidates like that. It's not going anywhere.
Ovie is always supporting losing candidates.
Me being here is for me to put it in perspective. Now history I pursue. I'm not between the supporter. I know I'm not even eligible to vote. I know be American. So
Ovie covered up well, I beg. My vote. That's my vote. That's my vote. That's my candidate.
You see, that's it.
Oh, I can't believe it.
I'm doing God's work.
My God, if Biden come 10 times again, if I'm still alive, I will never vote for him. 10 times again, I will never vote for him.
Okay, why not go and vote for Trump?
I just tell you who I will vote for. Why are you asking me why not go vote for Trump?
Vote.
That's why Nigeria is whatever it is.
Well, because you made it public, we can interrogate you. You're not supposed to make it public, but because you made it public, we can interrogate you.
Yes, I'm not being biased now. I'm not a party man.
Dr. Dameji, talk about one of the the speech of the year so far by Emmanuel Macron, when he was crying and begging at the same time that if the
Europe will
continent
die.
of Europe don't do anything before the year 2030, they will become a third world countries. But for me, I think it's too late. So I mean, I think
where did he make the speech?
In Paris, this Sorbonne University, something, and a French culture, but yeah, something Sorbonne University. I was about two days ago.
They say Europe will die. The dependence of food and military from the US protecting the whole of Europe, and they buy almost 35% of their weapons from America, and therefore that the European Union needs to come together.
I think
otherwise Europe will die.
We need to study that speech.
It was tough.
That was, I mean, it's an outgoing president anyway, but you can tell where the world actually is at the moment from what he's saying. Now, talking about whether you go vote for Trump or not, I know you want to talk about the Colombia students. I think in recent history, this year is like that of the 1968 election, because it's also Mexico City Olympics. The same student, the same institution, I'm talking about Colombia, also went the same protest against the Vietnam War. And again, that same year, the Democrat convention took place in Chicago. The protest went all the way to Chicago, where police arrested and beat some of the delegates up in Chicago. This year, the Democrat convention is going to be held in Chicago. What is the probability that this protest is not going to split over? Because I saw your presentation about
this one will be worse of you, because for the first time, black people is going against Democrats.
Yeah,
and that's a black city state.
And that election, the Democrat presidential candidate presented himself as a peace candidate, just like Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, because of the effect of that protest and everything that is going on, spirit from convention and all that, he ended up losing to Nixon, who is a war president at that time. Narrowly losing to them with a popular vote. So is the Democrats going to continue splitting themselves along what is happening in Gaza? Because that's the big question now. Those who are saying why you go vote for Trump or not, at this point, that is the choice that actually pretty much is available to you. Jay is not taking. But we'll see what happened at the convention anyway. So just to tell you exactly what is happening in this year is pretty much what happened in 1963. The election, and that same Olympic, Carlos and Smith raised up their feet in Mexico City protesting against that thing. So is that thing going to happen in Paris Olympic, which is coming up a couple of months from now? So many things is happening that the world is pretty much like very accident of history, if you are, And again, I never give you the situation report. Well, as I was coming back from Boston, I stopped over Virginia. I remember I give you a call regarding going to that museum, Frontier Cultural Museum. There I find out that two things I found out, that this debate about African American and Africans is the most stupid debate I've ever heard in my life, because now one people. They also make me understand that if you want to go by the development, the contribution of the slaves to America, you can easily say na Igbo people now built Virginia. Because as soon as they walk in, the West African part of the whole history, the guy started telling me straight about Igbo. And I was shocked. Said, why are you telling me about the history of Igbo? He said, no. We always tell anybody that comes to understand this part of this is that we always tell them about the Igbo people. I say, why? I said, because they were the majority of slaves taken from Africa to that part of the country. Over 30,000 of them. But apart from that, they are the most hardworking, they are community oriented. They start giving me history. I was like, okay, I said, we can easily say this part of the world is also an Igbo land. The guy, the lady, and everybody started laughing. So there's so much history that we need to actually speak. So that's why when people they argue about the African American and the Americans, if the issue of Virginia slave is dominated by the Igbos, how can you not tell me that you are different from the person that is coming from Africa, or the African is different from you? That could be your uncle, your auntie, your neighbor, your enemy, whatever that you are fighting, that end up in the slave trade ship and end up in Virginia. So now one people, for the idea that when you go listen to some people, they go back and forth. These people don't like or these people don't like or. It's very stupid. It's like today now, our children, we get children for America, right? They will come, they follow my children, they argue for Nigeria, they are two different kind of people. But I don't know, so much, so much that just that single trip. Sorry that I'm giving you a little bit of feedback now, Rudolph. I have a video of all that. I'll actually send it to you, even though, as I promised, I've not done it yet. So, so much. Now, that response to Mr. Canada, where they tell me, say, yeah, I do the Sabora kind of. Now, waka like this, they make me they discover all those kind of things. But I want you to understand, to the country where they come from, they always shout, election, election, election. The president that you have, if his grandfather was never the president of that country, if I no get the opportunity now, so no be election can't go there. Just to make you understand, Mr. Canada. Now, Pastor, I appreciate the fact that you take a side of Yahaya Bello, no, the EFCC. But in that clip that Rudolph played, he said he reached out to Yahaya Bello himself. And my question to you is that today, if you are caught wanting, or Rudolph is caught wanting, or I'm caught wanting, will the boss of EFCC give me a call, trying to negotiate with me for me to come to his office? The question so now the guy put himself for ground for Yahaya Bello to respond to like that. But the question, why do we always like caught up in their game, in their foolishness? What did they want more? They don't give 8 billion. Now, Rudolph, you in that same clip, they say you are leading the fact that they've returned the money to AFCC. Now AFCC get money. That's not part of the next campaign election money be that. So, and again, if they're actually looking for Yahaya, if the Nigerian state is looking for Yahaya, where you won't hide for Nigeria? If they go bonding them, they cannot whatever the money outside the country. Who the heck is Yahaya Bello if they actually they look for him? They are just doing all these things for us to just go out. There's a deeper thing that's actually taking place that we should pay more attention to. They don't catch Yahaya Bello, they don't catch what they won't do. Nothing. If they say 8 billion, all you need to do is to release more of it now. And that's it. So these are things that happen every day. Next week, another person will catch another person. But the question is that anybody that they go after, go down memory lane, that person no dey Bola Tinubu camp. In other words, if you don't go after that kind of money, they will use it campaign against you. Anybody that in the game of power will do that. So what is happening is a normal thing that it will come cause divide the whole country because of the Yahaya and EFCC. They are the same. What's the difference between EFCC and Yahaya Bello?
All right, Ovie, let's we are basically moving into the conversation on Yahaya Bello.
Yes, I will. Let me go in and say I will say hi to him for you. That's Kano West. Then maybe I will have something to come and tell you or show it to you later on, guys.
All right, thank you. Let me just say that IG of Police withdrew the policemen who are working with the Kano Agency for investigating Ganduje. So on the one hand, we have them withdrawing the police from Yahaya Bello, and then the people who are trying to investigate Ganduje, they are trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. The IG of Police. So that should concern Nigerians.
Let me tell you about that Ganduje. That in a way that is Konkoso making his way back to APC. We'll see how he end up.
Okay. All right. Ikola, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone in the panel, the panelists. How are you doing?
Good. So we're now talking about Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Kogi State, who is on the run. And the details we're getting from the money he paid to the American school in Abuja, it's mind-boggling. People are shocked at how much our elites are spending to send their kids to school in Nigeria. And in fact, there's a post on Twitter, I believe, that was talking about what they teach them. It's not just about how much they pay, what they teach them, what these kids become after they go to school in these kind of schools in Nigeria and then move out of Nigeria and go to school abroad, what they become when they come back, because some of them will come back and become your lawmakers, become your governors, and what they become. So we talk about all the ramifications of that story, because it's not just one thing. But the fact is that the man is still wanted, the man is still missing. There are stories that he's trying to get to somewhere in North Africa where his wife is and where he's been investing money. So he's trying to find a way out of Nigeria. So a caller, you can take it from any angle.
Oh, thank you so much. I think the Tinubu government has decided to put in a show to keep Nigerians busy while they get into some other activities. Whoever thinks Yahaya Bello paying that kind of money for his child, then is very ignorant of what is going on with the Nigerian elites. I met someone 2 years ago. He came to study in the UK. This guy rides a Bentley. He's a student, and his school fees has been paid for a whole 4 years, and his living accommodation has been paid for another 4 years. And he actually went to work to keep himself busy. And how this story came up was that he was telling us how his mother was so angry that he had to go to work, and we have so many like that. And this person, to be very honest with you, I don't know who his father is. I've never heard of him. So anybody who is surprised at what Yahaya Bello, and this is in Nigeria, so imagine what happens outside, or how much after all that has been paid. Do you know how much a Bentley is? And after all that has been done, you know what pocket money he has for the next 4 years. So it's the ignorance of Nigerians that is the problem. It is not what these people do. These people have seen a loophole, and they are going to keep taking advantage of it as long as Nigerians have decided to beat their chest that they will be ignorant. And they are ignorant to two things. They are ignorant because of religion. They are ignorant because they are, like someone said, Aisha said, to culture, the culture of don't ask questions. You're not meant to ask questions. That's stupidity, And the funny side of it is, some of them travel to this West, and we are also guilty. Some of us come to the West, where the bedrock of their civilization is never take anyone's word for it. Then when your child asks you a question, Daddy, why are you doing this? You tell him, oh, he's not supposed to ask you a question. That's in your culture. You don't ask elders questions, and then you say you are civilized. You see, it's a very tall order, but it is what it is. As long as Nigerians have beaten their chest to be ignorant, it will keep happening.
Thank you, Kalala. Paul.
Doctor, talking about this Yahaya Bello thing is just funny. You see, one thing with the elite, I have very minute privilege to meet some of them as politicians, people who hold positions in government. I used to help, like when they come here, help rent car, do those type of little thing, and also eat good, free Nigerian food. When you go to those fancy Nigerian restaurant, Doctor will know some in Jamaica, in the JFK. That was why good food, very expensive. This men, it's a class thing. It's like a competition. It's like what the Yoruba introduced that everybody started follow called Ashoebi. So somebody would just say, I now have a property in GRA, Port Harcourt. I have a house in Wuse 2. I have a property in Parkview when Parkview was raining, when VGC was raining. Now Banana Island is raining. They just own these properties. Then when you look at all these properties, nobody live there because these guys are kids. They all live in the West. They themselves, they don't do. And doctor, when you build those houses of 300, 400 million Naira, of course, nobody will rent this type of property where you want to put those property out for 10, 15 million per annum. The funny part of it, because those properties depreciate very fast. Who will rent the property will destroy the property when they leave. People who rent this type of property probably want to live 1-2 years because they are developing their own property around that area. So they just want to stay there. So it's just a class thing. These properties, nobody live there. So it's the same class thing. They say, oh, my children go to British international school, American international school, Turkish international school, Chrisland, Loyola, these big fancy schools, these big fancy schools. We all do the same thing. I won't lie to you. At a time too, I almost want to push my daughter at all costs to go to Ivy League. You understand? Not because of other schools are not good, because it will be sweet when I go to church, when I go to party, when they ask, oh, where is your child? I say, oh, she's in university, she's in Ivy League. They didn't ask you the name of the school. You want to quick to say it. You understand? We all do this funny thing. But the level these people are taking it is stupid. These men will do all these things. They don't own no investments. They just steal money, hide it in somewhere else. So if you spend all these millions to train your children to school, and there is no job for these children, and you want to tell me that these children want to start as a manager in Nigeria, where they will pay them starting from say 200,000-300,000 naira a month? How would they even recover the money they spend in terms of acquiring this education itself? So it's just a class thing. They don't care. And the bad thing is that every one of them do it. Go do your research and everything. To our pastors, to our so-called big men, you don't know that children growing up, going to church back in the days and everything. We all know pastors' children, they play drums, their daughters is in the choir and everything. Today, doctor, just do one small survey. Start asking us for every one of us here, these so-called big pastors, how many kids Pastor Chris Oyakhilome has. You'll be so shocked that very many of us don't know. You know why? Because they live in abroad. People don't really know they all send their kids abroad, so we don't really know them. They spend money lavishly. They live life, and these kids, in return, don't even enjoy it. You understand? Because their parents still make them again not to get so close to the Nigerian community while they live in the US, in the Canada, and the UK. You understand? For not to expose them. So they don't really enjoy. And when they stay with those foreigners, they don't enjoy those class things that they've enjoyed the few times they stay in Nigeria. Driver, madam, oga, they don't enjoy it. The kids too, on their own, don't even enjoy it. But we keep doing it. It's so painful. That's who we are.
Thank you so much, Paul. It's interesting you said that, because I know some people, children of few of those people, and I once confronted one of them, and he was ashamed of saying, "This is my father." He knew what people were saying about the father, and he couldn't come out in public to say, "I'm the child of this person." So, which is unfortunate. Olumide.
Thank you, Rudolph. So I don't have a problem with anybody sending their kids to any of the Ivy League school, whether here or abroad. I don't have any problem with you sending your child to any institution, no matter how expensive that institution is. But how you afford to pay for that is what is important. If you work very hard, you're well paid. I mean, you have your own business, your own company, or you are a seasoned professional and you are well paid, you earn very well. I mean, I'm sure you'll be able to, if you're able to afford that from your legitimate income, that's fine. But what is sickening is to take money that belongs to a whole society, to a whole community, and then misappropriate that money and then spend it on yourself and your family to the um, to the neglect of your society. Because when you steal that amount of money, there's a video circulating online of where a woman was running after Yahaya Bello's motorcade and shouting that for 7 years. I mean, she wasn't paid for 7 years. I mean, it even took. She had to wait. I'm sure if Yahaya Bello was still in office, she dare not do that. But knowing that the man is no more in office and had no power or anything, then decided to kind of do that openly and maybe embarrassing. But I mean, in Nigeria we hear of Oshun started this nonsense. I mean, it just wasn't Oshun. I remember even during Obasanjo's time, I remember the governor of Imo, Mbaduniche or Nwadu, I forgotten, the former governor, the first civilian governor after
Mbadunuju.
was 3 6 months. How do people survive? And we're even saying that the 30,000 is not even a living wage. Why are we so wicked to each other? And we are the same people that will carry Bible and go to church, carry Quran, go to mosque, and the money you stole now, you denied a child access to affordable health care. Maybe that child died because of you. You've denied so many things, so many atrocities that the evil that we have caused each other, even after these colonialists left, we know the evil they committed, but the one we are even committing a second time over, recolonizing ourselves a second time over, is just too evil. If you create a good society as a leader, as somebody who is elected, you will come back and benefit from what you've created. But because you have no intention of doing anything meaningful, you will steal that amount of money. This is money. Even that money, that money that is stole is many times over what some people will work for over 25, 30 years and retire with as their pension or gratuity. Many times over, after working 25, 30 years, and then in one single day, this one just swap the whole thing. I mean, I don't know. They are sick down there. Those people are sick. And he doesn't see anything good, bad in what he has done. Making fun of, I mean, he served, that is this same system he served under. He should go and answer to that system. He went to court, defended, he said he was elected, voted for, went to court, won up until the Supreme Court. He served 2 terms. So why is he running around the place like somebody who never did anything wrong? He should go and answer, and he has the money, to pay the lawyers, get all the signs you want to get. Don't defend your innocence. It's not hard. It's not. People get accused every day in this part of the world. They go to court. They prove their innocence. So what was it? You don't do media trial. Both him and EFCC.
Doctor, please, I beg you. I needed every one of you. Anybody can throw more light. I watched the Yahaya Bello thing in Adiola Faiwu over this money thing and how they took EFCC to court and won the case. So, but Adiola didn't explain that part very clearly to me, so I didn't really understand. So, if they won the balance of 720,000, did they recover the money back from the school? Because the school, one and it looked like the school forfeit the money to EFCC, or did the Yahaya Bello so-called son or the like recover? Did they recover the money because they won the American school in court? Did they recover the money and get the money back, or the school just give us different money just in the name of
No, I think it's on Naira reporters, Paul, that the school said they are cooperating with EFCC to refund the money back. That they didn't know that the proceeds of money were proceeds of illegality.
No. The other side of it, they won the school in court. When they took the school to court, they sued the school and they won in court. So if they won in court, did they recover the 720,000 back when they win in court? That part is not really clear too. So I would like anybody to help me with that.
No, the school said they will refund the money back, from what I heard. If it is the same money you are talking about.
No, I think what Paul is saying is whether it's the same money, whether they paid back to Yahaya Bello and they now want to pay again the same amount of money to the EFCC. So we don't know.
Just to avoid scandal.
Yeah, I don't think I understand where things are. The fact that they won in court doesn't mean that they paid. Sometimes they might be appealing. I don't know. But it's interesting to note that Yahaya Bello's people in North Central Kogi are appealing to the president, Tinubu, to intervene and stop this, what's going on. And then there are other people in the same states, you would think that they know better, who are praying for Yahaya Bello to escape being arrested. So let me...
But Rodolph, just for the purpose of emphasis.
Hold on.
Just for the purpose of emphasis.
From Niger to River Benue, the confluence is in Kogi State. Except say River Niger and River Benue no commit for Kogi State. If River Niger and River Benue commit for Kogi State, they no go fit arrest Bello. Because Bello hand is clean. They use the FCC to pursue him. They go lay seat for a house for Abuja. Make they hold him. They no go succeed though, because Bello is innocent of what they are saying. Let them follow the court order. Let them follow the rules of the laws of Nigeria. Let them follow the laws of the land. Except say I no be born of Igala Kingdom. If I be born of Igala Kingdom, na dear hand go fit catch Bello. But as me, the voice of the streets, come intervene for this matter. Where I buy black cock, carry tortoise, come for this sacrifice, their hand no go catch Bello. Now me talk am. If their hand catch Bello, may they change my name from voice of the street. Bello had done development for Kogi State. Bello is the Agune Chamber 1 of Nigeria. The Idu 1 of Kogi State. The white lion itself. EFCC dey front, you dey back. You dey back, they dey front.
All right, just so you know, there are people who are defending Yahaya Bello from that part of the world. All right, thank you.
Sorry, I just want to a quick comment. You see, there's some things you see, and all you could do is laugh, because what you see there is ignorance and poverty playing a part. You ask yourself, how much were these people given to go and put a burning pot on someone's head and buy a cock? You see, it's big ignorance, and so we actually need enlightenment of our people, so to know that they can get more if they follow integrity, the path of integrity, honesty, and fair play, rather than this short-sighted tribalism and shed just downright ignorance, to be honest.
And just for the sake of emphasis, Rodolph, the school, there's a latest news in Sahara reporters this morning. The school said they are cooperating with EFCC and that they've refunded the 760,000 and they are cooperating with EFCC with ongoing investigation. So I think, yeah, that's just the news there.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Rudolph, it's just kind of ironic when you make a statement about you met some of the privileged son of Nigerians, elite. I was in Orlando because I do go there, I do go to Florida quite often for to transact some business, me and my brother. So we were in a coffee line. Here's who I met. The name is Stella, who was my daughter, was behind me, which is, with her husband. They was coming, to buy coffee. So I had a conversation with her. I think, she told me they're twins. And she told me they got married the same day. The twins, according to what she said, the one I was talking to, her name is Stella. So they got married the same day. I think they married to you. The guy, the husband is a Yoruba guy. I don't know if the other husband is a Yoruba guy, but he said they married, they got married the same day. I didn't go in detail with her, So I was going to ask her something about the father, how the father is doing. But unfortunately, I didn't have the time to do that. I got a phone call, so I have to leave for what I came there for immediately. So I took my coffee, I said, and keep on walking away. So it was very interesting. This happened earlier this week, when I was in Orlando. But anyways, so let me proceed. What we are talking about Yahaya Bello. So Nigeria is such a funny place that anything goes. I mean, spending that kind of amount of money. I think what I had, depending on the news space you are reading, they say the school has agreed to refund 1.1 billion. That's what that's what I'm sorry, 1.1 million. So I don't know how true that, I don't know how true is that, Then having said that, there's a lot of schools being built. I don't know if you're aware of it. There's a school, I think it's called Chartered House. It's supposed to be opening in September. Guess how much the school fees is? 42 million naira per annum. So who is supposed to be going there? What is the British up to? I mean, just an elite club. You're going to pay 42 million per annum for school kids, primary school. This school is based in Lekki. It's supposed to open in September. Yeah, I think I'm right. So that's part of what's going on. I don't know if it is the most expensive primary school in Nigeria. I don't know how much this American International School cost, but that one I was able to verify it. It costs a lot of money. So that's what's going on. But anyway, going back to what we are talking about in Yahaya Bello, I think these people, these Nigerians, they're playing abacadabra on us. Nothing is going to come out of what's going on right now. I mean, how can Yahaya Bello be missing or you're looking for Yahaya Bello? He just released a tape last week, and he was calling the people that after him idiot. They don't have a job. You know, let them come up because it was two people interviewing him. He was in his house. He said they're idiot, they don't have a job. You know, all they're doing is, spreading a fake news. And this guy is going to come on national TV, to conjugate this case, the EFC chairman said this. And I don't know why people believe it. Maybe they are those, but somebody with a rational sense know that nothing is going to come out of it. Even 2 days before that Rankos went in Lagos, Yahaya Bello was in Lagos, to meet Tinubu. So if you want to arrest him, you could have arrested him, in Lagos. I mean, he was free. I'm thinking this is an orchestration, just to distract us. That's what I really believe. I mean, because anything that come out of Nigerian government, I don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe it. I mean, like what they said about Naira, Naira appreciation. Now it's depreciating. Somebody that collected money, from my brother, my brother sent money yesterday. They collected the money of, at 1,400. I don't know what it is today. Yeah, that's what the person told us. The money, he changed at a booking market in Abuja. It was 1,400. I don't know how much was the selling. So where are we? And I told people here that all this money they are borrowing, even this 2 million, these 2 billion they just borrow right now, they're going to use it to, support Naira, just playing, abracadabra on us. It doesn't make any sense. For how long are you going to be borrowing? And I did another research, because I don't want to really talk about Yahaya Bello again. Everybody, a lot of people is going to be talking about it. But all has to go within Nigerian space. Since Tinubu came into office, I think it was May 29, which is almost about 11 months right now. Nigeria has borrowed 10 billion. And what are they doing with that money? $10 billion, dollars they have borrowed. That's how much is up to date. And nothing has come out of it. Every day we keep on talking about the same Nigeria. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of giving up. Whatever happened, let it happen. I don't really care about what's going on in Nigeria anymore. So I'm only going to be after my, just after myself. I mean, I go to Nigeria or wherever, Now, one more thing. We're talking about the AirPeace. I just want to put this what we're talking about. I think they say AirPeace bought like about 10 more planes. So they are really. We're going to talk about it. So I don't want to preview that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pansat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph. And man of prestige, I've seen you a lot of activity on the internet, ubiquitous, especially on this platform and other popular platforms. And the other day, you asked me, do I consider you a Biafran? So let me also take that back and say, you are a son of Biafra, right? It's not for me to pick and choose who's a Biafran or not. I do have my litmus test, which is if I see you laughing a lot on TV, you're not a Biafran, because we do have a lot of problems. Nothing should be preventing you from thinking about some of those problems. Now,
hold on. When I laugh or whatever, a sense of humor, I take everything from. Believe me, nothing about Nigeria anger me because I don't really care about them. So, I mean, this is
I'm talking about Biafra, not Nigeria. So. Okay, I got you. But you need to keep doing what you're doing with a mission. All right, we need freedom for our people back home. And talking about Yahaya Bello, the reason why you're getting fatigued is that you are looking at it in simplistic terms. It's not about Yahaya Bello. More than likely, he did it. Whatever it is they're accusing him of doing, we don't have anything out yet, right? Like I said, they need to charge him so that we know what laws he violated, what part of our constitution or their state constitution or whatever. But you have to understand that the EFCC is out of order, right? The law that established the EFCC was an act in 2002, I believe. And I believe a lot of Oyibos had a hand in it. they wanted to protect their people from fraud, 419, what they call 419, where their people are complicit in the fraud. So if Nigerians who have a hard time making it out there encounter people who want to come and take our oil, for example, and they say, look, if you send me, the Nigerian fraudster will say, if you send me $50, I'll send you $300 or something like that. And the stupid American or the British, with his greed, wants that Nigerian to send them $500 for 50 Naira or whatever. And then he'll take his money, right? So the Oyibos are protecting their fraudsters, but they want to do it on behalf of Nigerians and our own civil liberties back home. So that's how they established the EFCC for financial crimes. And that's okay. They actually funded, and a lot of things are done to protect the foreigners from Nigerian criminals in that sense. But we do have the Nigerian police, right? For everybody, and they're supposed to do things properly there. We're not supposed to have an elite EFCC that is different from our police that is for everybody, making sure you have equality and everything in that enforcement of our laws. So the EFCC is there to combat economic and financial crimes, quote unquote, right? According to that, it was amended in 2004, I believe. So they're supposed to prevent. Now, remember that commission, if you go through what they established, they're supposed to prevent, investigate, underline all those words. You prevent, you investigate, and then you prosecute. And then finally, you penalize economic fraud and stuff. Now, how are you as an agency when Tinubu come into office, and a few months later in August, Tinubu appoints a former governor, Abubakar Bagadu, the minister of our budget, despite Bagadu's widely reported history of helping then President Sani Abacha to steal hundreds of millions of dollars. This is known. Now, if you were to prevent financial crimes, you're supposed to advise and protest such an activity. So this feigned outrage that a lot of us, especially on this panel, my friend Olumide, who I don't disagree with much, you just gung-ho. To you, somebody's already been convicted. More than likely, he did what they're accusing him of doing, but he's not been convicted of anything. It doesn't matter what the EFCC chairman says, because if you go back and you want to take a look at former EFCC chairman, and at some point, a lot of them I really believe were saints. I thought they were, okay, Nigeria's got a good guy. Let's say Malam Nuhu Ribadu, who is the pioneer executive chairman of that commission from 2003 to 2007. He was all over the place. I could see vestiges of tribalism in his prosecution and what he was doing for then President Olusegun Obasanjo in the political sense. But he was like a saint. I believe he's from Adamawa or something like that. His people don't recognize him to be that good. He's run for office, I don't know how many times. Now, I cannot use that because there's rigging in Nigerian elections, as you know. But still, he's no saint, because when good Lord Jonathan came in, he was able to, I don't know if it was under good luck that, oh no, that was Yaradua probably, that were able to drive him into exile. They wanted him to go for further training and they removed him. But aside from him, every subsequent EFCC chairman, for example, Mrs. Farida Waziri was accused of fraud, Ibrahim Lamode, and then Abdulrashid Bawa was the notorious one, up to this present one now. When they go and they seize property, they keep it for themselves. They put it in their pocket. So then imagine what else they could be doing. Go and look at the allegation on each one of them. And there's never been a Christian. Never.
Pansat, this guy is a pastor. The current one is a pastor.
I'm talking about before.
Okay.
We cannot judge it right now because it's been a year in office or something. I'm talking before this guy, right?
Oh.
So there's never been a southerner ever So what they did is to carve out from our police, supposed to protect all of us. You have a lot of our people in the police force. It's our Nigerian police supposed to have ability to investigate. Even up to now, they are under the police and the attorney general. The attorney general can do a nolo prosequi on any case they want to bring about. They're not in charge of our prosecution and everything else. But the main point I want to make is that they carved it out to use as a tool, political tool. I just told you that the former chairmen are no sense. So when they come out talking nonsense like this guy is doing, this what is his name there? Guy from the Southwest that is in charge right now, and showing that he's not properly trained, trying his case, showing that he's giving preferential treatment, saying that he made a phone call and had private conversations. But I know that I want to be able to cap off what I'm saying by going back to where we stopped the last time, right? I wanted to say somebody like Yahaya Bello has to be looked at completely with his virtues and then his vices. I believe that one of his virtue I want to eliminate here, which I did the last time, is that he protected his state from a monopolist, Dangote, trying to seize the people's cement factory in his state. And I proffered articles to show that that is what's going on.
For Pansa, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So, do you think it is morally right to owe civil servants of your state many months of salaries, put the money in a bank account to fix the money for so many years? Do you think it is a good attribute of a governor?
Absolutely not. Right?
So this is what this guy did. Look at
but listen, if we have laws, right? We have laws in the country. If anybody violates any of our laws, they should be prosecuted. We don't do it. Hold on. You don't do it by coming on TV and make allegations. But more importantly, you cannot be selective. I just told you that Bagudu was a money man. So I wanted to highlight that Yahaya Bello, what I'm doing in his case is like I'm balancing his virtues with his vices. If he fought for his state and was able to withstand somebody bribing him and taking that factory, and he fought a monopolist such as Dangote, right? That is, you have to check that off for him. Now, when he's doing something good and then they come after him because of that, right? It is your job not to be so simplistic, because we want a society. Now, I do have a lot of things to say on this in this area, and you're gonna have to, as an African, you're gonna have to respect. You're gonna have to respect elderly people when they come on this platform.
The biggest place that Dangote generates cement is in Kogi State, called Obajana.
Exactly.
I hope you know that.
That's what I'm telling you. That belongs to Kogi State. Paul, listen before you talk. Try to listen. I said that particular
Obajana is still up and running.
No, but it belongs to Kogi State now. The courts yanked it from Dangote.
Want to go to hell now? That's why I'm not going to talk.
Hold on, guys.
You want to go to hell? Off his mic.
Okay, so Paul, what I'm saying to you is that particular factory belongs to Kogi State now, because Yahaya Bello was able to wrestle it back from Dangote. So now Dangote is appealing, trying to get it back. Do you understand? So it's public.
It's not about the factory, it's about the land. They get the limestone that they use in making cement.
All right, guys.
It's about the land.
Research what
That's
I'm
where
saying.
they get the limestone to make the cement.
Egos, I want to have a dialogue with you at some point, because I saw what you said to me the last time. I want you to say it to me face to face.
Okay,
right?
Pansat, we have to move on to other people. We'll come back to you. Let me just say this, that the case against Yahaya Bello, as far as we know, is just one on this issue of transaction with payment for school fees. There are other cases, there are other petitions against him. So it couldn't have been that like Pansat is trying to put out here because of his issue with Dangote Cement, that's why they're picking on him. There are very big issues around accusations and complaints about what he did when he was governor. Even his cousin, I believe, or nephew, who is now the current chief of staff to the current governor, was arrested, and detained, and they had to bail him. There are still cases for that guy to answer. So there are many issues around Yahaya Bello. Pansat, I'll come back to you now, so that other people can weigh in. There are people who have been here, they've not said anything. All right, Austin.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Pansat, for your submission. I am rooting from your angle. To stand here and talk about Yahaya Bello is a disgrace to me. It's a shameful thing to me, in the sense that Yahaya Bello was a governor, and 2024, the first governor we had in this dispensation is Ojo Zokalo. I'm from Abia State anyway. Ojo Zokalo was sent to prison, and he was released for technical reasons, for stealing my people's money. And that money was not returned. And T.A. said, if you're in government, steal more money. Steal more, because they will definitely come for you. When they come, you give them later. They will go home, they will come again, you give them later. So the more you steal, the more freedom you buy. So when we are doing this, after 24 years, we are still using the methodology of KBAC democracy. The president is only having immunity when he makes a right decision. The moment that paper leaves his desk, the next person taking that paper does not have immunity. And EFCC knows this person taking the paper. Why don't you stop it? In my office, our printer went out. My manager called me, Austin, order a printer. I ordered a printer. I got a flash, a red flag. Why are you ordering a printer? We had to reroute it. My manager had to come in to order that printer. So the entire system are wired in a way that for anything to come to you, the system is alert to know that you are requesting for something. So how would a country be run under this level? And if you face EFCC, the EFCC chairman was not even supposed to take that position. If he's standing on the point of justice, he was not supposed to accept that position, because they knew what happened between when Bauer was sent to prison and when he was appointed. They knew the number of files they've taken away. Where is Wike today? Wike was the present governor of Rivers State was being touted for. Hope Uzodinma, EFCC was in court to get him arrested until they gave him that invalid mandate, and he was sworn in. T.A. Ojo was sworn in front of the police, in front of court, so that he will get the immunity. Almost all these governors, they have been going through this thing, and we keep repeating this thing. We keep repeating this madness. So Yahaya Bello is a case study to all the political elites. And what we have to do as a person, the president that is pursuing Yahaya Bello just because he disagreed with him in one way or the other, what has he done as a person? Has he come out to tell us, this is my own clean slate? Which law are we taking? Which court are we taking Yahaya Bello to? The people that took took money to give the judgment they gave. So these things are a total mess. If we want to rejig this country, we should call a spade, and we should be able to do things that are right. These things can be checkmate. Money, you wire money. You go to bank, while you're withdrawing money, you're under a camera. And these things are all documented. They can be stopped. If I'm sending $10,000 from the United States, FBI will see it. They will definitely flag it. And they will start routing where the money is going. And before you know it, you start getting, your friends will start getting called. What's your relationship with this person? What's your relationship with this person? And once you don't have a clean job, they come for you. But look at the amount of money people are stealing. And we come here, waste all our day to deliberate our loss, losing upon our loss. It's shameful.
All right. Thank you, Austin. I hear you. Why are you raising your hand? Pastor, I can't come to you. There are people here.
Brother in Christ, Rudolph. Brother in Christ, Rudolph. I raise my hand humbly I'm raising my hand
No,
humbly.
no, I said no. Let's
And
maybe
my tone is very, very low, as you can see.
no, not yet. Let's go to Eagles Air. Eagles Air, go ahead. You can't like skip you because you're waiting on this. Let me just hear from other people. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, Rudolph Okonkwo and all the gentlemen and the panel. Apart from Pansat, because Rudolph Okonkwo is afraid of going to hell this evening. So that's why I allow him to be making use of his time and other people's time. So it's high time for Rudolph Okonkwo to wake up and stand firmly. I know it's little time now, he ring bell for me and off my mic. But if somebody tell him to go to hell now, he will not off the mic of the person. So these are the things that we observe in Nigeria. We are talking about Yahaya Bello. I don't have problem if he want to send his children to one of the highest education or one of the highest school in the world. I don't have problem with that. He's free. When he work hard for it, he's free to do that. But where I have problem with him when he want to use the public money, a taxpayer money, to settle the problem of his own personal issue, is very wrong. That's where we have a serious problem in Nigeria. Now, I believe that if FBI want to arrest a criminal, first of all, they will do underground investigation to find out and hold every file and every details concerning the person before they go for the arrest of the person. But in Nigeria, EFCC will arrest somebody and put that person under detention and begin to investigation. Then under whose file, under which case that we are arresting the person? They say that they're still investigating. Investigating what? The person that you arrested. So Nigeria is a drama. Nigeria is a Nollywood. Nigeria is a Bollywood. Nigeria is a Hollywood. Where they will come out and begin to display any movie they like. And we Nigerian citizens of Nigeria, we sit and begin to watch the movie and begin to watch what they are playing for us. That's the wrong game we have here. Look at it, in a whole Nigeria, the private school, I don't know whether primary school or secondary school, want to collect 40-something million. I don't know the reason of that. And if you watch people that will pay that all those money, it's people in the government. Somebody that is fighting hard to make his money cannot spend that kind of money in training a child. Now, if you come to this India here now, there's a one university called Shade University. If you go to that Shade University here in India, most of the children that is schooling in that Shade University is children of ministers, children of generals, brigadiers. Could you imagine in here a student will stay in a hotel room, pay $100 every day for 4 years, for 5 years, and driving the latest Mercedes, latest Lexus, coming to school? They are just doing it as a competition. Then you get to ask yourself a question: where did the father make all this money? But when he prays for the father, this is the people that are eating Nigerian money. It's very wrong. We are getting into wrong. Because constitution work for some people, constitution do not work for some people. Look at Zamfara State. If you go to Zamfara State, people are looting gold 247. EFCs have not seen them all. EFCs have not noticed that this kind of thing is going on. I was watching EFC's chairman was on the interview with the press, saying that Yahaya Bello transfer $720,000 through the change to the school. Now, nobody asked him. What he need to do is go to the court, apprehend him, and do what he's supposed to do. Not to come and call a press news. Secondly, today, I heard today that the Yahaya Bello media team have come out openly, said they're going to sue EFCC for defamation of character. Currently now, Yahaya Bello is in social media playing a game, dancing and doing his gyms. But if I want us to draw attention of us in this discussion. Let us tell ourselves the truth. If it is somebody from East, they are looking forward to get this way. They will remove the roof. They will turn the person to become a prayer warrior. They will do everything necessary to make sure they apprehended the person. If it's that person from East, I mean Southeast. But if that person from North, they will give that person special preference. They will call the person on phone, begging him to come. They will look for a way to make sure that they beg the person to come. And then nothing will come out from. Let me tell you the truth. The issue of I'm concluding here. The issue of Yahaya Bello, nothing will happen. At the end of the day, they will end up giving us one nasty story, and that ends it. Tomorrow he become a minister and nothing more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. CM, can you hold off and righteous man? Let me go to Pastor. I think he has to go somewhere, or he has to eat. We don't eat on this show, Pastor. What are you eating?
But Rudolph, he invoked my name like I put over there. I do want you. That's why you and I had that scuffle we had the other day.
No,
when a panelist invokes somebody's name,
no, it doesn't follow. Why?
Let me clarify that with you, because it's it's sacrosanct with me. I'm not gonna put up with that. You know what I'm saying is that if a panelist invokes somebody's name and say some things, that person has to be given even 30 seconds or whatever time to respond. We're not here for one-sided diatribes, you know. If he votes my name, they should know that when you do that, then I have to speak.
Listen to me. What it would mean is that Eagles Air will mention your name, you respond. CM will mention your name, you respond.
Yes.
Man will mention your name, you respond. It will be a conversation. It will be at the center. And I've told you, come here and be the guest.
No. But this is customary.
On you.
It's customary. When you're in a debate, if you invoke somebody's name, then they have to respond.
No, not on this platform.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna put up with it. Like I said, you and I spoke, and I told you
we're going to get to you, and you respond. Just write it down. Whatever they said, you get a chance. All right.
Okay, this will be my last time I appear on your show.
All right.
Answer, just be patient. They will get to you. Okay, yeah. Just be patient.
Go ahead, CM.
I thought CM is allowing
me. Thank you, Rudolph. Hey, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, let me speak after.
All right, thank you, CM. I won't be long. I was just passing by. I wasn't supposed to click the link. I was supposed to click the Nigeria Watch link, but you know, the angel touched my hands, and I just clicked a Dr. Damage link. Rudolph, man to man, brother to brother. With due respect to you, exactly what Eagle has said is what I want to buttress. And we are all adults here, and we will have to do things rightly. It's true you are called Pansard the unnecessary or overindulgence. I mentioned his name. And because if he wants to be the center of attention, make him a guest. Please, just do that. Make him a guest so that he can have the floor and speak as long as he wants to. Anything outside that, we have to follow decorum and go turn by turn. He mentioned, what's his name? Man of Prestige name. Man of Prestige could have paused the button and said, you know, I want to respond because my name was mentioned. And Mr. Pansat, I think at this point, you need to call yourself to order and wait for your turn. It will always get to you. But wanting to be the center of attention at every time, I don't think that is proper, with due respect. I mean, I think Rudolph is even more accommodating than any other moderators on this platform. I am worse anyway, people know me. I am worse. Rudolph is more accommodating than any other person. So I think, yes, I heard you've apologized, but in all reality, in all true sense, I think you should afford him that due respect. If he says no, just take it with a pinch of salt and wait for your time. Afford him that due respect. Thank you. I have nothing more to say.
I know I have to respond to him, right? But this cannot wait. Wait a minute. Wait, let me take a minute here. First of all, Pastor,
Sorry.
you are. Yeah, please
Pastor,
hold on. Please hold on. Please hold
sorry,
on.
yeah, just before you respond, you know,
Yeah.
he used his time. So are you using your time?
After I speak, I could exit the stage. That's okay. Hold on 1 minute. Let me tell you, Pastor, you did a show here yesterday where you were expecting me. There's been no communication whatsoever between you and I tell you I'm going to appear on your show. You were leading your audience on to see if I'm supposed to be on your show. I had no idea you're doing a show, right? But I noticed your pomposity when you're talking to me, imperious, arrogant, puffed up, sententious attitude you have. I'm not somebody who is looking for star. I could be in the back of the line, that I'll be the star where you're sitting in front, right? So don't ever in your life address me the way you're doing right now. I didn't come here to play around with you.
I address
right?
you with
let
all
me
respect.
land.
Let me land.
What I'm saying is that you should be
you.
ashamed of yourself for doing a show. I see if I'm supposed to be a guest on your show.
Rudolph,
you
don't mute me. I don't appreciate that. You did not mute Panther. This is what people are saying.
Okay, hold on.
That's not the truth.
Pastor, I will mute you again. I want to hear one person alone. Let him speak.
All right. And I have no political difference with you, but you have go and open your own show, right? But don't go deceiving an audience as if I'm supposed to appear on your show, and then make it as if I'm running away from a topic. I'm not. And I'm not here trying to be a star. I'm not happy. We have a country where nothing is working, right? So when they push out a corporate like Yahaya Bello, but you see the Bagudu that I've invoked for you, and the president now, who gave away that OPL 245 that I spoke about the last time to his nephew, right? You don't have outrage about that. You feign outrage when it comes to a small thing like this. And I'm trying to give you a background. You and Rudolph and everybody else on this show. No, if you think I'm not getting paid to be here, you ought to pay me to be here. God damn it. I don't come here for you to insult me. I'm not your mate. So I'm warning you now. You do that show thing you're doing. I'm not here for that. You want to be a star? Be your star. I'm not here to be a star. So if nobody has anything else for me, I will leave after that, since I've taken time for Augustine.
Let me say something before you leave, if you want to leave. Let me say something, because people bring this up. When this is my style, this is my idea of this show, what's going on. I'm not here to give everybody equal time. That's not what we're doing. I want an interesting conversation. And I want other things. One other thing I want, which all of you Christians believe in, is there are people I consider, how do I put it so that it will be nice? Prodigal sons. So when a prodigal son comes back home, you can spend all the money you have to the father. You guys know the story. Because it doesn't mean that the one that stayed home, you did not appreciate that one. But you are happy that the prodigal son came back. And you hope that the prodigal son has changed. So there are so many philosophies behind what I do. When I see I want to hear someone like Pansat, for instance. I want to get to the point where he will say, oh, maybe I was wrong about this. To me, that's an accomplishment. If the whole of today, what we achieved is that Pansat said, okay, maybe my defense of Yahaya Bello is wrong. We have achieved something. Little things. So everybody, there are different moderators, whatever their driving force is. But my own is to make sure that there is interesting conversation. If Righteous Man, I can say it, is going to say exactly the same thing that Eagle's is saying. We've had it. I want to hear something different. Somebody that will bring something new. So these are some of the things that are in my head helping me to decide, okay, when do we ring the bell? When do we, there are many factors. This is not a debating, like I said, it's not a debating society where you say everybody has 5 minutes, 2 minutes. If somebody is breaking down now, talking and breaking down, I will let the person talk because one, is good TV. Secondly, it's something that we need to know. We need to get to that and need to address that. So don't take it like we have
but
to.
If you stick to that, I'll be talking the whole day because I'm the only one who actually makes sense here.
All right, Rudolph, I need to go. Let me clarify. Let me clarify yesterday. let me
Pansa by
clarify
lying.
yesterday.
Wale
Paul,
Tinubu
Paul,
of Owando is not
No,
a
Paul,
nephew
Paul,
to Bola
Paul,
Tinubu.
Paul, hold
Just
on
to
one
get
second.
no.
Paul,
To,
hold on.
Let me clarify yesterday's broadcast.
Yeah, let's see.
Yesterday's broadcast was for distressing moment. For us to it was a comedy. Invitation was not sent to you or to Rudolph. It was that drama of you asking Rudolph to go to hell was what we discussed. And people who came there, I did not mislead anybody. I didn't send any invitation. So Paul can say something on this platform. I can cut that moment that Paul says something. Just the way we are talking about Yahaya Bello here or anything. You are not exclusive. So if you say something here that I need to use to play, I will cut it out and I will play it and I will use it. There is no law against it. Yes, I'm not pompous like you alleged just now. I addressed you respectfully, and I was still going to tell you the same thing all over again. Just like the EFCC chairman said that if he doesn't prosecute Yahaya Bello, he will resign. You've said it several times that if you will leave and you will leave. Listen, I think people appreciate your time here, but don't think you possess all the knowledge that if you leave, we will not have something to say or we will die or CM will not
You
educate
better
us.
make sure of that before
Let me finish, my friend. I did not interrupt you when you were talking. Respectfully, please. This is what we're saying. If you respect me, then you will listen. If you say you are older than me, then you listen. If you say you're an elder, then you behave like an elderly person. If you say you're a grandfather, behave like a grandfather. You
All right.
are not the center of
Hold on.
attention.
Hold
You
on.
will never be the center of attention.
Okay,
It's
hold on.
Rudolph that tolerates people like
sorry.
you.
Sorry,
Thank you, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Ramidi, just a minute,
Guys.
30 seconds.
Austin, no, I've had you.
30 seconds. I just want to.
3 times. No. So I see people like Mano Prestige saying, why did I remove him? I removed him because I want to make room for new people to come in, and I'm removing more people for new people to come in. CM, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Finally, let me now say one or two things. Actually, this issue of Yahaya Bello, it's like a media frenzy. People have the media. Oh dear, has it started again?
We can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, the media is feeding on it, but because it involves the EFCC, I'm not nothing good will come out of it in my own judgment. And I have my reasons for saying this. I'm not just saying it because I want to say it. If you follow the history of EFCC, the way they handle corruption cases of politicians, you will know that nothing will come out of it. Let me start by I will look at it two ways. Who is Yahaya Bello and then the EFCC chairman. First, the EFCC chairman has brought that office into disrepute. How? How could you say that you rang Yahaya Bello and you promise him let him come through the back door to your office just to accord him the protection? Because Yahaya Bello felt that there will be media frenzy when he's coming in. He alleged that maybe Natasha Akpoti, who he has been having a running battle with, must have organized media men all over so that he will be ridiculed. So as a leeway, he wouldn't like to come. The EFCC's chairman said, I phoned him to tell him, come, I will give you this. That's rubbish. The lady of justice is blind. The sword she's carrying can cut both ways. You don't have to favor anybody. That's one. Even when you offer that by mistake, Yahaya Bello thanked you and turned it down and said, come to my village. Coming to your village means Yahaya Bello is giving you a leeway to come and they arrest him. That's what it means. But the EFC chairman, to be honest with you, he may be a lawyer, but he's not streetwise. He's not streetwise. That's an opportunity for you to mobilize the police. He said, I tell Yahaya Bello, where are you? You tell your men, go there and then pick him up. I agree that Rochas Okorocha's house was boggled through the roof, which shouldn't be. So I wouldn't like EFCC to continue with that practice. I know we've learned a lesson, but the fact that they could go that length means they needed to bring Rochas to justice or to court. So what we should have done was to go to Yahaya Bello wherever he is, get him arrested. He's not bigger than any other person. If you can bring Yahaya Bello, if you can use, oh dear, I don't know why my destiny is each time I'm here. If you cannot,
How many years now?
if you cannot bring Yahaya Bello to justice, if you can't charge him.
All right, we have to leave CM. We don't know what's wrong with this connection. 3 years after, he's here to fix this. Queen died and Charles took over, nothing changed.
Doctor, CM and Masca, they are sharing one data. So they are managing it together.
Let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, I would ask you to give the opportunity to Masca. After him, then I can.
I like the way people think they can decide when to come back. You know, when they give up their chance, they will decide when they. Masca, you are next.
Well, Mr. Rudolph, thank you. But there's a bit of noise. I'm trying to sort it out. Once it's sorted out, raise my hand.
Okay. All right. So I think, Righteous Man, let's come back to you.
Okay. Rudolph, anyone dying for the issue that concerns Nigeria just want to kill himself or herself when his time to depart this world has not yet reached. Whatever that is happening here is just a game, you know. I'm no longer moved by whatever that happens in Nigeria until we have a proper constituted leadership that Nigerian people can be proud of. Once that leadership is elusive, once Nigerians cannot get a proper leadership constituted to run the affairs of this country, whatever that is happening today will continue, and it's just part of the game. You know, many sins of Yahaya Bello cannot all be mentioned here, but being what it is, the country all of you are proud of, the country all of you do not want anything to happen to, the country that anyone that stands up and said, I don't want to be part of this country, the person become a rebel. He has committed a treasonable felony. As long as all of you are interested in having this country the way it is, it will continue to be the way you guys want it to be. So Yahaya Bello is not the first. What happened about the snake that swallowed billions of naira? What happened to the man who ordered and approved the minting of naira, spending how many billions to mint 600 and something million naira? What happened? People have been accusing Emefiele. Emefiele is this, but Emefiele is not the director of Nigerian Mint and Printing. Without that man approving it, the currency cannot be minted. Yet, the Nigerian state is going after Emefiele because he wanted to be a president. And nobody is talking about the in-law to the past immediate president of Nigeria, who was the director of Nigerian Mint and Printing, who gave the approval for the minting of Nigerian currency and costing a toll of about 18 billion to mint 600 million naira. So all these things we are talking here, this, that, is just a game. Once they set a chess game for you, all of us will begin to dance like a masquerade, you know, all about it. So nothing is coming out of it. It's a game plan. It will die down. Another scenario will come up. Another jamboree will come up. That's why sometimes I feel personally, I'm not taking side, that many of us here do not understand Mr. Passad, because this man has raised critical issues here that we should not look at some things and dive deeply into the things he has been mentioning in this platform since I joined this platform. He has raised some critical issues that we as panelists, as Nigerians, should look into and digest it and proffer solutions. What we discuss here are problems. We never proffer solutions, and when we proffer solutions, we do it on the periphery. There is nothing solid behind what we are profiling as solutions. I asked Dr. Damages, the page, the statement made by Aisha that you highlighted in your page. Why did you highlight that particular? Because I know that thing is carrying a whole lot of messages. And you just downplayed it. Maybe towards the end of the program, you will mention it while you highlighted it. But I tell you, I have interest in that statement she made because that is part of the solution to what we are passing through in this country. And the people that do not like truth can never move forward. You guys are proud of living in America and UK. The founding fathers, they paid the price. They wanted a country that they can be proud of. And that is why Nigerians can flee from our God-given country and go to Europe and America and become citizens and be proud of their system there. While our own is decaying here and we are doing nothing about it. All we do is, this person did this, he's Igbo, he's Yoruba, he's Hausa, he's Fulani, and the answers are not given. Nigeria continue to go down. Look at Naira. I went to change yesterday dollars. I went to change dollars yesterday. I was shocked. Dollar is now 1,308 Naira. Quote me as at yesterday that I changed. And this is what you guys were celebrating here. That Naira is coming, the dollar is coming down, Naira is going up. At what rate? Jonathan left Naira, I think, at 180 Naira or 200 Naira, something of that nature. Today we're having it at 1,000 plus, and somebody is celebrating is coming down. Let's be truthful to ourselves. If we want this country to work, let all of us be sincere, be truthful, and proffer solutions that will bring about the change in this country. Thank you.
All right, righteous man, thank you so much. So I'll go back to Concert, but before then, let's see CM will round up, and then Masca will.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Hopefully, let me quickly say it before the thing crashes again. So what I'm saying about EFCC man is that I do not trust his judgment. One, and because he represents EFCC, I do not believe. Please, somebody should mute. I'm hearing a noise. I don't know. Righteous man, please, if you can mute. Thank you. So I do not trust. Righteous, yes. So I do not. Where is the noise coming from? I do not trust EFCC as an institution. This is my reason. The past chairmen of EFCC have all ended up in corruption cases. Once upon a time, there was a governor called William Madabrochukwu Obiano of Anambra State. After his inauguration, he did a executive retreat, in which all the commissioners and those political appointees assembled them in a hotel in Oka and invited EFCC, then headed by Ibrahim Magu, to come and give them lecture and tell them that EFCC is watching over them in case of stealing money from Anambra State and all those things. In fact, the way he talked to them, you would think that nothing will happen. In the end, when the Ibrahim Magu was sacked from EFCC because of corruption, money stealing, then Willie Obiano, who invited him, today is standing trial for stealing 4 billion naira from Anambra State Treasury. Do you see it? Now, who succeeded Magu is one Abdul Rashid or something, the one that went to Dubai to go and lavish money. Today, he has been disgraced for corruption. So I don't really see all these things. I will think that why the EFCC chap is inviting Bello through the back door, maybe to do one type of plea bargain, he will get his own share. After all, it's more than 80 billion naira. So I don't trust the FCC. Then on the other hand, Bello as a person is a very terrible shame. Look at the state of Kogi. Look at the state of economy of Kogi State. It's one of the poorest states in Nigeria, a state that produces a Dino Melai and the Yahaya Bello. Nothing good will come out of that state. You see, that is why all these things happening is just to do us. The more you look, the less you see. What of Bete do? Where is Bete do today? The Minister for Internal Affairs, the one that everybody every day calls talking about passports. The time to take the passport is now reduced. You can take it on a 24-hour basis. Where are they? These all thieves. So I'm not deceived. Some people might be. I'm not deceived at all. But however, I congratulate the school in Abuja, the school that is willing to refund the $720,000 that Bello paid to them as school fees for his children. I think they are between the 5 children between the ages of 2 to 8. Now the man they try you 5 children between the ages of 2 to 8. You can imagine. So I I congratulate the school for returning the loot. That is like a Abacha loot being returned to Kogi State. So if I wish, so I will like that one, they will now be the star witness if they are to try Bello, because there is now evidence. If he denies 80 billion, he can't deny $720,000 because the school will now present whatever check or whatever happened between them as a rock solid evidence. So the corruption in Nigeria is still endemic. Nothing at all. There's no crack. All these ones that poju, the more you look, the less you see. Nothing will come out of it. Or anybody mentioning disturbing Bello or disturbing the FCC, everybody is just taking a position to get their own share of the loot because we know exactly what happened. Now, the final thing to note on this is that where does the immunity start and stop? Bello is no longer a governor, so his immunity is no more. But the Ododo, who is the governor of Kogi State, is having immunity by virtue of the constitution. So if Ododo is having immunity, does it mean if Paul is being pursued now for my friend Paul here is being pursued, and he goes to Ododo's house, does it mean Paul will enjoy immunity too? So that is the question to ask. This immunity, where does it stop? Is it only for Dodo or for anybody that runs to his patronage? If you fly to Dodo, it catches you, then immunity also is, the immunity becomes infectious or it becomes a hereditary. You inherit it from Ododo. So these are some of the things Nigerians should ask. I don't know why Ododo should go and they seize Yahaya Bello. By the way, Ododo should be charged for accomplice, for helping a criminal that is on the run. Ododo should be charged, for taking custody of somebody that EFCC is looking for. So there are a lot of things to build up on there. I don't want to waste time. Maybe as time goes on, I can elaborate on some of these things. But meanwhile, thank you, Rudolph. Let me just stop.
Dr. Rudolph, how old is Yahaya Bello? How old is he? I just want to ask.
No.
I think it's 47.
Are you the?
47. And see, for the record, Yahaya Bello has 3 wives. That's why I have those many kids.
All right. So let me just point out that CM, thank you so much.
Okay.
CM, thank you so much. Yahaya Bello, Ododo is not the first person to do this, what you are talking about. Wike did that in Rivers State when he was governor. There was somebody that was wanted by the government, and Wike went and picked the person up, and the government couldn't do anything. So that's when we should have started. That's the problem with Nigeria. When something is going wrong.
No, but Wike's one is different.
That was a lady, Rudolph.
Yeah.
No, Rudolph. Wike's one is different because Wike
quite different. Yes,
that was a lady, and it was in the night.
The middle of the night.
It was in the night, so you never know what. Middle of the night, so you never know what transpired. So Wike quickly go and grab the lady to his bedroom. So I don't know what transpired, but all I know is that
that's not my route.
No. All Wike could have done is to figure out, make sure that the right authority, this is not some people who are trying to pick this lady. If he knows that this is the right authority, then he will go away and let them do their job. All right, Masca, let's hear from you before anybody leaves.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening, everybody, and nice to see you guys. I'm gonna take a different trajectory, more of chiding all of us, because I think we are behaving like small children. All that I hear people say, okay, so if other people have not been arrested, therefore nobody should go and arrest their Bello. And the
Masca, what's your
fact is
comment?
that it's not true. It's not true that all EFCC cases came to naught. I know that there was a governor who had served prison terms in Kuje. The reality also is that it's not true also that we paint a picture as if this is the only case EFCC is dealing with. EFCC is dealing with more than 1,000 cases on a daily basis. If we are going to fault anybody, it's our own media people, our news channels, because they are very sensational in nature. It is just that the media is covering this one more. But I'm sure if you go to EFCC and ask how many cases they have today, it's more than 2, 3, 4, 5,000 cases. So let's not always wash out our institutions. And the people who are putting themselves there to serve the country, they are actually taking a lot of risk. We sit in the comfort of our houses and throw jobs at everybody. The truth also, yes, is that the system as a whole, it's a very difficult system. Actually, it's a faulty system. It's not working. I'm just saying that we sit like small children and just talk from all angles of our mouth. But the reality is that yes, the system is faulty, but we cannot, as I don't know how to put it. You wanna expect that okay, everything should be perfect first before even people start talking of prosecuting people. I will stop there, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you.
All right, Master, thank you. I want to all right. I want to give 1 minute to Austin, 1 minute to Pastor, and then go to Pansat and Forefathers, and we change topic. Unless there's someone else. Man of Prestige, you want to say something? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute too. And then we go to another topic. So let me start with Pastor. Go ahead.
Austin. So the two things I wanted to say, I just said two things within 35 seconds. What Pastor said at the beginning of his speech and what he said later contradicts. If you view what Passat says from the point of comedy, you wouldn't have taken it serious. And if some of us see Passat that he makes a lot of sense, but he comes from a subtle message for some of us. I see some of the things he said as comedy, so I can't pick offense with what he said. But if you are seeing it as a serious matter, you were supposed to invite him. At the first time, you were so serious. The second time, you saw it as a comedy, which was nice, which makes a different approach altogether. So that's the point I want to make there. From what Masca said, you can't just say we are talking from different parts of my mouth, different side of the mouth. Are you which institution are you defending? Governors, are they not mining institutions? So if you are saying that EFCC, the man is taking a risk, is governors, are they not taking risk? So we're saying that the entire institution is corrupt. And when you are selective, how many of the cases have you heard the EFCC man granting interview? So when we even accuse the judicial, the journalists, what effort have the country done to make the proper news come out? Look at the kind of pressure Arise is getting. Look at the propaganda that is coming from TVC. So when we say the institution, we are talking in totality. The EFCC master, if make me the EFCC master, I will begin from where the other person stopped. If Bauer was put in prison and documents were taken away, and the people that Bauer were trying to persecute are now at the helm of affairs, trying to persecute others, there is a fundamental problem there. That's what we're saying.
All right. That's 3 minutes. Pastor.
Thank you very much.
You want me to do rank for EFCC?
Thank you. Thank you, Rudolph. Mr. Austin, let me clarify myself. Maybe you did not watch yesterday's broadcast, so there's no contradiction in what. Yes, so you didn't watch it, so I'm going to forgive you because you're speaking from the point of ignorance because you did not watch it. When we did yesterday broadcast, Man of Prestige was there. Rudolph even commented in the comment section. Chim was there. Mazioke was there. And we went in an angle whereby the frustration that Nigeria has caused us And that was the angle to which I addressed Pansat telling Rudolph to go to hell. And now we can deal with this frustration rather than taking it on each other. So I recommend you go watch the broadcast and don't speak from the angle of ignorance. Pansat, I'm going to address you again, Mr. Pansat, respectfully. You see, there's a pride goeth before a downfall. You may possess a lot of knowledge, more than people sitting down here. Look at CM. CM have read 1,500 books. How many books have you read? How many books have you read? Do you think you are the only one that carries the burden of Nigeria on your head? And as such, you have the audacity, the tenacity to come here to say that you know more than you speak better than every other person. You need to take a step back and let's tell each other the truth. Pride, they say, goeth before a downfall. And if you don't take yourself back in respect to this arrogancy and pride, you think you possess all the knowledge. And as such, nobody speaks better than you. Nobody knows better than you. Let me tell you something. Even Solomon, there are people who know better than him. That God gave all knowledge and wisdom. So please, when you come to the platform, we come here to rub minds together because of the burden we carry. The burden, we all have things to do. Every one of us here have things to do. Rudolph have things to do. Even Rudolph comment on the platform yesterday. It was a comedy for us to distress ourselves, not to start to attack each other, allow the frustration of the country for us to now be fighting and become enemy to each other. And that's what you want to create. And I wish you all the best. Go on and create it. Thank you, Rudolph. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. I think, where do I go next? One of President Pansat.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Maska, thank you for coming. We always want to have a perspective from the northern part of the country.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph, can I make a comment? Look, I said my piece. It's a hard justice. Why is it that people want to take offense? I didn't mention anybody's name.
Can I finish? I'm not here to denigrate what you said, but it was just the narrative that I'm just saying I differ from your own opinion. I'm not I'm not here ganging on just I differ from your own perspective because I feel like the institution is corrupt, the politicians, everybody is corrupt. The reason why I'm saying that is that it's just like catch and release. That's what's going on in EFC. I mean, that man came to the forum and talking all those gibberish. I mean, everybody saw what he said. I mean, he knows
sorry, man of prestige.
Hold on. Let me land.
No, so that we can just allow. Let's make haste. What I have said is that there was a governor. No. Yeah, it doesn't matter the number, but I told you there was a governor who served prison terms in Kuji. That should be enough to debunk your catch and release theory, please.
Okay, thank you. But I guess I have an issue. I have an issue with Nigerian institution, particularly the so-called EFCC. I mean, the guy stated that they have convicted.
I also said I have issues with all the institutions, man of prestige.
Hold on, now it's not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the chairman of EFCC.
Hold on, let him finish.
Okay.
The only people I've seen they have convicted are Yahoo boys. Tell me any important prominent Nigerian politician that has been convicted. They catch them, they release them. I mean, that is what's going on. I mean, every part of Nigeria is corrupt. That's what I'm saying. Masking has nothing to do with you, okay? So it's all these convictions the guy was saying, portray on TV that they have a lot of cases, thousands of cases or whatever. Yeah, that may be true. But if you have to bet, it's mostly Yahoo boys, all those kind of minor, people that don't have any kind of privilege that they can convict. Tell me any prominent politicians that has been convicted. Maybe I'm not aware of it, that you all can bring that in on and lecture me and educate me in that area. That's the problem I'm having. Nothing is going to come out of it, but I wish something can come out of it. I don't see anything. Everything now mago they go for that country. Okay, let me be realistic. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Pansat and then for others.
Thank you very much.
Doctor, let me so that Pansat will just close it up, please.
You have something to say?
Yes, I just want to debunk one of the things that Pansat said and everything. I know you sent me a link and everything. Pansat, you understand the way the internet works. People can put anything. Wale Tinubu is from Ogun State. Bola Tinubu is not from Ogun State. Bola Tinubu is from Lagos State And even though the other claim said it's from Osun State, not even Ogun State, that Tinubu that you see, because he bears Tinubu, the Owando, has no relationship. Several times he has come out and said, I have no relationship with the man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Just, whenever anybody do anything in our country, if you happen to come in the same region, people just want to put the puzzle together and say, is his brother, is his nephew. It's not.
All right. Thank you, Pansa.
All right. Thank you very much. In light of that addendum right there, I ask that I consume as much time as I may require, right?
No. Already I said no. You have 4 minutes max.
Okay. Now, first of all, I posted a link in order to settle that one right away. I believe that I think it's Gazette, like a newspaper or something like that. Could you post that on the screen to settle that?
I saw that. Well, my issue is that that's not connected to what we're discussing. You guys,
it's not, but he brought that up. So let's then go back. If you want to settle that,
you have 4 minutes. I don't know if you have time for all this, but 4 minutes I will go to forefathers because
okay. First of all, I'm gonna address Masca, but let me first address Pastor, who I really don't have any serious issue, but you see him being pontifical, portentous, pretentious, admonishing me, talking to me anyhow he likes. For what? It's I want you to go back. I don't come here to say I've read that many books or that. Besides, I'm adhering to Peter B's mantra, which is I want to go from consumption to production. It's not how many books I've read, it's how many books I've written that you should be judging me by. So now, what I want to say to you, though, is you keep doing your job. You're apparently a moderator here, and you actually do a good job of it. You interactive with your people in the chat section, and you put on the screen, and you discuss it, and I like that. And in the last election, you played a good role. You went there at eye on the ground, and you were reporting from that. So, having said all that, I want to tell you that I'm not against you. I'm not here to show off anything. Now, I can't help it if I have some things that apparent, right? Like my good looks and stuff like that. Don't go killing yourself about it. It's the Lord that made me that way, right? But anyway, now, on a more serious note, I want to address Masca, who is one of our friends here, and he's from the north, and he wants to be one of the guys. And I've spoken to him many times. Welcome you today, especially his audio is very good. But my problem is that once I start telling him the truth, then he's going to start fidgeting with his audio. Hopefully he doesn't do that. I'm calling you ahead of time before I say what
I don't want to be friends with you, Pastor, just on the record.
Very good. So what I'm saying to you is that what virtue are we getting from the EFCC and the North? Is it prudence? Is it fortitude? Is it justice? Why should we be happy? Charity, hope, what kind of virtues? We get nothing but vices from over there. Injustice, envy, and despair. They won't go to school. So when you come here, you want to fight for the government all the time and say there's nothing wrong. You're speaking for yourself from your side of the country. That's not what the rest of Nigeria feel. We see injustice, selective persecution sometimes. When the courts order that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, they won't do it. Who do you think they are? It's the North. If Yahaya Bello wants to destroy your state, do you really think I care about that state? I don't care. Destroy it. What I care about is due process. I cannot come here and say, given Nnamdi Kanu due process, but I won't say for Yahaya Bello. The country needs to be formed in an egalitarian manner. You cannot have a president who is accused of all manner of stuff, convicted on some. Elect somebody such as Bagadu, who is widely reported to have committed all kinds of fraud from the United States all the way down. Now, if you want, to give you a link to the United States report. Now, I post it here so you could check it out again, because it's right there in black and white. This is from the State Department, who are corrupt themselves and complicit in a lot of the problems we're having because they want to use your people. Masca. See, I've told you, if you want me to be because I do appreciate that you come here to join us. A lot of people from your section do not do that. There's never be a Fulani on this platform, right? You probably the 1 or 2 Muslims that come here, and that's good. But you have to come here, and then there'll be some kind of catharsis. You're gonna say, "I apologize for us taking those girls from that secondary school. I apologize for us turning off that beavers." And you preach to your people to stop it. We're not gonna be happy and just be bodying it up here with you. Like when I see you with that hat, it invokes unfairness to me. People that will not go to school, but they want to take everything that we have in that country. You do understand that? That's the way, like when I see you with that hat, that's what I see. But deep down, though, I know you're a good guy. I know that you at least make the effort to come here in brotherhood as one Nigeria.
Go eat your heart
Now, let me land.
Go hug a transformer.
It's over 4
You are not
minutes.
going to land anywhere. You are a bird that will
Rudolph,
land
this is
on
not
a
fair.
tree.
Rudolph, this is over 4 minutes, Rudolph. It's over 4 minutes.
Are you a timekeeper? Let
Yes,
me
I'm a
land.
timekeeper. It's over 4 minutes. Rudolph,
no
go to the next
problem.
person.
Yes, Rudolph. It's over 4
It's
4
over
minutes.
4 minutes.
Right, I have my time, but
It's over 4 minutes.
Hold on, Pastor. The fact that you are doing this means I'm giving him an extra 1 minute because you leave it to me. You can send me a message. You don't have to stop the show and start saying it's over 4 minutes. It's not necessary.
No, but Doctor, he
Thank
did.
you.
He did.
I'm reclaiming my time. Paul, I'm
But
reclaiming
it's
my
okay.
time.
Yeah, go ahead. So round up.
Rudolph said here, I don't know if you even listening. He says he's not doing this thing by equal time. Sometime if somebody's interested.
I gave you 4 minutes. So which is
but what I'm saying, you did say it's not written in
Round
stone.
up,
It's
round
not
up.
sacrosanct.
Don't
Right?
waste more time.
If somebody's interested, then
That's why he
let
gave
him,
you 4. He didn't give me 4. He didn't give the rest of us 4. That's why he give you 4.
So
Okay.
round up.
So, all right. So I'm rounding up by saying, to Paul, my friend here. Now Paul, I want you to use your knowledge about all these tribes. We'll have the Wazobia, right? You're a minority, and you run to one side.
There is nothing like Wazobia. There is nothing like Wazobia. Just to correct yourself, it's just a slang in the street.
Rudolph, please.
Paul,
Thank you.
You're not helping me. We want him to round up, and you are. Go
So
ahead.
when you have somebody like my friend Paul, and you notice the nexus, right? Like electricity, these are minorities, right? So when an Igbo man like myself, a Biafran, when I'm here talking, they want to nibble at me. Will you shut up, please, man of business, shut your mouth. Okay? I'm almost done.
Why.
So what I'm saying is that the politics of Nigeria is very complex. It's not a simplistic thing. You can see the smoke and forefathers' face because I say minority.
Minority has become president. Majority, you Igbo man, has not become president.
Okay,
all right.
So anyway, so to cap it off, I want us to pay attention to what our brother that came in here from Nigeria said his son came to visit from America. What's his name?
Righteous man.
Righteous man, right? He nailed it. So some of these things that we're putting on the table, such as just your basic civil rights, these are concepts, these are doctrines that's actually going to free us. You cannot be cheering for this EFCC just because I'm raising the issue of due process. I don't support Yahaya Bello. But somebody like Masker, you have to know I'm the United States here with over $30 trillion in economy. You in Nigeria, I don't know how much, what is it? $24 billion or whatever it is you have over there. You don't know your ass from your mouth. Because I remember when I came to America, right? I was the sharpest tool in the box, right? But when I came to America, I didn't know anything.
All right.
So you have to understand when we're here trying to help you, free you over there.
Mr.
Rudolph, I want to put my own final thoughts. Just one final. I want to put my own final thoughts. Just see where I disagree with the righteous man is about the issue of solution. We have, most of us offer solutions, but who is going to implement it? Who has the power to implement it? Especially in that Shido, they're not going to implement it. Give all the free and fair election. So what else are we from this part of the world going to do? If you are telling me not to send money home, I disagree with Aisha. If you are telling me not to send money to my 70-plus-year-old folks that trained me, to be in this position that I am, you're wasting your time, righteous man. And you and Aisha, you're wasting your time.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Master, 1 minute before I go to forefathers. You have 1 minute.
Well, on the second thought, actually, I don't think Pastor deserves my response. Seriously, he's just a confused old man. I rest it there.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, you're next.
Um,
Before you go, just announce that tomorrow on the show on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dr. Franklin Obunweze, who is going to join us tomorrow. He will talk about the situation in Nigeria and across the world. And most of you know him. He's one of our favorite guests. So he's coming back tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. New York time and 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time. So if you can join us tomorrow, that would be wonderful. And next Saturday, I will be off. I'm traveling. So we are going to have Forefathers start the show on Saturday next week. So he will start prime time.
You need the actual date to go to that place.
Prime time. and hopefully somebody else will take over from him down the road. But Forefathers will show prime time next week. All right. Go ahead, Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me. As always, Pansat is entertaining. I think Masca got it right. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. It appears this Bello governor, ex-governor, seems to be the Antichrist these days. I seem to be hearing his name everywhere. I also heard it had something to do with delaying the completion of the, or at least, the forward development of the Ajakuta Steel complex. And now we are hearing that he has also been involved in stealing public funds, or however, that definitely is not his funds. I hear the argument, the only cogent argument that Panzer put forward was about due process. But I think they've already offered him more than enough due process, given the evidence that is already available in public space, that even the school is looking at refunding the funds back. And they should have arrested him. I don't know why you're busy inviting him in. If he's not willing to cooperate, you arrest him. And because this is a public fund here, and we keep acting as if this is some kind of debate. There are consequences to these funds being stolen. If the funds, if it was money that was meant for hospitals or healthcare, there are people that would die because of that funds that he has stolen. And this is one of the areas of public life that in Nigeria we have taken for granted, that there are consequences to this bad behavior that people just keep doing and they get away with it. And even if they try him, they'll throw him in prison. He will live there like a live lush. Then he comes out and his village people will be praising him that he's done very well for them. This is the nonsense that we see in Nigeria. And personally, I really think if Nigerians are taking this seriously, there should be serious reprimand for this sort of behavior. There's no point talking about it because it's going to keep happening over and over again. You either have a serious reprimand for it, you either institute capital punishment, or you institute very, very severe penalties for the individual and their family member that are involved. There are countries that know how to deal with these things. They don't tolerate it at all. If you keep doing this nonsense, there are countries where the family members will be arrested too. Because if you are part of an ecosystem that encourages this type of bad behavior, you're all going to pay for it until it ends, or at least people with integrity dominate the public space. I can feel the pain of that EFCC official. Maybe he's acting or not for whatever he's doing, but at that moment, I can feel his pain. That Nigerian people are just acting anyhow. He is not arresting the big fish. That is true.
Forefathers are already paying for it. You don't pay.
Let me finish what I'm saying. According to him, he talked about 1,600 convictions. And if it's 1,600 convictions and the funds recovered is about a few hundred billions, that tells you that on average it's around 100 and something million, this in 10 million, Naira or so, or a few that you are actually getting from each conviction on average, which means you're not getting any of the big fishes. You're not getting any serious thieves out there. As a matter of fact, Bello's case, it seems to be one of the highest if you are taking on average. Like someone said earlier on, he's probably convicting mostly Yahoo boys. How about all the people that are stealing our crude oil? the ones that are raking away all the gold in Zamfara and our natural resources everywhere. Public funds, if he goes and tracks public funds right now, you will see them going everywhere. From some of the link and passes submitted in the private chat just now, is indicating that there's also another dodgy practices that our current government and president is engaged in. The whole thing is rotten from top to bottom, and we are all participants in it. I've participated in this sort of rotten behavior before. If nobody can say they've not handed out money to police officers and stuff before, it happens slowly, and sooner or later we have to start taking it seriously to try to reverse it. Because often to do these things in countries, it takes very, very drastic change, and those type of drastic change often result in casualties. A lot of innocent people get caught up. People actually do die to change these sort of things. If we can do it peacefully, it's a mercy, it's a good thing, and we have to start taking it seriously. Yesterday, I was talking to somebody, and the person said, because of what I said, he's going to start a campaign regarding security and all the rest of it. Because that is the simplest way to do it now. We have a simple way to do it now, where we can now say, okay, support the EFCC guy. If he's doing the right thing, support him. I don't care whether he has not prosecuted the top people. Every single person matters. We are all part of this mess. Every single person matters. Every one immoral act after the other leads us to where we are right now. And we say institutions are not strong. The only way institutions can be strong is by precedents, by the people that they've convicted. Institutions are not automatically strong. Let's not make a mistake of that. The only reason why institutions are strong in the US because they have a history that's come down. A lot of people have been convicted. Presidents have high office holders have been prosecuted. When you have that precedent, then the next person comes in, they'll say, how dare you? When even this guy that has existed 20 years, 50 years ago, 100 years ago was convicted, and you think you are above the law? No, you won't be above the law. That's the strength of institutions. And I believe that this Yahaya Bello has to answer for what he has done. And he has to be more severe. I don't know. The punishment that they give Nigerians for stealing public fund is too minor. And they kill people. These people, that's the one that annoys me more. Because they actually kill people with this type of things that they are doing. They are stealing money that belongs to the public that is supposed to help save lives and preserve our lives. And they will take it, and some of them will go and buy SUVs and to be able to navigate the road that fellow Nigerians would navigate and die. So if we want to change it, I'm not here to try to be kind of moralize about anything. I'm about solutions. If we say we don't like corruption, then we have to start making up our mind that we have to start punishing it severely, whether it's our own family member or any other person's family member. If we get to that point, then we can now start seeing progress. You start seeing that the public space will start changing. You start seeing that people, when they say they are going to do the job for the public, they will actually get it done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. I will let Chim and Tone weigh in on this before we change the topic. Chim.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. The only thing I'm going to say is unfortunately he has left the show. Is a righteous man. I think Olumide mentioned it to an extent, but it jolted me when he said it. How can you say people come here and they don't make we don't make what's it called? We don't proffer solutions. Are you kidding me? At least if he has amnesia, which I believe he don't, let people not be carried some of these things and get too personal. Come and express your views, but you can't say people don't proffer solutions. Right here, when we're dealing with the issue of the federal government trying to bring down the tourist center, personally, I said, if I was in the government, I will see a better alternative. Rather than do the road, I said, I'll do rail. And I'll turn the rail, I'll bring a tourist perspective to that. Is that not a solution? So I think what happens is many of us, which is part of the conversation we're having on a lighter note yesterday with Andrew on his segment. And I was like, people shouldn't take these things too seriously to heart. I'm not saying we shouldn't, get offended when, Nigeria is not working. Let's get offended, but let's also know where to draw the line and not, take it to, when he said that, that's the only thing I wanted to say about this. I'm not going to comment about any other thing about Yahaya Bello. Yahaya Bello stole money. Yahaya Bello should go to jail. If Nigeria has decided to use immunity to defend thieves, all and good for us. Because, I just Googled the Illinois governor. At least we're all alive and old enough to remember when Begovich, a sitting governor, was accused of corruption. He was immediately impeached by his own state legislature. It was a Democratic president that was sitting in office, Obama, and they jailed him. Federal prosecutors jailed him. He spent 8 years in jail. That made him become an enemy of the Democratic Party. He felt his own people didn't defend him. Unfortunately, Nigeria has chosen not to. I don't know where we borrowed this our own federal system. This is not the federalism I see elsewhere. Where we got this federalism from, somebody needs to tell me, because I don't know. So this is to righteous man. It is wrong for you to come here and say people here, we come and we talk anyhow. Rudolph, actually, I was coming to tell you to shut down this whole process. Let's all go away. Since we don't come here to provide solutions, then we don't need this. If somebody can open his mouth after 1 year to say we all come here, we don't provide solutions, then bro, Uncle Rudolph, welcome from hell. Shut down the system. Let's all go away. That's all I want to say. I won't say more on that, please. It's painful.
Could I address Chim for 1 minute, because he wasn't
No,
actually
Pansa. No. You can't. Hold on. Come on. When he said that, you know what I thought about when he said that I didn't take it that I felt that he didn't think about it very well. What is the solution that we're looking for? What are we looking for? When we say there should not be corruption, that people should be fair, that that's solution. It's about institutions taking over and making sure that it's done. What are they looking for? What is anybody looking for? Read the newspapers. Any column you read, they give you a solution. This is wrong. This is what you should do. I don't know why people think that we have to go and build a new thing and say this is now the solution and hand it over to the government. Anyway, thank you so much, Jim. Tone, are you there? Oh, okay. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Should I touch on Yahaya Bello?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
We're running up. You're the last person on that.
Okay. Yeah. I just think it's just, I don't know why we're all surprised. Do we expect anything different? It's all about the corruption of APC. They are all corrupted. And for EFCC to start saying that he's going to, the EFCC chairman, by the way, we shouldn't forget that he himself even has a case with the EFCC. The present EFCC chairman right now has a case with the EFCC. So it's all about one thief, one gang catch one and all that. They're all compromised. So saying that he's going to resign if he's not arrested or that, but why don't we push for a thief? Because before EFCC will go for someone, they must have gotten some credible evidence that this guy did this. Then he should go to jail. But it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And it's interesting that Chim mentioned about the federalism that we practice in Nigeria. I do not believe. Sorry, I don't. I've said it over and over again in many places. I do not believe in the system of government we practice. I don't think it's right for our culture. I don't think it's right for our geographical makeup and our culture. It's too expensive, number one. It leaves a lot of room for a lot of lapses and all sort of shenanigans. We are not practicing what is right for Africa. By the way, the Guinea president, I don't know who read it during the week. I know that I was reading yesterday. I don't know how true is that he jailed the wife, the white woman, because she carted away a couple of millions back to worth of natural resources back to France. Can that ever happen in Nigeria? It can happen in Nigeria. That just shows that we're not ready. We're here every day. Most people in the diaspora are here. We're here every day, shouting our heads out and all that. These things must be done right. This should be done and this shouldn't be done. I know that we're not happy. We're not ready. 500 lawyers coming out to defend a thief. Where are we? And Eagles, I want to address you. Please stop all these sensational based statement that you make about every time Igbo people. If he's an Igbo person, it's not about Igbo, my friend. They are criminals too. That are of Igbo extraction, and are part of the criminal gang. So please, it's not about Hausa Fulani. I know you don't want to say that word and all that. Please. A thief is a thief, regardless. So it's not nobody is yes, we are being marginal. We are not
Sorry,
the only one that
is it true that 500 lawyers? Because I thought that was a joke. Is that it? Is that true?
it is true. It is true. So
Wow.
we should just call out a thief is a thief, regardless of where you come from. So it's not about Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa, or Fulani, or anything. You know, since I've said it, see, religion is one of our problems and all that. Okay, someone that sees now Masker dressed in his nice kaftan and his hat and all that, say one of them, that's one of them, Hausa Fulani. That is wrong. We are not
Tell
going to
Pastor
move forward.
that. Pastor, I hope you are listening.
We are not going to move forward with this kind of thinking. We are not going to move forward. If I have my way, I'll shoot all of them. If I have my way right now, I'll line all of them and shoot all of them.
Who are
I
the
know
all
it
of
sounds sinister. Yes.
who? You mean shoot who?
Pastor
All these
Tade,
criminals, all the criminals. No, all the criminals.
Okay.
That was enough to
Make
do all
sure
this.
it's answered. And it
Regardless of where they come
because,
from. Regardless of where they come from. This because you know why they're doing all this? Because they know there's no dire consequences. When it comes to Tinubu stole the mandate from Obi. He said go to court. We went to court. The judiciary is the most corrupt, and we're talking about 2027. Let's go. Let's get our head right. 2027 is already sold out. They've written the result already, and it's just sitting somewhere. They will just open it to you. You people will come here again and shout and shout and cry and cry and cry. 2027 is not going to be any different, except something very, very, very dynamic happens and push out all these thieves. Kill some of them, jail some of them, or else Nigeria is not moving forward. It's just as simple as that. Sorry, I'm sounding like this today.
all right. Thank you, Ton. I want us to move away a little bit and touch on this American story about students and their reaction to what's going on in the Middle East. Why I'm saying that is that I think it's maybe a lesson to Nigeria or Africa about where if things, there's a point that things will get to maybe from some sources. I mean, people will react and try to force a change, even when the country it's not ready to go in a different direction. But before then, I want Olumide to weigh in on this, and anybody who wants to, because when it happened, I think it was 2 weeks ago that some people were arrested, and one woman declared Oduduwa Republic, Yoruba Nation. People thought it was they were kidding, and now we have Professor Akintoye come on Arise TV to say this. So let's watch.
Yes, sir.
And we have no reason to want to stop it.
And the Nigerian constitution does not allow anybody to say they want to break away from any part of Nigeria. So I don't know. I mean, you are the teacher of history.
The law, the laws of Nigeria allows individual Nigerians or groups of Nigerians to advocate for self-determination for their people.
But do you have any expectation that President Tinubu will sit down and negotiate for the Yorubas to leave Nigeria when he is himself a Yoruba man?
That is business of the president. He will do what he thinks is good for the country. We will do what we think is good for our own nation from Nigeria. And nobody is disputing the fact that we Yoruba are being destroyed in Nigeria. Last night, only this last night, crowds of young people called me from somewhere in Oyo State that Fulani people had invaded their village and had scattered the whole place. We cannot continue to live like that. If anybody thinks that a people like the Yoruba people will continue to live like that, you are deceiving yourself. You may pander to the constitution. You may pander to the authorities of the land. But you cannot twist the truth out of existence. That's the thing. You cannot say you do not know that the Yoruba people are under pressure in Nigeria. You cannot say that Yoruba people are not being killed. God have mercy upon us. And in Nigeria. You cannot say that A group of young men did an estimation of how many Yoruba people have been killed. They think it's up to about 29,000.
All right, 29,000 Yoruba men killed.
Rudolph, why did you play this? Why did you play this version? You should have played the one without that comedy version.
I'm sorry about that. It's the one I just found. I didn't have time to go and, if you guys can help me, I need help sometimes. Yeah, I couldn't find a clean.
Like my Jamo brothers, you feel me?
All right.
Hear me?
Olumide, this is for you. I wanted to hear your take on this.
You want me to weigh in?
Yeah. That's why I brought you.
It's Rodo. He couldn't have said it better. Is it not what I've been saying week in, week out here? This is what I've been saying.
I'm surprised, Mr. Rudolph. Even me, that don't join every day. I know Olumide's take on this tape.
So
yes. The question.
I don't follow the Baba, but the Baba just spoke my. It's crazy. We just keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over. We are saying that if you don't want the country to splinter, you don't want the cries of self-determination like you're hearing now. Form the country on a good foundation. Our foundation is corrupt. Our foundation is I don't know how else to describe it. What we have now was given to us by the military. Not even what the British tried to do when they held the first conference in UK, and we abandoned that with the first coup, and the military gave us what is now causing all of this problem. And you can see how they patched laws together that are contradictory to one another. First, it says you indissoluble. Second, it says you have a right to self-determination. And then when people cry out and carry a Biafra flag, somebody will get upset. Why are you getting upset? What is wrong with carrying a Biafra flag? You are first of all an Igbo person before you are anything. And first of all a Yoruba, you are first of all an Hausa or Fulani, Baska, wherever you belong to before you are anything. There's nothing wrong with that. I live in a country in a society where we are very inclusive. I'm first of all Yoruba before I will say I'm Canadian. You understand? Nobody takes offense to that. If I carry my Nigerian flag and say, "Oh, I'm from Nigeria, I'm Nigerian Canadian," nobody takes offense. But somebody carries the Biafra flag, you start to beat him up. We treat ourselves like we are still under colonial rule, and we want a good country for ourselves. And if the resources in the south is what is causing us not to treat ourselves equally, because some people are afraid that they will take away their food or something, who knows what they will discover in the north tomorrow? Would you want to be treated that same way? Let's be honest with ourselves. We speak the truth to ourselves here. If our people back home, politicians were honest with themselves, the country will be far, would have made progress. Nigeria should have been the pride of the black race. If we made it a country that it should be. You understand? You should have Oyimbos coming to come and retire. After working maybe in their country, they want to retire in a very nice climate, tropical climate, where everything works. And even our slave brothers who were taken away to America and all this, who maybe willingly come back to Nigeria, finding it a very happy place. And rather there's nothing wrong with us coming to this part of the world to come and school. Our forefathers have always done that, to come and school. But we want to come back home. The natural thing is to come back home and use our knowledge to develop our society. But what we are having is just chaos. Nothing is working. And we are saying that as a Yoruba man, I'm saying, Tinubu, the only way, despite the fact that you rigged yourself into power for very obvious reasons, for personal gain for you and your folks, your cabal and whatever, from whatever tribe or ethnicity, the best thing you can do for that black man enclave, that black race enclave, to make it the pride of Africa, to make it the pride of the black man, the most populous black nation in the world, call a sovereign conference. We'll call it whatever name you want to call it. Gather everybody from every ethnicity together, the indigenous people of that land, and rewrite a document that everybody will agree to. So that at the end of the day, when somebody decides to break it, we know that they are going against what we've all written together, not what was forced upon us. Otherwise, whether you like it or not, you can never run away from it. Even if it doesn't happen in my generation, that country will splinter. It will splinter, whether by force or by fire. We pray that we don't have to go to war. Czechoslovakia was a country that proved that they didn't have to go to war. They came together and split the country amicably. Soviet Union split amicably. I mean, we don't have to go the way of Yugoslavia. That was out of the norm, or the way of our other African brothers like Sudan or the rest of it. We can sit down and talk amicably among ourselves like brothers. If we want to stay together, let us agree that we want to stay together, but based on equity, fairness, and justice. A document. It's like a company policy. Everybody creates a company. You have a policy that guides.
Olumide does not hear bell. He doesn't hear bell. So if you're going to stop him, there's a special way to stop him.
I just spoke my heart, and
all right, thank you, Olumide. Thank you so much. Why I brought this up is that when that incident happened, a lot of people were saying these people should be ignored, that it didn't matter. And then there were statements coming from someone like Sunday Boho saying something like, I don't know whether it was from him, but he was saying, oh, these people should be arrested. But now with Kintoye coming to make this statement, what it tells you is that if he did not make the first statement, he must have calculated, and it became clear that if you don't continue the agitation now, the only way it's going to be interpreted if after Tinubu leaves office and you go back to your agitation was that you suspended it because your brother was there. So I think that's a tactical move for him to come out and say, we are still pushing for this, despite the fact that our brother is the president. All right, Chim, go ahead.
So I think I totally agree with the man. As I was listening to him, a lot of things began to crop up in my mind. First and foremost, here in Canada, at least Olumide can bear me witness, there is a controversial law that the federal government enacted where this whole carbon issue, and then there's a carbon tax that since 2017-18, the federal government put in place, never existed. And they say that's one of the ways they want to use to solve the problem of climate change. I don't understand that economics and science is still, but all it does is that it takes more money away from my pocket. But one of the provinces, they don't use the concept of states in Canada, it's province, decided that they were not going to remit that money anymore. People thought it was a joke, and the premier suspended that money. It's money that goes to the federal government, but because the federal government does not have the right to come and collect taxes. What happens is it is the province's tax system that collects it and remits to the federal government. Saskatchewan said they would not do that, and they withheld it. And they've withheld that money since last year. They said they will not remit that money. They've gone to court, and the province has won. Same thing in Alberta. Alberta has tested some jurisdictional issues that the federal government, they felt is an overreach, that the federal government is overreaching in terms of its demands. And they've gone to court, and the courts have favored the provinces, and the federal government has appealed. Nobody has used any gun to go and arrest anybody. The point I want to bring out is this. We can still be Nigeria and let the component units have some measure of self. I'm looking for the word. It's not determination that I'm looking for, but self-management. Sorry?
Self-governance, like Scotland.
Exactly. As serious self-governance. Not what we're doing right now is as if a federal government is the father and tells his children what to do. No, that's not what happens in a federal system or in a confederate system. It is that everybody is a co-equal. Actually, the units are stronger than the federal government tactically, internally. They only create that federal government to go and, speak on its behalf on international matters. So the federal government is there to deal with immigration, deal with foreign policy, deal with central economic issues and all those things. But each region, each state takes care of itself, owns its resources. And we could agree to say, okay, to be able to sustain Abuja, please, Zamfara, since you have gold, you will bring 15% of your derivative and give as your own. River State, you bring 15 or 20% or whatever it is we agree. Abia State, whatever, and everybody brings their own. That is why sometimes some provinces can feel if they're not getting a good deal from the federal government in terms of policy, they withhold what they're grieving as a bargaining chip to say, no, since we bring this to the table and you want to kill our oil risk. For instance, Alberta produces oil. And many times Alberta has said it is our oil that has made Canada what it is over the years. If you're bringing this climate change policy that is anti-oil, then we'll start withholding the money that we generate from it. You're benefiting from it, and you are coming up with policies that kill the same oil industry. What it means is you don't want this oil money. It becomes a discussion. What is happening in Nigeria is not even a country. We just have some overlords, these are modern day Lord Lugards who appear on the scene and are just doing what they like. So I agree with that man. My hope is that the energy will be channeled in the right way. So that I'm for having a Nigeria, but I'm for having a Nigeria where there's equity, where everybody has a sense of belonging, where, if Zamfara says they want to have run the educational system in a particular way, you leave them, because education is actually a provincial matter. No federal government I know runs any university or school in the places where I live. Healthcare, the same thing. But what happens, the federal government says, okay, you know what, we want to have universal healthcare. Any province that wants to get the money we want to give them, if you do X, Y, we will throw in X amount of money for you. Otherwise, healthcare is a provincial issue, and the province is okay, yeah, this 1 billion they want to give, we like it. We don't seem to have any problem with this policy. We will adopt this federal policy so that we can get this extra dollar. That's the way it works. It's just a give and take. But what I see in Nigeria is not a give and take. So I don't disagree with the man. I just hope things will be done in the right way, so that Nigeria can be better. And then, God forbid, if it is to go the extreme way of everybody to your tent to Israel, then perhaps that to your tent Israel becomes the norm. So I love what the man is doing, and I'm happy he's, like what you said, so that it doesn't seem that because a Yoruba man is now the president, then we have suspended our agitation, which we know we've seen in some instances. You understand? It's a sign of authenticity for them to say, irrespective of the fact that we have a guy who is of Yoruba extraction, what we are pushing for, we remain steadfast on it. So I don't disagree with the man.
All right, let me try this. Instead of going around, because I don't want this to be a major topic, I want anybody who has something to say to weigh in. Let me just.
I definitely have something to say about this garbage.
I raised up my hand.
Everybody will have something to say. So let me start from forefathers and go that way. Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, I think sometimes we like to praise other countries about their devolution, while we don't necessarily know the nature of the devolution. Nigeria has a lot of devolution, and I don't know why people don't recognize that. You have governors that are immune to prosecution. How many countries have that? There are literally 36 regions in Nigeria where the governors are like immortals. You can't touch them. And I'm looking at the list of the powers that the Scottish government have. They are very limited. They are not all. From what I can see here, our governors in Nigeria have them. The idea, we are not diagnosing the problem correctly. If you want to agitate for separation, you can agitate for that. They have them in Europe. The list of countries with UK alone have 3 different people that want to agitate to break up the country till today. But they are functional. They are not allowing you to paralyze the nation. And that is the area I have an issue with. When Olubide is there gaslighting Strom and saying that people are trying to shut him down, people are just saying there are bigger fishes to fry. Because the moment you call a constitutional conference today, as you are walking out of it, you will see people that will still disagree. So by the time you finish doing that, is that going to stop people like Bello from stealing our money? Is that going to stop bandits from kidnapping our children and women? You have to deal with the pertinent issues that we are facing. That is actually costing lives. Thank you.
All right. Before I go to Austin, forefathers, you said, just to clarify for people, that the governors in Nigeria, they have the same rights or the same kind of powers as Scottish Parliament or the government in Scotland. Can you explain, like what are mention some of them, how the
Okay.
structure?
Yeah, the list is here, like agriculture, forestry, fisheries, benefits that they give to their people, consumer advocacy and advice, which is basic stuff, economic development. The states can develop themselves. You can see that with Lagos. This in education and training, the states control it. Election to Scottish Parliament and government. In Nigeria, the same thing, states control it. Energy, if has been passed to the states. Environment, state. Equality legislation, state. Which other one? Fire services, clearly state. Freedom of information, state. Health and social services, state. Housing, state. Justice and police is the only different one that you can see in Nigeria. Justice and police is the only one that is not necessarily in the hands of the state fully anyway. Planning, state. Sports and art, state. Taxation, some aspects in the UK, in Scotland, controlled by the federal, that's the state, that the federal government in the UK, or a little bit in the state. Tourism, state. Transport, state. So the power, and remember, I just said earlier on, the Nigerian states have immunity. The Scottish first minister doesn't have that immunity, but the Nigerian ones do.
Let me ask you something like resources. Who controls the resources in
The
Scotland?
center. The center controls it. They control the oil that the Scottish people have in the UK.
Okay. All right, Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. When I started my statement, I said we are practicing a KBAC form of democracy. And I listened to this interview, and this man made a genuine sense. Anyway, he is different from the group that declared this. He said, no, this is not the way to go about it. But the question we need to ask ourselves, the difference between a country and a nation. There is a sharp difference between a country and a nation. And what all these people are looking for is for a nation. If you want to hold the independence as a country, nobody is arguing that. But there is no way you can make me a nation with Yoruba, because they have a different language, they have a different culture. But we can be in one country. Just in the United States, there are things I can do in Florida that I can't do in LA. There are some taxes that is allowed to pay in Florida that you can't pay in LA. So a nation, there is something homogeneous about us. So the thing is just that, what do we even agree before 1960? Did we agree what we are practicing now? No. And nobody negotiated what we are practicing. Everyone pushing for this independence, they are all pushing for what we agreed 1959 before 1960, that every region should be a nation, and as a country you make a contribution to that country. If now forefathers have flattered the argument by mentioning Lagos, because once you mention Lagos as a prime state, you lose the argument. Because why is Lagos where it is today? Because everything about the country is situated in Lagos. If you have an oil company, oil refinery, oil this in South, and all the headquarters are in Lagos, and the tax they pay to Lagos government is far bigger than what they pay to Lagos Port Harcourt, you are failing the argument. But if I must come to Lagos to fly to United States, and I can't fly from the east, I fly into Lagos, the airport is getting money to Lagos State, I'm sleeping in a hotel in Lagos, the tax is going to Lagos State, and I'm spending money to eat food in Lagos, when I could have spent that money in Abia State and fly from Abia State to United States. So I am giving my own money to Lagos State. So the argument have never been equal. So when we talk about nationhood, it's about these regions, no matter how little they are. But my problem I have in Nigeria is, we have been saying that this oil will dry one day. Let us not discuss this conversation when the oil dries. Then the South, we have destroyed that nation, and we leave them with nothing. If we must have that conversation, the best time to have that conversation was yesterday. The best other time is now. And we don't need to fear. We have what it takes. We have what it takes for every nation in Nigeria to be sufficient and make Nigeria great. Why are we moving to the Western world? Because they have established a place. Somebody made a comment the other day, Biden was coming to Florida. They said, I'm afraid Biden is going to Florida. He might not come back. No one at 80 goes to Florida and returns because Florida has almost the same weather with Nigeria. I tell you, if Nigeria gets it right, most of these people, like most people in my church, most people of my friends, they want to take vacation in Nigeria. Some people want to buy property in Nigeria and develop it. But I can't guarantee anybody taking it because do you know how much I will spend to keep security to take anybody to Nigeria? But if we fix that country right, many people will go. You can just talk to a friend. I have a friend that runs a dairy farm. I have even had a conversation with him. But how can I go and take him to Nigeria to open a dairy farm? And what will happen at the end of the day? He will be scammed. So, but if we have a nation, I can go down and pin him down and we establish it and that will work. So going for nationhood is the best thing that will help Nigeria to develop. And once we develop from that point, you will see that Nigeria will become great.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Hansat.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I noticed in the private section you're trying to find out where Paul is. So he came here.
No, actually, I forgot that I put him in backstage for a long time. It happens. Some people don't understand how these things happen.
That is the story of my life.
I thought it's because I brought the truth and then he ran away with the nephew.
No. I put him backstage and then.
All right. So let me begin my input into that because we're supposed to be discussing the Banji Akintoye video, right? And people like Chim, smart guy from God's own state. And you saw him be bashful on the topic of self-determination. It's a diffident, feeble, milk toast even. Try to be modest, like when he should be forceful on this topic. We have a right to self-determination. It's a right given to us by God. Now, it's redundant, but it's in our United Nations. So a lot of people here, like when we come to this platform, one day you should play my first day that I came on this platform. I only have one mission, and this is part of it. People like Maska here, as you see him grinning, I want you to know, not you personally, but your people, basically. That's what it is. Your people should know we can defeat you in a war. It's our country. Nnamdi Azikiwe brought that independence in 1960. I don't know what the hell your people were doing at the time, if you even have anybody who's educated over there.
Come on,
right?
now.
We brought independence. Oh, hold on. You man of prestige, please. When it comes to your turn, you talk. Don't be grinning when I'm talking. For one thing, just stay out of my commentary. It's my turn to talk. So I'm saying that we have a right to self-determination, like Mr. Kinto just put there for you. It's not a joke. Have a lot of people getting killed in our country. So this patriotism that you're feigning, as if a Biafran, it's saying, you know what, we brought this country. Now, some of us, I'm not saying that that's the difference between me and Nnamdi Kano and all that. It's our country, we brought it, and we're not going to let you take it. So I'm saying you think you're more patriotic than we are. You're a Biafran, and you're making ridicule of it, or in this case, the Yorubas. We have a right to self-determination. So when you hear people like Tone here, Chim, man of prestige, I guess these are Lagos Igbos. I don't know where the hell they come from. We are Biafrans, and we brought independence to Nigeria, but more than that, we can defeat you in a war and take that whole country from you. You don't go to school, you don't make anything. So every time you come here condescending, trying to abuse people who are from the Southeast. If you want a unified country, then it has to be fair. You have to respect our constitution or structure the country where it's fair. You cannot keep doing what you're doing, going to a secondary school, speaking of girls, hundreds at a time, and you don't investigate what happened afterwards. Or we budget money to vote for an election, we create a law, for example, the 2022 Electoral Act, and then you turn off the beavers. And we're supposed to just take it. Now, I could see if you are higher and mightier than we are, no, we could defeat you in a war. I want your people to know that today. The coalition, Rudolph, I'm closing 30 seconds. Now, this is not a joke. The coalition that fought us because they were dumb and stupid, they've already seen the hands. People in Benue Plateau, I see sometime Masca was reciting a governor or two that were picked up in Benue Plateau and all. That's not a core north. So whenever we're talking about inequality, then you start citing some minorities, our people who are Christians in the north that you persecuting as an example, or you want to say the Shia leader in Kaduna who is a Shia, but is the Sunnis that we have a problem with. If they go and they pick up Shia in Kaduna and put them in jail, you can't say, oh, they're prosecuting Muslims too. That's a nemesis that they're prosecuting. They're nemesis. So to conclude this thing here, what I'm saying is that we have a right to self-determination. What is it? By virtue of the right that we should freely determine our political status, freely pursue our economic and social and cultural development. You cannot set the pace for us. Those people, for example, Benue people, now they learned their lesson, but they fought on your side. This Akintoye guy here, he probably was fighting our Biafran people at the time. People like Olumide here, they're not going to be on your side. When we come after you, all these people are going to be with the truth. When we come over there and then drive you all the way to that chat and drain the swamp over there where you come in, where they're breeding them, right? So when you come here, you should be respectful. Masca, you should be respectful when we let you in here. You are not more Nigerian than anybody here. Whether as a Biafran, it's our country. We brought it. The independence, 1960. You didn't have anybody who passed standard 6 at that time. So now, what are
all right, that's enough, Mapansat. So first of all, I was laughing at the idea that when you say Masca or anybody who is from somewhere else, you assume that they are representing the now. Why don't people address you as representing Igbo people? Why is it not happening? Why is it that when it comes to somebody from somewhere else, you know this person is a minority, this person is anyway?
I'll tell you.
I think
is that rhetorical?
The reason why I didn't want to say it is that it will make you want to speak more. I don't want.
But you did it. You did it already.
No.
I have to respond.
No, don't worry about it. Don't respond. I know that Masca will respond whenever we get to him. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think the angle I'm coming from, when we come to this platform, as of right now, we are one Nigeria. When you become Biafra or when you become Oduduwa state, then you can come here and, play some tribalistic or some bigotry from it. But for now, we have to respect what we have.
That's bullshit. You hear me?
Okay.
Can you let him speak?
I'm a Biafran.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with being a Biafra, but you can't come here and be causing trouble, separation, some bigotry. That's not right. When you become a Biafra, then I'm not against it. If we have a referendum and majority of the people say they want to be a Biafra, yeah, I will go to I will go to that side, because I'm from the southeast. But for now, we only have one country. And you have to preach for the country, regardless of what we're going on right now, whatever is going on in the country right now. We have to come here and condemn it and everything. But anyway, I don't want to be flowing with Pansa. That's not why I'm here. We're speaking about what just transpired, So my issue I have with Nigerian space, when does a self-determination become a crime? I kind of look at it, the government should have at least by now talked to each group, see what they really want. That's gonna give that Nigeria peace. I mean, everybody has a right to agitate. I mean, because if you look at some of the European countries, that has been prevailing for a long time. There's nothing wrong, but you have to do it peacefully. I mean, that's the angle I'm coming from. But I'm not gonna dwell on that much because everybody is gonna be flogging on the same thing. We have flogged it that much. I believe everybody left is gonna be talking about this. But I want to pivot about. I don't know if people realize about what's going on in Nigeria. About the credit card. I think it's called Platinum Nigerian Naira. So I don't know how that's going to work.
No, hold on. Man of Prestige, you are changing the topic. Just wait.
No, because everybody's going to be flogging on the same thing.
If you don't have anything on this, we can move on.
Okay, no. Well, I have something. Give me my time. I wanted to, I wanted to bring out some other topic that is more interesting than
no. It's not
all this nonsense, we're talking about.
Yeah, then skip it. It's okay. That's why I wanted to skip some people, but I didn't want to.
Well, let me continue. My time is still on, so you can't take my time away, Dr. Rudolph. So I'm gonna continue on the same subject. Okay, if that's how you want to treat, that's fine. It's good. I don't have any issue with that. But anyway, the man that just spoke, from Southwest, yeah, he spoke pretty good, and he's doing the right thing according to my understanding about it. They have submitted a form to the former President Buhari, but Buhari gave them an excuse that there was an election, so that's why nothing happened. So it's about time to bring it to this present government. They can hear what they are talking about. So he's doing the right thing. He's following the normal process. As far as there's not a violent, that involved with their request. I believe they should be, they should be here, they should be heard of. There's nothing wrong. Let me leave it at that way. I don't have that much to say.
Thank you. Masca, let me just say that there is no we. Pansat has no we. This platform is open to anybody, and there is no way that it can.
Don't waste your energy, Mr. Rudolph. I'm beyond people like Pansat, and I know that what makes them thrive is when people pay attention to their nonsense. I have no time for that. I come to this platform because there are intellectuals on this platform, and I respect that. Not people who sit down and concoct theories that are like a goosey soup. I'll put it at that. Okay.
All right.
I think Rudolph, on the issue of
sorry, Pascal, just a quick one, if you don't mind, please. Rudolph, at the end, after Masca has spoken, can you please tell me what qualifies somebody to be Igbo and what makes somebody not to be less of an Igbo person, please? Since you are an Igbo man, I would like to know.
All right.
I was raising my hand though to ask that question, and you allowed Chim to just.
I didn't allow him.
But I want to ask.
Okay, so
because
it's all right.
Hold on. Masca is the one that is speaking first. Let's hear him. Go ahead.
Chim and Tone, you guys have nothing to worry. The whole world knows that Pansat does not speak for Igbo people. I know Igbo people like you, Tone, people like Chim, are proper Igbo people. Pansat doesn't represent Igbo people. I'm actually in Kano. There are a lot of us Igbo people here. So, I mean, look, one man running away to the US, sitting somewhere in the corner, does not arrogate Igbo-ness to himself. Let's put that. Let's not waste time on things like that. My position, Mr. Rudolph, on this self-determination is, I think, as Black people, we easily get confused. I ask myself, what is self-determination in my local language? I can't find it. There are so many words that we confuse. We confuse sometimes tribalism with all this self-determination. These two things are completely different. Somebody can just be simply being tribalistic. As far as he's concerned, it's his tribe. There's nationalism, which is also fine and good, but nationalism is also completely different from country. The UK is a country, but we know that when you come to World Cup, you will see Wales, you will see England. These are, I don't know whether you can call them nations or countries also, but the idea that they collectively work together and they are more powerful, they are more, I don't know how to put it, it's more reasonable. I think these are things that we confuse. And it is important that all of us sit down and ask ourselves, what is it that we're talking about? There is no way a Kano man is going to subsume his identity under a Zaria man. If you sit with a Kano man and a Zaria man, consistently there is a joke of supremacy. These are, you can call nation states. If you go to Borno and you are a Hausa man, there is that. So these are all small nation states. And unfortunately for we Africa, we cannot afford to have these small nation states. It's impossible in the time we live. We need to understand that. So yes, every nation should aspire to be a nation, and nothing stops that. But we need to understand the value of being a country, because certain things should be at a country level. Actually, if you ask me, a lot of things today should be at continental level. If you look at Europe, for instance, there are small countries, there are small nations, but you can see that every day they are working towards being together so that they can leverage things. Not just Europe. If you look at Europe and North America, there is NATO, for instance. We as Black people, we focus more attention in fighting each other. And the problem is really not between the tribes. It's not really, yes, I understand that the history of the Black man, and in fact, every human being, is the history of fighting each other, yes. But sometimes knowledge should serve a purpose. We should understand that, okay, as we continue to fight, other people will come and be collecting our resources. We that claim to be educated, we should stand head and shoulders above all this rudimentary tribalism. All this self-determination is nothing but tribalism, sincerely speaking, because anything that does not think of another part of the race, we are Black race, take it or leave it. Yes, you are Yoruba, but you are a Black man, and the world will see you like that, not first as a Yoruba man. I'll see myself as a Hausa man first, but that's not how the world sees me. The world first sees me as a Black man, secondly as an African, thirdly as a Nigerian. And if I say I'm from Kano, people would be like, what is that? What does that mean? It means nothing for them. So this is my take, Mr. Rudolph. And you look at somewhere like Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm actually coincidentally in Kano. I came to see my mom. This afternoon we were talking because I worked in Democratic Republic of Congo. There was on TV some issues about issues. She was at this country since 2008, they haven't solved their problem. I told them, Mama, they can't solve the problem because consistently people will be brewing trouble there so that they can go and take their resources. This is the reality. I rest my case there, Mr. Rupert.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. You brought up some interesting issues, especially Congo, but we'll talk about that another day. Really, that country, Africans should pay attention to that country. You know, we say until Nigeria is in order, that the rest of the Black world will not be. I think until Congo is actually in order, the rest of the Black world will be a mess. But anyway, it goes you're next.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph, for this very issue that you brought forward. But I want Chim to hear this thing. Chim, please hear this thing. A justice, or how do I put it? In fact, a justice without a fair hearing is a jungle justice. When you pass a justice or you pass a judge against somebody without having a fair hearing to that person, that means you are trying to bring out a jungle justice. How do I mean? The problem of this self-determination, agitation, how did it start? What causes it? Does equal justice give to one another? Or does some people get the right thing to do? What causes the problem in Nigeria? Because if things are working fine, if things are working well, I don't think that this self-determination will rise. But the problem we have in Nigeria, we refuse to tell ourselves the truth. For instance,
sorry,
Jim, listen to this.
Sorry, just please forgive me. I just want, it's good that we clarify each other. In Spain, I believe it's a country that things are right. There are people who are asking for Catalonia.
Are you done? All right. Okay.
But
listen.
You should tell him, Masker, turn that beavers back on so that we can pick our leaders, right? I mean, if you do that, I will have no problem with it, because what you said, right, was eloquent about Congo and all that. That's true, but you cannot sit here when we spend all that money, 400 billion naira, and enacted a law. And
Mr.
then
Rudolph,
people
please,
go in there and they turn
off
on
his
the
mic,
beavers.
Mr. Rudolph, off his mic.
Okay, let me come in again. So if we look at the problem we have in Nigeria, it's just that some people claim they are the owner of Nigeria. They determine what happened in Nigeria. For instance, I want us to understand something. I want us to get this in clearly. Somebody will stand up from north, say that He is having conversation with terrorists. Nobody arrested him. EFCC did not see him. What they call the raw one? What they call the raw one? They said state security. DSS. DSS do not go after him. But the people carry placards in 2020 asking NSAS to open a gun against them. Did they what kind of crime did they commit? They wanted that. Okay, let me come this area. And they said that there's Boko Haram, repented Boko Haram, repented Boko Haram.
So, Eagle Air, I'm waiting to tie the knots because you keep mentioning my name, and I'm trying to understand how I get into your, your thought process. Why is my name coming up?
I will let you know. I will let you know. This is why I mention your name. I will let you know. This is why I mention your name.
All right. Okay.
Now, they integrated them. Somebody that you kill soldiers, kill a lot of people, render a lot of women widow, render a lot of children fatherless and motherless. But he said he forgave them, he forgive them, and integrated them into the society. But somebody will come out, carry a placard, agitating for self-determination. You open a fire squad against them. That's why I say justice without fair hearing is a jungle justice. Now, I want us to get it. And then when you are not treating others equal, that means you are inviting self-determination. For instance, Ukraine and Russia are having serious problem. What causes the problem? Russia said, no, I don't want you to belong to NATO. It can be a nation of yours. I don't want you to belong to NATO. But if you want to belong to NATO, I will have a problem with you. And stay up on the war that's going on. They still go on negotiating. They sit round table, begin to discuss. Does Nigeria government give that kind of space? Since they say that they want to ask for their own freedom, does Nigeria government invite you? Okay, sit together with me. What is the problem? Let us reason. Okay, let us look into these conditions, whether it will work for us. No, that does not invite anybody. Now, let us look into our constitution. Does our constitution stand firm for others? No. Constitution favor those who say that they are not the owner of Nigeria, who are the elites, cabals. So that's things that's the problem. But if governments, if Tinubu can do this, okay, you say you're asking for your nationhood, you're asking for a nation. Okay, let's sit down. What is the main problem? Let us trash it down. Let us settle it. You find that this thing will not rise again. But where they refuse to do the right thing, that's where the problem. So very soon, Arewa nation will rise up, and they continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before you speak, Chim, to your credit, Eagles Air, you said that justice without fair hearing is jungle justice. If this were to be Wale would have said, like I always say, Wale would have taken credit for that, but you didn't. So, thank you. Let's hear from Chim.
Okay, so
let me talk about.
No. Eagle said you are done. Chim, go ahead.
You can, no, but let him speak. Maybe he wants to address what I want to talk about because he kept mentioning my name.
Okay, well, Eagle said you are muted. Eagle said we can't hear you. You are muted.
Unmute yourself, Eagles Air. Nobody can hear you.
I can't unmute you, so.
Oh gosh.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Okay.
Reason why I make mention of Chim is that when he said that it's not I should stop calling Yoruba or Hausa of or Igbo of a thing. That this I'm talking about tribalism and all this sort of thing.
Sorry, okay.
You mentioned my name. You mentioned my name clearly. Check very well. Mention my name clearly.
I never mentioned your name. Sorry. The only person I mentioned his name on this program when I spoke the first time was Righteous Man. I said, listening to Righteous Man says, or said rather, that we all come here every week and we don't proffer solutions. And I asked, and I gave an analogy and all that. I have not mentioned Eagles Air today. No, not once.
Somebody did, but it wasn't him.
It wasn't me. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. That's why I was wondering where is all this. But anyways,
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. If it's not you, sorry about that.
No offense taken. I just wanted to know why.
Okay, Chim, your turn now. You don't want to say something?
We're talking about still talking about the.
Oh, you weighed in already? Did you?
I've already weighed in. The only thing I want to say, which is what I've asked you when you have the time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Please, can somebody define what is more Igbo than who is not more Igbo? Because a lot of people, and it's funny enough, and thank you, Masca, for bringing that issue up. You live in the United States, that is not your country, and you are telling somebody somewhere is not more Igbo, is not as Igbo as you are. Even people on the comment section, I'm looking at them and I'm laughing. Many of them don't live in Nigeria, and they are busy acting and talking as if they are more this thing. I've said it here. I'm a coward. I ran away to Canada. Those of you who have more, who are more courageous, please uproot yourself from where you are. Go back to Nigeria and go and solve the problem. You can't come here and you tell other people, say someone, because somebody does not agree with does not lean towards your perspective about life. I believe in one Nigeria, but I've said it that Nigeria is not beneficial to all of us. Yes, like Eagles Egg rightly said, and Pansat sometimes when he wants to be calm enough to say yes. Nobody is denying the fact that we have different laws and different systems for different people in Nigeria. And Eagles Egg said something. You see, when you said that those who are benefiting from Nigeria are the elites, Ojus Okado is an elite. He comes from my state. Ike Wachiku is an elite. He comes from my state. I can go on and on, all these elites. And I won't mention the Yoruba ones. I will mention all the Igbo ones. Are you telling me these people are more Igbo than me? Because these people are benefiting from a system. And somebody will go to the National Assembly and cry that Igbos are being cheated. Why? Because he didn't get his way to be either president or get a principal office in the National Assembly, which is why he's crying. But he's crying for Igbos. So that person is more Igbo than me, who is crying for himself. Somebody who at a little snip, they will give him a contract and go and design, live a good life with him and his family, is more Igbo than me. I don't understand it. So, Rudolph, when you have the time, you didn't go to heaven. I don't know how the Holy Spirit will help you with this. So it's going to be demons that are going to give you the idea. When you have the time, please tell us what is more Igbo and what is less Igbo. It's very important for me today.
I can tell you what is more Igbo and what is less Igbo. If your name has 4 letters, anything equal to 4 letters or less, you are less Igbo, because most Igbos' name is longer than 4 letters. So you should have more.
They have come with all that.
They go the extra length to say his screen name.
Let's go to Tone now. Tone, you're next.
Okay, I was going to address.
The way we react to Pansat.
I was going to address Uncle Passat, but unfortunately he's gone. I will not be upset with him because
he's listening.
Okay, I will not be upset because I understand his passion. To be quite fair, I mean, I admire his courage. He says it as it is, but sometimes he rubs off some people. But I want to say something, Uncle Pansat. I am very, very, very Igbo. I might not speak Igbo as the average Igbo man, but anything you say in Igbo, I understand. I understand totally. Okay, so for you to say because I grew up in Lagos and part of my upbringing was in Lagos and all that, I'm not Igbo. I do not identify with Biafra and all that. I don't think that narrative that you brought about is fair. I don't think is a fair way. Everybody knows that there's an imbalance in the way Igbos are treated, and not only Igbo. I dare say, I know that there are other people from other tribes. What will the Calabarman say? Some of the comment section some few moments ago was calling out the Hausa Fulani again. I said, but your brother Akpabiole have you called him out? Someone said beavers was switched off by Hausa Fulani. So it means that Dati too is a criminal. If we have to think on that, he participated in switching off the beavers. So all these kind of statements and all that, it's been divisive rather than preferring solution. You know, we should just stop all this calling out people by tribe. If you know a thief, there are people there are a lot of criminals in Igbo land. There are a lot of criminals in the southeast in Yoruba, Urubo people. Yeah, there are a lot of there are criminals everywhere. Let us call them out by person, not by tribe. I don't think it's a nice thing. We are very, very nice. I know a lot of people from the north. They are very upright and all that. When they tell you it is white, it is white. And there are some people from my own, even from my own town and all that. Agbakoba, for instance, is from my own town and all that. I mean, knowing his antecedent and all that. If someone told me that he will go and work under Tinubu, I would say, not lie ever and all that. But yet, see where he is today. So all these things we defend our own thieves and all that. People like Kulata that is defending Tinubu because he's Yoruba and all that. That is the way he understands. Maybe one day, maybe in the next life, if they're not gonna get sense for this life, if there's another life, maybe one day evolve and come back and all that, they go get sense. So that is why I say, listen, the only solution at the end of the day, really and truly, because they know there's no consequence and all that. If they will not start crying the criminals, all this nonsense will not stop. EFCC is corruption all through. Look at the one that they were grooming to be the chief inspector of police for the nation. It turned out to be that he's a big time drug dealer. You know, now he's been released and all that. That matter, he don't die. And yet Tinubu is still holding Nnamdi Kanu. Why is he holding Nnamdi Kanu? I cannot understand. I do not understand why he's still holding Nnamdi Kanu. It is very, very clear that the man has been released by the courts. So it means that we do not respect. In fact, we don't even. It shows that we don't even have judiciary. One person desecrates the currency. One person is billed, the other person is given 6 months. Is it fair? It's not fair. So the only thing is, listen, let us just dabaru everything. Anybody that wants to go is free to go. Is free to call to go. So don't come and persecute me because I say I want my own region because of what is going on and all that. No, please, it's our right. It's everybody's right to decide where they want to go because of the injustice that is being carried out in the country. Look at the military. Do we have military? We don't have military. The military is nothing. The chief of army staff and all that are pandering towards the APC. Those are political appointments. Morale is low. If we have a war right now, man, the way we're going to beat us, you know. So please, let's just stop this. Let's start calling out the thieves as it were and all that. Regardless of where they come from, let's start calling them out, and that's the only way forward. And Olumide has said it is the army it is the military that put us where we are. So now military buy all those these things. The military did not do anything. The go and check our history very well, my brother. It is the it is the politicians that messed up this country. All the majority of the capital projects that has been executed and completed was done under the military era. All the flyovers you see in Lagos today was done by Gowon. So let's just get our things right. And let's not forget that Tinubu is a illegitimate president. He stole that election. He's sitting there illegally and all that. All we are going to get is chaos until he's kicked off. Thank you.
All right. Thank you
so much. So, Rodolph, I just want to say that I was blaming the military with respect to the Constitution. You understand? I'm saying that Constitution is not the people's Constitution. It's a fraud. That's why I blame the military. And then Masca, when you say that small ethnic groups or small nation groups shouldn't exist today, the world is becoming bigger and bigger. Did you take permission from them before putting them together? Are you just going to force yourself on a people because you want them to be a big nation? And who says that we are not saying Nigeria shouldn't exist? We are saying that 50 million people, the Yoruba people, have a right to self-determine themselves, how they want to be governed, what they want to do. So self-determination and self-governance is not kids' play, it's not child's play. Be serious about this stuff. Destinies have been destroyed since 1960. We've made no headway. And we're not joking about it. This is no joke.
All right.
We're wasting time. We're just wasting time in that contraption called Nigeria.
Olumide, thank you. When we get back to you, you can elaborate on that. But also for Masca, you can think about what he said. We'll give you a chance. But before we even continue to Paul, our crack reporter Ovie met a presidential candidate, and he sent us a video to watch. So you guys take a look. It's just if you scratch ahead, you miss it. It's just 15 seconds.
Be true to your great history and make sure that black folks here in Nigeria are in solidarity for truth, justice, and love. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ken.
Okay, Fred. So if we had paid Ovie to go to Dallas and meet Cornel West, this is the video he will have sent to us. But but that's Ovie at an event by the presidential candidate. I don't even know the party he's running under, but he's running for president of the United States. He sent that video. He said I should play it for you guys. Hopefully, will join us later and tell us.
That one, a presidential candidate.
Oh yeah,
really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, Paul, you're next.
That is so touchy, Doctor. How I wish it was me. That would have made my day. Yeah, I really like Cornel West very well. Then, Doctor, let me just touch things little by little. California is one of the first states that first asked that they want to form country of their own. That is the state that also introduced this thing with states and their own flag. That flag was to be flag of their own country. No, they fought for it for many years. Today, California is still there. There's another joke that I joke with my Puerto Rican friends very well. As a Puerto Rican, you will never vote for president till you die. Because Puerto Rican is not a country, it's a state, like Masca would say. So it's just like a nation state. But they can't vote for presidency. They can only vote for governor. They can only vote for one congressman in Congress in America. So they can vote for their own governor, they can vote for a congressman, but they don't have a country, so they can't vote for president. Why I'm saying all those things, we don't need too much of violence with it, but it's time for the government to also listen and find a way to convince people, just like the way Masca used his word to bring everybody together. I said something previously when we started this show. Worry that today, they say Delta today, probably there is 3 big cities that so many people know very well, the so-called Warri, Saple, Asaba, as the case may be. Warri is more of Robos, the Ijos, and the Shekiri. Awolowo trying to extend the Oduduwa race. That's how Awolowo push for things like this that makes a minority become a king there, well-respected king and the like. And to some extent, the king also knows his path very well. Don't need to go make laws that want to impose himself towards these people that will cause all type of fights. For the most part, the king has been there for a long time. There is no violence. So here and there, when people try to talk all this type of thing, this is where these fights will start coming. And guess what? We just kill ourselves. No Urobo person that is from Warri that don't have family from Ijo and Ishekiri. It's not done. So we can always find a way, like Masca will say again, we can argue these funny arguments here and there to laugh and never that, but just still remember that we are one, in as much as we joke. Doctor, many years ago, my father was doing very, very well. My father had this bike, CD195. My father liked to drive the bike. He was working in MPA at the port. There's this Igbo guy that used to fix my father's bike. My dad owned a car, and my dad owned a bike, but my dad liked the bike even more than the car. guess what? My dad so much trust him. My mom don't like the idea of the bike. One day my dad had an accident with the bike, very minor accident. My mom was just complaining. So my father was so tired of it. My father dashed that bike to this Igbo man. This Igbo man who happened to repair bike, my dad dashed this man the bike. Then my dad did another thing when he was getting married. My dad traveled in the early 80s to the east. This is an Abriba man. And you know the phrase where they say Abriba man. They say if you see Abriba man, you see snake. I stop there. The rest people know the continuity, so let me not say it.
Paul, that's not true. It's not. You don't see Abriba man and see snake. You see Mbise man and you see snake.
Sorry. I make mistake.
But that's to tell you I'm not an Igbo man. No, I just told you. I told you this to prove that I'm not an Igbo man.
No, yeah, I make mistake with that Mbise. Yes. That's why I say I stop there. I make mistake with that. But guess what? The thing is that with these stories and everything, my dad.
But you have a point with Abriba.
Yes, it was Abriba. It's an Abriba man, not in BC. So let me not change my word because of Chin. But but I can't remember. I look like I'm missing my words together. But my dad traveled. This is somebody who called my dad Oga. My dad is working for my dad. My dad gave him money. My dad traveled when he's getting married and everything. You know, when my dad started having kids, we started growing up. This one started going to college. It's like the man started understanding that this man, his hand is not hot like he used to be. You know, my dad's still a landlord, or he is a tenant. Doctor, when I traveled one time and brought Gary, my mom so much appreciated the Gary. My dad liked the Gary. What am I saying? For almost 7 years, this man is giving us bag of Gary like every 3 months. Those back in the days, if those people who know those big bag of Gary, is giving us for free. And it will come respect my dad, and respectfully will drop the Gary and just run away. My dad says, stop this thing. Respectfully, he would drop this guy and run away. That is the Igbo man today that I will fight, that I will condemn. My dad said, I can never pay you back. It's just hard because the level that my dad appreciates him, my dad says it's hard for him to pay him back. Just in the name of bike that his wife don't even like. That's how my dad will put the word. So we can just remember that. Let us argue this, our funny argument like we enjoy in Lagos. Omajakuta ma momi. Like the Yoruba people, yab the Igbo. The Igbo man will yab the Yoruba man. Oh, Ndofe Manu. Him not understand those things. Let's just play with these things. Let's argue. Let's laugh. Let's play with our old friends who bully us in school. Back in the day, some 30, 40 years ago, 20 years ago, or the one we bully in school. You understand? Let's laugh with all those things. We don't need all this fight, try to make a point. Because the beauty of it is that if you want to make a point, you will always find a point. But that point don't unite us. That point divide us. Look at Europe. Look at America. Look at Canada. America also have their territories here and there. We don't need all this fight. We don't need all this castigation. Like I said with Puerto Rico, you look all the other islands and every other thing. Look at Europe. They fight to do everything. But our government too on their own side too still need to understand how to use words, how to use things to convince people. Not this military minds that, because of they put one decree, they put one thing, so we must stick to it. It just don't work in 21st century. Doctor, I stand like slave to watch my dad eat to remain food for us, the rest of us. But you know the beauty of it, that meat that I'm saving the way we grow up, if my daughter bars into this conversation now I'm eating, my daughter will jump one meat out. You know the funny part, I'll keep remember this story, but truth be told, I enjoy when my children eat with me. You understand? But my mom will even cook, not even have the guts to eat with my father, that she cooked the food for my dad. We will stay one corner, be praying for daddy to remain food so that we'll eat. Which one is much, much better? That my daughter, then I want to follow culture, say, children can't, child, go to can inside your father's plate and take meat. But my father is the one who eats head of fish, tail of fish, the head and alpha and omega in the house. It just don't bring more title to you. You understand? Let's find a fair play. That's my take. Thank you.
Paul, thank you. I have to stop you because we have Alaba in Rome trying to say something that is important. He discovered something in Rome. So let's go to him and this.
Hey guys, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go talk.
I'll crack the waters now. Go ahead, Alam.
Hey, hi, greetings everybody. I'm not in my usual location. I'm in Rome, Italy, and I've been here almost 2 or 3 days now. It's kind of beautiful. I hope you all can hear me. It's kind of small. It's different. They are multi-language, just like Nigeria. The roads are pretty small. I've seen the smallest possible car in my life here. They have the smallest possible cars. They have bikes, and they have very narrow roads. And the people speak multi-language, and Rome is very historic. I've been able to go see the Colosseum. I've been to Mass at St. Peter. It's been quite interesting. Being here, they drive like Nigerians, so you all don't have to feel too bad. They drive crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, but one thing I just wanted to say in relation to Nigeria is that
have you seen the Pope?
I saw not in person, but I did see him. He was hosting the Bulgarian president today. So, but he was on the screen, not in person. I think that was behind the cathedral. Now, what I wanted to say, I get to Rome, to Italy, and is that it's very multicultural. I was in where were we yesterday? Naples. I was in Naples, and I noticed one thing. These people were able to subdue nature. They live like literally within mountains, and they make that mountain work for them. They build houses on the mountain. They farm on the mountain. It's like farming on solid rock. And that to me was like, damn, amazing. You understand? I noticed the collective will of the people in terms of everybody drives a small car, not somebody driving no big car or a limo or a gigantic car. No, because the roads are so small. So everybody drives the small, like your keke, the keke or whatever they call it in Lagos. That's how small it is. The bikes are wonderful. The Italians are quite interesting people. There's a few of them. Let me say hi to them. Hey, hi. Just say hi to people.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So, brother from Africa. That's my brother also from Africa. Yeah, just a Nigerian. There's a lot of Africans here. There's a lot of people, interesting place. Yeah. Well, actually, this is where we're going. We're meeting a friend here.
Welcome.
Yeah. So, Nigeria got a lot to do. You have to let people exist in their individual space. You understand? You cannot say because we want to build a nation, we subdue whatever it is they are. Hey, but they let their people exist. They don't speak the same language. Let me move away so you can hear me. So they're making it work for themselves. But the problem we have is that we continue to honor our own thieves. My thief is better than yours. I met one guy yesterday from India, and we talked extensively about India and how India have subdued its problem and Nigeria cannot. He said that's because India focuses on the family, but not just the family, but the next generation. But I said, yeah, people who steal money in Nigeria also focus on the next generation. He said, no, they focus on themselves. When an Indian man is held together culturally by his tradition, because they want the next generation to do better than the current generation. He said, if you steal your country's money and you don't invest or build things, he said, you destroy the community, and they are about building the community, which is done through that family unit. Anyway, it's interesting. I wanted to say a few things, say hi to you all. There'll be some few noises. I don't want to disturb the program so much. But this is beautiful. Rome is beautiful. It's strange. They conquered other parts of the world in the past and used it to build their country. Now the other part of the world is coming to pay them to see their past.
That's a good summation. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
We'll see you when you come back. All right. So where were we? I think Paul finished. We're going to Ekolola. Go ahead.
It's my turn.
Okay.
How How is it your turn, Pansat?
Actually, before Paul, but I gave the courtesy for him. I was up there, but when I took permission to leave for a minute, then you moved me down. But I just want to address Chim's thing, then I'll be gone. I have to go somewhere. Is okay, Mr. Kolola? Let me.
I wanted to be on your side, so since you're taking my time, I'm going to go.
To speak after Paul.
Well, go on.
Let me, Rudolph. Let me land, and then I'll be gone.
Hold on. Is it okay with you? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, well, Pansat always takes time, but I mean, let me hear what he has to say before he goes.
Okay, and we say also, look, Pansat, the idea is this: once you leave your screen, I'll take you out. When you come back, you join wherever you join. We are not going to. I don't remember where you were when you left. Ndubisi also was up there.
Okay, Pansat. Then, if I have to follow rules, Pansat, you have to wait. Now, let's follow the rules.
Doctor, can you put me on the backstage?
No, but I want to address you, Paul, before you go. Is it okay if you hang around? I want to address Paul.
But this is what I wanted to say. On who is Igbo, because I got that, I had that, so I thought I should address that because I had that discussion this morning with someone. You see, we are still living in a colonial mentality. You don't say you are English when you cannot speak English. You don't say you are Spanish when you cannot speak Spanish. You don't say you are Italian when you cannot speak Italian. Nor do you say you are Chinese when you cannot speak Chinese. It doesn't matter whether your great generations came from there. So when you speak English and then you say, I am from this place, but I cannot speak their language, it doesn't make you part of them. So let's be very realistic about this, because language makes you. If you understand the language and not just understand it, but can say it, you see your expression, it changes some of your facial expressions, because what they say has a different tone, has a different meaning, which you might not even find in another language. So if you cannot say it, you cannot make those facial expressions. So I think that is because a guy, the conversation I was having with someone this morning was, he said he's more Nigerian because he lives in Nigeria. I said, what makes you more Nigerian than I am? He said he lives there. I said, okay. How many Nigerian languages do we have? He said there are 3 and some others. I said, very good. I said, how many can you speak? He said 1. I can speak more than 1. What makes, so you living there doesn't make any difference. Which means if I find myself in different tribes, they would accept me because I can speak what they understand. I can speak what their grandmother understands. But if you come and say you are part of them and you cannot even say what a child that doesn't attend any school understands, what makes you them? So let's get that clear. So we should stop this idea, this colonial mentality of I am that part, but I cannot say their language. You are not part of them. You are secondary. You don't do that in China. You don't do that in Russia. You don't do that in Spain. So that is what I wanted to clear. So, Mr. Pansat, I don't know what the topic is about, but if anybody can quickly, but that is what I got, and I wanted to clear that. Although I made a joke with Chim, but I wanted
all of you here are all Englishmen, then. You're all.
Well, if you no, don't make that mistake.
No, we are all Englishmen. We speak English.
If you say no, don't make that mistake. If you say
but you're going to contradict yourself.
Let's make the show. No, wait, listen, Chim. You don't let someone speak when you make a statement. If you say let's make the show a Yoruba show, then we'll have to speak Yoruba. If you cannot speak it, you're out. Don't say I'm Yoruba, but I can. Let me finish.
Excuse me for the avoidance of doubt. I speak Igbo very well. Not only do I speak Igbo very well.
Let me finish my. But
you can't have your way. When I spoke, you said let somebody finish. That's why I say you're contradicting yourself. So you can't make a law and want to twist the law. It doesn't work that way. So I speak Igbo for it, but I'm saying this not because of anything, but for some silly people who are making silly comments. Number one is this: if you say you've just laid out a theory, your theory is that you can't claim to be a part of a system that has a language and you can't speak that language. And I'm taking your theory and I'm saying, based off your theory, we are all English men. Period.
No, wait. Look, let me. Okay, you've made a statement. Let me counter that. If you say right now, if the program was meant to be based on English, if you say let's speak something different, let's say let's speak Yoruba, it discounts all people. You don't say because your name is Yetunde, but you cannot speak it. It doesn't make you part of it. If you say let's make the program Hausa program, if you say your name is Amodu and you cannot speak it, you're discounted.
Kololo, you're contradicting yourself.
All right, guys.
No, sorry, Rudolph, so that he doesn't.
It's not contradiction.
No. Hold on, everybody. I am forgetting the topic what we're discussing, right?
No, Rudolph, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disruptive. Ikololo came and said he didn't say if we design an Igbo program or Italian program or whatever program, and we say we want to speak based on the language of that program, and you can't speak that, then you might not fit into that program. Ikololo came here and said, you cannot claim to be an Italian and you can't speak Italian language. And he made allusion, he made reference to several other languages.
But you made that point. You've made the point.
Can I finish? Sorry,
Chim, you've made the point.
Pansat, no way.
No, I want to respond to you. Actually,
please, Pansat, I didn't take time from you. Please.
It's not your turn, though. It's not your turn. You've spoken already.
I'm running the show. Okay, let me manage.
So, but when I now took you on, you now twisted the thing to say if we want to do a program. You see, I don't want to go on and on. The point is this. If you had simply said, listen, you can't claim to be of a particular group and you don't speak that language very well, that's fine. But I still counter that. Now you're twisting it, trying to suit your narrative by now saying if we design a program. You didn't say if we design a program. You said if you can't speak Italian, you can't claim to be an Italian.
Sorry.
So I'm saying
just to ask,
if we all speak English,
argument.
we're all Englishmen. It's very simple.
All right.
That's difficult.
All right, thank you, guys. We have to go back to the color. No, sir, thank you. Austin, go ahead. No, not on this topic, unless I will take it as part of your time. I'm moving on.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it as.
All right.
I mean, we have ended this topic because it's about. We should have ended this topic. I started it.
Oh, I think I want to get into BC because he has no wedding, and I think.
Okay, so you end with individual. So what I was telling. So now you've given me time. Let me use 30 seconds from it then. So what I'm trying to say is, Ikolola's argument was based on a premise, and the premise is if you claim. So I can be speaking 20 languages, but I claim that I belong to this tribe. That's the way I look at that premise.
Thank you. All right, thank you. BC first.
Let me conclude. I'll be done. I'll be listening to the show from the car, and okay. You know, Jim makes a good point. But he's overflogging the issue, right? I understood what Ikolala meant by what he said. So please mute him while I want to answer your question. You posed a question: who is Igbo?
I didn't ask you any question.
No, you posed a general question to the third panel.
You any question. I asked Rudolph a question. But if you want to go ahead, but I didn't ask you.
I will answer it. Let me go ahead.
That's up to you. Totally up to you.
But mute him now. Don't make it up to him if he's gonna be civil or not, right? Because you don't give me that courtesy.
Because you're never civil. So don't. I will give it back to you. I'm actually going to be honest with you. Sorry.
So the point I want to make is that nwata nne ya kwa n'azụ amaghị n'ụzọ dị anya. The reason somebody will come on this platform and is talking nonsense about Igbo this, trying to make friends. We have interests. We have political interests. You don't have to be a part of it. If we feel that we have an existential threat, it's not a joke for you to come to make friends on this Rudolph platform. We have interests. That's what makes you Igbo. If you are into the Igbo political interest, in this case, it's justified. We've been to war in that country. A lot of our people were killed. And we thought, okay, in 1970, no victor, no vanquish, let's be cohesive again and build a nation, because it's a political unit. It doesn't matter if we could get it right as Nigeria or if we integrate as West Africa, fine. But we have to move forward. We cannot be in a country where put secondary school girls, people are going to use a couple of lorries and go and pack them and go. There's no investigation and they're forgotten. Or if we go to the farms, they come and kill our people. Or if we vote, they'll turn off the beavers and the courts will rule anyhow. So when we're talking about Igbo, in that sense, we're talking about serious stuff. Now, we do have people who are recalcitrant. I want to make friends with our enemies and people who are killing us. I will know how to handle those people. Everything is not a joke. You come here, you want to run your mouth at everybody. You want to insult me. Fine, go ahead and insult me. But don't pretend like you don't know what nationhood is all about. Nobody's going to tell you that you're not an Igbo person. But if you're not interested, if you're a Nigerian, for example, one Nigerian, fine. Then stay out of our stuff. Don't come here playing games and talking nonsense as if you don't know. Somebody as smart as you are. What we're talking about is our interest. Now, I'll conclude it by saying this because it permeates into everything else that we're having as a discussion here. You have to know about the correlation between variables. Right? Causation. One event leads to the other. If some people are agitating for Biafra, there is something causing that. You have to put into account causation, causality. You cannot be in a state where people cannot go to the farms and people want to take our lands and kill us for generations now. Decades after decades. Now, it's not like, I know you're over there in Canada. I'm in California. It's got more schools than you do. Just one little state here. One state here. It's not little. You're in Canada. I'm in the United States. You got a king. King of England is your king. It's your head of state. We don't have anything like that here. So diaspora is not diaspora. We're not happy. A lot of us are in exile. So when we come here, we're talking about stuff. You want to sell out the Igbos and talk nonsense about your stuff, about your friends, and how somebody's causing trouble. You think I want to be here? So that's the reason why I'm here. Address it, and I won't be here. You cannot be killing innocent villagers, putting them in concentration camps, turning up the beavers, letting terrorists run amok, persecuting people based on their tribe, and you're here talking nonsense. It's me that's your enemy. It's me that you want to insult. You make Nigeria fair, of course it's better. Ghana is not part of Nigeria, but I listen to Ghana PCs. I love the dark-skinned Ghana women. We're friends. We're not at war with Ghana. They're doing their thing, and we're doing ours in Nigeria, right? So it's the same thing. If you're to divide Nigeria into three, for example, it doesn't mean we're going to be enemies. Maska will be in his country and not be in mine. If they don't want to go to school, they don't have to go to school in their country. They want to go to the mosque, they go to the mosque. But don't come making it like somebody who's looking for self-determination, it's automatically somebody's enemy. It's not that way. So please, I'm telling you to conclude it. An Igbo person is somebody who has Igbo interest at heart. Like me, I'm a Contra. That's in Nicaragua. So it's not really geographic in nature.
All right.
So I'm trying to say that to you because you posed that question. It's a very important question, but it's not a divisive one. It's something that is intellectual and that we have to deal with at home. But don't forget, onye ndị Igbo gbara gburugburu na-eche ntị ya nche mgbe niile. Thank you very much. I'll listen to the rest of the show. And that goes to you too, Tone. By the way, that goes to you. You like talking about me when I'm not here. Unfortunately for this time, I wasn't backstage and they brought me back here to address you. But yeah.
Pansat, I hate to do this, but I'll ask you a question just to clarify something. Maybe that's one thing we can achieve today. So Maurice Iwu was the INEC chairman from 2005 to 2010. He conducted elections in Nigeria, and most of them were fraudulent elections. Did anybody stop you along the way or say anything to you like, to get Maurice Iwu, that you people should go and announce the right results in those elections? Because you are Igbo.
Yeah, one thing is that you don't have a moral equivalence in those things. People like Maurice Iwu, Wike, Okorawosa, Ozodema, those kind of people, there's no doctrine behind what they're doing. They're just fraudsters. People with ideology come into our area and other areas, and then they're able to use those people. Those are just fraudsters, pure criminality. In this last election, the deputy to the INEC chairman has Igbo roots, right? But what this, for example, the people who determine who rule Nigeria, all the way to England and here in the United States, some people are interested in the resources, people who are malleable, people who have criminal.
You are going far from the question I asked, but thank you.
But to answer your question in a nutshell, people like Maurice Iwu, they are just part of the
criminal.
It's a criminal elite. Okay, but here's a nutshell. Number one, some people say our problem is not tribal or religious, it's just the elite. That is true too. Two things could be right at the same time. I'm not worried about that second tier. But there's a doctrinal part of people who want to take over our country, right? And they're doing it, and they're using violence, and theirs is different.
Pansat, so all you are saying is that if it's Maurice Iwu, it's just a criminal, there's no ideology behind it. But if it's Yakubu Mohammed, then there's an ideology behind it. Is that the answer? Okay.
Yes.
That's it. That's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lubisi, go ahead.
Okay.
You remember the topic still, right?
Yes. Good afternoon. I want to react to Professor Banji Akintoye's comment on the Yoruba nation wanting to be their own country. Our country is facing threats from all sides, majorly security challenges. And it didn't start today. But we see a situation whereby even before independence, there has been a clash of civilization. If people follow the history very well, some past wanted Nigeria to gain independence much earlier than we did. Some in the north, the core north, said, no, they are not ready because of things like they are not well educated at that time and other things that they were doing with the British. And those things continue to play out till this moment. You have a clash of civilization. The ideas are different. The cultures are different. Some who are patriotic have tried to merge us together, to make us believe that we can be one, live together under an equitable system. Well, unfortunately, majority of those who have been in power and still in power don't believe in that. Some want to lord it over the others. Some, particularly from the core north, I will say it clearly. The elites, traditional, political, and business elites, majorly from the core north, have followed the ideology of their forefathers. They want to lord it over the country. Unfortunately, they have collaborators down south who have been working with them over the years to get their own fair share of whatever they want. And that is where we are today. Because if the South that are clearly more enlightened educationally than the North, who have traveled more widely across the world, who have even lived in well-managed and developed countries across the world, want Nigeria to work. They have insisted that things should be done properly. Fairness, equity, and justice. No issue of minority tribe, minority ethnic group, or minority or majority ethnic group. Everybody will be one. Put in a fair system. Rule of law will be fair. The same rule of law for everyone. The country will work just like we have it here in the US and other countries. There will be criminals here and there, but as soon as they go into all those kind of things, they will be handled according to the law. But we find a system whereby things don't work. The ideology and the doctrination and system is not working. We need to tear it down. Tear it down, I mean, we need to come down. We can't run away from it forever. If we bequeath these things to our children, it will continue. What kind of country do we want to bequeath to our children? Things that are infrastructures that are easily provided in other countries. We can't do it because of deep-seated corruption and vested interests. Because some feel they own the country, they will run the country the way they want, and things are getting out of hand. It can't continue this way. We need to sit down and decide. Me, I'm for one country, but based on equity, justice for all. We need to sit down together, all groups that make up the country, come together to a table and table everything. No area of no-go area. Everything should be discussed, and we decide whether we want to live as one country. And if we say yes, we put in place a system that will be fair to everyone. But the way it is being done now, some are lording it over, and they have collaborators from all parts of the country. That is why the system doesn't work. That's why some governors will be in their state. Their aim is to loot their state dry, and they will get away with it. It's not working at all. The insecurity is even the worst. I'm sure part of what Professor Banja Kito is saying, his major issue is the insecurity, because the agitation was not this much, probably in the last 25 years or so. But with the advent of democracy again, we start seeing all manner of killing. How can people go to places overnight, murder people overnight in their homes, and they will not even get one arrested? Are they ghosts? The killing keeps happening, like the one we are seeing now in the Middle Belt. It keeps going on. Are those people not part of? Are they not human beings? So the only way these things can be solved is for us to sit down. The constitution we have now is too porous. Those in power are manipulating it the way they like. We can't continue. We can't make a country out of this system. The system needs to be put down, and the only way to put it down is for everybody to come to a table. And it must be from ethnic nationality, because these things we are not one before. The British people, the British government seamed us together against our not against our will. They brought us together in 1914, and from there, political leaders in all parts of the country thought we are going to have a country, and that was why they bought in. I'm sure, but if they are still around now, wherever they are now, they will know that probably they made a big mistake, that we were not supposed to be one. It's better we stay on our own spaces, because the cultures are different, and manage ourselves. Then, by the time we understand ourselves, we can now come together and say, okay, we want to be one country. But already we are one country. It can still be salvaged if this issue of dominance and deceit, dishonesty by those in power or those who are in corridors of power can be put aside, and we sit down and discuss how to keep this country together. And it can only be done if we come to a round table and discuss frankly, put everything on the table and discuss about how we can live as one country with fairness, justice, and equity as the watchword. There we can go forward from there. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dubisi. Ikalola, yeah, go ahead. What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to answer to or round up what I was trying to say in a nutshell. You see, the language you speak doesn't make you who you are. But what the people you want to affiliate with, you must be able to speak their language. That is why many nationals, before from many nations, before you become part of them, they give you an exam to write and show that you can speak their language. So we have to really come out of this colonial mentality of saying, oh, I'm from here, but I cannot speak it. It doesn't make you part of their person. You are not part of them. So that is what I'm trying to explain and put out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
But sorry, Roro, I just want to ask you, Kolala. So what are you saying Nigerians are? That's what we're talking about. What are Nigerians? What are you saying related to Nigeria, to our own situation? What are we?
No, please put your question. I don't get what you're trying to ask.
So what are you saying Nigerians are?
In
That's
terms
what I'm
of
asking. In terms of the language that you say define a people.
Okay. You mean in terms of look. There was, when they changed the educational system, they said you must learn a Nigerian language. So we have to go back to that. We have to go back to that structure, because you have to identify with what you are. If you don't identify with what you are, you cannot pursue what you want in regards to who you say you are. That is what I'm trying to say.
So do you then agree with self-determination?
Okay, if that's what you're going to, economically, no. And I'll tell you why. You see, I mean, look at Lesotho, look at Swaziland, look at those countries. Yes, look at Luxembourg. They might be doing well, but who knows them? Who really knows them? So if you're saying you want self-determination in that little corner of yours, yes, you might do well. But what political power in your region do you have? And the colonial masters, actually, they want you to disintegrate if you can, because it leaves you powerless. The only, like Malema was saying the other day, the only way Africans, black people, can have a say in the Security Council is when AU starts working. But the more you start disintegrating to little pockets, then you have no one common voice. So economically and politically, I want us to stay together, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Ikola. When we come back, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we talk about AirPeace and their new flight from Abuja to London. And the new thing they are introducing, which is that you can fly out of Benin, out of Owerri, out of Kano to head to England. And by December, they hope to start flights to New York. So you can actually leave New York and end up in your village in Mbise. All right. And also we talk about what's going on in America and around the world. But let's take a break and we'll be right back.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Maxi ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo, akwa nwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma nwatara dosari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, Abamba wilo chilo, bigora fuzoro, anawazi. Mazi wekoma, odogu no kwerezu neka. Onyoma niga delemo, mazi ni mazi ngamo. Ibu go with the melody. Odogu na chala noka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olagado ni pezigono Olagado ni pezigono Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabazi Te Onyama zoro Sorry, if I were to go on a Mulaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy. Mulaga, don't need Piazugo. I'm a wilo chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi. I don't can never be kitchen for. I'm a Pamika Gogodia. Well, you work well he get your mobile back. Hey, you want? Eku Kampune Kene Amagon so. Mekalumo Ikechukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekenedi Ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 Joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
Tope kutoriel
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for staying and joining us today. I see new people. If you want to come into the studio, please turn on your camera. We can bring you in. Until then, we will switch gears. And the topic we want to talk about is AirPeace and the Abuja-London route. Let's hear the man.
Alan Onyema, the chairman of AirPeace, is explaining to us at this event why you save money flying AirPeace. AirPeace will pick you up for international flights from Benin, from Asaba, from Yola, from Enugu, from Port Harcourt, from anywhere in Nigeria you are. You need to listen to these guys. Taste buds.
We pick you from international airports at our own cost and take you to the local airport at our own cost and move you back to Yola. All your 64 luggage, 64 kg luggage or 46 kg, free. You're no longer paying any excess flying local. This is the difference AirPeace is going to give to you. So you have your choice. If you decide to fly British Airways, all of us are charging $1,000. No problem. If you decide to fly British Airways and you live in Benin, you live in Sokoto, you live anywhere in Nigeria, in AirPeace you cover the entire country. When you come back, you have AirPeace and United to contend with. When you come to Nigeria with your 64 kg, just be ready. First of all, you pay airport tax 15,000 to take you to local. When you come to local, that your 64 kg, we only give you 15 kg allowance. The other 39 and 49, you pay excess luggage for them. Plus all the wahala. And of course, there's something I missed. When you fly AirPeace from these other locations, instead of that is free ahead. Instead of you paying 150,000 for economy one way, remember you have to pay another 150,000 another way, round trip of 300,000. If you're flying AirPeace to the UK from any destination outside Lagos, you only pay 60,000 naira. So that if you fly these other airlines, you come back, you give AirPeace 150,000 to fly you one way. On the day you're going and you buy from these other airlines, you give us 150,000 to bring you to Lagos. When you're going back, you give us another 150 to take you there. That's 300. Then we charge excess luggage. Let's how much is excess luggage? Huh? Oh, 1,000 per kilo. Okay. Ask the finance person. So, you have about 50,000 again. Maybe you took some yam to your people in London. As you're going, you will collect 50,000 for your excess luggage travel. As you're coming back, you know, Nigerians, they pack a lot of loads when they're traveling. We take another one. AirPeace is saving Nigerians about 700,000 if you fly AirPeace from other localities. Any Nigerian flying outside Lagos, if you're flying from the north, flying from the southwest, southeast, south to London, if you fly AirPeace, you come here to fly AirPeace, you are saving another further 700,000 naira. This is not hearsay. This is the truth.
All right, that is the AirPeace CEO Onyema talking about the new policies I think he's putting in place, and I want us to discuss that. Let's start with Chim.
Sorry, Rudolph. Before I go into that, there's a comment by a spyman. He's asking for something, and I think it's something that is worth doing. So you might want to consider that. When it comes to this AirPeace matter. I think, without even going too deep into it, he's doing a good job of trying to serve Nigerians, and it will benefit us all. Incidentally, I don't travel there very much these days, but if I did, I would definitely give him my money. One, first and foremost, as a Nigerian, he's doing well. I will support him. This has nothing to do with necessarily trying to seek, in quotes, the best. Yes, we would need to seek the best for ourselves, whether it is travel or whatever. But I will give him my money. I see a lot of North Americans driving bogus gas-consuming vehicles, not necessarily because they don't want to save money for themselves, but because these are North. I didn't say Americans. I said North American cars, and I know why I'm saying this. I see lots of Canadians driving very big trucks, trucks that they can't even maintain. But I can tell why they're driving those vehicles, whether it is Buick or the Fords of this world. They're all doing that because these are North American cars. So, because they believe they are not Americans, whether they're Canadians or Americans, they patronize those industries. I think we need to begin to buy into that kind of mindset to help, push our own businessmen forward. The strategy he has come up with, I hope they have taught it well, because the only thing I'll say is don't start something that you might not be able to sustain. So, like when he's saying, if we pick you up from Asaba, you pay your airfare, then from the local airport to the international airport, it's at their own cost. That's good if it's going to be sustainable and they've done their business analysis and they're sure how it's going to work out for them. That's beautiful. That's a fantastic incentive to give people to patronize them. I agree with that. But like I said, if he's listening, they should do the analysis very well. So that, because what I see most times, most Nigerian businesses will give incentives that are not sustainable. And then tomorrow it becomes a thing that comes to bite you back. But in this battle against these bigger airlines, in these battles that involve these bigger airlines, Nigerians should show patriotism to the one local owned airline that is trying to compete with all those big ones. Because I can bet you a British person will fly British Airways or Virgin. A German will fly Lufthansa. The Dutch people will fly KLM. Everybody flies their own national carrier or national flag in this case. Most patriotic Canadians will fly Air Canada. And I see that also with other nationalities. So I think it's a good one. It's a way to pass a message to those bigger airlines that you just can't come and take people for granted and then milk a 200 and something million people at your own benefit. So that's the much I want to say this. But they need to look at that business model very well and be sure it's something that is sustainable.
All right, thank you. I saw our resident aviation expert, Paul, taking notes. so by the time we get to him, he will.
Oh yeah. You catch me.
Thank you for another opportunity on AirPeace. AirPeace is doing great. I think their foray into the Lagos London access has actually brought down the fares. But you will notice one thing: the major airlines have been given a run for their money, and they're fighting back. So, because I bought a ticket for someone just a week ago, it's still with me here. AirPeace is charging £700 to get to Lagos. KLM has reduced theirs to 500. Qatar, one of the airline, has reduced theirs to 600. You see, these established airlines on these routes can afford to run on a loss just to run you out of business. And let's be very honest, it's market. You can't just if you're being a reasonable person, because Onyema wouldn't see a five-star hotel that gives him everything at £1,000 and go pay for another one that gives him the same thing at 1,500. That's business mentality. So I wouldn't subscribe to because of such patriotism. You see something for 500, and you're paying 700 for it. I mean, you don't put 200 pounds on the streets, But this is where responsible governance comes to play. We don't have a Nigerian Airways. This is why all these airlines has taken Nigerian flight for a long time. But if we had a responsible government, this is where they come in and subsidize the travel. How much are you losing? How much can this be until you do your analysis to say what time do we subsidize you till? Whereby these other airlines would also be bleeding. And then they will have to raise their price, and AirPeace would have to also raise its price, such that you pull the subsidy away, and everybody, the market forces take effect, and everybody makes profit as much as they can. And then the competition will now be on the pecs you get, whether you go into Lufthansa, whether you're going to BA, whether you're going to KLM, or whether you're going to AirPeace. But for a private individual doing so much, because I had him on Arise TV, and the things he had to go through, even with our own civil service trying to bring him down, you really wonder what kind of people we are. You really wonder. You should watch it on Arise TV when he was narrating what he had to go through as a national carrier by our civil service agents, and the free lunch they give to other airlines international. You really wonder what sort of people we are. So this is why we clamor for what do you call it, enlightenment every day, because there are so many. It's not just the executive. There are people in the civil service who are worse than the Nigerian executives. That would see a bleeding man and still want to bleed him to death, as long as they get their daily bread, and the daily bread never sustains them. They come back the next day to the same work. It's strange, very strange.
All right, thank you. Dubisi.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, I'm happy that Dr. Nyama is taking this bold step, and I believe he's putting everything under consideration. And as a businessman, he must be keeping an eye on what other competing airlines are doing as well. But the big advantage he has that Nigeria has a large population, and we have a large flying population as well. So, and that London route is one of the lucrative routes. So, this method of doing this, picking people from some, not just Lagos or Abuja, but other parts of the country straight to their destination, is a good one. Once he keeps the standard on and is able to sustain it, and even though he's reducing cost in some areas for passengers, but let him keep an eye on breaking even and keeping afloat, because that is important. Because if he does this thing and at the end of the day, maybe he begins to suffer financial losses, it will be tough for him to recover. He knows how far he has gone to get to this level. Apart from making Nigerians happy, he should be able to sustain his business, make his marginal profit or the way it should be, and keep an eye on his competitors. And like Ikulola said, I heard too that some foreign airlines have reduced their fees, their fares, all in a bid to maybe run him out of business. But the man should know what he should do to keep at that level and keep the airline going, and let him keep safety. If safety is good, what people want mostly is safety. If safety and comfort is there, I believe Nigerians will, and other foreign passengers too will want to be using his airline all the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige, you can come back here and tell us what you're talking about. I have no idea what happened with this your comment. All right, Tone.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a good news, but the thing is, like someone highlighted earlier, is it sustainable? And they shouldn't go into trying to compete with the bigger boys and then um rescind on other thing, which is security. Security is the biggest thing. So if they can get security right and make sure that the swallow is always available,
No, the
man.
soup, not just swallow, pepper soup.
Yeah, the soup, yeah, the correct oha soup and the pepper soup is always available, man. You go tell before be at the my favorite airline, Virgin, will catch up on that. So kudos to him anyway. And I know the Agbados now will jump on it and say, yeah, 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 yeah. If not for Tinubu, if it's not for Keyamo, it will not happen. Out there, people. Thank you.
All right. I wanted us to expand the conversation to talk about the importance of competition. We want capitalism, and sometimes we don't want all the things that come with it. And how is transforming this industry, because we have a competition now from AirPeace. Just imagine if we have 3 Nigerian airlines going abroad or more than that, competing with the foreign ones, which is the way you have it in other parts of the world, how much it will transform the industry. And then think about it in other industries. If we have more than 1 or 2 people controlling that, what it will mean. Eagles Air. Unfortunately, Eagles Air, they are not coming to India anytime soon. So
Thank you, Rudolph, for this AirPeace business of a team, national carrier. I have to call it national carrier. But I want us to get something from this AirPeace. And please don't see me in a wrong way, but I want you to give a listening ear what I want to say. AirPeace have found out that this thing have come in terms of competition in business. Now it have sit down and bring the Igbo man business initiative. How do I mean Igbo man business initiative? You have look at these other national carriers have reduced their price. Then what will I do? What the strategies will I bring in? Okay, see the strategies now. These are people are flying from so and so place. People that come to Lagos, people that come to Abuja to fly so and so area. Now let me cover that area. So if some people who want to travel from, let me say, from Cross River and Calabar to London, I find that AirPeace will pick him from Calabar to London. It's better that he stay with AirPeace than paying extra flying ticket to Lagos. He said that I'll make a gain on this. This is a strategy of an Igbo man into business, because this is want to push him out from the business. And this is where Nigeria government have to come in. This is where Nigeria government have to come in and give him a support. For instance, Dangote want to build his refinery in Lagos. What happened? Federal government gave me a loan. Federal government gave him support. How many $1 billion they gave to him to support the business to run on? Because one, the economy of Nigeria will benefit from it. Then the tax will benefit from it. Then it will make the petroleum system sector to be easier to Nigerians. Can federal government of Nigeria give Ali Onyema the same incentive, the same support they give Dangote? It's not possible, because it's from East. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Because if federal government want to do the same thing they do to Dangote, why don't they support innocent vehicles? Because these people are people who are investing in Nigeria, but they prefer going around, traveling to the whole nation, asking people to come and invest. What are people that are invested in our nation? What did you do to support them? That's the most important thing. For instance, I was listening to an interview they give Ali Onyema, and he was saying something that when his fly all the way from Nigeria to India, they told him to stop at Mumbai. There's a place, a commercial area called Mumbai. Then he pressed forward for them to allow him to come to National Capital Territory, that is New Delhi. The government of India said no to him, that if anyone want to come to Delhi, should enter their own local flights to Delhi. That is not allowed to come to Delhi. Let it stop at Mumbai. Can Nigerian government do that with British Airways?
Must
In
it
order
be
to
Igbo
support
Igbo all the
Onyema?
time? Eagles Air. Must it be Igbo all the time? Come on, man. Just wake up. Get out of this.
Can you allow me to finish? I didn't interject in your own discussion.
You're tribalizing the whole thing, man. You're tribalizing the whole thing. It's not nice. We can't move
I'm not
forward as a nation.
trivializing the whole thing. Listen to me. Listen to me. I have, sometimes we know the truth, we know the fact, but we just trying to maneuver it.
Your truth is flawed. Your truth is flawed, mister.
Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully.
If it's Igbo person, listen, it is a win-win situation for Nigerians, and that is all. Please cut that off. I'm tired of all this.
Listen to me. I didn't interject. Rudolph, know you that I will take 2 minutes of my own time to start with. Now, if you say that I say Igbo, I want you to understand something. Why is it so that all the seaport in the east is not functioning? Only Lagos is functioning. Why did they stop all them? Let's tell ourselves the truth, because initial time say something. Listen to me. Listen. Don't take my time. Don't take my time.
Is there any seaport in the east at the first place?
Thank you. Ask him, Paul.
Yes.
Tell me the
there's
seaport.
Calabar seaport.
Is in south. And
there's Calabar seaport.
They still lift cocoa there. They still do cargo in Port Harcourt seaport. So what are you talking about?
I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying concerning Calabar seaport. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying.
They still lift cocoa
Calabar
there.
seaport is working.
All right. Ego said, thank you.
Then is it only cocoa that is Rudolph? I know that they would do. I know that they would do this thing because all these things are interjecting to answer. I know that we would support them, but no problem. Thank you.
My brother, it's the system that failed us. It's not an Igbo thing. It's the system that failed us. Government is losing
we
money for not
understand where you're
fixing it.
coming from, but you need to cool down because this is not the Igbo thing. Let's put Igbo aside, put where the person come. We have to support AirPeace. For me, if AirPeace can make it to Houston to Enugu, I will be the happiest man on earth. Houston to Enugu.
You cannot hold on. I'm not stopping you, Gus. I wanted to say, first of all, that I was corrected. I thought that they were not flying to India. I didn't know they started flying to India. And
for a long time, not even new.
I didn't know that. So, and you are giving us their own experience in India, which is trying to get to the capital. That they had to go somewhere else. If you listen to that interview you were talking about, you were trying to tell us about the interview on Arise. The AirPeace guy actually gave credit to the government, this government, for helping people who run he was complaining about the civil servants, but that the people, the minister, the top people were in support of what he wanted to do. So sometimes it's not that easy the way we put it, that this is another effort to put someone down or whatever group. But the point I wanted to make is the other angle to this is the demand for international airports to reach somewhere in the southeast, to have an airport in the southeast where people can fly out of the country, that you don't have to go to Abuja or Lagos. For some part, I don't even know whether people fly out of that place or Kano. For now, I think it's Paul will explain that to us. I don't know. But
they do it during Hajj period. Just during Hajj, when the people are traveling to Mecca.
Yeah. You mean pilgrimage.
So,
aside that, also the truth is also that not necessarily in terms of proximity, but I think there's just this conclusion that most Northerners go to the Middle East. So people fly out there. In the past, I know lots of people flying to Saudi Arabia. It was a huge from Kano. They will go from Kano and all that, and which is also not bad. We can designate airports for specific locations. You know, maybe say if you have lots of Easterners flying to China and Far East Asia, you could make Enugu or I don't know, maybe Port Harcourt or whatever, because of the fact that they have their business situated in that region. encourage those flights to go from that other area. Then Western Europe and Western Hemisphere, people will fly from Lagos as usual and Abuja if you want to do that. So there's nothing wrong in that. It will help, develop those other airports. But what we have right now is that it doesn't look like, and I'm not trying to bash the government. It doesn't look like our government is sitting down to look at some of these things in a strategic way to say, okay, you know what? If we have lots of people who go to China, Hong Kong, India, and they fly mostly, take the statistics and find out, mostly from the southeast, then let Enugu be a hub for those kinds of trips so that people don't have to fly all the way from Enugu town to Lagos to now start making that trip.
Okay, thank you. But I think now with this new idea he came up with, there will be less pressure from people who want to take off from maybe.
It still doesn't solve the problem. What he's just doing is he's trying to make people make AirPeace the carrier of choice.
Yeah.
But let's think beyond that. We have big airports we can develop to be like Lagos. You don't have to fly from JFK, do you?
Why will I go somewhere else? I live in New York. I don't know where
that's why you can fly in Newark now. Newark and then JFK is one
it's
airport.
actually cheaper in New Jersey, but I can't go other flight.
So what I'm saying is that to some extent it's just still one airport, one code, everything.
Yeah.
Weather bad now, they take you to the next place.
All right. Let me there.
Oga, for you from Lagos, from New York, you come to Houston to Nobi. That's what we're gonna do.
All right. Let me there.
So I really don't have much to say on this one because I think everybody's kind of happy with the situation with AirPeace because it's like to Tone's credit, it's a win-win. I mean, this is the kind of situation or happenings we want in the country where regardless of your background, people would embrace something that is good. It's creating jobs, and then it's putting Nigeria on the world map. I just hope that it maintains standard though. Safety, that kind of business safety is very important. That it doesn't, for the sake of profitability or trying to compete, then not maintain safety standards. Otherwise, I mean, kudos to him. And again, with respect to I know Paul is a fan of Dangote, fine, but this guy has been unfairly given some kind of monopoly in the past. I don't know about the current situation. He has enjoyed some kind of monopoly at the behest of other people. You understand? They've deliberately frustrated people from competing with him, creating their own businesses because he's in that industry. You understand? So I think they should allow competition to thrive. If they really want Nigerians to have gainful employment, have access to jobs, allow people come in, create jobs, most especially Nigerians. Don't suffocate people just because you want to keep making money for yourself and for your business, at the behest of other people. So that's what I'm just going to say, that kudos to AirPeace, and I wish him all the best in all of his endeavor.
All right.
That's all I can say. Yeah.
I have breaking news here. Naira depreciating because I was out of the country. Who could tell me who said this? I'll give you a book.
Ndaboski
Bause.
Just think about this. A reporter sat down.
My daddy in the Lord.
A reporter sat down and wrote this story and published it. Editor got it and said, "Oh yeah, this is from
approved."
Anyway, thank you, Olumide. Golden Mind, welcome to the show.
Hi. Thank you very much. Well, I think that the AirPeace stuff is a welcome development.
It's long overdue because for the past few years and decades, the international airlines have been fleecing Nigerians. I remember that when I first got to United States, I flew Nigerian Airways, and at that time, I think the pricing was all competitive. So I'm very glad that AirPeace is able to, break that jinx. But just like a lot of people expressed concerns, I do hope that the standards will be maintained. That's very important. Um, I do also think I wish that they fix the issues they have on the local scene. I've had opportunities to fly AirPeace from different parts of the country, but the issue is that the issue of delays and the issue of the chaotic setup at their counters. If only they can fix all these things, I think things are going to be better. But I think that they have been very creative and innovative about what they're doing because, like somebody said, they're playing with the big boys, and you have got to be at your very best to compete effectively with them. I'm hoping, I'm praying that they also start the Nigeria United States routes. They say they're going to start the on December to New York. I hope that happens because the pricing, of course, all of you know, is really, really outrageous. Well, in all fairness, I do think that this government has really, really given AirPeace the kind of support that previous governments never did. I listened a lot of times to Festus Keyamo. He has spoken so passionately about how the government wants, what the government has been doing, and what they want to do in order to make sure that this, thing APC is doing is sustainable. Okay, so we got to give them some credit for doing part of it. And, I'm able, but we can't just, like somebody said, ethnicize everything. Nigeria has a very bad system, Some of them are by design, some of them accidental, and it's going to take a long time to fix all these problems. And I do know that in the minds of a lot of people, everything that doesn't go, some people's ways, they want to, ascribe ethnic, do I say intentions to them. So I do think that they have done fairly well in terms of giving the support. They have issues, no doubt, but I do think that some of those issues are being solved, at least from what I hear from Festo Kemo all the time. So, I don't have a lot to say. I'm very happy. I think that the presence, and I'm hoping that they come to the United States, the presence will help a lot of Nigerians to travel. Because if you have to pay $2,500 to move from Nigeria to, Nigeria to United States, and it stops a lot of people from traveling. That has happened. So that's a good move. It's commendable, and I hope that the standards will be maintained, that we'll have no reason to hear that AirPeace, just like so many other airlines who tried the Lagos-London route, has just stopped operating. That would be very bad. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, God in mind. Paul, I'm not coming to you yet because I want you to be the expert that will now clear up things. And Paul, no, I'm not coming to you yet.
My brain don't full.
More fathers and show. And then I'll come down to Ike and San Antonio. What?
Oga Nwoke come down. It's my turn, Emiloko.
No, it's not yet. Actually, it's not because
Stan, is your turn. I just wanted to say something. I don't think it is fair when someone is airing out their mind and others shut them up. It's a program where we come to listen. We learn from everybody. If we are epitome of knowledge, then we don't need the show. Someone was making a speech. If you don't like what he's saying, but he has the right to speak. Then you don't understand it. It's just my view.
I agree with you. That's why sometimes I also listen and hear things I don't agree with, and some are outrageous, but I still let them talk, hoping that you guys will correct some of the things being said. All right, forefathers.
Yeah, If it's about AirPeace, I think it's quite simple, isn't it? That is a good thing. I consider Oyema a hero for Nigeria, because to survive the Nigerian ecosystem doing business like that is quite sensitive to any mistakes, and then take it international, remain consistent. We just discovered that I didn't know he was doing in India, even myself. So he's been doing a lot that most people did not pick up on. It's just recently because of the London routes, that's why we are now paying more attention. But he has done very well, and I hope he keeps it up, and we all support him. That's all one can say. And we have to support him and try to ensure that he succeeds, and maybe others join him. Because the more we have, the merrier. We have options, prices come down, and we are all able to travel to Nigeria more cheaply. That should be it, really. And in the end, I really think that people should see that man as a hero. He's beyond just airlines too. He's done other things in Nigeria that implies that guy is like a true nationalist, really. And that is what nationalism means, where you really go out of your way, not only from airlines. You was part of the negotiation with the Niger Delta youths issues, rescuing Nigerians from countries where they are being discriminated against. He really stepped out of his way to do things for the country, and I hope we reciprocate it by supporting him. It doesn't even matter where he comes from. He's beyond that. He's well beyond that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for fathers. Sure.
Yes, good evening, Rudolph, and good evening to everyone on the panel, the chat gang, and to the viewers. So, Alan Onyema, just have to say congratulations once again on the proposed Abuja to London flight. Whenever I'm going to Nigeria, I'll be flying AirPeace. Regardless of the price, I would fly AirPeace, just because the more we fly AirPeace, the more profit they make, the more sustainable it will become for them. With regards to the offer they've made to people who are traveling from Benin and all these other places, like some other people have expressed their concerns, it would be nice for them to be upfront with the customers to say, maybe it's an incentive for the first 6 months. Maybe it's an incentive for the first 3 months, so that at least you manage people's expectations. If it's something you plan to do for good, then that's good. But you'll be honest of them to be upfront and let people know that it's temporary. People will still appreciate it, even if it's for 3 months or 6 months or for however long. And people have already said what the bigger airlines are trying to do. They're cutting their cost. They can afford to run at a loss for 6 months, for 1 year. But what they would do is, if people say, "Oh, I see AirPeace is 1,000," because I just checked 16th of June to leave Lagos and to come back to Lagos on the 16th of August. Let's say you're going away for 2 months. I just checked now. BA is currently charging $1,500 for that flight, and AirPeace is £1,100 for some reason. One is in dollars, one is in pounds. So even if BA was cheaper than AirPeace, I will fly AirPeace, because if we collaborate with the foreign airlines and we kill AirPeace, the money you saved today, you will pay times 5, times 10. Because what would happen is, once AirPeace is gone, BA and Qatar and whoever else will go back to their prices, and you will pay. You're not going to walk to Lagos. You won't go through Libya. You're a big boy. You're a big girl. So you would pay that money you think you're saving. So if you know what is good for you and your family, get them on AirPeace. If you have Isiagu, Isiodum, wear it. Go on AirPeace and enjoy the pepper soup. So don't be penny wise, pound foolish. That's all I'm going to tell people. And also, Dr. Rudolph, I know you're a busy man, unlike some of us who don't have work. The super chat that Man of Prestige sent, and it was saying something about where did WAEC remove some video. So you see, Reno Mokiri. See, so some of these people, we give them too much credit for who they are. Reno is an idiot. He's a nuisance. He's a low level, low class, like his brain, nothing is there, is empty. If you're going to drag Peter Obi, you want to drag Peter Obi on education, you can drag him on anything. You can go to the Hero Beer Parlor or whatever he did, Bury, conflict of interest, Panama, Pandora. But you said Peter Obi didn't build school. He didn't build. I mean, there are videos, which some of them I shared, on the group chat. There are videos of Reno talking about how Peter Obi, Peter Obi. He was then talking, Peter Obi did this. He took Anambra, the education. He was stood next to Peter Obi talking about education years ago. All of a sudden, he's been confed. It's confed Peter Obi. It's not just confed chicken you have. Confed Reno Mukri. No, it's not just chicken that is confed. He's now saying Peter Obi didn't build schools. He didn't do this. Show me one school. And people are now saying, why do I need to build more schools? If there were schools already in existence, the problem is they were not functioning. So Peter Obi renovated a lot of schools, pumped money into it, returned some to the missionaries and gave them money directly to say, you know what, you do it yourselves. And it is clear, this was way back when Peter Obi was, he prided himself in taking Anambra from number 26 to number 1 in Nigeria when it comes to WAEC and NECO. So there was a video on WAEC Twitter handle where they posted a video of Peter Obi's achievements of taking Anambra from number 26 to number 1. On WAEC's Twitter handle, the video is now all of a sudden disappeared. So people are now saying, why did WAEC delete the video? That is what Man of Prestige is asking you. That's been making the rounds on Twitter.
So good for you. You just gave Reno free airtime.
I know, but sometimes you need to clarify these things.
No. So you guys know, I've been inviting him to come on 90 Minutes Africa. No, you want everybody to have an opportunity to tell us why they think the way they think, but he hasn't responded to me. So, right. Go ahead, so sure.
Yeah, so since that happened now, there's a particular guy on Twitter, I think his name is Harry or something, one Niger guy, he lives in Italy, I believe. So he's now started something they called Tinubu Schools of Lagos or something. There's one hashtag that was trending. So people are now going all around Lagos, taking pictures of public primary and secondary schools. Oh my God. This is not even about Tinubu. I don't care who the governors have been over the years. It is bad. If that is Lagos, the richest state in Nigeria, the one they tell us is the 5th largest economy in Africa, that is horrible. And this is not just Tinubu. Yes, I know he's the godfather of Lagos politics, but what happened to Ambode? What happened to Fashola? What happened to the current one? What are they doing? What is the future of the boys and girls growing up in Lagos? And they're not just Yoruba boys and girls growing up in Lagos. Let's get that straight. Lagos is the melting, so it's everybody. Once you cannot afford a proper private school, because some of those private schools are even worse. Once you cannot afford proper private school, your child has no future. And once you get it wrong from the foundation level, which is the primary school, you're just wasting your time. You speak to a lot of people who've been to uni in Nigeria and they tell you, I went to this uni, that uni, and you're thinking, how? How you taking it from where to where? Talking to you, you don't sound like somebody who's gone past primary 2. But once you miss the foundation, everything else is a waste of time. So the challenge on Twitter is, people posting honestly, if you see some of those pictures,
I saw them.
You should fear God, though.
The lesson in that is, Reno, I don't want to make commentary on him. I wanted him to come here and take questions from you guys, not even from me. But sometimes the way he narrows his criticism on P2B, when actually, if you want to look at it, look at schools. In every state in the country, you find terrible schools that you don't want people to go to such a school. But the way that people sometimes make it look like some states are bad and some are good. They are not good. There's nobody. All these people who run Nigeria, all the levels, they've not performed to the level.
I agree completely.
But we know why Reno is going about what he's doing. Reno missed an opportunity of being appointed into an Atiku government, and P2B is responsible for that. If P2B had not gone away to go and run under the Labour Party, all those 6 million votes would have gone to him and this thing. I mean, he has a genuine reason. How can you snatched away, a salary that was going to be coming for him, and you want him to forgive you? Come on, guys.
But sorry, one last thing. What I now like about
Jim, what are you talking about?
Oh, those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about.
People are now expanding the conversation and saying, let's go to other states and let's start posting all these pictures. Let us shame all these governors, because it's beyond Lagos. It can't. I mean, if Lagos is like that, I don't want to see the rest. I'm scared, genuinely worried.
So, are you just seeing those schools for the first time? Did you not see the one in Edo State where the students were soaked in water?
So Chin, it's one thing to see one school. You probably assume, okay, maybe this one is really bad. But when you see the collection of schools, and you're thinking, so this is it, bro. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. And Chim, I agree with you. A lot of those SPV boys, they're upset. If you see them talk on Twitter, you think Peter Obi he actually took something from them, because they were so sure that if Peter Obi had stayed with them and Atiku had won, it was their free meal for the next 8 years. So the fact that Peter Obi went away and they felt like Peter Obi cost them this opportunity, they attack Peter Obi and Obedient more than they talk about APC. Go and look at all these SPV boys on Twitter. They are so upset about anything Obedient. They get upset. They are just angry. So anything that attacks Peter Obi, they support. Reno himself said it. He said if he's asked to choose between Atiku and Tinubu in 2027, he would retire from politics. That's how much conflict of interest he has these days. He's lobbying to be relevant in Tinubu's eyes. But Reno is a nuisance. It's sad that I have to discuss it, but it's a low life that I don't often attack people, but
and he has switched to what is it called, to LinkedIn, to see if he can be making more money.
I don't even see him because I blocked him on Twitter a long time ago. I refuse
to read his comments. I just see it and I won't.
Yeah, I blocked him on Twitter a long time ago because I don't want to read from him. I can censor those. I won't censor people from airing their views. I just protect my sanity. But because of this challenge, it's viral. So even some of the people I follow, they brought it to my timeline, and that's how I saw it. So, but it's good that Man of Prestige is here, so he can come and defend the super chat. Man of Prestige.
All right. So before you go, you mentioned SPV. I hope, on NPR, they have to, if you say something like that, you have to explain it so that people who may not.
Oh, shit, the acronym. So special purpose vehicle. That's because of the guy who used to be Atiku's aide that went to allegedly work for APC. He talked about the SPV, the special purpose vehicles that Atiku created, the voice clip of how they're going to create SPVs to divert Nigeria's money. So, people who do KYC and anti-money laundering would understand. So from that, expose that the guy did, they started calling all these Reno Mokri and all these people who are lying to Atiku, they started calling them SPV boys. So basically, the SPV boys are here. So we have the Hallelujah boys, you have the SPV boys, so yeah.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige, you want to add anything before we continue the conversation?
Yeah. I specifically coming for you because the chat that I sent, you act like, hold on. You act like you don't know what's happening. I think, Dr. Rudolph, and your problem is that when you don't want to talk about something, you act like you don't know what I'm talking about. I mean to say
I have no idea.
Hold on. Let me finish. I mean to say PO, but I put T there, so that was a type of error. But you understand that I was talking about P2B. But you just act like you don't know what I'm talking about, which is wrong of you. Okay, I just come in to call you out.
What are you talking about? I don't get it.
What I'm talking about the chat that I just said about it.
The WAEC thing. Yeah. I had no idea about the WAEC.
You don't have no idea?
No, I don't know everything.
Yeah, I mean to say PO. That's what I mean to say, but I just put PT. But you know I mean to
ST performance. I don't know. I didn't know they deleted anything on WAEC.
Dr. Rudolph, why did WAEC delete the video on PO?
So the problem I have is that
performance?
Hold on. Who is beating the drum? I mean, why would WAEC go to that extent and remove P2B performance there?
Oh,
so it's gonna be somebody.
That's
gonna be somebody in the government.
So yeah, so you know that if there's an embarrassment for the government, and Reno, we all agree that Reno works for the government, whether he's paid or not. He's there promoting the government or their own side. So they can call someone, and someone will basically.
I don't care about Reno. Dr. Damage. Reno live in California and LA. We asked him to come to San Diego so we can donate money for him. He's looking for money. All this noise is making. Yeah.
I don't think it's in California. I think it's in England.
Well, it's in England, unless he moved. But there was a time he was in California.
It goes everywhere. It goes everywhere. It doesn't have a place. It goes everywhere.
Come to San Diego so we can donate money for him. That's all. He's looking for money. Everybody knows Reno is broke. He don't have any money. He just a riffraff, making noise all over the, trying to draw some traffic. That's the point. But anyway, the reason why I came in is because of, like I said, you act like you didn't know what I'm talking about. So it's a problem, and I don't know what happened. You gotta be somebody in the government, that asked them. If you look at it, if you go to that video, which Waye put in there, right now, if you go there, you're gonna say unavailable.
Wow.
Because the video was there before, and Waye is the one that put about Obi performance in Anambra State. I think it was in 2006. Yeah. But now they have deleted it because of what's going on, and they don't want people to see that anymore.
Okay.
So it's Nigeria for you.
All right, we understand why they would do something like that. But thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Paul, give us the lowdown.
I thought you said Paul will be the last one on the AirPeace. I thought I supposed to talk.
I thought you say you want to go to Nobi. That's your own take.
Paul, let him go.
Yeah, I really want to chime in on Allen. To be honest with you, Allen have made a lot of sacrifices for Nigeria. You don't even know. Remember, he have case here in America, and the people that make that case to be life in America is Nigerians. There was a time they charged him for money laundering and all that because of the contract with the airline, they buying the plane and stuff like that. So, but I don't think Nigeria have supported Allen a lot compared to what he have done for Nigeria. Forget about this thing that he said that this administration have helped me a lot, but they need to do more. BA just dropped their airline prices because guess what? They're getting incentives from their government. They're getting incentive from their government. They want to frustrate Allen so that they can go back to charge from just a 6 hours flight from Lagos to London, £1,800, $2,000, this and that. My prayer for Nigerians is to understand what Allen is doing. What Allen is doing right now will help us in the future. Everybody I have talked to that fly that fly to London frequent have said that it doesn't matter what happened, they will not change from AirPeace. They will be with AirPeace. I hope. My prayer for Allen is that if he can make it to United States, I will fly him. It doesn't matter how much he charge. Just to go to Nigeria off period time, just May, to go to Nigeria in May. Delta is charging $1,900 and United is charging $2,000. For what? That means this Christmas, last Christmas, they charge up to $3,000 for economy seat. That means this Christmas, we have to be looking around $4,000 for economy seat if you want to go home. So for me, Nigeria need to do more. Nigerian government need to do more. Give him some incentives to sustain this. Because I don't know how many of us have fly BA. BA is one of the dirtiest airline. The plane they put from London to Lagos. My kids, when we were going to Nigeria, we flew BA. My kids, we flew Delta all the way to London. Then from London to Nigeria. The plane was old, rusted plane going to Nigeria. So when somebody talk about AirPeace have put good planes in the just domestic and international. They have put good plane, and I think he have a good safety record. So we don't need to worry about all that. He knows what he's doing, but all we need as Nigerians to support him. Let it not be like Eric. Eric, you fly to New York and you sit in New York for 2 days waiting for Eric to pick you up from New York to Nigeria. I hope he never turn out to be like that. Let him learn from what other people have done and change the strategy. I think the idea of picking people from Owerri, Port Harcourt is a good incentive. But you still pay it. You still pay for it. But it's a good incentive that you check in. You don't see your luggage again until you get to your final destination. That is a good incentive, but Nigeria need to do more for AirPeace. That is my own take on this. And believe me, somebody talk about delaying flight. I have talked to somebody who is directly related to AirPeace Allen, and the feedback is that some of those delay is not the airline causing it. It's Nigerian system is causing it. Some place don't have digital landing, it's manual landing. Some of them have different things that affect those delays that you see. But guess what? The person that takes blame for it is APIS. My brother was in Nigeria for December. He waited for 12 hours, couldn't get on the plane. At the end of the day, they slept in Asaba, then catch a ride from airport to go to Lagos. It took APIS. That is where I don't like. It took APIS 3 months to refund that money. So they need to change a lot, but we need to support them. My prayer for him is to put Houston to Enugu, Houston to Enugu, Houston to Enugu. I will be the happiest man on earth.
Can I just add something quickly? And it's something that Sho touched on. It's about pricing. You know, when Sho says that even if AirPeace price is higher than that of the other airlines, he will still go for AirPeace. But I'm not sure it's going to apply to everyone, because if I'm looking at price here, the gap between the cheapest and that of AirPeace is about £390. And that could be consequential. People will go for the cheaper one. They will not support AirPeace. So if the Nigerian government really want AirPeace to survive, I think AirPeace too should go to the Nigerian government and say, these people are going to try to drive me out of market. And if they try to drive us, you have to subsidize it. And I think it's something that maybe Nigerians should support that happening, because this could be dangerous. That's £390 difference.
Nigerian government does not understand simple economics. If they cannot sort out simple Naira by making the economy to grow and all that, how will they understand what you're talking about? Just forget that one.
All right, thank you. Paul now, is it? Chimi, you want
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know Paul is
It's
going to
Paul.
be our final speaker, so I just want to add before we allow the speaker of the day to speak. So I think following from what Fofara said, and earlier on somebody said that mentioned it, but while I agree, yes, most countries that have an airline or have a private business person that is playing in that industry, you give them incentives, which is I think it was a caller that mentioned that, and I agree with that 100%. You give them incentives, things that will help them. Even the so-called UAE airlines, both of them are getting incentives from the UAE government, both Emirates and Etihad. They're getting incentives. They're not just flying. That's why they can afford to, sometimes fly you to their country and give you free. I flew Qatar once to Doha, and I got a free hotel room to spend one night. That's incentive. And my final destination was not Doha; it was somewhere else. But they take you there, allow you to stay there on their own money, hoping that you will also spend some money in their country for that one day. Is an incentive. So perhaps the government needs to do that. But that being said, there needs to be and I'm not saying everybody is going to do that, but most Nigerians need to apply a patriotic mindset. This is the time to do that, because it's part of what that business needs, to say this is our own, we're going to stick with it. Come rain, come shine. Of course, I agree, he needs to do something about the pricing to make sure he's competitive enough, and that is where the government will need to come up with maybe if it's an aviation subsidy or whatever it is that will help him, because he's fighting people who are entrenched in that industry. So maybe
sorry, I don't see the that kind of gap that we're talking about. 50% more. If the Nigerian government don't step in to support and say anybody that brings their price down, they will make up the difference for AirPeace. If they don't do that, that's going to be a problem. They're going to chase him out of the market, because people will tell you on screen that they are going to support AirPeace, but when they go and look at their wallets, they'll say, £390, that's a lot. I'm not going to, they will buy the cheap one. And
All right.
the Nigerian government needs to do something about it.
Okay, I have to go, but let me hear Paul. Oh, sure, go ahead. Sure.
Sorry, I just one last thing as well regarding AirPeace. I think our federal government should mandate any government official flying to UK to fly AirPeace. If the government is paying, it doesn't matter if it's state, because you know our people travel a lot. They will go to London to go and discuss how to fix road in Ibadan. So all those nonsense trips that they make, please, our federal government should mandate it that as long as Nigerians are paying for it and you are going to the UK, fly AirPeace. They should mandate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Paul.
Wested should just take my mind to somewhere else too, something that they do in America, which they also do in Nigeria, but we just don't think about it. There are so many ways you can do subsidy. For further, that price can be £390, but there are so many ways you can do subsidy. Ethiopia Airline do it. When Arik started flying JFK, they did it. For example, the standard luggage that nearly everybody knows is 23 kg, 30 pounds. Yeah, sorry, 50 pounds, 23 kg. AirPeace can come up with the strategy of Nigerians will like load and come up with a strategy of 30 pound. 66 pound, 30 kg. That can give great incentives because of people who buy their so-called flour, whatever, ola, their pando, and the likes. That can give privilege. Arik did another thing. They did 3 luggage. So you don't really get you carry a very big aircraft. For the most part, your passengers are not like almost complete. So you introduce the concept of 3 luggage, while other airlines carry 2 luggage. Nigerians, mostly Nigerians who live in the UK, who live in other places, will love it. You know why they will love it? Because if you still want to pay for 1 extra luggage, it's almost like the same £200. So that will save you a lot of money and give you a lot of load, a good run for your money for us to buy this our expensive Nigerian food. So that's on its own is a strategy. Then government can come up with another strategy again and also talk to private sectors plus government. All government staff must fly with AirPeace. Then private sectors, if you fly with AirPeace, we can write good percentage of that during tax time. You understand? It's a big strategy when companies. So even when the private sector feel that no, I want to put my staffs in, it's a class A, BA. I want to put them in BA. I want to put them in Virgin. When you think that no, I will write a lot of money on tax with this thing, they want to fly a piece. So with all these little things here and there, they go a long way that people will calculate to travel. When I travel, I always mess with my wife that you make me look like somebody who traveled to Onisha to go buy market, because I will carry Oporoko, carry everything. By the time I put my designer's cologne, I'll see end up smell like Oporoko because of all the load that we carry. These things will help. Then the strategy that AirPeace came with, flying from a domestic route in other places to connect your international flight, that's a good concept. Good concept in the sense that it is always there. It is not new, but AirPeace is speaking the language where a layman understands, which is good. For example, I live in Arizona. In Arizona, I'm flying Delta next month to Nigeria. Delta don't have international airport in Arizona. Simply mean I'll connect from a domestic route to an international. So if I fly Phoenix, Arizona, they'll either take me to Atlanta, they take me to St. Paul, Minnesota, or they take me to JFK, or they take me to Michigan. So this is the strategy. So you can fly anywhere. So, but AirPeace is just using it, that business strategy that the normal Igbo man do. Let me go bring it in the other store. So they can convene you. But if you want to check now, for example, now you want to check, say, from Asaba to London and from Lagos to London, you end up discover that Asaba may be more expensive. So which means indirectly, they still put the money there. It's a strategy, but speaking the language is very, very good with business. They're going to love it. And it's a good thing. I really like that. So they can use that one. Then another thing that I would urge AirPeace to do when it comes to like planning to come to the US, before coming to the US, started telling people that you start going to the US, that you can fly from London to US simply mean what you can do. You partner with other airlines. This is what America do. This is what Air France, KLM, every one of them do. Delta is partner with KLM. They partner with Air France. You know, United partner with Lufthansa. So if I'm going to Nigeria, I may either fly Delta direct from Atlanta to Lagos, or they'll partner. If I go to Michigan, KLM will take me to Holland. If I go to other places, they'll take me to Charles de Gaulle. That is Air France will take me. So you partner with other airlines. So AirPeace can use the strategy of, oh, we started going to the US. All you just need to do, AirPeace take you from Lagos to Gatwick. Maybe America will take you to whatever place you are going in America till they will win the route that they will be doing it directly. And even though when they win the route, you still need to partner with other airlines because there'll be a time where you don't have the passengers to go. You don't want to burn gas just to fly almost empty. You partner with other airline will carry. It's exactly what Delta is doing. You fly Delta today, tomorrow you get to the airport, you see KLM is picking you or Air France is picking you, not just to fly empty. So you must partner with other airlines. And strategies that you do that very well in terms of regional route, like what AirPeace said about they'll pick you from other places. They can fly. They can now tell people that don't use the word we are going to New York. You say we covered the whole of America. Simply mean AirPeace will take you to JFK, but Spirit Airline will take you to anywhere. Frontier Airline will take you. These are cheap airlines in America. Go to places like Europe. Rhine will take you. Air Europea will take you. You know, so those small airlines will take you around and everything. Every airline do the same thing. The guys who live in UK, if you stand up today and say you want to go to Nigeria, you want to fly from places like Luton, of course it's going to be more expensive than you are flying from Heathrow. Do you know why? Because Luton will charge you, they'll charge you the charges from Luton to Heathrow and from Heathrow to Lagos. So it's a strategy. So just make it a win-win situation where people will almost fly seamless. And why AirPeace do this thing that they do, I am so much happy because AirPeace is the worstest airline when it comes to luggage. They are very, very strict with luggage when it comes to domestic flights. Very, very strict. They weigh your hand luggage. They charge you more for your hand luggage. People can go online and go look local flights with AirPeace. So telling people now that you can actually do your 23 kg for those that understand kg, and for those that understand pound, you can do your 50 pound, 50 pound to fly from Asaba, whichever way, from Kaduna, Kano, any place down. I think it just makes sense. So it's a good strategy. They should learn to keep talking these things, use the layman word all the time, and it will really, really help. That's my take for now. So their biggest work that I expect them to do right now is to partner with other airlines. If they don't do this partnership very well,
I guess what you mean is to join one of the alliances. They should join
alliance.
One of the alliances. Yes.
Sorry, that's the right English. Alliances, so that other airlines will be taking you from places to places. And like when you fly places, say I'm flying Emirates now. You live in the West Coast. Emirates don't really go to the West Coast. You see, airline like JetBlue will take you, continue your journey, stuff like that. They always pick the cheaper airline. So they'll form alliances with small, cheaper airline. That way, it will be easy for people. For some of us who have aged parents, you just want to make their flight. And when you do all those type of things, the biggest gain with that, you will never miss your flight. But if you fly from Houston to JFK, you do your separate flight, only for you to get to JFK, and Arik is to pick you to Lagos, and Arik delay your flight, you just lose everything. You understand? Because the other airline don't have a business with you that is to pick you up. So you are losing a lot. So if they do all those things, it will really, really help. And I'm really, really happy with the man concept.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul, for man of proceed. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to ask Paul something before I continue. You're talking about the alliance with some other airline. How easy is that? I think it's going to be more complex, being that AirPeace is a new entrance in this field. You know, there's a lot of bureaucracy, and and they behave like mafia. How do you think it's going to be easy for them to allow AirPeace to partner with them, judging
It
by
is
the kind
very,
of
it is very, very easy. You don't partner with bigger airline when you're strong. So what you do in terms of local flight, now I'm talking about more of local flight. The international route may be a bit hard, but the local will be much, much easier because this is what the local flight make money. You and I will live in America. It is hard for you to fly Frontier. It is hard for you to fly Spirit. It is hard for you to fly JetBlue. But guess what? Most passengers you see there are connecting passenger from an international route. That international flight pick them from Asia, Europe, and Africa. They land one place, then this other small airline will take them continuing their journey. Same thing you see with something like the Norse airline in Europe. You see like Rhine, you understand? So if I'm going to say I'm going to Sweden, I can easily see a cheap Delta airline that will probably just take me to maybe Heathrow. And before you know, Ryan is taking continue my journey. Norse is continue my journey. Air Europia is continue my journey. These are all the things you do. And the good thing about that, even though when I get there, if the other airline had a problem with, say, maybe weather, anything, it's their problem, it's not my problem. They will only delay me and they will continue my journey. But if you are flying, say, for example, you book your flight now from Lagos to Enugu separately, and you fly, say, AirPeace from London to Lagos, and AirPeace delay you 2 hours, guess what? You just missed your other flight. And it's not the airline's business. But if you are flying straight to Enugu, all AirPeace need to do, AirPeace can still partner with other airlines. You land to Lagos, even if AirPeace is not doing Enugu, AirPeace just simply need to say, Arik, take them to Enugu. They need, local flights still need to partner. We see all those things when things are bad. JetBlue can still put you in America to fly. So it's time for us to learn to live together, to partner together, than trying to do it yourself and make you spend a lot of money.
All right, let me finish.
Just to help, man of prestige, there are 3 alliances in the world. All these airlines you see all belong to these alliances. So there's an alliance called Star Alliance, and there are specific airlines that belong there. There is One World, and there is a Sky Team. I don't think AirPeace belongs to any of them. Most private airlines don't belong to, but most of the other legacy airlines, they all lump themselves together in groups. What that does is that if you are flying, say, British Airways, which belongs to the Star Alliance, if you get to the UK and you're coming to Canada, Canada Air will bring you to Canada. If you're going to Ethiopia and you flew, say, BA to London, you join Ethiopian Airways from London to Addis and all that. That's the way they work. No airline goes it alone. If you go it alone, that is why it is easy for them to conspire and push out one airline that does not belong to any of this. So it's usually encouraged that an airline should go and look for which of those alliances suits your philosophy and join them. It makes life easy for you. But if you want to go it alone, which I guess is what AirPeace is doing right now, it's not going to be long before they all sit down and conspire against you because they share routes and share things among themselves. That's the 2 points I just wanted to make.
There you go.
In conclusion to my statement, let me just chime a little bit. I think it's a welcome development. In my own opinion, I think they've been having a problem in a long time. Kenyamo is doing a good job, because he's the one that's facilitated whatever is happening right now, being in this present government. So I commend him for helping AirPeace to where they are to obtain this level where they are right now. So it's a good thing. But having said that, I think Nigerian government should try to help AirPeace through any kind of incentive or subsidy. To bring Nigeria AirPeace to more standard, so they can fly frequently, maybe coming to America. That'd be where a welcome.
Who will fly Ghana if they go international?
Ghana?
Come on,
I
just asking. I didn't say anything, though. I just asked a question.
Come on. So Ghana can't even do C-check anywhere because that aircraft,
They ask question.
they banned that Ghana aircraft in your airspace in Europe and America. Those are the old aircraft that makes a lot of noise. They've already banned those aircraft. Most countries use those aircraft for only cargo. And even though in America and in Europe now, they even face it out in terms of even cargo. Like you can't even use it to carry cargo
But
again.
if you sedate me, put for dinner, I go wake up, run.
Now, Moluena, your ear, you go to blow your head. Your ear going to blow your brain.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. And
but hold on, let me ask Dr. Rudolph something. When somebody is giving you, do you prefer other means than super chat?
well, I think if the person can do Zelle, because super chat they take 1/3 of the money, YouTube will take that. So Zelle is better. But anyone,
Oh, Zelle. Oh, okay, that's directly from my bank. You know, if okay, that's okay.
Thank you. All right. So thank you so much for this conversation. What we are going to, just to remind people that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to have Dr. Franklin Obunweze, who most of you know. He's been here 3 times. I think this will be the 4th time he will be joining us at 12:30 p.m. US time and 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time. He will join us from Frankfurt, Germany, to talk about the world and Nigeria and Tinubu and everything else in between. So if you have time, you can join us tomorrow. And the topics that we still have left that are important are, one is Rwanda. I want to hear from people in the UK. So if someone leaves Nigeria now and comes to the UK to apply for asylum, you might end up in Rwanda. So how is that shaping up? What's the argument and the debate over there in the UK? And then the other one is American students rising up to protest what's going on in the Middle East. Is that a lesson there for Nigerian students, African students, when their country, when their government or the society is totally against something, that the students can be the people that will motivate the country to look at something in a different way? So that's a conversation I would like us to also have. But at this point, I have to take my leave. I have a meeting to attend, and I would like to thank everybody that joined me. Forefathers, thank you so much. Chim, thank you so much. Eagles Air, thank you. Man of Prestige, thank you. Tone, thank you. Ikolola, thank you. Paul, thank you. Show, thank you. And there's so many of you who joined. I can mention everybody, and those on the comment sections.
I noticed you didn't appreciate Pansat coming in. You should say Pansat.
Oh, Pansat.
Everybody comes in, he makes the place he makes the place warm.
Yes, that's true.
Doctor, truth be told, let's tell ourselves truth. Pansa is making us enjoying the show, but sometimes Pansa is going too far, and when it goes too far, it's turning some of us to animal. You understand? And it's not too good. Like I use one word. He called me minority, and I said minority has been president in the country, and he, an Igbo man as a majority, has not been president. Guess what? Of course, I'm messing with Pansa, but you know other Igbo people now will take it up with me. Why am I saying that? They might not like it. So he's bringing the animal in us. You understand? And we cannot let him just keep enjoying this rhetoric, and we'll laugh, we'll smile at it. Sometimes we'll fight back. Sometimes we bite back. And when we bite back, it affects other people, not even him. Other people will look us like animal.
I disagree with you.
You might disagree. So we said that.
Okay,
hold on. When I said that, you might not see the comments that people felt when I said Igbo man has not been a president. Me, that he called minority, have been a president. Now, I am talking to Pansa just to mess with Pansa because Pansa messed with me. But do you know how many people comment about it? Do you see how it works? So it's not because we're in public. You understand? So sometimes he is going too far with it.
Okay,
you understand? And it's not about him.
Okay, can I say why I disagree? You see, the measure of a strong man is the man that doesn't put his emotions forward before his mind. You see, so if you're saying
that is added.
Can I finish? If you're saying Pansat has the power to make you do things which you're not supposed to do, you're making. There's something someone told me when I was a teenager. He said, "Don't give the devil more powers than he has." You know.
I like that. You cannot tell me how I will fight back. If I'm
wait.
You don't tell me how to fight back.
No, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you.
Oh no, that's exactly what your parable is saying that. That's my parable. My parable, I can choose to be silent, and I can choose to fight back. It
Okay,
always go two ways.
there's another thing I see around there. Let's take Pansat out of it. Maybe because Pansat, someone wants to say, give a comment, and then he mentions someone's name over what you said, and you see the other person already ready to pounce at it, or you said, but Pansat does that. But look, for someone mentioning your name over what you said, probably you've touched something they want to talk back at. So it doesn't make it that you must. There are some things you don't give a response to. So look, for me, I believe that no one has the power to. It's like my friends. I'll put it this way to you. I'll put it simply. My friends watch football, and then they go about, oh, that football today has dampened my emotion. And I said, that means you're weak. Because if boys play, whether they win or lose, they get paid. You don't get paid anything. They don't even know if you exist. And you are there ruining your whole day because they lost the game. That shows how weak your emotions are. So
Do you
that's
see where you're coming from? Do you see where you're coming from? I'll tell you mine. Me, I love so much American music, so much heavily. I play country music in the 70s and in the 80s. I don't play no Nigerian music. How do you think the Nigerian community take me? Whenever I carry all my Nigerian people in my car and I'm driving, all I play is American music. They look me like a sellout. But it is something I just like to do. I support my Nigerian music. When I go to work, when people see Burna Boy, they say it's Jamaica. I say, no, it's in Nigeria. I argue for them. But guess what? I don't even play their music. You argue when they talk whiskey. I say, oh, it's in Nigeria. It's just not the type of music. A man who listens to Don Williams, Kenny Rogers, and Lionel Richie. Do you see any Nigerian music that's playing that type of music? You understand? So I'm not condemning them. It's just not my style.
Paul, thank you so much. So hold on that thought. So let me take my leave. Thank you, guys. I will see those that will join us tomorrow. And all the best.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Ikonola, I think the argument you are making is within reason, isn't it? If somebody comes on and start being unreasonable with other people constantly, you're not going to expect the other to just sit there and take it constantly. Otherwise, you're going to encourage other people to become like that too. Then what do you have?
Okay. Can I say something? It's
hold on, Father. I think I like Pansat, but I have an issue with him. I mean, when he come here and spoon some bigotry language, I mean, I detest that. That's my own opinion. I mean, because it's causing division, regardless of how eloquent he can be. In narrating his form, some of them are very informative, but that bigotry line, I despise that. So I don't tolerate that in any platform that I am. I will always call it out, whomever it may be. It doesn't matter, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, whatever. I mean, we should desist from such a language.
Let me put this this way. A madman walks right in front of you on the street, and he decides to fight you. And then you say, look, can I make my way? I am not ready to fight. And then he just stands there. He doesn't touch you. He says, you're weak. You can't fight me. And then you say, oh, you're going to fight him because he's making you feel bad. It doesn't make you a reasonable man. It does not.
I like your adage. When it comes to adage, I am good with that. My mother used to put another
this parable. This is all I'm trying to say.
Listen, my mother said somebody that madman kill his child. If you see mechanic, he will run away.
Exactly.
What about that?
That's what this Pansat says.
Do you see? So which means the person didn't even fight. You see a mechanic because madman kill his son. You see a mechanic just getting dirty with oil. You understand? So that person now is seeing a mechanic just because his body is stained with oil. He run away that another madman is coming. That's how we human being is. You understand? What you can tolerate is different from what I can tolerate.
And if a madman does something, that's what I said, is within reason. Because if a madman does something, people are likely to ignore the madman. But if a sensible person that should be a human being does something, People, and remember, madmen are not given podiums. Madmen are not given podiums.
Forefathers, you mean to qualify it supposed sensible person?
Exactly. That is the point, because madmen are not given podiums.
I really like the way you are here. I like the way you pick all the dots. They makes me happy sometimes.
If you're not mad and you say something, people will hold you accountable. If you're mad, people will not hold you accountable, but neither would they bring you up to talk to them.
Okay,
You
forefather,
see what I mean?
forefather, can we move on to something else? I mean,
Yes, I think this. I've not finished with this this in AirPeace issue, because I thought about this thing. I saw the data regarding the Hajj. The Nigerian government spent 90 billion to subsidize people to go for Hajj, and you can see a situation whereby they have to think about subsidizing AirPeace, because what I'm looking at there is a massacre where you have 890 pounds versus 500 pounds ticket charge. They are going to massacre AirPeace if the Nigerian government doesn't step in. Because if the Nigerian government can spend 90 billion to subsidize people to go to Hajj, I don't see any reason why you cannot subsidize AirPeace. And also, I'm seeing some disturbing reports in Nigeria where traveling to Hajj is about 5 million. That's well over 2,000 pounds. It's just around the corner. So in other words, they're gouging Nigerians.
Let me help you there. You see, there's I don't think it's I think it's Yellen. It was about last week, who an American, I think is a representative anyway, who was making this case about China dumping their electric cars. Do you know China is actually selling electric cars at a loss, so as just to make American cars not participate? This is what nations do to help your road. They don't make any car. These are private companies, but they subsidize it and sell it at a loss just to make sure China dominates the market.
Let me just show people the data so that they can see, because
let's
this
talk
is
about
too vivid for my liking.
let's emphasize more on this subsidy. Do you know state can also come in? State can also please, my brother. Let me just go. State can also help with subsidy. So there are different ways you help. Like when Arik started flying to Uyo, when they opened Uyo Airport, no airline is going there. So what do Arik order a Bombardier, a Canadian aircraft that carries like 110 passengers. So what they do now, the Akwa Ibom government promised them 65 seats. You understand? If you get all your passengers, they don't pay you anything. But if you get less, very less, and everything, they're going to make up for 65 seats for you. So this is how you subsidize. So states too can also come in, like the way my Igbo brothers will love to travel straight to the east. You understand? So state can also say, you know what, instead of you to fly here and do this, and with a good concept of you can use it even though up to an hotel, where even hotel airline subsidize. You understand? They partner with an hotel. So you just see that, okay, if you fly this, you use this hotel, you get rebates. So also building state-of-the-art hotel around the airport, it also helps. So if you are using this hotel, your flight will cheap. You understand? You do a combo thing. You understand? So there are so many strategies where you can use. State can also support. It's not only about federal government. And remember one thing, the Tinubu's government is trying to reduce subsidy. So still telling the same Tinubu government to subsidize again is almost like a wishful thinking. You know, it's almost like a wishful thinking.
Otherwise, the consequences could be very dire for us. And the point is that they're already doing it. You see, I'm looking at this one that they are talking about 4,000. That's 4.9 million for airfares to Hajj. I don't know whether that is true. But if it is, if anything, that is remote. This is Arise News they are talking about it. I don't know whether they mean for one person.
No. The way they put it, no, not like that. My other sister have done it to Israel. Ogun State giver. They give you money. This money also cover. They add to the money you say you have. Also cover to your hotel. You're staying while
but
you
this
travel.
one is they said they fixes airfare, the fare.
No, I'm just telling you. So this is the subsidy. So the subsidy come with like they get all these aircraft. You see during that Hajj time, you see Qatar Airline, Emirates will fly. I forget this local airline. Only fly during that time. After that time, they turn their aircraft to cargo. There's one Nigerian airline. They do it. After that time, they turn the aircraft to cargo. They don't do passenger because they can't compete when it comes to passenger. So they go back to cargo. But during the Hajj period, then they turn it to passenger just to get that in. So the government can also help AirPeace now, can say, now that we have our own aircraft, we don't need any foreign airline. Let's support AirPeace. Let AirPeace do the whole travel when it's time to go to Israel and when it's time to go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they could do that, but the one I'm looking at is this price. Because that is equivalent to, it's over $2,000. What I'm looking at there. If it's over $2,000 just to Middle East, yeah.
Father, I think Nigerian government subsidized them going to Hajj. I think from what I read, it was in the billions. 9 billion.
Yeah, 90 billion. 90 billion.
I'm sorry, 90 billion that was budgeted. So look at that amount of money, Paul. That's what we're talking about. I mean, 90 billion to subsidize them. Even I thought you said they are paying out of their pockets some, but that's a lot of money.
Hey, my brother, they do it every year for Christian and Muslim. Every year.
It's not about that. It's about whether they can do the same for AirPeace. It's not that. I'm not saying they should stop that one. But if they can do it for that, why not do it for AirPeace too? Are we not Nigerians?
Now it's just hard. Remember that for the most part, also states also support. You understand? Kano, Kaduna, Sokoto.
Yeah, this one is the state that pegged it.
Sokoto also have international airports. So it's about states. So how big now? Like my Igbo people now, they are big with Catholic, not really this travel to Israel. You know, most old people just do it as Christians. Say, for my lifetime, let me go to Jerusalem. But the Igbo people who are really, really big when it comes to travel like that, they're more of the Catholic than any other thing you can think of.
Yeah,
you understand?
but this is the problem with the way we do something. We are willing to subsidize things that doesn't grow our economy. But we are not subsidizing things that
you
should
are changing
help.
The topic.
Things that don't
This
grow
will
our
make
economy.
us get mad. You are changing the topic.
I want to ask.
Are we speaking? Are we speaking randomly? Are we speaking randomly or sequentially, so that we know what we are doing? Because so that we will not be moving in a way that it does not matter. If we are speaking randomly, so that everybody is speaking randomly. But if we are speaking sequentially, so let be organized. Because if we watch for a long time, I just stay quiet so that we do things in order. These are international media, not local content.
I just want to get to a certain point, then I will ask everybody to say something. Let me just ask Maska. Maska, please, are you there? Because I think he may know something about this one. Because I don't want to go and say something out of ignorance here. Because that 4.9 million naira, is that normally the price to go to Hajj in the Middle East and back? If that is the case, they are gouging us big time, and this is where AirPeace too should look at going in. Is AirPeace not doing the Middle East? They're not. So that's something they need to go, because this in that $2,000 to the Middle East.
Remember they did it the last time where they turned them back mid-hair.
Oh,
yeah, go look. Yeah,
was that not Dubai? Yeah, that was Dubai. But it appears these Hajj ones are very expensive.
It's the Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, yeah, that was Saudi Arabia.
It's Arabia.
Yeah,
then they play all the politics of they play the politics of visa.
But even this one you're talking about, forefather, is still going to be the same Saudi Arabia. I mean, Hajj is Saudi Arabia. Anything Mecca, is all Saudi Arabia. But you raise a valid point. Rather than giving individuals that money, why don't you use it to incentivize a local owned airline and mandate them that by this time of the year, since we have this huge interest to go to Mecca, then that person already has a reason to come and carry people from Kano, from Sokoto, from wherever, and get them to Jeddah or Mecca or wherever it is this is going to happen. Yeah. It's all, and I actually was very happy when you raised it. Rather than giving people that money, let it be an incentive to the airline who will
it's not to a particular airline.
If you look into this thing, if you look into what is happening in Nigeria, sometimes when I say something, people begin to tackle me but I know what I'm saying. What is it I'm not saying? Nigeria always try to waste money on something that does not matter to Nigerian economy. Something that they will not get in return of it. That's the problem. They always follow something that does not need it in that moment. Now, this is AirPeace. This AirPeace. This AirPeace. Yes, I believe that in future there's another national carrier that will come up. That will come up. But what we do? What do we do? We are looking in a way to build our economy. We are looking in a way to make sure that Naira have gain weight. But what we do? Government need to support those who are domestic investors. They need to support those people that spend their money to make sure that Naira grow up. But they will not do that. They prefer to go to Japan. They would prefer to go to another ways to spend that money and bring those things to Nigeria. While the one that is Nigeria keep on dying. Look at PCN. PCN have left Nigeria 2 days ago. What is it? What is it that is going on? Because we have the Nigerian government have left what they're supposed to do something that are not required. Okay, since these people are going for Mecca, people are going for Mecca, people are going for Israel. What will they do? They will say, okay, since we have an airline like AirPeace, or if there's another airline that is capable to carry passengers from Nigeria to that place, what do? They invite those people and make use of them. You find that the whole millions Naira being spent will still remain within economy. It will not go out. But they prefer to spend the money unnecessarily. Then those ones that wanted to invest in Nigeria keep on dying.
So we do have Nigerian airlines from the north.
Look at Obama. I want you to understand something.
The Nigerian airline can't do
Sorry, can
all.
I just ask
all those
Masca?
Emirates, Qatar, that also support this their Muslim brother. So they themselves become this is the time they themselves benefit.
Can we let Masca talk, please?
Can we allow Masca to
please,
chime in here?
Let me summarize.
All we just need to do, we can let AirPeace can see these things, my brother, is to market themselves.
Let me summarize. Please allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Why you want to summarize what you want to do? This is where I want to tell you so that you use me to summarize. This is not the time for you to be doing this Igbo. Because many of this Arch period, it is the northern states, they support more of these things. This is what governors even used to campaign. I believe Masca will say some of these things. So when you keep condemning these people very well, now you are waiting for your Igbo brother to go lobby a governor not to give a Muslim Qatar, Emirates, to give your Igbo brother to do that ad. How do you think it will be easy? So my brother, let's condemn Nigeria that Nigeria fail us.
And that should have been easy.
Fail you. You understand?
You have to
so
put your nation first. You should
try to tone it down with the way you feel that everybody hates you because you are Igbo man. When Nigeria fail all of us.
That should have been.
Are you done?
What is this about?
Are you done?
What is it about Igbo?
No, I think he was just let Igbo Air complete. Sorry, Igbo Air wanted to complete so that we can ask Masca something.
Let me just tell you something. There's a website that will be very, that'll be very nice to everybody. We need to go to and support our northern brothers. It's called Wazobia_darkroom. It's one of the few YouTube, that is happening right now. I think it's been organized by Hassan. It's called Wazobia_darkroom. So we need to have from northern perspective.
Dark what?
Please let me finish what I'm saying.
Darkroom. Just put underscore darkroom.
Yeah, darkroom.
Yeah, it's from Hassan. You all know Hassan. He used to come to this platform. So
is it
from the northern perspective. Yeah.
I'm not seeing Wazobia_darkroom. Is it darkroom?
DARKROOM. Room.
Yeah, it can be dark. It can be underscore. It has to be like a dash or something.
That's what he told us. When we was on different platform, I think it was one man. He said dark room.
URLs don't use underscore like that. Let me see.
Wazobia, WAZABIA underscore dark room. Just to hear from that, from the northern perspective, because we don't have a lot of them coming here. It'd be very nice to always, go to that website, that YouTube and listen to them.
Yeah. Okay. Underscore this in dark room. I've not been able to get it up. Yeah. But I'm trying to find it anyway.
I just want to advertise that here, please.
Yeah, it's not popping up.
It's not.
It's not popping up. Okay, I think as you can see, first in dark room, Wazobia gist. Imagine, no, I've not seen him.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
if
let's
you
see
have
that
the
input
link, you can
now
share.
because
You can share the link with us if it's there.
no, I don't have the link yet. He came and promoted it to a different platform that I was yesterday. So that's what I'm
Okay.
trying to bring it. Yeah, it's something new. I don't know if it has not started yet, but it was from Hassan. You all know Hassan that used to come on this place.
Okay.
But anyway.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, no, not YouTube. It's supposed to be on his own web page or something.
Web page, you're right.
But I can't seem to find it yet. I was keep searching anyway. Yeah, Eagles Air. You wanted to complete what you were saying. Sorry about that.
Let me complete what I'm saying because there's sometimes we get it wrong where we're not supposed to get it wrong. What I was saying now, I didn't mention any woman or Igbo woman, anything. I'm just trying to say, in a way, government need to give a support to people who bring out their hearts to invest in Nigeria, not to go outside and look for investors. Whereby the one that is in Nigeria, you have not given them support. That's what I'm trying to say in effect. Now, let us look into it clearly. Now, the Qatar airline and all of them are getting support from their federal government to make sure that they remain as a business, because what they are doing is to maintain the flag of the country. What they are doing to make sure that the money that comes into the country does not go out like that. Now, AirPeace have come and said that if you want to buy a ticket, you can buy a ticket in Naira, pay in Naira. And there's no problem about it. Now, what he's trying to do is that to help the dollar to reduce the expense of dollar, to reduce, so that we'll be using Naira. We have some time ago, is it Qatar Airline or something that said the Nigerian government are owing, the Nigerian government are not supposed to pay them the money supposed to transfer to them. That's an issue. But if Nigerian government will say, okay, since AirPeace have come up in this option, what will you do? Now, other nations like British Airways have 14 slots in a week to carry passengers from Nigeria. Now, we are going to negotiate with England. We are not going to negotiate with their country that they have to give AirPeace 14 slots as they give to their own country. That is international politics. Now, they have to do it in a way that Nigeria Airways, British Airways or Qatar, anything, that you're going to end up in Lagos, you're not going to come to Abuja, or you end up in Abuja, you will not come to Lagos. Then let AirPeace go flew all through this thing. That is an enabling environment they are giving to AirPeace. They are trying to make to support them. They are trying to make them to understand that this is a government of Nigeria. You are our own, that we are solidly behind you.
Yeah,
but
don't you think that the best way to support AirPeace is to help AirPeace subsidize its airfares? Because if you pass rules to discriminate against the others, they might come at you too. You see what I mean?
He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't do that in America. He can't do that in London. Even here in India, he cannot do that. Government will tell you where you stop. Then let their own national flag carrier get to so and so place. This is part of support to their own, because immediately Nigeria, British airline stop at Lagos, not come to Abuja. You find that the AirPeace will get more passengers in Abuja to go to London. And by once they get more passengers, once they get more profit, they get more passengers. Do you understand? This is sort of support. Now, Nigerian government is Nigerian economy is not good. They said that, okay, let us give incentive in Naira, and this. Look at what happened to Obama. When Obama was president of Nigeria, what did he do? He gets the support to Elon Musk. Today, Elon Musk now is doing well in Tesla. Now, look at, there's something that happening up right now. Is it the government of America right now has said that they don't need anything concerning Chinese electric vehicle. They banned it. So that the electric vehicle in America will keep on excelling.
Yeah.
In Nigeria,
I think what I'm thinking is that Nigerian government don't have the clout to start fighting all these big companies. And if you start passing, because they already have access to it, if you say now you're not allowed to fly again, that is going to be more controversial.
Then you reduce the incentive we give it to them. Then you reduce it. You reduce it.
Forefathers, I don't think it's that they don't have the clout. I know for a fact that a certain first-class traditional ruler in Nigeria, who is deceased now, will not mention his name, was a major customer of British Airways. There was a time British Airways, he wasn't yet in Lagos, he was coming from his locality to fly to London, and they had to delay that flight to make him board that aircraft. And the same way, we have some top Nigerian elites that one way or the other are affiliated to some of these big airlines. Some of those, so those airlines you see, they are not just doing things, based off whatever BASA agreement or whatever it is. There are also some top Nigerian elites that are behind them one way or the other. Sometimes even shareholding, So I think and some of them are in government. Those are the people that Mr. Onyema was talking about that frustrating him, because these airlines have access to those people. They probably give them complimentary travel benefits, so they will fight their own. So the government needs to stand up. If the government chooses to say, look, BA, you can't go to, we can give you Lagos, but don't go to Abuja. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything. We're just not fighting the battle the way it should be fought because of, people are compromising behind the scene. That's just the point.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask Maska. I've been trying to ask him this regarding the airfares to Hajj. Is it more than $2,000 to go to Hajj from Nigeria? I don't know if you are aware of that.
I'm not conversant. If you can hear me, forefathers, I'm not conversant with all this stuff. I mean, I can find out now and get back to you.
Okay,
In
I would
terms of
truly appreciate
what's
that,
the essence of the question, so that I would not come back and then there's a follow-up question, and then we begin to do back and forth. So what's your point? What's your landing point?
Yeah, the landing point is that if the airfare is over $2,000, they are overcharging Nigerians to travel to Hajj. In terms of the fares alone, transportation alone, it's more expensive to go to Hajj than to go to London, based on that. And Saudi Arabia is closer. So, and then Nigerian government, on top of that, subsidizes Nigerians on top of it. So we are spending money when we are already being overcharged. So this is where it's also important to have a local airline doing those things, which means if you are going to subsidize Nigerians, it makes sense for you to also say, okay, you all use the Nigerian airline instead of paying to whichever airline that is taking people to Hajj and making all that money from Nigeria. So the main point,
It's fine. It's fine, forefathers. It's fine. I get your point. I'll find that information and get back to you. I'll make a couple of calls and then get back to the panel on that. But now I'll seize this opportunity now that I'm talking. I think we're going too far ahead of ourselves. What I would pray for AirPeace, I'm happy is doing the right business strategy. What I will advise also is he can begin to work with other local airlines. And one of the things he can bring to the table, for instance, I'm in Kano. If I'm going to London, for instance, or I'm going to the US, he can partner with some of the local airlines. So I can walk into a Kano airport, I buy my London ticket. I don't want to know who will carry me from Kano to Lagos. All I know is that if I land in Lagos, there is a shuttle that takes me from the local airport straight to the international airport. As far as I'm concerned, I've checked my bag in Kano. I don't want to deal with it until I land at Heathrow or Gatwick or whatever airport anywhere in the world that AirPeace is flying to, because this is one of the value adds that you can put on the table. So from anywhere in Nigeria, you can actually fly to wherever AirPeace is flying to. I think this will be a good value, because you begin to worry your head, have to do the flight from Kano to Lagos and all these things. So I think that's it. And I think the second thing we should talk about, really for the benefit of AirPeace, I don't think government or AirPeace should go into this politics of Hajj, because all these things are political issues. They are just going to create more problems for the business.
I'm not saying he should go into Hajj.
No, I know. Some other people have suggested as much, and just advising. I mean, they may not listen to us. They will look at us as coconut heads. We don't know anything about business anyway. But it doesn't hurt anybody to say. My advice is let the man keep clear of all these things. One of the first things that the Nigerian government can do if they really want to support, and I think they should take a leaf from South Korea. Most of all the companies, all these Hyundai, all these Daewoo, all this LG, their brand of capitalism is that the government support sensible companies that are showing clear indication that they can manage their businesses well. So there's no reason why Nigerian government should not support AirPeace by saying that, okay, any Nigerian that is traveling for any official purpose, this is the preferred airline. If you are going to go on any other line, this is something that can be done quietly without too much announcement, so that we will not begin to fight other airlines and all that. It is something people can do inside a memo quietly. Look, we are not saying that you can't fly any airline, but if you are going to fly any other airline, there has to be a memo, there has to be a justification. You must explain yourself why you are not flying AirPeace.
Sorry, Masker, are you mobile right now? You're driving?
No, I'm not the one driving, but I will.
You're not the one driving. That's fine.
No.
If you're not the one driving, that's fine. But do you think the asking Nigerian civil servants to use AirPeace is sufficient? Because most of the passengers are not going to be government officials, so you still have that massive gap.
Okay, so see where I'm coming from, forefathers. Actually, my landing point really is. Look, Arik used to fly to the US. At least I know, because I used to fly Arik to the US, and I used to love it because nobody worked. I tell my friends, one of my major problems going outside the country, for instance, some small boy, when you're flying, say, what's this airline that takes you through Skipo?
Skipo?
KLM. I hate it when some small boy in Skipo will pull me aside and be asking me silly questions. Meanwhile, I'm not even going to your country. I'm going to the US. What's wrong with me? So I used to fly Arik. I love it. I enter from Lagos straight. It drops you at in New York. And I think it's the same thing. My point is that, look, we shouldn't be running too fast. Let AirPeace it's not about AirPeace itself. I think it's about we Nigerians beginning to develop this nationalism we talk about. It's not about, this is why I said there's a difference between nationalism and tribalism. This is a Nigerian airline. All of us, beyond the government, we should be proud. We should show, whether I like the man or I don't like him, this is how countries are built. This is how we build nations. This is our identity. This is our own airline. This is us. Okay? So I'm just saying that we should do it gradually, because the way it's going now, once he enters into political terrain, then the whole thing, somebody would even begin to undermine him.
When you are saying gradually, I don't know whether I showed you the ticket prices from 500 to 390. AirPeace from 500 to 890. AirPeace is 890, and the cheapest fare to Nigeria is 500. So they are not doing it gradually; they are slashing him left and right already. So how does he survive in such an environment? It means the Nigerian government have to step in.
No, you see, this is exactly my point, forefathers. Because when you boss like he's trying to do onto the same, people will fight you. I've insisted on this platform. One of the things I don't like about the way we talk is we have a very simplistic idea of the world. The world will never allow anybody to do what he wants. Any idea you want to implement, somebody is there trying to counter you, either as an individual, as a business, as a country, or as a race. There is going to be competing interest. That is why I'm saying the man should do it, because by the time you full-fledged now, if you are taking it gently, by the time you're fully on ground, people will be shocked, like, okay. But now if we continue to say, okay, he's the one to fly pilgrims, he's going to be subsidized, trust me, well, they are going to try and fight that man to the ground. That's why what we need to do Let the man take it gently and smartly, and
Yeah,
especially quietly.
but what is the use if it's going to fail? What kind of support is that? You talked about nationalism and all the rest, but when it comes to actually supporting the nationalistic ideals, you are saying don't, let's stand back. You are going to watch it die. That is basically what I'm seeing right now. You see what I mean?
What is going to die? I
We
mean, the
can't
man
do
is
lip service to
listen.
nationalism, but when it actually comes to doing it, you say you are worrying that fellow Nigerians will fight to destroy it. How is that
No, not only I'm
nationalism?
not only Nigerians, not only Nigerians, because what does it take for British Airways to bribe a Nigerian aviation person to create problems for AirPeace? This is how people should talk and think. It may not be a Nigerian, it may be the hand of a Nigerian, as you Christians would say. Is it the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau? This is how complicated the life we live is. Don't take a simplistic approach. Even if the government is going to support him.
But they are taking a simplistic approach. The moment AirPeace showed up, they dropped their prices. My point is that if we don't respond accordingly, we are going to watch another national airline fall. In the meantime,
No,
remember, while we help
forefathers. You
many
see,
Nigerians are traveling cheaply.
my position is very simple. AirPeace did not start as an international airline. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You are correct.
At this point, AirPeace does not have a problem flying its local routes.
Yes.
So what are we talking about? An airline failing?
It's about international airline. It will fail
I think as
on the
I think
international route.
I think Moscow, what he just said, if you listen to him, take your time and listen to him, forefathers. What he's telling you here is don't go to the extreme of because the international fares are not subsidized, then AirPeace is going to die. Don't go to that extreme. What the man is trying to do is this. Things can be done gradually, and you're jumping over yourself. You don't even know if AirPeace has been given the permission to land in Saudi Arabia or Jerusalem. You need to know these things before you say, okay.
I'm even saying that even if they give him, if he goes for too much at a go, it will cause more problems for him. But when you build yourself gradually and put your, how do I put it now? Put your house in order properly, do all the politics and stuff. By the time people see where you're going to, it's too late for the competition. But as it is now, what we even come fast, the day the government decide that they are going to subsidize AirPeace as a business, you will see the number of people that will rise and fight it.
Okay, why if they rise and fight it, then they can tell us whether the government doesn't subsidize other industries all this while. My problem is that if another government is responding and subsidizing their own airlines to, and remember, it's Nigerians that are bringing to Nigeria. Then why is it that
this
we
is
are
not
having
between
trouble
me and you.
subsidizing
Let
our
it
own
not be
airline?
like
No, it's not trouble. I'm just trying to examine the ideas. Yeah, because if you are right, you are right. If I'm right, I'm right. It's for the
I
viewers.
can assure you that there's no way I'll fly any other line if a Nigerian airline is flying that route as a
Yeah,
person
but the thing
personally.
is, maybe you can afford it, but there are a lot of Nigerians that will tell you they will pay, but in reality, when they see £500 airline
Look,
and versus
no,
890,
look,
they'll buy the £500 one.
You're still not listening to the man. Look, in business, as any other thing, you look at your lucrative area, you use it to support your not lucrative area. So this idea of debt that is what Masca is trying to tell you. They could go it gradually. Their local operations is fine. So if you can make money locally and do your best as you can internationally until you overcome. Look, I'll give you an example. There's this guy that goes to the pub every day. When he goes out, he fights. Everybody beats him up. But he never stops fighting. But everybody knows they're going to beat him up. So everybody decided not to fight him. Because they're sure they're going to beat him up. So if AirPeace keeps doing what it does gradually on the international scene, at some point it will be accepted.
Your argument appears to be charge the Nigerians the deficiency that is in the international trade, which means the local market has to be charged higher prices.
No. The international
you
trade,
just said it.
International trade, don't forget, is virtually making a loss right now for what they have brought down. They weren't charging you £500 before. I mean, I bought a KLM 2 weeks ago for £500.
But to them,
So
it's
they weren't
nothing.
charging you
To
that.
them, it's nothing. But to us, it matters because it might matter whether AirPeace survives
But
or
the
not.
point
That's
is,
the
the point
problem.
Oscar is making to you, why he's saying gradually is they will run their course. At some point, they would have to face the market forces. They will run their course. They cannot do it
They
forever.
never do. They've destroyed many of our airlines already. Why would they run their course? They have the resources. They
Your
understand these things.
forefathers, which airline have they destroyed? You are the one always fact-checking people.
Okay. All the airlines, international airlines that Nigeria has had, most of them, none of them are functional.
Which one?
Apart
Let's
from
call
AirPeace.
them one by one. Let's
From
call them one by one.
No, name them. We don't have to name them individually. I know that Arik used to exist and others used to
Arik
exist,
is not
but they're all
because of
gone.
international flight, too. It's not that they fought it. The Arik is an airline that is in receivership. It's in with Amcon.
Okay, but it's not
So
flying
don't blame
London
it on
route.
international
But it's not flying
people.
London route anymore. Why is that happening?
Forefathers.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
We
keep
sorry to cut you. Forefathers, let me tell you
okay,
something.
go ahead.
Forefathers.
Who is that?
Have a good time, everybody.
You too.
Forefathers.
You too.
Forefathers, let me just tell you something. None of us here actually understand the underground of airline business. There are so many things that are involved for you to succeed in the airline industry, right? None of us here knows it. We just assume or you try to brush from what you see.
Anyway, gentlemen, I have to Blackstone. I have to log off because I need to get the information for forefathers. I will join when I get it. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it a lot.
So, airline failures happens all over the world, even in big countries, right? Airline management is a very high-level classic management, business management. You understand me? So if other airline fails, you don't know why they failed. There are many things that are involved in it. If Brussels Airline, Brussels from Belgium Airline, they failed. Swiss Airline.
If they were making profit, would they be failing?
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Not only profit that's involved in it.
It's often linked to. It's often linked. I can assure you.
Do you know that if an airline carry a passenger that had a fake visa, do you know the fine they incur?
I don't know.
Who don't know? Go and check it out.
Is that still not part of the profit loss?
No, not that. No, it's a profit loss. But how did that passenger get into the airline? To that plane to fly? How?
Yeah, but that's a different factor. But if you are making a lot of profit, you can still make up for that fine.
How many profit are you going to make to pay about 200,000 or maybe 50,000?
You're acting as if they are just carrying prisoners with fake passports. It's just one now and again.
No, I'll give you one example. Rastami, when we are talking, Mr. Oyema knows what he's doing. He's a businessman. He has studied the terrain he has studied this terrain. We're just talking here. Just talking from our little understanding. He has studied it. He has been in it. You know the fight he fought for you to get the slot in the UK. If he doesn't know it, he can't. I think he won't be able to fight to that level. So he's managing it. He knows the profit is making. He knows that the prices he can offer to passengers for him to be to make a break even, right? So there are many things that are involved, you know. So at the end of the day, what they have to do that you have to let your customer trust you. Let your customers trust you. There are some people who can say, I will fly this airline, I will never fly any other airline. Because that trust is there.
Yeah, but for customers to trust you, they need to use your airline.
Just what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, the first impression matters a lot. First time you use an airline, you are impressed. Their service and everything. That will always bring you back. Not only the price.
The price is one of the biggest drivers.
It's only the important people that think about the price. The low-income people like me and you. Yes, of course.
Oh my God. The price is one of the biggest drivers. If you are taking this in a family of four, the price matters.
Further than that, the price is we that are thinking of how much can we pay. That's our price. You don't expect me a millionaire will think about price.
You know, the black store, we are going to get back to you on this one. I hear what you are saying. A lot of people are taking the point of view of Masca on this, and Ikolala thinking maybe we should take it easy, slow down. Fine.
You have to slow down. You have to take it easy. You know, it's not by rush.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. We are watching a potential car crash happen, and we are just saying, yes, take it easy. I'm not taking it easy. I'm not taking chances.
Papa, it's not your business. He knows what to do.
It's not my business.
Yes, we know what to do. He has been flying India. He flies to India. He flies to other parts of the world.
He did say when he appeared on the news that he needs support from the government. He talked about the pricing challenge that he's going to face. That all of them have crashed their price. He did talk about it. You must have seen the interview. So he did say that. You heard him say it. So this is a danger. He knows full well, because before they start supporting you, people have to use your airline. If they are busy buying cheaper tickets, how are they supposed to use the airline?
Forefathers, can you please talk less? Let the panelists talk more.
Don't mind me, Jare. I feel strongly about this one. That's why. A Black Beauty, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you've heard about the discussion and what is going on with the price difference for AirPeace.
Yeah,
I don't know what you think about it.
And trying to book flights. I've seen it recently. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I wonder why my microphone is. Okay. Yeah, I just saw some very weird prices when I was trying to book. It's very discouraging, but I didn't really come for that combo. I'm here for the students.
The students. Oh yeah, that students one is going to come up. Yeah, don't worry. And YouTube is going to flag us by the time Nigerians finish talking about those students. YouTube is going to flag us. Kene probably came in for, the moment he had AirPeace and all kinds of stuff. Kene, welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
I see the hard way they give me for comment section.
On my comment section, I greet everyone. Tony,
welcome.
Dewo. See, actually, forefathers, you predicted very accurately. I came in because of AirPeace. I think everybody has said all that we ought to say to support our own, which is AirPeace. I don't have to revisit, but there's one particular issue that is very, very disturbing. We know that Ellen Onyema is from Anambra State, right? And we know that most of the passengers, that fly internationally are all sent. Most are from Anambra and maybe Abia because of the market, right? But could you believe that AirPeace has no interest flying directly from Anambra State? And I wouldn't blame AirPeace for that. I will blame the governor of Anambra State. And I want to use this platform to ask Soludo what really is his problem. Willie Obiano handed over that international airport to Soludo with the hope that Soludo will continue from where he starts. That airport is supposed to be an international airport. But I don't know what is going on there. Could you believe that? I don't know if it is similar to other airports, but there is nothing like air bridge at that airport. Before you catch any flight, you have to walk from that small, tiny room that looks like a classroom that they call international lounge. You have to walk from there to the aircraft. So if it is raining, you have to look for your own umbrella. No vehicle will even shuttle you from the tiny classroom to the airport. No vehicle, you have to walk by yourself. So if you have a aged mother or father that is having problem with mobility, you have to find a way to either carry them on your back or you provide a wheelchair for them to get into the aircraft. So what is Soludo's problem? Why is he trying to get a second airport when the first and only one that we have is not ready to upgrade it and to make it to international, upgrade it to an international standard? What is his problem?
Could it be that he wants to make a new, bigger one that will satisfy some of the things you just highlighted?
Bigger one, I think when it comes to the runway, the current Anambra International Airport has the longest runway in Nigeria. So, and I don't know where Soludo is going to get that land that is going to use to build the second airport. Soludo, I think, is more of a self-centered kind of a person. I'm really finding it difficult to address him that way, because I thought that this guy understands economics. I thought he should be able to manage the Anambra State economy very well. But his level of selfishness is making him to make a lot of economic blunders in Anambra State. The only international airport that you have, why not upgrade it? Why not make it a very big competitive airport in that region? But no, he has to build his own airport to make name for himself.
Yeah, that's the suspicion.
Sorry to interject very quickly. Tunaja said not too long ago that people having a degree or having doctor before your name does not, professor does not necessarily mean that you're intelligent, and it just Soludo is just just a dummy. I don't know what he's doing in Anambra State.
And I think he's equally similar to what my mother used to say in Igbo. Passing class, about passing sense. So honestly, it's really heartbreaking because.
Sorry, Kenneth, did you say he wants to build a new airport?
Yeah, there's a rumor going around that he wants to build another airport. So I don't know how. I'm not sure how truthful that is. It's just a rumor. Yes, yes. Okay. So the thing is, I, for one, I don't like the idea of flying to Lagos before I now find my way to the east. And I wouldn't even like the idea of flying to Enugu State before I get back to Anambra, or flying to Union State. Why can't I fly directly to Anambra State? So Soludo should please help us. We are not that stupid now. Another thing that he's doing is that you have to be part of his party, the ABGA party, before you get a dividend of his democratic whatever nonsense leadership that he's offering them, right? He's not even ashamed of himself saying it. You have to be part of us before you can get the dividend of my government. What kind of governor is this? He said it point blank, openly, in when he went to campaign in one Agwata local government. What kind of a leader is this? You won the election. Can't you be a governor for everyone? Why must everyone join ABGA before they will be able to get a dividend of your nonsense leadership?
Yeah, but before we start putting all the blame on Soludo, when that airport was being built and commissioned and passengers saw how small it was, did they not complain that this thing is not right? Because when I saw it, the waiting area looks like a sitting room.
Yeah, for us, I know where you're getting to. At least somebody started the concept, right? He brought the international airport. Now, if the building is that small, what you should do as the next person is to enlarge it, upgrade it, put those amenities that is lacking, put them together to support what somebody has already started, not to just leave it behind. You know how they run their government in Nigeria. Any government that comes will like to build his own thing to his own credit, thereby abandoning the one that that the previous governor built. Right? Yeah. Why not, continue from where Willoughby started, enlarge it, make it bigger, put those amenities that that are needed. Why putting it aside to build your own? Doesn't make sense. So in as much as we are calling on the federal government to subsidize AirPeace, in as much as we are calling on Nigerians to support AirPeace, let us also call out the governor of Anambra State to support AirPeace. Let's call them out, our eastern governors. Let them support AirPeace.
True.
Let's call out other, not just eastern governors, other state governors that want their own citizens to fly directly from their state to international, wherever they are going to support AirPeace. Not only the federal government. There are little supports that AirPeace could get from those governors. you know,
Yeah,
because they are making a
that's
lot of
true.
money. After all, one governor paid over $800,000 for his. I don't want to call them
Yeah,
useless
to
because
go
they're
to
innocent.
Hajj.
Yeah.
Sorry
I see
for
that with other states. They do that. They do support. And Jonaba hasn't said anything for a long time.
let him go ahead. No worry, I'll wait for
Yeah.
him. Let him go ahead.
Welcome, Jonaba. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening from here, everybody, and thank you for having me. You're talking about the AirPeace or
Yes, this AirPeace. I'm maybe concerned for AirPeace right now because the pricing difference is like all the other airlines have crashed their ticket
Go and buy
prices.
your ticket now.
You see all this the Blackstone. Can you let me
Go and buy your ticket.
can you the Blackstone mind your business, okay? So they've crashed their prices, and AirPeace now is we're talking about 500 pounds and 890 pounds. AirPeace 890. This in the Qatar airline. No, Air France even at 500 this in pounds. So you can see that we are watching a potential car crash happen here, where they want to price AirPeace out of that route. So
yeah,
don't
it's
you
a
think they
part
need
of.
they need support?
I watched some of his interview. He gets some support from the government, not in terms of the process of coming to UK from Heathrow to Gatwick and all of that. That the aviation minister follow him around, and he gave a credit to the government of the day. What you are saying right now is a little different in terms of. You say that the government is supposed to subsidize.
Yeah, and let me show it to you here so you can see what I
No,
mean.
I
Look at.
understand what you're saying already. I already got what you're saying.
Mm,
In,
all
okay.
right.
So what it means is that these people have been in business for over the years. You should expect some competition. You should expect some pushback. Whether it's Qatar, France, British Airways, those people they have done this over the years in one way or the other, trying to push. Uh, Other airlines, especially those from Nigeria, because a lot of Nigerians fly that route anyway. And over the years, they have made a bunch of money from that route. And the reason why they dropped the price significantly is to push this guy off the roads because they have established over the years. So we cannot, he has to find a way to overcome it is a big challenge because what about the fuel is going to use alone is going to be a problem. So anyway, he can get support, but how long will that support be? Is it going to, because these people have been on ground for years. So, and I want to understand that their government support them, but you cannot match your strength with these people that have been in business over the years. So when someone like Masca saying that, okay, should be take it easy, I don't know, but what I trying to what implies is to me is that okay, you can't go into competition with these people if you are running it twice a week. Maybe bring it down to once a week or whatever way. Is trying to say that they should reduce or take it easy. I don't know whether that is what he means, but what I would know for fact is that since these people have been in this business over the years, and AirPeace is just coming to that route newly, and they are trying to run him out of business basically by dropping their price so that. It can, but that is not the only way. They can the aviation way. There's other violation that they can set you up, like landing on time, leaving on any other little thing. It has a number, like how you depart, delays, and all of that. They can pull any string to. It may not happen just immediately, but there are many ways if they want to frustrate you out of business that they can do. Maybe landing, they will not have a problem with landing because they will leave Nigeria on time. But maybe departing from the other end, it gets a number of violations you do. Maybe they delay you, have one way or the other. So it is what it is. I think the man issue. study, but the federal government, if there's any way they can help him. But my question again is, how long would they help him?
It's okay. Let me put it this way. I think one thing that these Oyibo people understand is that when people come into their country, they come to spend. So what you do is you incentivize people to travel. I've seen somebody that traveled from the UK to Hungary for $5, that £5 from the UK. So it tells you that they don't necessarily care too much about the ticket fare. They care more about the idea that people are coming to their country to spend money. So if the Nigerian government is incentivizing and having AirPeace subsidized, it's not only to keep AirPeace strategically in the airlines industry, it's also to force the other people to even bring the price down. So they too, if AirPeace goes down to 500, they too will go down. They will keep going down, and guess what's going to happen? People will start flooding into Nigeria. There are a lot of people, I can tell you now, there
To
are
come and
at
do what?
least a lot of people no, to come and visit, because there are a lot of people that
Visit
cannot
what? Visit with no
hold on,
effect.
hold on. See, let me explain. See, there are a lot of people that I know in the UK that want to travel to Nigeria, maybe because they have maybe they have five members of their family, they cannot travel. But if the price crashes, all of them will flood in, and that what do you think they are going to eat in Nigeria? Where are they going to stay? It's money they are going to they'll come and spend pounds, dollars, euros. So those are the kind of things our government need to be thinking about. And not to mention strategically, it's also important to be there just in case these people want to start taking advantage of our our own people again. And that's why I think it is working.
I got your explanation. I think it makes sense that sometimes over the years, even from here to Dubai, they make sure sometimes the stopover is a lot of hours, so you can enter the town and spend some money, buy something, and all of that. So it's a good strategy, and it's something that what think about it. Okay, if we're going to be benefiting, what you are trying to say that okay, this benefit is that if you subsidize this airline and people are coming, they will come to spend in the economy. And so I got you from there. But okay, I'll allow someone else to talk, and if it's any other topic, I'll come into it.
Thank you, Okija. Jonaba. Okija, thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
Forefathers, please, one question.
Go
Those
ahead.
prices you are mentioning, it is one way or return price?
It's return.
Return.
Yes.
But from what I'm seeing from my search here, I don't see any price like that is return 500. I don't see it. That's something.
I'm seeing it here right now. It depends on the day you choose. I think the day this one is 1st of May. Are you looking from Germany?
What am I looking for in Germany?
I don't trust you.
I said London to Nigeria, to Lagos. That's why I said I'm looking for
London to Lagos. That's why I searched. I searched 1st May to 23rd of May. So that's what I found.
Is it from the official website or some other website?
It's Skyscanner. Not official website. It's Skyscanner, yeah.
What I have here is from 10th of May. It's about the lowest price is 800 something pounds.
Okay, but for if you go for 1st of May, Wednesday, you get up to $4.99. It depends on the day. Some days you get higher, some days you get lower. But when I saw that one, that was a bit alarming. 390 pounds difference. It was just too much. And please, Okija, go ahead.
Good day, all. Actually, I came here because of Kene, and it's something I don't believe in, and that's why I came. But I want to mention what Maska was saying earlier about AirPeace, taking it easy. Right now, AirPeace, they've conquered the domestic market. They are the number one airline in the domestic market. So I understand what he's saying. Right now, he's doing the Lagos-London route, and he's still having challenges and the fight. So I understand he has to conquer that one before he gets into another route. So he doesn't want to be fighting, in different places, and then the whole thing come crashing down. So just take it easy. You've taken over the home market, take over the London market. When you stabilize, then you open up another front. That's what I understood.
But anyway, Nigeria, just like people they talk about Kede. I don't know how you got that figure. Nigerians travel. You have people from the north and from the south, travel. But yeah, we acknowledge that that if you check the number of people from the southern part of Nigeria travel more than the northern part of Nigeria, but that doesn't mean that people from they don't travel. They travel. They have all these rich kids, we don't even know about. They fly like crazy, like every day to London or to other places in Europe. And it's not true that Anambra people they are the bulk of the people that fly. It's a lie. It's a big lie. I'm from Anambra, so I don't believe that. And he was saying something about Soludo Airport. I mean, Nigeria just is a crazy place. The whole Nigeria is a crazy place. I don't know why you don't want to want to build international airport here. Some of us, where we live. A friend of mine lives in Houston, and when he lands, it takes him about 3 hours to get home, from the airport. I live in the Boston area, and it takes me about 45 minutes to get home. Whenever I go to Nigeria, I go to when I go to Anambra State, I go to Asaba and then drive to Onitsha or to Okija if I want to. And then someone was telling me, why not go to the Anambra airport? I say I can't use that airport. First of all, to start with, that road, that place, the challenges. You have a lot of criminals, that road. So I wouldn't even try it. So Asaba is, Onitsha and Asaba just the same. Just cross the bridge, you are in Onitsha. So why would I have to go to all over there? But again, Nigeria is a place whereby there is no structure, there is no planning. People just do anything they want. Government, they just wake up one day and they build airport. They don't even think about it. Why are we building this airport? What does it serve? Nigeria is a place where someone would just build just build a motor park, spend about 2 billion, build motor park for just one car, one vehicle. That's the kind of country. You want to build airport. How many flights are coming into that airport? Okay, Boston is a local. Boston is not like a major hub in US, but at least in the New England is the hub. Boston, they have about the airport has about 145, 150 flights, international flights every day. How many international flights do we have in Lagos every day? In the whole Nigeria, how many international flights do we have? We don't even have up to 30. We don't even have up to 10. Probably maybe about 10, 20, between 10 and 20.
It's definitely got to be more than 10. It's definitely because each airline has at least 4 or 5 for the day. So
how many do they fly? They have how many do they fly? How many do they use?
Most airlines are most international airlines have one slot a day, one flight.
One slot a day. So let me say 20 a day. The whole of Nigeria do 20 a day. And then you want to build you want to spend money to build other international airports. What you need to do is, the roads in Nigeria, make the roads, good. So that if somebody lands in Lagos, if he's in Djibouti or whatever, he will just, drive 1 hour, just get to Benin. You build airport, you spend public money. If it's your father's business, if it's your father's money, would you build an airport? Would you, if you're running a business, would you build an airport just to serve one flight a day? Most of Nigerian airports, they just one flight a day.
I've never been in that new airport either, so I think I understand.
Many airports in Nigeria, you don't even have one flight a day.
Actually, some of them, Okija, it's 2 times in a week.
Yeah. So
it just seems to be a pride thing where everybody just wants to have it.
No strategy, no business thinking. No, just we want to have an airport. Like I've had before the Anambra airport. I was in the midst of people were arguing. They were like, we want to have our own. Say you want to have your own. If it's your father's money, will you have your own? Just you want to build an airport for. They were okay. So we're suggesting, okay, why not build cargo airport if that's what we want? Why not cargo? Cargo is not even. It will not get the money, but at least it's better than having international building an airport for the sake of domestic flight. When you don't have passengers, probably you have AirPeace coming there like once or twice a day. But does the cost what he pays as tax or whatever or fees does in the long run? How long does it take for it to pay for the money you spent on the airport to build the airport? Will you even pay daily for the people that work in the airport? the government workers, people, like it will even pay for it. No, it can't. You keep on wasting money when another government brokers, that's Nigeria for you. So Anambra Airport, I don't know why what's his name, Mekene is saying that they're planning to build a new airport. If Soludo is planning to build a new airport, I'm one of the people that are fighting. Why are you building another airport? The one you have there, it's not serving. There's no use for it. Like it's running down. Birds are just using it as a dumping ground, and you want to build another airport. No strategy to transform.
But Mr. Okija, my advice would be that don't fight the man if he wants to build the airport, because if he didn't build it, he may just pocket the money.
How about hospitals? We're talking about they don't have hospitals. The money that you used to build the airport is enough to build a good hospital.
To build hospital, and if you build hospital, people will come and they will pay. And they will pay, because even go anywhere in Nigeria now, one day they will tell you go to lab. If you have a headache, go to lab. If you have this, go to lab, and you go to lab, you pay. If you have a hospital, dedicated diagnostic center, with a good hospital, people will pay because they want to fight for health. It's important, more important than even food. You have to be a healthy person to eat. So people will pay that just build. Man, it's a crazy place. I don't know. I
want to know. That's a good. I like that you mentioned that, because I think one of the things that I've always thought about is like, if I have my baby in Nigeria, where will it be? Like, I need from the ladies that watch this program to let me know what are the good hospitals in Lagos proper and on the island where I can go and have my baby if I get stuck having to have my baby there, because I'm
as a father, my advice is try and be in Lagos. Anything outside Lagos, you are on your own.
Even Lagos, they kill people. I mean, like, I forget about that baker. A couple of years ago.
The military hospital, the Air Force hospital is there.
Okay. Maska went to do some research. Welcome, Maska. Have you got the information?
It's just a phone call, forefathers. That's the problem with Nigerians. They can call just a single phone call. Let me even tell you the truth. I just called my wife.
Yes.
I simply called my wife and asked her, like, okay, I know she's always looking at prices to Saudi, and her friends are always going up and down that route. So she told me, and by the way, AirPeace flies to Saudi. It's 1.2 in Naira.
Okay, that's more reasonable.
So roughly $1,000. Saudi airline is about 1.3, which is also roughly about $1,000. But she made a statement that AirPeace is the cheapest.
See, AirPeace is already there causing problems again. Okay, that's good, because I don't know what the governors are talking about when they talk about 4 point something million. I don't understand that.
No, okay. So you see, again, I would advise us, because what I know in life at this stage in my life is that don't talk about what we don't know. Like this Hajj that we're talking about, Hajj, the price of Hajj is far from the price of ticket, because sometimes it will include visa, it will include accommodation, it will include transportation. In some instances, it will include food. It will include dressing, because some states, they will do uniform for their pilgrims. It will include sometimes even lecture, because as a Muslim, you are just not to enter the place as a tourist and come out. For every day, there is a stated process for that pilgrimage, for the pilgrimage to be accepted as a valid pilgrimage. And sometimes it will. So the issue of 6.5, yes, that probably will be the cost, but it's nothing to do with the price of ticket.
You see what jumped out at me there was about 20% is for the ticket, and 80% is to be spent overseas. And well, that said, anyway, I hope we are bringing something back. That is because Saudi Arabia has enough money; they don't need our money anymore. I don't even know why they charge people to come with pilgrimage. They make billions upon billions every quarter. You might as well just make it free. People to come for Hajj. I don't know why they are busy charging people. Okay. Let's. I think we.
Are they paying? Oh, what do you mean? Are they paying for the Hajj or people are just going there? It's for
Oh,
their
they pay.
expenses. It's for their expenses now. If you are traveling to a somewhere, would you have money for
I
your
know,
expenses?
Blackstone, you are not at the for. If what forefathers is saying is that as a country,
That's what I mean.
if
No,
you go there, people.
that's
Now,
not what I mean, right? If anywhere you are traveling to, you have money for yourself for your expense, right? So I don't know if Saudi Arabia actually charging people to come for Hajj. If they go there for those activities, if they pay for it, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
But technically, if you are going to buy their food, you are going to buy their hotel, you are going to buy their transportation, you are going to buy their visa, they are charging you.
Hajj is like a tourism. Hajj is like a tourism now. You are going to turn.
Yeah, but they have the money now. This is in the service of God. Why are they not making it free? You know, give some people that are coming from certain countries free. They are already making billions upon billions. No, I'm not wicked. Nigeria is poor. They should make it easy for Nigerians to travel there.
And every year.
No, my point is that you can test the faith now. Let's test the faith. Come, let our people travel to Hajj for
But
free.
forefathers, do you know that Nigeria is not rated as a poor country economically?
Because of the oil, but still we are poor in terms of the budget of the government.
Forefathers, if you ask any of my non-black friends, and I tell them I'm going to Nigeria, they're like, "Oh, I heard Nigeria is rich. It's such a nice country, isn't it?" I'm like, "Yes, it is. It's wonderful."
That's awful,
and
actually.
I won't dare tell them what's going on ground, but they really do create it. So
Nigeria is not rich, even if we potentially rich.
Nigeria as a country is rich. Nigerians are poor. That's the difference.
But who's gonna talk down on their country to some other people? I'm not
nobody. So
our GDP is not. The Blackstone, our GDP is not too high anyway. Our GDP is not too high. Our incomes are not too high. The government budget is not too high. So I think Nigerians are just too flamboyant. That's the thing.
When they say Nigeria is rich, it means the natural resources in Nigeria. But the citizens, the Nigerians, we are poor. Nigerians are poor. But the country is a rich country.
See, my point is simple. Saudi Arabia is making about $40-50 billion every quarter just from crude oil alone. Nigerian government, our entire budget is not up to $30 billion. And then the little money they have, they use it to go and pay Hajj again. 80% of the money they spend for Hajj is spent in Saudi Arabia. Hold on, this is we are talking about the worship of the Most High here. If you want people to come and worship the Most High, pay for them to come and worship. Pay for them. You have money. This is charity for the service of the Most High. But instead, they make us still pay. How can you expect the poor people to pay to come to worship God?
Do they invite you? You can also worship the Most High in your country.
No, they worship. No. They have Muslims now in Nigeria. They have to. My point is that they are making our Muslims pay with the little they have. Have you seen the poverty in the north?
Ask her. Have you been to Hajj?
Me? You know, you are my friend Blackstone. Seriously, you're asking me that question.
He's been there he goes there on the trip all the time. He goes there every year.
Okay, yes, I've been to Hajj, the Blackstone.
No, what I'm asking is this: is it compulsory that every Muslim must go to Hajj in their lifetime?
My uncle has gone several times.
Desirable.
Okay, it's I don't know, it's a bit complicated, but yes, it's mandatory if you have the means. In the olden days, people trek from Nigeria to Saudi for Hajj.
Wow.
In fact, what am I saying? From Ilorin to Saudi Arabia on foot. This story of Mansa Musa so it's not even now. Even Mansa Musa went for pilgrimage. When people are saying that the richest man was Mansa Musa, it's because of his pilgrimage. He was carrying gold all over the place. Anywhere he go, he gives gold. on his pilgrimage.
That's where we learned it from.
Don't mind him. They caused all the trouble
Yeah.
for us now. I've seen. You see. You notice. Do you notice after he went? So after that, the Africa was Bafuka. They just Bafuka everything because it
No,
doesn't take long. That guy was so
Africa.
irresponsible. He was so irresponsible. Because no, look at it now. I check the timeline. The moment he came back, it's almost like they just followed him and just came for us. This is what they do. You that money, if it was a Middle
No,
Eastern that have that
forefathers,
money,
go back
they
and
used
read
to
your
dominate the
history
entire
well.
world.
This thing you are saying is not correct. What actually happened was that when Mansa Musa went for pilgrimage, Africa got recognition. What actually killed Africa was when the Spanish they drove the Arabs from Spain. These people came into Africa, and I think that coincided with the downfall of African civilization, as per the history I've read.
Recognition that we are rich.
Yes.
Recognition
No,
that they
it's
need to
not
take
even
it.
rich. What I mean by he got us
Mhm.
recognition was because prominent people all across from Egypt, from Ethiopia, what do they used to call this Yemen? Is it Felix Arabia?
Mhm.
So
So,
from
but
all
if
this,
you see this in Masca, if he took intellectuals to Saudi Arabia to be recognized, or even like avid
no, he brought,
scholars
that's
of
the
Islam,
point. He brought intellectuals to Africa in recognition that, okay, this black man, as black as he is,
mm.
there's something about him. So people came and they
Okay,
set up
okay,
places
let's
like
say
Timbuktu.
yeah, let's say he did that. What he did was he brought people when he should have brought wealth in terms of power too, because that recognition, the one people really pay attention to. You see, people don't pay attention to religion as much as we like to think. They will look at the money. That money that he has shown, they will be all the other hungry parts of the world. The wolves will be looking at. There's a mountain of gold there, and you know the Igbo used to believe there's a
No,
mountain of
I
gold,
will agree. I will totally agree with you on that. I will not
and they
debate
came.
you on that.
And they came for us. And that's what I felt like he was a little bit responsible, flashing wealth. Do you see the Americans flashing wealth? Or the British?
Ah,
They keep
ah.
everything on the down low.
America flash went to America
They
flash
Well,
didn't
went.
what
have
is the wealth
Anybody?
flashing?
anything to have.
What is the
Sorry.
wealth? Have you seen Blinken? Blinken is walking around as some kind of somebody that just came out of a torture chamber with a suit. They don't flash. If it was our, they will wear gold this, gold turban, and anywhere they walk, they will throw gold before they walk past it. This is what we do.
The nature of
Papa,
Africans is good, so you don't expect anyone to poach on you. You don't come from that mindset where you have lack, whereas the Europeans come from a lack mindset. They were
Exactly.
wolves. You know, we were.
You make a very valid point. A black beauty. I was just gonna, in following up to what you guys said, I'm not sure if any of you saw this story. It's one of these if I don't know what to call them. They do you do like BB Nigeria or whatever, all those shows. So there was one where two ladies were talking about Osu. Did anybody see it? One of the inmates of that program has a Nigerian heritage. I'm not sure what the conversation led, and then one of the white inmates was asking her, "I hear you are an Osu," and then it became a big deal that the guys who run that show had to call the inmates and start talking about it. So when I shared that with one of my friends, he said that the black man is always, he said Nigerians are always sharing information about themselves that they don't need to share.
Keep it on the down low.
Sorry, say that again.
Keep it on the down low. Keep your riches to yourself. Keep your
Exactly. We are always bringing up things about ourselves and telling the white man things he doesn't need to know. Meanwhile, these people keep certain things to themselves.
Absolutely.
They would never. So perhaps that is the same thing with this Mansa Musa. He was given information that the rest of the world didn't need to know, and then they heard about it and use that against him.
I mean,
you're right.
We're sun people. We wake up happy. The sun is on us. We have everything growing next to us. We have all the resources, and we come out like wide-eyed children. Like doe-faced Bambi, and we're so happy to just share with everybody. And people are just looking to take. You know, Chim, I was looking for that movie that you mentioned the other day. I couldn't find it. I really need the name of that movie.
Do you want to remind me which one is it?
The one you mentioned on Friday. I'm trying to watch it with the husband.
Oh, okay. All right. I have it. I'll let you know about it. It's here right with me.
Yeah, because Africans are too loud. That is the problem.
And a little bit naive too, because how can you go to a desert land where people have, like Black Beauty said, they have scarcity, and you go and flaunt all this gold to their face and everything? If before only the elite knew that there was a mountain of gold in Africa, you just announce it to all the population. They don't need to convince their population to come and invade anymore. They will just, oh my God, we saw it with our own eyes. The king is carrying gold everywhere. Let's go there.
Even till now, we're still too loud.
You know, there's a book I'm reading now, written by the wife of this Lord Lugard.
I'm reading
You'll
it.
be shocked.
You're reading the book?
Yes, I'm reading it. I'm halfway through.
Baby, let's talk about the book when you finish. Let us talk about that book.
Fantastic book.
What you were saying something about the wife?
Check the private
Yes.
chat. I'll put it there for you.
I got it. Okay, cool.
So she was saying that in the book, I'm sure Black Beauty must have at least passed that point when she was saying she was writing to her people in England that they need to come and see that there are so many things, some of them that they grow wild and they wither away. We don't even know about it, that they need to come and see riches.
This is a requirement for any Nigerian, this book. You must read this book.
Yes.
Okay? It is a must read. I'm up to the Arab civilization in Spain, and I just think I have so many notes in this book. I find it to be so fascinating. I'm going to do
No, it's a fantastic book. It's a fantastic book. And what I love about this, our time, is that I've realized that white people wrote a lot of books. And most of them, when they were writing, they never thought Black people will open these books and read.
Right.
What is the name of the book? Put it up so that
A Tropical Dependency.
A Tropical Dependency.
Wale recommended this to us. The guy from Germany. This is the book he recommended to us.
Oh, wow.
It's by Flora Lugard.
They also have the PDF edition.
And it has so much. It's written from the perspective of a she is obviously the wife of Lord Lugard, but she is the first European reporter to come out of West Africa, right?
Wow.
So they settled what is now Nigeria. She even has a ranking system for Africans that start from the north down to the you read it, Maska. She said that they
Yes.
will come less advanced.
So Maska, both of you, is she right? When I'm looking at the title, Tropical Dependency, is it that we are depending on them or they depending back the other way?
They are dependent upon what she says. The British Empire is actually. She says that one thing that you have to recognize is the British Empire is actually only an eighth white. That the rest of it is other nations. She also says that the shining star of the British Empire is India. That is the model. That's like the model minority that everybody's supposed to be based off of. So this is,
because of the caste system, I guess.
You got to read this book like.
India is ready made now. India is ready made for.
But yes, Tim, you're right. In her mindset, it's a mother and a child. We are like baby for them. The new baby. She stated in the book that Nigeria is the new baby within the British Empire. It's a new dependency. It's a new child now that is dependent upon us, that we need to. But Black Beauty is right. Any Nigerian, any Black man even that hasn't read that book doesn't even understand who he is.
Okay. Master, did you catch the sentence where she said that Nigeria is just a name that we call it in the UK, in England? It's just like a nickname for the area, and they actually call it the Negro land of the Black.
Yes. Actually, Black Beauty, after I read that sentence, I have to Google her again, Google Nigeria. There was a big debate in the UK, in England, around her. You know, so I had to go leave the book. I have to leave the book, go and understand the woman self and the history, how people perceived her. There was an argument. There's a big argument whether she was the one who coined the word Nigeria or not. Yes.
She wasn't the. I think whether she was the one or not, she was just she was part of the Lugard family, I guess. So that's what happens now when you let other people take your country. They start naming it for you. What are you gonna do?
And you see, forefathers and Chim, I thank God that Black Beauty is reading the same book. You see, when we talk, this is where some of these things come from. She said, if you go back, Black Beauty, there's a line that I find very profound when she was talking about slave labor, black slave labor. There was a sentence she made that, unfortunately for the white people, that they did not get to enjoy yellow slave labor.
Yes, that's the Chinese.
And her reason was simply because that the people in the Asian side, that the people were cohesive enough to protect their people.
And that instead, what was happening when they came and encountered us, we would bring them into our communities.
Yes.
And invite them in.
That is quite a poignant statement there.
But that she mentioned that there was a group of people across the Sahel that were the most treacherous people, that had spears and had iron. That pretty much was one of the reasons why the Europeans could not enter until they circumnavigated, and with the Spanish. Until the Spanish. That's what I'm up to now. I'm up to the Spanish.
I think everybody should read that book. But for me, the key point is the fact that, forget about our tribes, we should learn our lesson. The fact is that if we continue to remain divided, people will continue to. And I gave the example of Congo. As long as you're fighting, if you are inside a room, and this is the example I gave my mother. I said, now, if we start fighting and quarreling, there's a door open directly outside. And she had some, I think, pineapple, watermelon. I said, we will not notice when people will come and clear all this, your watermelon and pineapple, because we are quarreling, we are raising each other, we are jacking each other. Nobody will notice. We will finish the quarrel to see that somebody has cleared this room of all the valuable resources. And that's what's happening to Africa. I have no plan to become an Igbo man, but all I know is that as long as my focus is to fight an Igbo man, or to fight a Yoruba man, there's another race that will come and clear everything.
Grab everything.
Even to your point, Maska, there's a proverb that says when two brothers are busy hitting their head over their father's property, and somebody else is busy enjoying your father died and left
they will inherit it now.
A plantation of palm, and two of you are busy who will harvest it. Somebody is busy harvesting it and selling, and two of you are busy in court every day. So it's a very simple analogy. So it makes a lot of sense.
One thing she mentioned in this book, which I don't know if it's an insult or if it's just pure reality, she mentioned that Negro labor was not as refined as yellow labor. You saw that, Maska? Where she
yes,
said
I saw it.
More,
that was probably true.
Dexterous, man, meaning they were good with their hands. I'm like, oh shit, they actually thought that back in the day, because we say that people are good with their hands.
No, see, as a black man, honestly,
thank you for
if you read a lot of books,
Maska, I want to have a brotherly conversation with you based on what you just said now. I love what you just
he just interrupted the conversation and wants to have a brotherly
conversation. It's okay.
I want to have a brotherly conversation with you. See, I regardless of, I haven't read the book. I've heard so many stories, and for me personally, I'm at a point where I see what you're saying. You understand? But what we're saying is that if the black man is going to get itself together, you understand? Can we sit down on a table of brotherhood and have and build a society that all of us will mutually respect? You understand? And we are saying that this divisiveness or division that the British or the colonialists, look at what happened in Senegal, look at what happened in Burkina Faso. You understand? We know what they do. Even after they left, we realized later on, after so many years, that they were still stringing countries from their capital city. They never truly gave us independence. But we are saying that let us give ourselves the independence that we thought we got, we never got, by building a society that we can all, that will be the pride of the black race. We don't want to splinter, to your point, but can we truly have that? You understand? That's what I'm
Hey,
saying.
you
I want
are
to have a
asking me a
brotherly
question,
conversation with you.
or
Yeah, I'm saying
okay? I'll
that.
tell you my I'll tell you my perspective, Olumide, on this. It's a very simple perspective. Okay, like I said earlier in the show, my perspective is that we need to differentiate between country, state, nationalism, democracy, rule of law. These things are completely different items.
I hear
For
you.
nationalism,
I hear you.
wait, hold on.
I heard you. I heard you when you said all that. But what I'm saying is
Okay.
that to build that country of our dreams that is made up of different nations. Now, how we go about doing it is what I'm wanting you for us to discuss. You understand?
Okay.
So
Yes.
that country of our dreams made up of different nations. We are some of those nations are saying that what we have right now is unfair to us. We want to build a country that is fair to all.
So the question, Olumide, the question that we should all ask ourselves is, who is to blame? Do you think it's the Hausa man on the streets of Kano that is to blame for the unfairness?
That is why I'm saying that I want to have a brotherly talk with you. I am not blaming the Fulani. I am not blaming the Awusas. I'm not going to blame any ethnic group, but we are blaming. Now, it took us a very long time to realize that our colonialists were still stringing things from their own country, using brother against brother, nation against nation in that one country. We are saying that we don't want them to be involved in that new society that we want to build for ourselves. As brothers, how do we all sit down together and then build that society that is not influenced by these former colonialists that played brother against brother?
So you have to wait. If you ask, let me explain my own perspective. And I think you need to, I don't know, Father, can you give me like 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I think Ovie wants to say something. You want to explain it with 5 minutes? Okay.
Yes, I want to respond to Olumide, and it's going to be in stages or in stacks.
Okay.
Like the base.
Okay, since you
and
already
then I
have
can
this
do.
stacked up, go ahead. You guys are okay with him now? 5 minutes. All right, give us the explanation. Well done.
Okay, my take, Olumide, is that the problem right now is very complicated, but the base that we would start from is to understand, okay, what really is the problem? And my understanding of the problem as it is today, it may have been mutating, it has been changing its shape and pattern, but the way I see it today is simply that you, Olumide, thinks that you are a Yoruba man and your problem is the Hausa man. And it's not only in Nigeria. I've worked in a couple of African countries. It's always like that. It's one tribe, you're looking at the next tribe, thinking that, oh no, as long as we are producing the president, we are okay. Okay? So you find out that as long as you see things like that, there will be some people who would take advantage of that mindset. And somebody said it, we are also under colonialism, only that they are black colonial masters. They are treating us anyhow. The same way the white people treat us is the same way our leaders are treating us today. Their mind is not to develop us for our own benefit, but to do whatever they do for what they will benefit. Let's have that understanding day one. It does not matter whether it's a Hausa man, a Yoruba man. If this is your mindset, we should not have you on ground. That's the standard basic premise. The second stack for me is how do we then get these people that we think there are good people in Nigeria. I have come across dedicated, committed, nationalistic, patriotic people who are courageous. I will send you videos. People who will insult the government right from Buhari, and these are Hausa people, not Igbo people, not Yoruba people who you say, oh, it's not. These are proper Hausa people with credibility, with record, with history. Anywhere you go, you come to Kano, you ask their father, they will tell you long line of history. They are good people. All we have to do as a populace to determine the point at which we want to do that change. And it's forefathers that have said it. For me, the second stack is for us. All the story we do is to put money together, put a set of people that on that election day, it doesn't matter who, we are not going to be partisan, but it doesn't matter who, but the result, we need a proper result. It doesn't matter who will win, but let's have a result. And how complicated all this English we speak, if it is true we are so learned and educated, how complicated is it to sit down for the next 3 years to put together a system that we are not interested in who will win? All we want is to find the genuine result, just a genuine result. Even if you rig it, it's okay, you rig it. We are not even going to have, but we know that this is the total correct number. So that tomorrow we can tell you, okay, we know that this is the total number. Tomorrow when you want to rig, you know that we have a system to know the actual number. And it's not that complicated. Forefathers have said it. If all of us, or at least Nigerians as citizens, will just be police for one day of their life, that election day, around your area, your polling station, just go there and make sure the right thing is done and you get the report with all the technology we have. It doesn't take too much to collect this result independently. And what will give it credibility is there will be a coalition across the country of people who are behind this alternate source of results. We are not going to fight INEC. INEC should announce their result, but we want to know as committed, patriotic Nigerians, we cannot be denied an opportunity to collect independently our own result. INEC result should be the one that is authentic, but let's have our own so that we can begin the process of making sure that on the day of election, at some point, we can put the people we feel are good people. But the last stack for me, the third, final, and most important stack, is that at the very tail end of the day, like forefather used to say, we need as Black people also to know that even if you put a good leader today, somebody will want to assassinate him because history has shown accidentally we have had good leaders in positions. Nobody can tell me that Thomas Sankara was not a good leader. What happened to him? Nobody can tell me this guy, Patrice Lumumba, was not a good leader. And there's evidence, there's record. CIA assassinated this person. They went and put his body inside acid. So, and I have come to understand life. You can never be allowed to do on your own what you want to do. Somebody is there trying to. So the bottom line is that even when we put good leaders, we need now to be conscious from a security perspective that somebody will be attempting first to put us against this man. If it doesn't happen, they may likely take him out. As a people, we need to be at that third consciousness level. Olumide, I'm not an orator. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just a patriotic Nigerian. So maybe I've rambled a lot, but that's my take as far as brotherliness is. It starts with me and you understanding that we are not the enemies.
Let me give one reason. I want to log out. Let me give one reason how you can change that.
The Blackstone. Okay.
I want to log out. Nigeria is, I think Nigeria is the only country that have 4 layers of government. We have the president, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary, and we have the local government, and then we have the traditional council. So why do we have traditional council as a part the government. And this is where one of the problems starts from. You can see two communities fighting themselves because they have two different leaders.
That is 5, you know.
Where do we have a traditional council? We don't have any traditional council in Nigeria.
We had traditional rulers. Let's put the traditional rulers.
But he said we had 4, but he gave 5.
No, it's 4. They have the presidency, we have the governorship, we have the local government, and the
okay, that's how you're looking at it. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And also the maybe traditional rulers. You understand me? Okay. And traditional rulers are being paid. No, they are they are being paid. They are being paid by the government now. They are being paid by the state governors. By the state governors. You understand me? And
they are being paid, don't Chief. They are paid.
So that's
let's not use the word paid. They are settled.
They are settled. They get salary every month from the state. They are settled anyway from the state, you know what I mean? So also I begin to wonder, why do two communities who are under the same state be fighting themselves? Because there are two traditional rulers there. You understand me? And they try to they start to build hatred between these two group of tribes, because there are maybe two tribes having similar languages and everything. So why can't we first of all start from removing that which is not actually a part of government? If you want to integrate them to the government, let's do it in a different way, that they can also have the political power. We say they don't have political power, but they are being used by the politicians. You understand me? So one of the biggest things in Nigeria today is the tribal settlement.
Well, I just have one comment, just one sentence, right? Nigeria needs to do what China did. It needs a 100-year plan. That's all I have to say.
A what?
Thank you.
A 100-year plan.
Can Nigerians think that? Can many Nigerians think that far? That's the problem.
Yes, and they
should. Directing us forefathers.
When you start talking like that, they start talking. You're talking crazy.
China did it, and now look at them. They're about to surpass everybody.
Yeah. So the 5 years or 10 years plan they are having, at the end of the day, a new president will come in and derail from it.
No, that's the white man's plan. Nigeria needs its own 100-year plan.
That's what I'm saying.
See, Black Beauty.
We have to decouple the influence on our leaders. Hold on. Olumide, everybody cannot be speaking at the same time. Let them finish. I think Black Beauty, you were saying something.
No, I'm saying I normally don't agree with Olumide, but I'm with him. New constitution, 100-year plan, shut all the doors, no resources out, people stay home, bring back the diaspora, bring back the leadership.
Before we get there,
Jim, let's listen to her.
You know,
I finish.
No, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear the last part of what she was saying.
No, the last thing I said was bring back the brain that has been drained out. Right?
Yes.
All the doctors, all the engineers, the young children. You know.
Okay. So if I can ask you, Black Beauty, can you repeat with timeline for these items you mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
Can you put timeline for them? Like how long will it take us to do the constitution?
Well, so for example, I think that it took them 1776. It took them it didn't take them a couple years, 2 or 3 years to finish the constitution here. I think because Nigeria is already formed and it's failing, there has to be an undoing process too. That's what Olumide was saying earlier. So I think that honestly, if they started today, this is 2024, I wouldn't expect a new constitution until 2030.
No, I think it shouldn't take that long. Normally, I think it was 1 year, the 1999 constitution.
I mean, Black Beauty, we can build on it once we've had before.
Yeah, it can be
an existing one. It might not. It's just that we have to agree what we want in there, what we don't want in there. What does that mean?
But Olumide, in my opinion, it can't be drafted while we have these foreign interests within the country. So Nigeria needs to join this movement and all these other countries, shut everyone out before they start drafting this constitution. And I also believe that the constitution should not be drafted in English. It should be drafted in one of the main languages of the country. And everyone should be
the major languages.
That's where the first problem will start.
No, hold on.
No, I know. I'm just joking. I agree with you, but I'm just on a lighter note.
Listen, as Hausa, if you have to learn Yoruba, it's what you have to do. But we cannot draft it in someone else's language.
But Black Beauty, to the minority ethnic groups, it will be to their disadvantage if you do that, because you have to accord them that right too.
Well,
but I have a good solution. Can you guys? I have a good solution. We draft it in a minority language.
Which two can work, because that's how the Bantu language
I don't
started.
mind English being a lingua franca. China, what they do is they require you to learn Cantonese. So if everyone needs to learn that language, it's what has to do.
A Black Beauty.
It's what has to happen.
Black Beauty, please, if you could just listen to me for a while. Fantastic ideas, but you see, sometimes, it's always good for us to be able to look at issues contextually.
Black people are not ready. Just say that.
No.
Chim.
Can I hold on now? Let me say this so I don't forget, please.
Ovie hasn't said anything.
I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Even Ovie has fallen asleep now because nobody is calling him.
The average woman. The average woman that is.
Don't worry, Ovie. I see you there. Sorry about that.
Chim, no disrespect to you. You continue. But do you know this is where the problem is? We need a language where the average woman in the market that is selling. When you say conceptually, person not going to understand this is your big grammar.
Okay, hold on now. Let me finish. You see, sometimes when you got somebody, or you see what all we're saying is fantastic. But we always forget one thing. Whether it is you call them English people, you call them Scottish people, you call them Wales, they all speak English, just a variant of English in a different intonation. At the end of the day, that's what they write. The Scottish man still writes English. He only speaks it. Hold on, please. He only speaks it with a different accent from the Englishman.
It wasn't always that way, right? They had to be
but at least what we see now that they all agree with.
Right. So if Nigerians have to force, if it has to be by
but I only mentioned the English. I'm going to the Chinese you mentioned. The Chinese predominantly speak what?
They speak
Mandarin.
Mandarin. Or everybody speaks Mandarin. So when it comes to language, they are a homogeneous people. Now, look at the conversation around constitution. I don't have a problem if you want to write our Nigerian constitution in Igbira. I don't have a problem with that. It is going to make all of us happy. But you know what? We can still write it in that English and break it down. Hold on.
Unless you want your enemies to read it.
Hold on.
Exactly.
My enemies
read it now. Don't you have access to the American Constitution? You have access to
my enemy reading my Constitution is not as dangerous as my brother, whom I prepared it with, backstabbing me. Listen, I'm not concerned with it.
Actually,
my concern is if me and Masca go and sit down to plan something and Masca sells out. That's why I have a problem. I don't have a problem with the outsider who is interested in trying to come in. As long as I am
so you think I'll backstab you, Chim?
No, an analogy. No, not that. Sorry. Please, don't take me literal. I'm sure, Masca, you understand where I'm coming. What I'm just simply saying is this. A Blaise, is that the correct? Blaise Campore and a Sankara sat down to plan how to move Upper Volta, called Burkina Faso, forward. And Blaise went back and stabbed him. That's the biggest issue. It's not about the language.
You see, that's what Black Beauty is telling you. What has happened between Thomas Sankara and Blaise Campore is the hand of Iswa, the voice of Jacob. You see, you plan with this person, but the real enemy understood what's going on. He has seen where you guys are going to. He will obviously compromise everything.
That's where the problem is. So why should I be working with you, seeing that we have a good goal that will help our people, and then I'll go and side the enemy? That's the problem.
It will not happen if the real enemy does not know what we are planning. Trust me.
He cannot.
He cannot. And the day he knows, we are done, because he will scatter us. I will recommend another book to this panel, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Oh,
Oh,
Go
I
and read that
that
book.
one. I know that book. I haven't read it yet, but I'm gonna read
Yes.
it.
So in other words,
Good one.
Can we
Master
allow
Black Beauty.
Ovie to say
So
something? Listen, please. Let's allow Ovie to say
Ovie,
something because
please. 4 minutes,
he's
yeah.
been very very patient and tone.
After Ovie, please.
But
Ovie,
after
please.
Ovie, then tone. Yeah, because none of you have said anything. Ovie, thank you for your patience, and apologies for the conversation was. I just wanted them to round it up a bit. So please go ahead.
Let me look for his trouble. Why are you apologizing to this economic hitman that you're inviting into
I don't want trouble. I know he's going to come for the moderator first. That's what he's going to
apologize. So, good day, good day, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, anywhere when I day. I greet you now. I don't know. What are we talking about? I see we went from Mansa Musa to Saudi Arabia
Yeah,
to
Oyema and all of them. So
yeah. So where's the
I
central
guess
thing?
I can
So
cue
Ovie,
you
if
to
you don't know what we are
Oyema.
talking about,
See,
go and watch the
see,
video
can you
contribution.
hold on this guy, please? Ovie, my concern with Oyema's predicament is that's AirPeace, is that the foreign airlines have cut the price down significantly, where you have 890 pounds that AirPeace is charging versus 500 pounds that another international airline is charging. And I'm concerned that if that is left that way, you're going to have a situation whereby they will drive AirPeace out of the market. So I was thinking that if the Nigerian government can step in and make up for the difference that the cheapest airline is offering, so that AirPeace remains in the market, and it may even force the ticket price down for the foreign airline, making it easier for Nigerians to travel to Nigeria. For me, I just feel like it's a win-win. So I don't know what you think about that. Then there's also the discussion about you had the last bit of the discussion what they were talking about. So but that was the main one. So I don't know what you think about it.
Masca,
Yeah,
John Perkins.
Can you
Yeah,
Chief,
John
please?
Perkins.
Who is John? Okay, John Perkins. Okay.
When you say the Nigerian state, the government should step in, what do you mean?
In terms of subsidizing it, because they do subsidize Hajj travel, pilgrimage travel, and all the rest. So does it not make sense to keep a Nigerian airline in the mix of international fleets, that they should subsidize AirPeace too? Because the other foreign countries are doing the same.
Why do you think Keyamu was everywhere, as if in I get the airline, I've been in Nigeria and I get the airline? Why do you think that is? It's the bragging now. It is bragging that them come in that make the deal possible in the first place. If you pay attention to all these braggadocio, that's all it's been talking about. That yes, now government, that's what government should do now because we come in, blah 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 blah. So they're already in. That's why the deal is possible. My one is that Dr. Yeman, a private businessman now. The fact that the Keyamu carry their own national issue come overshadow and service, it's annoying to me because this is a private man who is doing well on his own lane. So let him, you people should get out of the way for him. Let's celebrate it. Let the younger ones who are coming know, say, okay, this is this man's story. This is possible. But as far as I'm concerned, if you ask the Tinubu administration to start mentioning the achievement for 100 days now, the MP's breakthrough is going to top the agenda. So I seriously don't understand what is the big deal about the private man who's making his money. He's doing well. They just appreciate him and move ahead.
But what I was trying to highlight was that they could drive him out of the market in terms of international London routes.
Business. I mean, it's business. What you will be saying is that whatever government did to make sure Onyema breakthrough, she also make that gesture to other airlines in Nigeria, help them out to saturate the market. That's the only way you see it. Then I will see reason to what you are saying. But to say him, how long can he dominate the market? By the time he don't take over everything now when they accuse them as they accuse Ganduje. No, it should not be Onyema.
Okay, let me clarify. Let's say let me clarify the point. Let's say an airline from the UK like British Airways is coming to Nigeria. The British government is subsidizing the British Airways heavily, Hence, they can afford to bring the price down to £500. While Oyema is while AirPeace.
Father, you call it British Airways.
Oh yes, they subsidize them heavily.
It's called British Airways. Oyema na business, it's not Nigeria Airways. The way you are saying, let's extend the gesture to other private airlines to step up into the market. That's all you can.
No, but they too will face the same forces. They are not going to make profit, because what I'm saying is that the British government is basically.
What are you worrying about?
What I'm worrying about is that they are not level playing field. The other side is getting money for free.
Are they not capitalists?
So are you saying that then we should get out of the market then?
How are you in the market in the first place? Oh yeah, Dr. Oyema is in the business, in the market. That's not you, that's not me, that's not Nigeria. That's a private businessman doing his thing. That's why I said the government should get out of the way. Let's focus on the man, celebrate him, encourage him, and other people.
Well, how do you encourage him? How do you encourage him?
Challenge. Why they call government where the government can't deal with waiting private? No, let's government. Your government job business should make the environment conducive for everybody to compete.
I guess so that's your opinion. I guess.
It's not the only one.
But it's not. But the British Airlines are getting the same thing, though. That's what I'm saying.
My problem is that you are saying. You keep saying British Airline. That's a national carrier.
No, it's not a national carrier. We're talking about Virgin, all the others, Qatar Airlines, all the rest.
Exactly. Nigeria to pick up the challenge.
With all due respect, forefather, with all due respect,
what's his name?
I'm having a good compromise with my northern brother, Master, and you are moving the discussion to some other.
Don't worry, we're going to get back there, because I just wanted him to comment on this one, because he was asking what we were talking about. So, but I don't know. It's up to you anyway. If you say because he's a businessman, he's a private businessman, the federal government should not support him, then you're not going to get. We will not ever have a national airline.
You see why we're having this everything they complicated? It is because Keyamo and his gangs are decided to just throw themselves in front of the whole thing. No, we know who get the business. That man is doing well. Let Nigeria focus on him, appreciate him, reward him. Then, so that other competitors will pick up the challenge. Who should be Keyamo and his gang? Now today, Yahaya started doing business. Let them encourage others to come up. We need more than one person. No, they say that focus. We need more. If we have 10 airlines that are running.
Yes, my email address is there. Just send me an email. I'll send you my contact number.
Sure.
So okay, thank you. So I don't know if you had the last discussion that Chim was addressing Masca about basically our leadership and all the rest. I think it came from the question that Olumide asked Masca about how to sort things out. They talked about constitution and all the rest. I don't know what you thought about it, Ovie.
I think, to be fair, when I see the discussions going back and forth with I don't know, I can't see clearly because my phone I use the lady and every other person. One thing hit me.
Black Beauty is her name.
Yeah. One thing hit me as if it's either we don't understand the main problem, or I don't understand, because the idea is say we go plan 3 years. Like, we know the thing where would they fight? What is before us at all? These guys, they are not with us. You go first of all, you go to identify people where they control the power first. You understand? I see somebody was trying to describe say 5 power, the royal fathers. No, they are one. Now one. That's why I say the thing no be. It's not just because one person they run for president. No, it's a serious thing. No be say we go just accept. That's why we never start from what I'm saying, because it's as if we have not learned anything from 2023 election. We talk about how we take guide poll and all that. No, man. These guys, who cares about poll? Who announced the result is the final. When Bola Tinubu tells the power is not served by Halakat, we take it in the face value. We sit down, analyze that statement, put everything into context. He no talking for Ijebu, they no talking for Abuja, no talking for Lagos. He said it in London.
So, Ovie, what's the way out? Ovie, what's the way out?
That's what I'm saying. We need to understand that this thing this battle we are about to embark on, it's a matter of life and death. Like the sense, mean every word of it. Because that is what these guys are not ready. They're not able to listen to us. If you listen to their interactions, see the Senate president, they talk. They don't. It's like you will say, "Come, these people are we living in the same society, the way that they live." So they are not ready. They are on a different world. So we go need to actually even take ourselves away from them. Start planning with that, knowing that yes, now the enemy won't fight with that. But we should understand that they are everywhere. And we should also understand what they are using. Money is needed, whether we like it or not. However we won't find out, we have to. It is needed. Many times money no fit do, more money we do it. I am speaking here from America. Now the season then they so. Bah. So the way they say organize, plan, all these things they when we come together in various groups, organize within your own understanding. All we should know that we are going after the power hierarchy. And these guys, all of them, all the people who they mentioned, so they work in one accord. Because the Nigerian source of power comes from one place. Now, oh yeah, don't let anybody deceive you. All of them are each on oil, the bankers, whatever you can think of. Oil is the source. Where they go tell us our diaspora remittance now be the coconut lie. If you know how many vessels they come off for Niger Delta every fucking hour unaccounted for, then you understand that this motherfuckers, that's where the source of power is. All of them, either one chief they Medugri or one Oba de Bilio, they all have roles that they play, and we need to understand that. Therefore, all the media that we have as we speak in Nigeria are owned by them. So we go need to understand what is at stake.
You see, what I agree with you is that you will need funds to do anything. That's for sure. And then you have to understand what you are fully dealing with, because the idea that we just talk and talk, you need to really know the lay of the land. Yeah, go ahead.
I have to be last weekend. So when I go have an accent, put the question before him in front of the whole world, that I actually addressed him as the father of Nigerian youth. Waiting he thinks that the same old men who fought civil war, gave us constitution, gave us the political party, at the same time leading the current conversation about how to change the system of government. Where is the Nigerian youth? What is it doing deliberately to make sure Nigerian youth are funded at that level? He said it. I said, come, if we are looking up to these people, they will miss it. They don't care. This is Obi-Wan, literally. So it is serious. He too understands. It is serious. So that's why when they say change the constitution, you go get power first before you go even write another constitution. So
exactly.
the organization
that's what I keep saying.
The organization where we need that from everywhere, every angle. If anybody that is against this current structure, either you agree with that person, you know, agree with that person, let them organize and form, go. One day we go meet for market, and when monkey go market, go come back. But we just have to approach it that these people, they're gone. They are just middlemen between the Western capitalists and we the people. And because of the sheer way they come for them is very little, maybe not 50% or 20% of everything, we don't know. So they want to die there. That's why they steal. They don't steal to eat. How much can you eat? But they understand that
I was talking to somebody the other day that said Nigerians are the Ovie, you can't hear me. I wanted to ask you a question. I was talking to somebody that was saying that Nigerians were the easiest people to rule because they don't make a lot of demands directly from the government, and that maybe is there a way? I know that these people that you describe at the top, they are gunners. Are there ways to get them to do something? Because from what I've observed, even in the last couple of months, when the government see that the people don't like what they are doing, they will either pull it back or change tactics or change whatever they are doing. So it means that they do take feedback, but we don't just give them enough feedback.
But they also understand that only organized people take power or change things. If you really want to change things, once they see say we now organize, that is where the fear comes. They don't want to see you guys in a big place, even when we are the property in a big form. We just enjoy. They don't even want to see it. So they are doing everything. Everybody they play role. They all buy everybody they play role to make sure that unity within the majority of people and every corner never come to be. So that should be our own target. We should understand that they will get betrayers among us. They will use every source of thing just to infiltrate any organization. That's why I say the organization should be in everything. Those that believe in now only military way now go to from your way. Those that believe in now go juju way, the reason along that line. Those that say go steer the country into pieces. So that is how we would organize with one focus. That's the only way we can either get them to actually do something. But at this point, anytime they agree with us on something, that means actually they need them badly too. So that we always win anytime we face ourselves in terms of bargaining. So the idea, we are not ready to bargain. Just as we all know, the main problem, how do we negotiate the resources with these foreign capitalists who are on it? These people cannot renegotiate our life, but they can't even negotiate to even save any one of them, prepare us to die. Now, talking about, before we begin to blame the general masses, we should also factor in what the general masses have been through. All of us. You understand? That's it, the fact that we argue against ourselves all the time and we are the victim. It's not normal. It is because of what we have been through and what we are still been through in terms of miseducation, misinformation they are throwing at us every freaking day. So we will need to understand that it is real. All this new media they from everybody get rolled. So we will need to understand that okay. Now do or die. That my uncle they involve my auntie they because all these people the refers we don't need to go fight and go far. But as I said, if we don't actually deliberately they think like this in groups. I don't care how many you want get your electoral vote reach, it doesn't count. Because if you've studied 2023 and studied the power way they against Tinubu not to be president, then you understand that little is really about vote. Your vote can only count when it's really in bulk in a way that okay, yes, now waiting the masses won't be this. And again, the truth is that if we don't come together, we not go get a leader we go actually saying go die for us. Because we are actually looking for, this person will feel that. No. Forget leader. Forget all these leaders where they so. Let's just keep doing our thing. Leader will come among us. Or any leader we won't come. Now we go actually put the demands. Because yes, it's good that we are going for power. We won't take over power, but little achievement also matter, right?
Can I ask you a question, Ross? I have a question for you, Ovie.
Go ahead.
Do you think that one of the reasons why Nigerians are not able to apply pressure to their leaders is because their leaders don't live amongst them? Like your leaders live in the UK, they live in Saudi. You can't, like here, when things happen here in the States, people show up on your doorstep. People show up at your house, at your gate.
At this point, what an average Nigerian is going through is just too much. Unlike me and you and everybody on this platform, what to eat, where to sleep, job is least of our problem. We don't worry about that. That's why we are here. That's why we are here thinking about how do we do big things regarding the country. But when you go down to Nigeria, an average Nigeria is, what do I eat?
And I think it's not up to an average Nigerian. I actually think it's up to the diasporans to apply pressure on their leaders since we live amongst them. We know where they live in Maryland. We know where they live in Maryland and Potomac. We know where they live.
We the diasporans are not different from those on ground in terms of working together. I guarantee you, I don't know the city that you live.
I live in New York.
I
live in New York.
You live in New York. If I ask you, I don't know the tribe you belong, but if I ask you, give me the total number of Igbo people that live in New York, you can actually guess.
Yes.
You might not be right. If you say, tell me the amount of people Yoruba in New York, you can actually guess. But tell me the amount of Nigerians, it will be very hard. Because Nigerians don't actually come together. Only party, and in party we do it along political lines, along division line. We never come together. But most importantly, what do Nigerians in New York control collectively? Nothing.
But sorry, Obey.
Want Nigerians in Nigeria to come together and control things.
I'd agree with everything you said till this point.
Which one?
But I have a major issue with the trajectory you are about to take. Because you are now trying to make it look impossible, even to organize Nigeria. Wait, let me just, 1 minute, I will stop.
All right.
I do not like the idea that, yeah, things are never going to be easy, but the idea that you are almost painting a picture that it's even impossible to organize Nigerians in New York.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying that before you ask those in Nigeria to do something collectively, are you doing that collectively here? It's a question. I'm not saying it's impossible, right? The fact that we are not doing it does not give that alone disqualify us to be asking them to do something collectively.
I think that the objective of Nigerians in New York or in Houston or Atlanta should not necessarily be to control something here in the U.S. This belongs to them white people. Our objective
No.
Hold
on,
let me finish. Our objective is to come together as Nigerians and apply pressure to the leaders that are living in the United States, that are living in Saudi, that are living in London and in the UK as a diaspora, so that we can fix our homes, so we can go back. That's what we want.
I agree with you, but that's individual objective. When you said that this country we live in is not our business, why not? You are wrong. Today, as where you live, we have the Chinese community, we have the Indian community. We are not different from the Indians. What I mean, we are not different. The Indians don't have voting power in India. But guess what? Because of their collective power, they were able to direct their resources to influence policy, to influence political party, to influence candidates. We are not doing that. We don't go to Minnesota. You are in New York.
Okay, where do we start, Ovie? Where do we start?
Coming together. That is our problem.
How do we come together? Where do we start coming together from?
I know what you're about to say about Minnesota.
Start from where you are. Gather Nigerians where you are that believe in you. There's Nigeria everywhere. That's what I'm saying. We are not together. Everybody has idea, but it's individually.
No, Ovie. So see, my take is the mere fact that this is what now. This is 1 o'clock in the night in Nigeria. Wait, I'm here on this platform. We are together on this platform. It's absurd to think that we are not collecting ourselves. That would be an absurdity. This is a collection of Nigerians.
It's a challenge before us. I just asked, anybody that live abroad here, both those that live in London, what is the agenda collectively of Nigerians there? That's the question I'm asking. I don't know.
Because
you have idea, I have idea,
we want
everybody
specific
have
goals.
idea. But if we don't form an organization, we thought it's our collective idea. We cannot fine-tune even a path to go through or who to even fight. That's what point coming together is all about. So that Tune idea, my idea, John Abba idea, to everybody idea will be put on the table and be scrutinized. We'll come out with something either to go fight, to get in power, because that's another thing. We are blaming the Nigerian people in Nigeria. We need to meet them halfway. See what we know, the privilege we are extending idea because of the privilege that we have. Like I said, we don't think about. So let's deliberately direct our finances to educate them, but also to empower them. Open small stores for all those people. See, you have to meet them halfway. Be like them. Don't just say they should do. That's why the only way we can do that.
Don't you think that when you say Nigerians, when you say that, don't you think that when you say that Nigerians should come together, I think Masca is making a point that we are coming together now. Like some of the things we are advocating is that we start using some of all these platforms to promote a specific goal, an agenda. If it's for electricity, if it's for security, we start doing that. So, and that is something we can do. And I was speaking to, I said it earlier on. I was speaking to someone yesterday, and the person said, you know what, that I changed his mind, that he too is going to start carrying out a kind of campaign. And that's what I'm trying to do, because this is how we come together. And on this platform, I know that at least 50 people are panelists here that come in, go. If this platform started to win in Nigeria Watch, one man start, you'll be surprised the composition they listen. And
No.
and the people also listen.
No, I agree with you. We say we now started doing it. I agree with you. I'm just
I think yes.
Well, I know in New York that you can rally Nigerian people together. I've seen that together.
Winning diaspora.
It's not to say.
Anybody hear me? See, let me challenge us. Let me challenge us in diaspora. Any year you are in group, put some percentage of money together to do 3 things in Nigeria. Educate group of 5 people for your village. Educate them, inform them on what is ahead, but most importantly, empower them. Some people, all these they talk what they use. Their wife now market women, they get provision store. Put 5K, 10K, 20K to move that provision store to see
about what? Is it about election? Is it about constitution? Is it about what? About
that's what I'm saying. Everybody have concern and ideas, right? But what we have in common here is that we have one common enemy. But if we don't find a way to come together and put our concern on the table and now forge a way to say, come, 2023, this is what we are going for. 2031, this is what we are going for. 2035, this is what we are going for. That is the plan. We say, okay, this coming election, maybe because we are sluggish in a way, let's make sure that we get 3 to 5 senators that actually has our own idea. They will not do anything. But let's just keep increasing the number. So, but all these things, Illumide, cannot come to fruition if we don't come together. Be your own journal. Everybody has idea, no matter how ridiculous all of us sound. But collectively, na power be that. Individually, it doesn't really matter. You cannot push anything. You understand? So, but by the time we start again, if we want to go to pick any lesson from the Arab Spring, now 2 groups, right? Let's forget the military. Now 2 groups. The Muslim Brotherhood, that was their focus. They were educating them based on their own ideology, but at the same time, we are investing. That is why when election come, now their group win the election. They defeated the educated guys. That's why the protest start again after a couple of years. Say they no Arab ideology go cover this country.
I think, Ovie, I think you've made your point. I think you made a very important point, which is that we need to work together. I don't think the world will become together, but we need to work together. And I think now when you start talking about Arab Spring, you will lose me. Because I look at Egypt, for instance, it's a military dictator.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying exactly, because from the world, the issue of Arab governance and military dictatorship, that thing happened because Mubarak was trying to groom his son from the business elite to come and take over power instead of the traditional from the military elite. That's where the problem starts. They say no, they no go agree, but they cannot do it because the man see the power. So they have to, when the thing starts, that's why they have to step aside, the military guy. So they allow.
Anyway, I think on the point you make, I agree with you. We need to work together collectively in groups. But I think there's something Ferreira said when they interviewed, when Mr. Rudolph interviewed Peter Obi. And I liked what he said. It's not about, he was talking about creating a movement, so to speak. There has to be some sort of idealistic cohesion, a unified direction in terms of all Nigerians speaking the same language.
Yes.
Let's all move towards a common intellectual east, so to speak.
Let me make it easier for you. I think it's the same thing that Olumide is saying.
Yeah, I think Ovie, I think we need to let Tone. Let's be fair. Man, Olumide, what breaking news?
Forefathers, breaking news. Do you know that the job people, the Joint National Organization, they've written they have written a letter to Tinubu wanting their own self-sovereign state too. So that's number two.
Yeah,
Before you know
welcome.
it now,
Let them join the queue.
uh-uh.
Okay, it's all right. Let them join the queue. All these people, enemies of progress. You always have them. They always have them to be focused on in the right direction. But again, they exist everywhere. You can't do anything about them.
Let me leave. I think what Olumide was alluding to and what my brother in Fila is saying is that we should have something that we should aim at. I agree. So, and what is that? And I think that is what my man from Fila is saying. Is the focus of this quarter or this year is to make sure all the Nigerians on guard are in one accord in terms of waiting they will learn. That's also
goal oriented. That's very important actually to have your goal for a specific period of time. That's a good point.
But I do want to say one thing, forefather, just to follow up on Maka's point and the point I made earlier, which is if you look at, I know a lot of Israelis who were born, they were born here, and then they go home, they do their military thing for 2 years, and they learn Hebrew. It is a requirement. We need a language that is ours, that we can transcribe our documents under. It is a necessary thing. So
that's one of this thing. I think the quite language, our own local this thing, official languages.
Just pick one.
Renaming even renaming the country is another one. Constitution is another one. Electricity, security. So they're quite a list, but it's not that long really. But for me, I believe that we need to go for the ones that give us the biggest buck for our bank. That's whatever they call it, the term. But I think Ovie said something that he said it in passing, but that could even be more consequential for us in terms of you use the term renegotiate the resources with the outsiders, because that relationship that we have with foreigners is part of our problem. And the current president clearly is giving them exactly everything they want. And this is why we are where we are right now.
I don't think it's about renegotiating. I think it's about like embargo and blocking.
It's like, instead of him to renegotiate, it's like, tell us what you want, I'll make it happen. That's his own negotiation. And this is why ECOWAS is almost half, the size of ECOWAS has reduced by half, the landmass of ECOWAS, because he was busy trying to please them instead of focusing on what is going on in the backyard, to use it to renegotiate the relationship with those people. But instead, he was telling them, now look at the mess he has created. But we'll see. This is why you have to recognize. I like what Shehu Kuti is saying this too. He said, you can all these leaders that are just hopping around to the West, that's where they go and betray you. And our people have to learn to recognize it when they are doing it. But
go and read that book, Forefathers. Go and read Confessions of an Economic Hitman. You won't be talking like this.
I've seen it.
Go and read it. Not see. Go read.
I think the person that wrote it, I've seen this. He made a documentary. I've seen what he's got to say. I've seen many stuff like that actually.
Read that book. Read that book. You will talk differently.
Let's allow gentleman Tone to talk. You know, when Tone turns nasty now, people will start saying he is very rude and everything. The moment he starts cussing everybody out now, Tone.
No, we all respect Tone.
Apologies for all the delays. You have been a gentleman, and he will not say talk for very long. He will just talk for 1 minute, 2 minutes, and it's over. Tone, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ovie, you made some very, very valid points, which I liked. But my thing, that is one thing I keep asking. So all this big English, permit me, I'm going to mix it with a bit of broken. All this big English that we blow, it's not for Igbo man. No. We're not addressing Igbo man. We're not addressing a Scottish person. We're not addressing an English professor. We address our people back home. Now, how we go get this message to the woman that is selling akara on the street, to that guy that is in the motor park? That's all he knows and all that. Grand Oshodi Street and all that. No change, so that we can change their thinking and they'll start. We stir up something. Not that when the politicians come and offer them 5K or one bag of a quarter bag of rice and another, they will tell them, no, thank you, please. I am going to do the right thing. And how can we get to them? The only way we can get to them is the power of the internet. I can see Chim. I met Chim. Chim it's everybody here seems so surreal, as if I've known them for years. Forefathers, Masca, Black Beauty, because one concern and all that, we have brought all of us together. Mr. John Abba. It is the power of the internet. A lot of people have got phones, in smartphones in Nigeria, to look at nonsense, to look at skits, to look at hookups, to listen to all sort of rubbish. Now we have second-hand phones and all that. We can start, buying phones for them. I'm seriously, because this thing we're talking about, we need money. Buying phones for them and making phone available to them, making airtime available to them. Say at this time or so, we get one place where we call Naja Wocho. We get one place where we call Dr. Damages. So we could come here our people. Our people go begin connect to us.
And actually, Ton, sorry, I'm not cutting you. It's a very beautiful point you're making. It doesn't have to be phones. I remember in the olden days, they do shows. This show can actually be projected in a village square. They don't need to contribute. They should just stand there and listen to people.
And there's some kind of this thing where I don't find even recently some kind of projector, where if you just take projector for cloth and all that, which will connect to the internet, and these people will see all these shows. And when you start changing somebody's mindset, then go say, oh, not true. Okay, this thing where our brother they talk, oh, not true. So this is what we are. A lot of people are they are not, they are just dead up there and all that. They're not aware. They are so ignorant up there. So we need people to stir up something in people so that they
Okay,
start
so Tone, can we take a small project now that you've raised something? Can we take one village? Can we agree on a village that we can agree when a specialized program so
Master,
that
I've got
some
your
village can join?
Master, I've taken your email. I'm going to send you an email and get your number. I'll soon land Abuja. We'll go see. Even if I have to even get a hotel near your house, we'll see. We'll see every day. I'll come even. Yeah. No, I'm serious. We'll
good.
see. See, the thing is, the people that will make the difference is that man, that ordinary man on the street and all that. We start empowering them. So when the politicians come with all their useless thing, they will just say, no, we don't. I don't know whether you guys remember Man of Prestige. I don't know whether you saw that story where Chim, where you saw some women in I don't know whether it's Anambra State or Imo State, where they came to give them money and to influence them. They say, no, thank you, we're not taking the money. They vehemently refused. They brought bribe to them. They said, no, we're doing the right thing. I'll share that link later. So this is what we
There
need.
is one aspect that I just thought I should shed light on what you said. If you gave them phone or something else, from what I gather, there was this lady that came on stream and said most Nigerian youths from school want to become politicians. But what I also observe personally from talking to Nigerians, many of them want to jackpot too. You go and give them phone. The first thing they might still do is check YouTube, check all the things that are there. That is going to even drive them even more to want to jackpot. So because their head is not in the right place. So how do you deal with that?
Okay, I don't agree. Obviously, when you give somebody a smartphone, you will not ask him not to go to Facebook. Some people even don't know how, they don't know about X. They don't even know about X. But let us start somewhere so that this information, where would they propagate here and all that. And sometimes our English is just too big. Even if some of them connect to some of the things that we talk about here, they will find it very, very hard. And that will repel them. So we need to start coming down when we get some, that's why I like my brother Ovio. Ovio go break them down and all that. Look at Benin, for instance. Benin is one of the first Asian cities that is supposed to have developed more than this. But because we've got wicked governors over the years and all that. They just chop money. So look at how Benin City is supposed to be a place that will be attracting tourists from every globe. They're supposed to have a very good road network, security, and all that because of the heritage. We have a lot of heritage cities in Nigeria. We have Zaria as well. It's a heritage city. Why is it not happening? Why is it not happening? Since the government doesn't want to do this, when we start doing this thing, they will sit up. Now,
that Edo one. So let me just add quick, so that Ovie hears this. That Edo one, I was on the panel where they were talking about Edo governorship, and they were talking about, oh, let's just fix this, fix the roads, and agriculture, sponsor farming, and I was like, but Edo used to be the most advanced region in Nigeria. Like technologically, they were manufacturing guns and all the rest of it. So how come somewhere along the line it become an agrarian society? They don't seem to talk about technology anymore. And I really think that needs to be recaptured, because it's not that long ago, barely 100 or so years ago, they were the most advanced.
So it's interesting. That guy you even mentioned, I don't want to mention his name. He's well connected to the people of Edo. He's well connected to who know who in Edo State. These are the people that we need to collaborate and work together. No fear. Listen, I know some people will come and say, okay, you're planning to take over the government. But when we start making difference, okay, that woman that is selling in the market, maybe they lack some kind of this thing. Will provide storage for them to refrigerate and store their goods. As I would say, this is a group in diaspora. We are not APC. We don't support anybody. All we want to see that Nigeria is okay. We provide them storage. We build a storage and this thing, and even if we have to even provide some kind of light and all that, like a solar panel, not all those crappy ones that they have in Nigeria from China and all that. Proper solar panels to at least provide light.
Excellent idea.
This is how, and this thing doesn't cost an arm and a leg and all that. This is how we start making impact. So that when we talk, when the government, they will say, who are this group of people? We want to know them. They will start talking. In fact, some of them that still have conscience will say, these guys, I think we should get to know them and all that. See, when I talk, people will say, yeah, I don't hate Tinubu. Like I said, I know the man. I've known him over 35 years ago. He used to be my uncle's associate and a friend. He's not a bad person, but his system have even created some monsters out of these people. It's all about money. But to be quite honest, in 20 years' time, is Tinubu going to be around? Probably not. The man not old. Yeah.
Is it truly about money for Tinubu anymore? Just
it's not about money. So these other people that these other younger people that wants to ride on and supporting all these things that they shouldn't be supporting, we should start changing the minds of people. There's some very, very brilliant people that are because of the system that turned them to motor park touts and all that. Should it be? It shouldn't be. Start changing. I don't care whether even we start up north. There's one lady. I'm trying to see whether I can get her on this program and all that. She's a divorcee, and in the north how the kind of a stigma they put on divorcee. She's a very brilliant person. She read IT. She's my friend, but she's got this project that she supports single mothers and fellow divorcees and children and all that. Maybe I need to speak to her and get her to come to this program. Maybe from the agency as she reaches out, because she knows the people on the grassroots. Maybe through her we start doing something, no matter how small, and we can start telling these people, listen, we're not politicians, and start changing their thinking. That listen, it's not about the people from your tribe, it's not your religion. How some Igbo man no hate you and all that. This is the thing and all that, and we start changing the narrative. This thing we're talking about.
And then I wanted to ask
small.
Masca something, because Masca said something that I found interesting, because in my mind anyway, years ago, they do this video cinema kind of stuff that they show in villages, and so people can go and watch. Masca said something about showing people videos and stuff like that. So are you saying that they should show people videos of this program, or is something that
No. Exactly what I'm saying. My idea, and it's not really my idea. I think it's Black Beauty's idea.
It's Tone's
Now,
idea.
okay, Stone's idea. Okay.
Nobody
So
wants to take credit.
my thinking was very, very simple. Okay. A lot of people, even now as we speak, I don't know what's the number, but the nature of this show is that you have like 400 people who are just simply watching the show. They are neither saying anything or not doing anything. Now, for me, if there's a specialized program, what I mean by specialized program, something that has been scripted and orchestrated, because if you take this show now to the center of Kano, and a Pansat begins to come and say Hausa people are the problem, obviously you're just going to scatter everything. But if we, for instance, this segment of the discussion where there is a banter between me and Olumide, where Olumide is, we all know, is pro-Yoruba nation. But you can see that, look, the man is not dogmatic about Yoruba nation. He's willing to listen to a northerner. Okay, I hear you, but what is the way forward? And see how we've spoken and spoken and spoken. It's a very interesting segment. If you just flash it in the middle of a village square, people will gather and just listen. Let them take whatever they take. But I'm saying that if it is a specialized program, we have a message we want to pass across, and we make sure it's very interesting for the people. They will ask you next week if you are doing it. Before the show starts, people will have gathered. Today it starts in one village. Before you know it, it starts spreading. The news starts spreading. There is that show where people talk about Nigeria and the issues, and it's across tribe. It is not people dissect the issues, and it's clear. We tell them this is where your issues are. So that's matter. But what is even more important for me, from my management experience, it's nice to talk, and it's cheap to talk. The minimum I will expect, really, is somebody, and I would expect somebody either between Tone or forefathers. There has to be, it's not minute of the meeting or discussion, but the ideas that are being dropped. There has to be some book or some Word document, some Excel sheet somewhere with date. This is the grand idea of day 1 or day 2 or day 3 or whatever it is, so that one can review it after 2 months.
Oscar, can I ask a question? What I mean, since you understand it enough better than most people here.
Forefather, can other people speak? Forefather, what's going on?
I don't know. Tone used to be the shortest speaker, but today is a different thing.
All your points. I will remind you, let man of prestige talk.
Man of prestige, please, this is my time.
Yeah, sorry about that.
This is my time. Ovia has spoken for 35 minutes. You did not interrupt too. Ovia spoke for 35 minutes.
Okay.
Man of prestige. Let me
just try to let's try to understand each other. We should learn to start working together. This is the idea.
We were enjoying what he was saying. Don't worry, my brother. You will speak, man of prestige. We'll listen to you. Okay? Don't worry. So what we are saying is that since you understand that region, is there any way how we can support, just like Obi sunk those wells and borehole and all that. People are criticizing, but listen, like you said, when you do a good deed, your good deed will speak for itself. Is there ways we can, like people that are going to school and all that, we can even just, we're not even talking about big money, even if it's just even if it is just $20, £50 or $50, all of us are committed, and we over time we can put together over a period of say like 3 months or 4 months, and then we go to the ground and say, listen, we're showing this and all that, we move and all that, and then identify 2 or 3 families that we can make a difference. I remember in Mayegun's show, for instance, there was this man, he was nearly dead. His legs were rotting. It was through Mayegun I gave towards that thing. It was through Mayegun's program that we put money together, took him to a specialist hospital. His leg was amputated, unfortunately, and all that. Got him a proper wheelchair. got him a proper accommodation. I think even the house is being built. I don't go to my Eagles too often these days because of these because I'm all up here every weekend, So these are the projects we start, and when we come when we come now and tell them and say, listen, election is coming. We're not saying you should vote for X or Y or Z, but think of your future. Think of, you see, by that time we've already prepared the mind that, listen, if you're voting based because is from the north or from the east or the west and all that, that is not the way forward. Think about somebody that will make Nigeria a better place for you, for your children, for your business and all that. And people will start thinking, because people do not think very well. There's no we need to get down to this. Then we look at the middle belt. We look at so there are many villages in Yoruba land in the southwest and all that needs this information. I mean, you'll be surprised. A lot of people are so ignorant, like Uncle Pansat, for instance, and all that. You'll be surprised there are loads of people that still think like him, that live in Nigeria, that believe that every Hausa man is Hausa Fulani and they be exterminated. No.
Tone, it's
not
April 27th. Can we say, this is the early part of the year, I think it would be a great goal if we could light up 5 houses for the holidays.
That was interesting. One man does something similar to what he has said. I think they collect about a certain amount.
Who says sorry?
And share it all over the country.
Who says Masca cannot be that our voice in Nigeria and go and be a senator and speak for us?
Exactly. Yeah, he'll be a good one. And if he takes,
you are there not because you want to eat money.
If he takes anything, we'll release his video here. All the videos, everything he has said.
I'm not even agreeing to start with.
We'll release all the videos and we'll show him agreeing with Passad. that will finish him once for all. So yeah, I think you are right. There's no reason why not. All those people ending up there, they are no any better anyway. So what I was saying was that one man is doing something similar where they give money, and we saw some of the videos. They are quite moving, some of them. So it's something that, if they can do it, there's no reason why we cannot do it here. So I agree with Tone. And the idea is to start organizing these things. I'm not exactly, my focus is on hosting and talking, not necessarily collecting money. So when that time comes, I will donate, that's for sure. Tone, thank you very much. This is
sorry, Father. I still want to harp on the fact that for me, talk is easy, talk is cheap. What I've learned is that you have to write things down.
True.
If we don't, we are just wasting time. I enjoy the talking. Make no mistake. I enjoy the talking. I enjoy the listening. So even if we agree collectively, we are not going to write anything. It's fine by me. But I'm saying that for anything to come out of Israel must write things down.
Masca, maybe we every Fridays we agree on a time, and even if it's late at the night for 1 hour, we agree on the time. Have a Zoom meeting
after maybe we can have an hour less in terms of these sessions. That we use that to just finish up, because everybody's here at that time already.
You people are assuming that I will have a steady, stable internet, but it's okay. Good news is I'm trying to redo my internet infrastructure. I've actually paid them a substantial. I think I paid everything. I think I paid them. Maybe they just need to do it. Let's see. Let's hope. Let's hope it will work.
Yeah, maybe you have to go Starlink before you get out of the.
What's his name? Elon Musk thingy.
Yeah, that's Starlink. Yeah.
Starlink.
No, this IPNX, I think it will work. I'm confident it will work. Let's see how it goes. But again, I know how Nigeria works. When the new company comes, it works. After a while, it goes. There's lots of problems in Nigeria.
Like those remote villages. Why can't we have Starlink for them? Set up a Starlink with somebody that is educated and all that. They all connect.
That is true. That is true. All those things. It's all good. That's
our
true.
our village. Yep.
Whether it's a good thing is another thing, because all these things that we are exposing our people to, you have to. It's a double-edged sword. When the information that they are popping into your country, you don't have control over it. They can brainwash your people, and before you know it, all hell, you will see village wives decide that they want to go apply for a divorce.
The point
You know, all kinds of stuff will be possible. You'll be shocked.
isn't the point to propagandize your own people?
Yeah, but when you have access to Starlink, and if you don't have control the flow of information, they can propagandize your
You
people.
can't treat people like children. You have to just hope for the best in them and put the most important information in front of them.
Yeah, that's the kind of talk that gets us into trouble. You see, any civilization has to control the flow of information from outside sources. It's like a parent. If you can't have your child talk to everybody out there, otherwise the risk is that they will put something into your child's head. They will start asking you weird questions, and you don't know where it leads. So, and we know full well. Look at America. America is controlling TikTok now. America is banning TikTok because they understand these things, and we have to learn to understand these sort of things too. I am
Man of prestige.
man of prestige. Yeah, it's really the man of prestige. Welcome. And you are aware of what was going on, what they did in the other channels about helping fellow Nigerians.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm aware of what's going on. Forefather, I sent you a video about. Have you seen the video I sent you about some other countries? Because they just had a conference in Africa. You have some other African country delegates talking about Nigeria. Did you see the video?
I'm trying to find it. I can't see it. Is it far back? I can't see it. It's
No,
not
I
here.
said it earlier today, but let me just make a statement in reference to that. I know they were talking about Nigeria. This was a recent conference. I think people attended the conference and left, but they were just talking about Nigeria, how Nigeria is talking about specific, where they were just talking about regional, how to come together to become one Africa or something like that. So their main point of view is that each region, like the ECOWAS or the East African something, when they are great, the whole country will be great the whole continent will be great as well. So they use ECOWAS as an example. They said the reason why ECOWAS is not functioning right is because Nigeria, when they say they're going to do something, they're not going to do it. So they was actually talking down on Nigeria in my own space. And one of the narrative that they put in there was everywhere you go, Nigeria said they have the highest GDP, GDP. But in a nutshell, they are one of the lowest per capita income. They shouldn't be bragging about that, because everywhere Nigeria said they are 1 out of 4, Nigerians. That doesn't mean anything. So in the nutshell, I want you to watch. I want you to watch the video, or I've seen it again. I don't want to prejudice the video right now. But anyway, having said that, everybody has spoken well. I like what Tone said. Maska, let me ask you, are you in Nigeria?
Yes, I'm actually in Kano right now.
Okay. What everybody was saying, I'm going to put up my own 2 cents here. I think when we come to this forum, some of us has a better English command or something like that, but we're not here to speak English. Speaking English doesn't mean you're amongst us successful or whatever it is. So we should more align to pidgin English, because everybody here, we know where we are and what we are here. It's about enlightening people in Nigeria. Ordinary people that live in the village or wherever, they're not going to understand when we come here and speak different kind of grammar. That wasn't necessary to them, because we are trying to enlighten them. I've been to other countries forum, where they talk about their country or something like that pertaining to their country. They speak their language. I don't need that their common language. But Nigeria as a whole, I know we have 50 tribe or whatever, but speaking English, even some of my Black American friends, they understand sometimes when I speak pidgin English. But pidgin English would be a more better, what we can use here. I'm not saying sometimes we can mix it up with English, but why are we here? Are we not here to enlighten the Nigerians? Maybe they can change their mindset. So that's why I propose something like pidgin English to come on this forum, And one more thing I have to say, like person like Maska, which I respect a lot. If we can, if we can designate maybe 1 or 2 people in Nigeria, and every day when we come here, we're not talking about the super chat or whatever, we can be contributing $1, $2, $5, we call it like a GoFund, and I trust Dr. Rudolph, he's going to be able to keep it in touch. And we design somebody like, who said that? I think somebody said that, like, one man, he did that during the Christmas. and the person was in Abuja, they was able to go through Nigeria, and give them money. I mean, people donated a lot of money. It doesn't really matter, $100, $200, $1 is still all the same. So we should start from that foundation, and try to educate people in Nigeria, because we can come here and speak every day, I mean, till all of us die, 100 years, nothing is going to change. We have to start educating Nigeria, because most Nigerians are so docile. They have this slave mentality that the people in the government, like their master, they're not going to be able to do anything the people tell them to do. That's what they're going to do. But it's about time we start enlightening them. We don't have a vote over here because they have not been able to allow us to vote. So there's nothing we're going to do if we don't enlighten the people of Nigeria. We have to start from there so we can start changing their mind. That's the way I look at it. So maybe
is it not because you were saying the people are docile and they seem removed from the government? Is it not because the government doesn't call on them to do anything? And that could be partly because the government wants to deliberately keep them away from
exactly.
Power.
But it's up to us who are enlightening. We're in overseas, and we have the funding. Even at all, I mean, we have to enlighten them. When I say the funding, not let's say give them money, but at least help to certain area, people who are really, really in need or something like that, and through that process, we'll be educating them about this is what is good, this is what, at least if we buy like a small phone for them, they can be listening to us, because this Dr. Damage program is well known in Nigeria. I have people in Nigeria that, that watch it, but they don't watch it a lot of time because they don't have the data, to watch it. But if we make this could be the biggest, this could be the biggest forum in Nigeria. I'm not talking about in Biafra. That's the people that really need it. It's not we here. I mean,
does anyone know how much? Does anyone know how much TV adverts cost? Because I do see some positive TV adverts about anti-tribal behavior or
Nigeria, we have to forget about the TV advice. We have to start. Let's see what we do. The contribution we can do every like we come here twice a week. I mean, we can be dropping.
I'm just looking because we talked about
like Man of Prestige,
kind of cinema and stuff like that. So
hold on. Like Man of Prestige, what we can do, because you can actually, because I top up people's phone from here, we can actually top up a couple of people's phone over the weekend towards the weekend, so they don't have any they don't have any excuse not to connect. So we can actually provide that. Then talking about viewing center in a village setting and all that, is a Starlink and power generator or solar panel that we want to provide for them. That will go a long way. These people will listen to us. Provide, like someone just said in the comment section, Ife Kings, which is brilliant what he suggested, providing Starlink for some universities and all that, providing credit for some small businesses, going to the market, like I said earlier, getting a storage unit for them. And which tell them, really, listen, we are not for politicians, we're not affiliated, we just want Nigeria to work, we want people to do the right thing. Do not accept bribe from anybody that will tell you to come and vote for this person. And this is the reason when we tell them, let them understand the consequences of accepting, selling their vote. You see, that quarter bag or 1/5 rice of rice. Sometimes they even give them spoiled rice to eat. Is it worth it? Okay, the people, there might be some kids that are not going to school, find out how much it is. We can do these things. And you see, you'll be surprised that a lot of people will catch on with this vision, and I mean, you'll be surprised at how big this thing is going to blow out.
Anton, I think what you just said is right. I like Mask a lot. I think Mask, is based in Kano or somewhere in Abuja.
No, I'm in Abuja. I only come to Kano.
It's not necessary. We can provide him. I mean, he can do it for free. For the means of communication or something like that, like transporting, we can do that. Maybe find somebody in Lagos, maybe in Port Harcourt or something like that, to do that, at least 3 people or wherever in Nigeria. We definitely need that. But it's not just talking, because sometimes I get tired of talking. we have to start doing something. It's not every day
I agree with you.
more action that is more relevant.
Let's
If you
bring
come here and talk
Jonaba
every
in.
day, it doesn't matter.
Let's
Thank
bring
you.
Jonaba in. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. I think this is a brilliant idea in terms of how to reach the society back home and trying to empower them, trying to set them on the make them a voice count, and it can start gradually. I'm talking about the collection of the money, and then we have a target in 6 months, in 3 months, in 4 months, and then with the idea that it's not political and almost non-profit organization, and we are targeting our youth. Then our voice will become relevant as far as we take the political aspect from it. All we want to pass across is to be able to pass across some vital information that basic human rights, how to be a decent society, how to stay away from being a bad person or be a tools by anybody, politicians and all of that. And but then we have to draft it, and the message has to be consistent. In that way, we can do a lot, and maybe few of us will go home often. Maybe if it happen within the time we go home, or we can boost it by showing up there, whether it's during any festival that they are giving out anything. I was in Enugu during this Easter period, and one of the biggest orphanage home in Nigeria is built by I can call him a son, and everybody were there, and it was a marvelous thing, and it even go beyond the expectation. So it's doable in any shape or form if our hearts are together, and we can now control it strictly with a very strict transcript so that people do not go out of it and have a personal message, because we all have personal interest. But when it's a collective interest, then it is collective, it's no more personal, but just to drive the message and to push it out there. Just like Masca suggested, they can have a town hall. Era of technology today, they have this their Wi-Fi that they can make have in a place, maybe a designated place whereby they can show what we are doing, not necessarily the way we come here and talk, but what is our aim and objective that can be recorded and showed to them. And also we will be also mindful of the saboteurs. We'll be mindful about the political attack on our project. Oh, these are people who are pro this person and all of that, because Nigerians are smart in one thing, is doing evil. So they can go and be digging, so because they know that some of the idea was people have a preference of who. That's why we take the politics out of it completely. Our aim and objective will be reaching out to the people, empowering them, and trying to make them to make a better choice and even have their destiny in their hand. And that's also including when we talk about empowerment, which means we can still help them out and set them up. Because if we are imparting 5 people in a community, 5 people in a community, those 5 people are also contagious. They'll start touching other people, and before we know, it become a battle that we draw between the good and bad, and we can succeed in doing so. As far as we strictly have idea and put it together, and that also including us to also be aware that in the midst of all of this, we get we will get pushback. People will come with different things to distract us, but we will be strong-minded and make sure that our goal and aim is to focus and to allow politics out of it, rather to speak to the society directly. I think we can succeed by doing that. By the time you do it in Kano, do it in Abuja, do it in Lagos, do it in Benin, and by the time you know that this non-profit organization movement, and before you know, the world of media these days, if you are consistent, it spread quickly. And that is how we're going to make a change. And I appreciate that suggestion from everybody, or everybody contribution is brilliant. But then talk is cheap. We have to really put it together as quick as we can. I think that can be discussed. We'll be hosting Rudolph here soon, and it's like a town hall in Texas here. Those are most things we want to discuss with our elite here. How do we influence people back home and take politics out of it, rather to make them relevant, and how they can make a quality choice for themselves and the community.
Thank you, Janaba. Yeah, the Blackstone.
Yes, sir.
I think that you are listening to the suggestions. What do you think?
Just hold on.
Is Olumide sleeping?
What did you say, Mr. Father?
Blackstone,
Yeah.
come carry your brother Fosa for comment section.
About the suggestion.
To those states to go do
Are
something.
you interested in my brother? You don't know.
Your brother now.
I was born in Naira State now. So I'll be Igbo man. Father.
Yes.
I just heard the last discussion when Tune and Jalaba was speaking. So I didn't hear what was the actual thing, the suggestion people put on the table.
I think the idea was to have people come together to do things on the ground in Nigeria, so that we shouldn't only be talking about it, we should also be looking to do things on the ground. And then Tone also proposed that we make Masca a senator. That one is a joke. But point is that we need to get things done. We can't just be talking. And there are various options. I think Masca suggested showing people some of the programs, some part of the programs that we are doing here. And Tone talked about giving people solar internet access with Starlink. Basically the idea is to contribute to make change on the ground.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. But if I want to, I wouldn't say it should be to individuals. It could be for a community. I can have a project for a community that will impact everybody in that community. So, and there are so many small things we can do that will go a long way to help the people in that community. So, and if you go throughout Nigeria, there are so many small communities who have no access to the basic amenities. So, like some of us who are in Nigeria, who can maybe just have an idea or a community you can be able to provide something for, right? Maybe giving water supply, because if you talk about solar panel for a community, how are you going to, if you give the solar panel, how are you going to wire it, So there are some little things we can do. We can also probably a school in a community. We can help them, to develop the school, to put the school in proper order, right? And also a thing that the community will feel, everybody will see, right? Not for individuals, right? And things like that. So And if you do that, yeah, the name can be put there as the donor of this project, this project. The name can be there and things like that. So I would have preferred something that will impact this community and impact the people, right? Because we have to be able to help to improve the life of the people, the life of those ones in the rural communities who have no access to basic amenities, something that at least that will bring them joy, happiness, and what they don't have, they have it now, which are some of the basic things that they can't. There are so many communities in Nigeria that are being forgotten by the governors. So even there are some communities where the chairman is dead, but the chairman is living in Abuja. Because he's living in Abuja, so he doesn't care. So I believe that it should be to the community, to the people, and not to individuals. That's my take. And
wow, the Blackstone, that was excellent. I have to say, it's very thoughtful. When you mentioned schools, it occurred to me. It reminded me of where they kidnapped the girls recently, and their school was horrendous. If the school was just horrible, if we had the resources, that kind of stuff that is worth fixing. There are so many schools that are just, especially in the rural areas, where they don't, like you said, the government have basically forgotten them, abandoned them, and terrible living conditions, terrible education environment. These are the kind of good things that we can do, and sometimes to fix all these things is not that much. So I think we have to start from somewhere. And if you do little things well together, you can do bigger things together well. So, and Tone, I appreciate you coming up with this way of looking at things.
And if I may ask, if Dr. Alexander Gomez was here, he may be listening in our area in Sulere. This is market called Aguda Market, the small Aguda Market. Just opposite that market, there's this police station. They don't have lights. The state of that police station is terrible. Why can't I know everybody hates
Police
the
station, no light. Oh my God.
There's no light. How about if we go and provide a solar panel to them and all that? Try and repair, because they've got about 4 trucks there and all that. Take it upon ourselves and fix the trucks for them, free of charge. Provide solar panel to them. They will remember. See, they will remember. They will ever remember. See, let me tell you, not everybody is bad in Nigeria. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's just the system had let down everybody. So everybody has sort of lost faith in almost every organization and in Nigeria. Not everybody is bad.
Let me ask you something.
You just touched on another area that I'm quite interested in.
This idea Tone just suggested. I'm not saying it's that bad, but do you think it's a good idea? That's part of government apparatus.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Why don't we go to the grassroots?
That's what I'm saying. That's my idea. Not necessarily the police station.
We can. But such things. Listen, what we're trying to show the people in government that listen, we're not going to play. We're not here to play any politics with you, any partisan politics. We don't care. All we're interested as a group is that we're doing our fair share. We are out of Nigeria, blessed to be out of Nigeria. Not that we're billionaires or anything, but the little that God has blessed us with, we want to give back our country positively. We want you guys to do the right thing. Because let me tell you, when this thing catches on as a bushfire, which I believe it will, the ruling party will want to speak to us and say, and I want to use us. We'll say, listen, we're not interested in your politics. If you want to rule, do the right thing. That's what we are interested in. Whether you're Bio, whether you're Tinubu, whether you're Kwankwa, so just do the right thing. Stop lying to people. Do the right thing. Provide what we should provide. We are just helping you. Listen, these people up there, the last thing they hate is being embarrassed. Look at the small borehole that Peter Obi sank and all that. It got them. It fluffed their feathers. It got them talking.
They are very sensitive. It tells you that they are not very secure.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
let me add something, Tony. You said it's apolitical, so you want to go and give this person, you know, the donation from everybody, and you see the person wearing APC. Tinubu is my father. What would you do? Would you like still give the person this? Like, no, you don't deserve it.
Okay, can we be clear? Can we be clear about
I'm
something?
just asking.
We are in a democracy. You are free to join any party that you. Let's just respect that. You are free to join any party you this. But where I have problems with somebody personally is when another person from another party comes, you want to break his head because he does not align with your candidate or your manifesto. That is where the problem is. So if you like, just say if you can even where some that Tinubu is the one that created you or pregnanted your mom, that is your business and all that. I don't have any problem with you. After all, I have very close friends that are PC supporters, and I tell them where I stand, and they say they make all the. But when it comes to bigotry, that is where I just remove myself. It's fine. It is fine. After all, those market, after all, those market,
calm down.
after all,
Let's
those
not be
market
rowdy.
women, after all, those market women that are shouting a being power, most of them voted for Tinubu. Why? Would you say they are bad? They are not bad. They believe based on the information that was given to them. But because these people are not informed, so what we're trying to do is to get people informed, to start changing their mindset systematically. Like what you said earlier and all that. All the big English, we tone it down when it comes to those sections and all that, so we can get back to them. You know, we cannot be saying pontificate. The one when they sell a wedu for market will say, what's in all this? They will just disconnect from us. We need to just bring down our language that we can use to connect to them and open their eyes, communicating that this is what is going on. If you do this, these are the consequences and all that. They will go back. Listen,
Can you
after the
speak
program,
pidgin English, Tone?
it will get them talk. It will get them thinking.
Tone, can you speak pidgin English?
Okay.
Me?
Let me
Very
say
well.
something.
I develop English very well.
Man of prestige, hold on. Man of prestige, hold on. We need to get I speak the truth to say something because he hasn't spoken for a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, I speak the truth. Thank you for joining us. You know, so I don't know whether you have anything to add to this.
Yeah, I've been listening, but let me preface everybody been giving great ideas, and all the ideas they've been giving, wonderful. But let me preface. I think I'm going to go a different way as usual, right? And let me preface by saying I am not intelligent. I'm not a smart person. I just know a little something, and I am not advocating for any violent change. I'm not advocating for any bloodshed. I'm not advocating for any change of government because that might, some of my propositions might lean towards that way. So, in my opinion, from listening to everything everybody's been saying, while all these sound good, I think there's just no way you can effect change in a society like Nigeria, where we have kleptomaniacs in charge and where we have a very uneducated or poorly educated populace in terms of people not knowing their rights, not necessarily educationally, but people just not knowing what their rights are. So I say that all of that to say, I think it'll be almost impossible for Nigeria to have any change in the way the system is now without one fracas occurring in the country, meaning when the people try to get power from the powers that be, they are not going to let it go. So you might term that a coup d'etat, you might term that a revolution, you might term that riots all over the country, whatever. I'm just saying, without bloodshed, this is one scenario. Without bloodshed, without blood being shed, there's not going to be any change in Nigeria. Now, the second aspect, barring any violent fiasco will
Sorry,
be.
can I just ask what's your basis of this point that you make that without bloodshed there's no change? On what
Well,
basis?
if you hear the second part of what I'm trying to say, then you will understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So the other aspect will be, if barring violence, will be to take over peacefully a political party, meaning hijack a political party in the same way, because there's no time to take pity-patter steps now. So everything everybody been advocating are things that, yes, in the future will help, but in the interim, what we need right now, just like we have the leaders right now, they are taking baby steps. If you want to take power from these people, there is no time right now for baby steps, because they are grooming the next generation of kleptomaniacs. So you are trying to build by, well, everybody, we know what everybody's been said. So what I'm just saying is, if we don't have a situation where the people that want power, Tone and Man of Prestige and Forefathers and Moscow and all these other people I've been listening to talk, having their own structure on the ground without political, it's not just about having money. Without political power, you cannot effect any change. Just forget about it. Like, it is, you're just fantasizing at that point. So how do you get in the system? You have to figure out a way to get in the system, and you have to figure out how to do that in giant steps to get in there. So without elaborating or elongating my position, back to what Masker said, your question. I do not believe, and I stated that when I started talking, that the powers that be will easily give up the authority and the power and control that they have right now. So if you think that is going to happen at any stage without blood being shed, then maybe you just have a
Can I say something?
better
Can I say
positive
something?
outlook. Yeah. Look, you just
Yeah,
have a
brother.
better.
Yeah, you have spoken well. Everything you said is well. But I don't know how. I don't know how, when was the last time it was in Nigeria. You know, you understand the Nigerian space. The Nigerian mass are very docile. Believe me, they don't think about. They are not like some other African countries, like for example Senegal, which is a very small country. I think about 18 million. You know the size of Nigeria. It's very sectional. Everybody wants to do their own thing, and the people we try to reach, we try to make it like a grassroots. Believe me, my brother, Nigerians are not going to get up today, go protest or whatever. They are not, because of the antecedent of the military.
That was
They are
my
afraid
whole.
of them.
But
So
that's
that's
but
not going to work. That kind of revolution. I'm
man
not
of
saying
prestige,
asking for a bloodshed.
man of prestige. That
Yeah.
was my whole point. That was my whole point. You're not going to have a revolution. That was everything I said, and that was why I gave two scenarios, and that was why I said, barring that one scenario, then this is the other option, the peaceful route. But you are not going to have any kind of power grab without snatching it from those people in charge. They're not giving it to you, and you might as well forget it if you think there's
You
any
said
other
something
way.
about giant
Wait,
strides.
hold on. I speak the truth. I think you're missing something. We are not coming as a political party or a political group. All we are trying to do is to reach the ordinary man out there, especially in the villages, to change their mindset, for them to challenge their mindset, to start thinking deductively, so that they can make an informed decision based on what we are discussing. And to speak in a language that we can connect with them, they can identify with us. You know, that's the whole thinking. Because I've been thinking, how do we reach the ordinary person out there, and all that, the butcher, the woman in the market, the person in some villages, and how do we reach them? We reach them by saying, listen, we are Nigerians, we're your brothers and all that. This is what it is. Listen to this program. Provide it. It doesn't have to be brand new phones and all that, second-hand phones and all that. We can flood them with the second-hand phones and get them connected to the internet. They can connect to programs such as these. There's Niger Watch and all that. You know, tell them, listen, it's not about religion. Let's just get it right. We love you. If you say you're Muslim, we respect your belief system. We are not going to insult your belief system. So stuff like what people, I don't want to call somebody's name because they are not there. So like making a very terrible statement about some certain people because they come from the north or the House of Fulani will be strictly prohibited. It has no place in what we're talking about.
But
Always say,
I heard all of that, Tom. What I'm trying to, I heard everything. I've been listening even while writing and making calls and that. All I'm saying is, everything you're trying to do, what is the end game?
To influence critical thought by good deeds.
To change the current structure.
No,
that is the end game.
no. To influence critical thought first. That's the first.
Okay, so you influence critical
need to
thought.
learn how to think first.
So what is the end game? Again,
The ultimate goal is to change this.
What is the ultimate goal? To change the present the governmental structure. That's all you're trying to do. That's everything I'm gleaming from everything everybody's saying.
No. It's it's much deeper than that. It goes way back. There's a point where Black Beauty mentioned even I think about 3 or 4 steps. One of them changing constitution, closing the country, bringing back all the people. But the end point ultimately.
Masker. If you, because we're all speaking English here, so if you change the end, if you say, well, no, that's not the end game, right? So if you change the constitution, you are unhappy with the present political situation in the country or the present way of governance in the country. If you say you're trying to close the country and bring a new way of thinking, that means you're still trying to change the mindset of the people because you do not think the present political structure is right.
No, you're missing it. It's not the political
let me ask a question. Let me just ask one final question. So, are you saying if they start thinking the way you wish, you, a Black Beauty and Masker, if they start thinking in these ways that you guys wish, and the present political structure and the present way of governance remains, is everything still hunky-dory?
No,
is it fine?
no. What I said earlier that I think
No. Is it fine if they think the way you want, but the present way of governance still remains?
Well, of course
is
not.
Everything fine? Okay, so that means you guys want
Let me ask you
change.
let me ask you one question. Were you listening to the part where I said 100-year plan?
I listen to everything.
The first step is to get them to critically think. That might take a few years even.
I understand all of that.
That is way too long. We have to be careful about talking about. We don't have 100 years.
So the end
as I speak, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Now, what are you trying to profile now from your own point of view? What are you trying to say that is the right direction?
Well, listen, like I said, I started off by letting you know I am not intelligent, okay? Because I know I say certain things and it takes certain people off, right? So my own, if I was to proffer a suggestion or a solution, would be to figure out a way to start a political movement, to start a political party. So if you have a way to start a political party, if you can figure that out, bring like minds from at least 2 of the biggest regions in the country. So we're talking about the North, obviously the Southwest, and obviously the Southeast. So the South is the 2 biggest parts, right? If you can figure out how to start a political movement, then I think you got something on the ground. But this is unintelligent me just speaking.
No, let me say something. What you said is not unintelligent. Okay, in a normal country where things work, or kind of semi-normal country, that could work. Nigeria is more complicated than that. Believe me, if you try to start any political party, the present government, or what we call the cabal, they're going to try every means necessary and sabotage it. Or even send or even send some talk to go eliminate or delete those people. This is how dangerous Nigeria is. Believe me, Nigeria is a very complex, probably the most complex country I've seen in my lifetime. In terms of political,
no,
it's very difficult to
let me
penetrate.
put it like this. Let me put
even
it like this.
even the past election that does happen, nobody thought Obi was even going to get 1 million. I was surprised he got that much. You know, believe me, it's always those two parties that have been ruling the country or whatever is at stake at that time. Nigeria is a very complex.
I think you are mistaken to think that if somebody is setting up a political party, they are going to be that vulnerable to thugs. And I think I wanted to touch on something that Tone said about the police stations not having power supply. What that rang in my mind was something I've been saying before, that you can create links between all the major institutions in the country, from the military, the police, even the security services. You're not just going to appear there from nowhere like a church, this is born again Christian, and say, I want to create a political party. You have to have a grounding in the environment. That is how you do these things. And then, if anybody is coming at you, they will be the first to warn you about what is coming, and they might even be able to prevent it from happening. So if you are talking about political party, by the time you start getting to forming political party, you have to know you have a grounding in the environment. You can't just go and form a party in the air. It's not going to succeed, like you said. But that is that. Anyway, I just thought I should add that aspect to it.
I want to ask
and again, what's the point of forming a political party when people's mindsets are still not in the right place?
Well,
so we just want their mindset. We just need to awaken something up there so that they can start thinking for themselves and make the right decision.
My own thinking in all of this is you cannot do anything if you don't have power. And I believe that should be what everybody on here should realize.
You cannot help 10 people in Nigeria if you don't have a political party.
No, wait, hold on. It's not. I'm not saying about help. Your job is not to do the government.
No, but help is something. I'm just pushing back. I'm pushing back your statement. You cannot do nothing.
I understand that your job is not to be a philanthropist.
Wow.
If you're saying, hold up. If everybody on his grouse is that they have a problem with the way the government is handling the affairs of the country, okay, so you want help, you want good roads, you want education, you want social welfare for the people. This is what all the people that have an inkling of how Nigerian society or any society runs are advocating for. So if you're saying, well, now we don't mind what the government is doing, we will take responsibility and take it. Wait, hold up. If you're saying we will take responsibility for the welfare of the people and help them out financially and this, that, give them internet, give them food, if that is fine, and that is all fine with me. But if you're saying you want the government, you want to hold the government to a higher standard, I am saying and putting it to you equivocally that you need to have power. And that is just my point. Again,
I think he's going to the end goal. I think that's where this is. But I speak the truth. If you hear what they have been saying, they are looking at doing things on a more local level and it's on a smaller scale, not necessarily on a major scale. But I didn't mention TV advertisement, but they were like, let's focus on small stuff first.
I have two questions. One is for I Speak the Truth. Number one, I want to ask you, this is for you, and then for Forefathers, I have a question for you. I Speak the Truth, I want to ask you, don't philanthropists garner a lot of influence? Number one. And then for Forefathers, I'm asking you, what is your intended timeline? If 100 years is too long, and I understand that now because things are moving at a rapid pace, then you give us an idea of what that timeline would be so that we can work backwards. And those are my questions.
Well,
you go first.
Thank you. So philanthropy is wonderful. Like I said, if that's what y'all want to do or what y'all proposing, fine, it's beautiful. But now when you help people and take up responsibility for the social welfare of the people, and you take over the responsibility that should be constitutionally and governmentally available to the people, and you say, we're going to do it. It is our job. We're going to build hospitals. We're going to build schools. We're going to build roads. We're going to provide them water and internet and Starlink and all this thing. Then don't turn around and complain about the government policies. So
Why not?
philanthropy.
Why not?
Well, because that's not the job of a philanthropist. A philanthropist's job is to help people without respect or regard to
Not
what the
this tool. This tool.
let me
Speak the truth.
Master. Let me
No,
land.
you've been speaking for so long.
But that's not the
You are not
point.
going to
You asked
learn.
me a question. All right, go ahead, sir.
So because you've already concluded, you've landed, you've said two words that are conclusive. Nothing is a conclusive word. But so the point I'm making, that I'm a philanthropist, does not mutually exclude the fact that I'm going to be an advocate. Peter Obi has a political party. He's a philanthropist today. He's building all these things we are talking about. He is contesting. These two are not mutually exclusive. I don't see why, if I'm a philanthropist, I can't be a political party leader. If I'm a political party leader, I cannot be a philanthropist.
So this is why it's always good when people, it's always nice when we hear we listen instead of just hearing the other person, okay? I'm not talking about, if you come in as philanthropists, you're not coming as individuals. You're all on here talking about coming as a group, right? So I'm not talking about Peter Obi or any individual. Let's say, for example, an organization, whatever organization you guys want to call yourselves. You bring the Red Cross, for example. You don't see the Red Cross doing philanthropic, carrying on philanthropic ideals, then complaining about the government and trying to enforce change or constitutional change. It's like, maybe I'm not understanding you guys' approach. So
That precisely is the point. You are not understanding, speak the truth.
Like I said, I'm dumb, okay? So if you're talking about
no, not understanding doesn't mean you're dumb. Maybe we are dumb that we are not explaining enough.
So let me learn. So if you're saying on one side, you're bringing out complaints about the Constitution, okay? Again, I ask you, do you like the Constitution the way it is? Do you like the governmental structure the way it is? You like the way governance is being carried out in Nigeria today? If you have no problem with that, then what are you arguing about?
Okay, so are you done? Speak the truth so I can explain to you my understanding of what people are saying.
Sorry, you go ahead. I just asked a question.
Okay. Now, what we have all agreed is that the country is not working. We are not okay with the system of governance. We are not okay with the level of enlightenment of the people that are being governed. Okay, are we still together? Speak the truth. I need a confirmation. It's not a rhetorical question. It's an actual question.
Sir, if you have something to say, please say it.
All right, I think I'm done. I'm not. I think the tone is negative. I'm done.
Yeah. I suppose you can actually engage people sometimes in good faith.
No, it's not about good faith. If you're saying something, just say it. I'm listening. I'm not a child. Just go ahead and
I asked you a question. Are we together? I've made 2 points. I just want a confirmation that, oh, yes, I'm with you, Masker. That's all I ask.
Masker, go on. Just
Masker, listen. One thing you should know about me, I listen. Okay, this is why I will always pick people's words, and I don't usually use my words. I actually use people's words.
Okay, I'm going on. No problem. I won't even refer back to you. I would repeat. I will regurgitate what we've said. I won't refer back to you now. So we are not okay with the system of governance. We are not okay with even the level of enlightenment of the people that are being governed. Now the question is, what do we need to do? If we are not happy with governance, and we are not even happy with the enlightenment level of the people, what do we need to do? We all agree that there is need for more consciousness among the people. One way we can increase the level of consciousness is to make sure more people are privy to these discussions. How do we get more people to be privy to these discussions? So many ideas were bantered around. And as we are bantering these ideas of getting more people to be aware of such discussions so that we can elevate their level of consciousness, issues of how do you get these people to buy even into the fact that, okay, look, they need to listen to you. Some philanthropic ideas came on the table. And I think that's the long and short of it. But the ultimate game plan is to raise the level of consciousness of the people and lead them to a point where, I mean, the reality is that all Nigerians have to be party to this. I'm not saying 100% Nigerians, but the bulk of Nigerians, we agree, need to buy into a unified directional level of thinking. That is the ultimate point we made tonight. People need to think at the same point in a certain direction. That's all. How do we get there? It's all the story we are singing.
Can
Okay,
I weigh in?
hold on. Don't worry, I'll let you come in. Listen, the enlightenment aspect of it is all good. What I speak the truth seems to be implying is that the ultimate goal is to transform the nation, and in other words, remove the elites or the people, or remove them or change them or whatever it needs to happen. It needs the top needs to be changed, and that is also the goal of that's the whole point of changing their enlightenment, isn't it? To transform it so that Nigeria gets in a better state. But that said, regarding the timeline, I don't think we have more than 20 years.
Okay, that's fair.
Because the West and the East will be settled by then. And if they settle and we are not out of the trap we are in right now, Nigeria doesn't become sovereign, we are in this state, I don't think we'll have any, we'll not have any ability to determine our fate,
So
maybe
in your
going into the
mind,
future.
so in your mind, the enlightenment of the people needs to happen before the next election in Nigeria, right? So that
It
gives us
needs to
about
start yesterday, yes.
okay.
And it's already beginning to an extent. It's already beginning.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
sorry.
welcome.
Thank you, guys. From when I started listening, I'm thinking that this conversation changed when Black Beauty weighed in a submission that Nigeria should do what China did. And I know that this is where we've been having this conversation to where we are today. So this philanthropic approach, which nation tried it? Because it is a methodology we're placing on the table. Which nation has ever tried it? And I know that when we talk about consciousness, building consciousness of a people, no matter what we do, Nigeria have sat on a table many occasions to have deliberations. Let us review, how did they handle those resolutions they had? To what extent did they keep to the terms of that resolution? Because the you on this platform cannot be taken away from the lineage you came from. If I have a group of people that are not consistent to a particular thing, why are you telling me that I will not be afraid to engage with the same set of people again when I have a history that these people have been engaged years and they failed, and they've been engaged again and they failed? So we really need to come up with something. And Forefather, when you said 20 years is what we have, I so much love that. And if you are using 20 years, the only way you can get it is what I Speak the Truth said. I mean, give a figure that we can raise. One oil well, how much are you going to raise from abroad? One person with one oil well will counter whatever you're raising. And they will just get to it. Once the money is gathered, the nation will get the person that is having the money. EFCC will come for the person. So all what you have done, you begin again. So for me, the consciousness begins from us. How many are we here? If I go home to my family, influence 20 people, the 20 people will influence 20 people. But I need to take something to my family. What will I tell them? Who is here to say that in 2023 election, what did we do? Did we have guys that could have been trusted? How did we handle it? Or are we talking like this because there's no election in the next 2 years? Now, because there's no election in the next 2 years, we are making all these arrangements tomorrow. If in the next 3 years, when the election will come, who is guaranteeing you that I, the Igbo man, will not go back to my tribe at that time, and the Hausa man and the Yoruba man and the Ibibio man will see his person and be able to say,
my person is bad. And there is another conscious question we need to ask here. In a Nigeria we call one country, how many of our states, we raised this issue last week, people that hold their leaders accountable. So if I am holding my leader accountable in my state, and in another person's state, the leader is also messing up, and the person, nobody is holding that person accountable. So how do you really get a conscious nation with a conscious people?
Thank you. For me, one of the easiest ways. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, Austin, I understood what you just said, but what I'm saying, what we said earlier, like you said, nobody can be trusted. Even at all, we donate millions of I don't know, millions of dollars here. Like you said, one person in Nigeria that have oil well, we find a way to sabotage it, sabotage that because that's nothing. Okay, that's a good point. But I just wanted us to start from somewhere. At least let's use this platform as an example. Anyhow, we can use this platform and buy a media space in Nigeria in order to educate people. And when we come to this space, we speak a very common English. We have a pidgin English, which everybody can understand, like people in Nigeria. Maybe that would be another angle we have to look at. I don't know how possible it is to make this a very universal, space, like a media space in Nigeria, where common people can call in and everything. Because a lot of Nigerians has phone these days. They can call. I listen to some radio station on live, like FM. I think FM 90 in Nigeria. People call, but we make this a forum like that by a media space. I don't know how possible it is, but we should start at least see which way is going to be more plausible for us.
Well, Prestige, that is what we are saying. The people that can't even afford their smartphones, and we can get them used smartphone. If it's a village setting, get them instead of a mini kind of a viewing set up a kind of a viewing center with the equipment there and all that. See, this thing will not cost us an arm and a leg.
Tone, how about targeting the ones that have the smartphone? Maybe they can change the ones that don't. Because if you are trying to change the number of smartphones, we are talking about millions here.
Okay. How about university campuses? These are people
that is what I'm saying. They have smartphones already.
Yeah, they have smartphones. So we can, but that does not mean that we can find one or two communities that we can start with. Because somebody was asking, I think, Augustine was asking, I just heard that when I just popped to the kitchen to make myself a hot drink. Augustine was asking how many people have done. See, the primary purpose is not philanthropy. Yeah, when we need philanthropy, we'll do it. But the primary purpose is for them to listen into this program. That is why all of us in this program, we need to start being responsible and take ownership of what we speak and not someone that will come and say, every northerner is a terrorist and all that. They are outside for like, no, we don't see. We need to start changing our mindset that listen, this can work if we start thinking deductively. So when somebody comes and say they want to bribe you and all that, for them to go there and they don't represent you, most House of Assembly and senators, they have never been to their district that they are representing. And yet these people are celebrated. So by listening, and then they will even, some of them will learn from them. They will even have the chance to, some of them to come on the panel and speak. And there's something about the human brain.
We've already come up with this solution before now, where we talked about having, because all these people that have smartphones, many of them use YouTube, Instagram, that have adverts. And if you know how to target those adverts, you can reach every single one of them. Because
and somebody said I don't have airtime. I mean, how much is airtime? How much is 3,000
airtime
naira?
is a serious that is a serious problem, I must say.
Yeah, it's not a serious problem. I will tell you why it's not a serious problem. If we load up their airtime on a Saturday morning, because I don't believe in giving them money, because some of them will use it to do something else. Load up. Yeah, it's true. That's reality. No, that's reality. Load up.
So how many gig are you going to load?
We just a couple gig, 2 or 3 for the weekend.
That will last for Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Or maybe Monday.
Nigerians will be looking at it like, look at this
2,000
cheap, look at this
naira
cheap
worth
people
of
giving me
data.
two gigs every weekend.
Let me talk. 2,000 naira
rate?
worth. 2,000 naira worth of data will not last 2 hours.
I'm telling you.
On YouTube. On YouTube. Master, I don't know if
I heard. Okay, I heard. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard YouTube.
Free
I
after
heard
a certain
YouTube.
hour.
But I think we are over laboring we are over flogging a dead horse. The truth is that none of us has a magic wand that we are saying, oh, we do this, Nigeria will be fine. And without that magic one, I think it's only legitimate for people to faff and waff around trying to find their way to a better Nigeria. And the idea that somebody puts an idea and then all we do is to criticize and run down the idea, I think is part of the problem.
That is
Come up with your own idea. Come up with your own idea. If you come up with a superior idea, I assure you, I have not seen anybody on this panel that is bad enough not to succumb to that superior idea.
Augustine, thank you, Master. This is what democracy. This is what democracy is all
how much
about.
is Starlink?
Everybody with their own opinion. You know, and we come together as a Congress and see which one is
one mic, please. One mic, please.
That's what it's all about.
Well, you know what? The Starlink is a little bit expensive in the beginning. For the we can do that if you're doing it just for one location, a campus or a bar like that. But I like the idea of us having maybe a spreadsheet of a couple hundred numbers. People submit their number to our program if they want us to top them up on Saturday. We top them up. There's 10 of us here. Each of us take 20 or 30 names and we top them up. And also keep in mind, MTN offers free YouTube viewing from 11:30 to 6 a.m., which means that if we, curtail our conversation at a certain point, we can do the evening in time to run the actual show that we want them to watch.
And actually, MTN, just to add to your point, Black Beauty, MTN is a business entity. Mm-hmm. So as far as I'm concerned, they may not come out publicly to say that they are not happy with the way Nigeria is governed, but they would support any tacitly they can. Anything to make Nigeria a better place. They are the ones suffering. They declared a loss simply because of the mismanagement of FX exchange rate. They declared a massive loss.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that we can work together with MTN. And the good news, I also know at least one or two people in MTN who we can talk to, and we can work out something in terms of, look, we need to.
You know what you just said just now? You know what? What you just said, sorry, man of prayer, hold on. You know what you just said just now? This is regarding another topic. Because when I talked about how these people did their round tripping, the ultimate round tripping with this our currency, when people will come and take money out of the economy, that is how they take it out. MTN has just lost money because of what they've done. And somebody made money from what just happened. And that's all, what I'm trying to say. Please, man of prayer, go ahead.
Yeah, this is just an idea. Maybe when Dr. Damage comes tomorrow, we have to propose this to him. When we come to this forum, particular, I don't know, on Sunday is different. We normally have a guest, but on Saturday like this, when everybody's here, maybe the first half of the platform or the second half, we can always talk about Nigerian problem or give them advice. But ultimately, they don't listen to us. So we can talk from now until everybody here dies. They're not going to listen because they are benefiting. So the point I'm trying to make, the first half or the second half, we can talk about Nigerian problem or whatever. Then the second half, we'll talk about the solution, like what we just talked about right now. We start planning because we are talking too much. Believe me.
Yeah, we need to structure it. We need to structure it. You have a point.
More than a year right now.
Think about the time frame.
What relevant has that done to Nigeria? Nothing.
So think about the time frame, right?
Stop talking a lot and start doing something. It doesn't matter what it is, like I proposed earlier. Austin, I proposed even $1. He said, no, don't you go out to eat a burger and, just say, okay, I'm not going to eat this burger today. I sacrifice. I go home and cook eat my wife food, which is even more better, and give it to Nigerians. It doesn't matter,
If you
and about the airtime issue, maybe we don't even have to worry about airtime, or all you just have to worry about at first. Sorry, Augustine. Because that airtime issue, it comes down to what Maska said, that we seem to shoot down every idea. we don't have to worry about even airtime. As long as we put the videos out there, the ones that have airtime will want to go to Instagram because they always do. They want to go to YouTube because they always do. But they will see us, and they will see us every time.
In order to get the free YouTube, they have to have the MTN plan. So we have to give them some kind of top up with the free YouTube after 11:30.
How about the ones that already have it, that have devices? You have to cater to those ones. If you get, if you can convince those ones, then they can go and also sensitize the others. I mean, when Nnamdi Kanu changed Nigeria, that's most of the Southeast, he didn't say worry about whether they have airtime. He changed the ones that did. And those ones change the others.
Also, we have to be mindful of the time, right? Because the good conversations would start at the end of the day when that YouTube viewing starts to be free, which is like 11:30. So that's like 6:30, 5:30 here in the US or whatever time, wherever you guys are at. So we have to know that our, Wahala conversation has to be done by 5 p.m. or whatnot.
Yeah.
So that we could actually have a real program that would be broadcasting across people's phones.
You know what I would suggest, forefather.
Yeah.
Sorry, Augustine. Let me just make this. What I think, forefather, I think it should be tone. You can take the basic notes of the ideas, and then the fine tuning of how it will happen, I think, can be done backstage. We can't agree at a fine line at a forum like this.
Yeah, man, I'm glad.
Sorry, Augustine. Sorry, Augustine.
No, sorry. Black Beauty, the question I want to ask you, is there a common Black Americans?
I mean, what do you mean?
Yes, there is. I will answer on behalf. There are very common Black Americans. I've been in the US. They are very common people.
No, that's not the question. She's getting the route. Is there a common front of where Black Americans agree on one thing?
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, there is.
Black Lives Matters. They all agree.
Not Black Lives Matter.
Actually, some of them will
actually hate Black Lives Matter.
So when you feel that the whole country, the whole Nigeria can become one overnight, is a fallacy of
but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
we're not saying that. No, we're not. That's not what we're saying.
Nobody's saying that.
We're trying to influence critical thought.
So when somebody is telling you a flat statement, when somebody is telling you a flat statement,
I don't want to get into your tribalism. I don't care about it.
So
I'll be honest.
A journey of 1,000 years, a journey of 1,000 miles.
Wait,
starts one day.
So this is the problem we have. You cannot hide your tribe. So what you ask yourself, what is the advantage of your tribe? What can your tribe
seriously, Augustine?
Right now,
this is the first time I've had you come like this.
People on ground
tribal is not being tribalism. Being a tribe person is different from being tribalistic.
Yeah, but what we are talking about here has nothing to do with tribe at all.
Read what she wrote. When she made that comment, nobody was talking about
this platform first. I'll read what I wrote. Now what? Now.
So you see the point. So being
what are you talking about? I said that because of you.
When people that don't know your culture jump in and become a master, a leader in your culture, you need to worry. You need to sit down and think about it.
Oh,
why do you need to worry? If they are just saying stuff.
I have worked with Black Americans.
Okay, what is the comment that you're talking about?
I am surrounded with Black Americans.
No, she said this tribalism has to stop on this platform first, and there's nothing wrong with that statement.
There's nothing wrong with it. It needs to be stopped now.
Everything is wrong to Augustine.
Well, you should agree now, Augustine. That is not even a controversial statement.
You go be in the corner by yourself, left out and ostracized, wrong by yourself. One Nigeria. Now next.
Thank you. Augustine, go ahead.
Yeah, so the attitude that you're giving her the edge over your culture, over your people, is
what do you mean the edge over your culture? What are that going to do with this? He's saying.
But also, let me remind you, 99.9% Hausa Fulani blood. So if you would like to know.
Okay, good. Now listen to her.
Now next.
Yeah, but what is the problem?
So you want me
what
to
is
be
the problem, Augustine?
You want me to be tribal?
Augustine, I'm also 99.5% Hausa Fulani blood. So tell us.
You are Hausa. Stop.
Tell us we are not human beings. Tell us. Tell us we are not human beings.
See, Maska.
Yes.
I said being tribal
and let these young people do
is
things.
different from being tribalistic.
No.
That is a comment.
But her comment is simply saying this platform has to stop on this. The tribalism has to stop on this platform first.
When did
How
she
is that
say
an issue?
When did she say it?
On the backstage a while ago. Just
no,
how is that
look,
controversial?
forefathers, Augustine, let's call a spade a spade.
So she said
Let's
it when
call
I
a
was
spade.
speaking. So in my
Yes,
statement, did you hear
yes, yes. In your statement, Augustine, there was a tribalistic tone to it because you were saying that when you work with people, they renege. You can't go back and work with these people. That's what you said.
Was it what I said?
That's what you said.
What confidence?
That's what you said. We can replay it. That's what you said.
So you see, that's the difference. So this is the difference.
Okay, are you saying she's accusing you of being tribalistic?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Okay, then you can just say that now instead of going about it in a roundabout way.
Right?
She knew that was what she did.
I'm speaking to you directly. Let me ask you a question, Augustine. If I said that my blood was Edo blood, you would have a different perspective, correct? Even as a Black American, if I said my blood was from Ego or Bonny State or something like that, you would have a different perspective, wouldn't you? Now let's call a spade, correct?
No, to be fair to Augustine, Black Beauty, to be fair to Augustine, Augustine is not known to be tribalistic on this platform. I've not really known him as like a tribalistic person.
The problem I have with her is she doesn't know our culture, but she takes advantage to speak about our culture without asking the fundamental.
But you can't say that, Augustine.
You can't say that.
A misunderstanding.
You can't say that.
You can't say that.
It is called cultural humility.
Anybody can learn of anybody's culture if they want to learn.
But asking question.
The question cannot be today. If she have learned it before, she have learned it. And if you speak to something you don't, you can clarify her. But for you to just say you are better than this.
Aren't you sitting in the States though? Aren't you sitting in the United States of America? My culture, the culture that we built up so you could sit comfortably here. How dare you?
You see that? Now we started the Biafra
I didn't even want to go here with him.
No, this is American war now. It's not Biafra again.
You see, I never saw this one coming. Augustine and
okay, but Black Beauty.
Excuse me.
No.
I know for a fact that if I had Igbo blood, you would not be talking to me like this.
No, you are taking it too far. Black Beauty.
Black Beauty.
Hold on. Let's rein this in. Masca, hold on. Let's rein this in.
No, Augustine is a nice guy. We know he's not tribalistic on a good day. But that does not mean that he would not be tribalistic every now and then.
Masca, come. Let's have perspective here. I think Black Beauty, I get what you mean, but I think this is a misunderstanding. For me, Augustine, so far, he's been here many times. He is not known for having a tribalistic approach to all his problems. So I think somewhere along the line, both of you had your wires crossed. I don't think he's against you because you are Fulani in any way. I don't think that is it.
I don't think so, but he keeps implying that people cannot work together, and he keeps implying that I don't have a right to have a voice in your culture, right? But you get to sit in my culture, right? In this here Black America that we built and make your money, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to add that you built now. It doesn't help. We are just being divisive. It doesn't help. No, there's no need to add that you built.
I was being peaceful and I was coming up with solutions, and that wasn't good enough. Let me just shut up.
So let me tell you.
Let me shut up. You're not gonna like the next thing I say. All right.
So let me tell you how it works.
Okay.
I told you in my office I work with Black Americans. So when I'm making assertion, I go to them and say, how do you perceive this? How do you use this in your culture? So that is how you work with people's culture. I made a comment which many people did not hear as being tribalistic, but she picked it as being tribalistic just because she doesn't know our culture. So that was why I picked that point. Because
yeah, but you
when
could
I
have
made the comment I made,
you could have argued your case in a more
Forefathers,
conciliatory manner, because it
forefathers,
came
1
across
minute,
as if
if I may.
you were accusing her of
Forefathers,
something
I
or
think I'm
something
gonna
like that.
take my next
forefathers, if I
vacation
may.
in Germany.
If I
I
may.
think I'm gonna take my
If I
next
may.
vacation in Berlin instead of coming to
Black Beauty, if I may, please 1 minute. Augustine, I understand totally where you're coming from, and like forefathers will say, I will support you 150%. You're never a tribalistic person. I think it's just a mix-up and a misunderstanding. Black Beauty, you'll be surprised that she knows a lot of a lot about Nigeria, even though her accent will give her away as this American person talking with this kind of accent. You'll be surprised what she knows about us. Even me from Anambra State, I don't know much about Anambra State, but I can tell you more about Yoruba people. I speak Yoruba very well, like someone, like a Yoruba person, like someone that was born in Yoruba land. I speak Yoruba very, very well. So this thing about, see, what we started with
I
with
speak the
something
truth too.
beautiful.
He knows details that I don't even have a clue about.
Exactly.
They know
So
stuff.
let's not just get, that's what Black Beauty is trying to say. Let's just not dilute this noble idea with whether you're from the north or south or wherever. I'm not interested. I'm not interested whether you're APC or whether you're Labour or whether you're obedient. All we want to do is to change people's perspective so that they can start thinking deductively. Because I believe if everyone start thinking deductively, the politicians will not have any pawn to play with. During the election, was it Tinubu's children that went to beat up people and Itogri? They sent people that cannot think, foolish people that cannot think out there to do their dirty work for them. But if people's mindset, you get them thinking the politicians will give them money. Yes, they will collect the money possibly, but we don't do it and say, listen, you ask your children to go and do your dirty job for them. That is what we're saying. And then help people. Come on, where is our humanity? There are people that are really suffering. Like I said, I shared last month, my uncle's wife died in Abuja for what she shouldn't even have died of. She was diabetic. They took her to the hospital, collected a lot of money from her and all that. It was just insulin that they needed to give her. Some unqualified nurse that thinks she's qualified gave her some kind of drip for some kind of malaria and all that. That's how the woman went into diabetic coma and died. This is it. This is the things that we need to start changing. That people and all that we need to start going to. It might look small. I mean, we might say, okay, how can we cover everything? But it's a mindset. When we got all our minds together and all that, we can do big things. So I'm just begging of all of us and all that. Let's not argue with each other. We all love our country. That is why we're here. It's 3 a.m. in UK, same 3 a.m. in Nigeria and all that. I'm going to get, I don't know how many, whether I'll even be asleep before I go to church in the morning. We want Nigeria to work. I want to be able to come tonight. I want to be able to come. See, let me tell you a secret. I love road travel, but because of kidnappers and all that kind of thing, I can't do that again. I love road travel.
Anyway, I
So,
thought they're asking you, do you go
Can
to
they kidnap
church?
you? Can
no,
they
Akita
kidnap you? Uh,
cannot do
uh,
this.
I do go to church. I do go to
Okay,
church.
there you have it, Okija. Now the question, Okija, do you, Okija, go to church?
Okija is already a shrine.
I'm a pastor, so people come to me.
And I thought Okija is a shrine.
No, Okija is a town.
Okay, you see, that's the beauty of this platform.
So what I'm trying to say is, listen, we have all come together, we have all become good friends and all that. If I get tonight, last time John Abba met up with Ngosika and all that. You know, we are all one, my people. Us that is outside Nigeria, people that are very educated like Maska and all that. This because we all kept quiet, and that is why Agberos have taken over our Nigeria. That is why educated illiterates, educated illiterates have taken over Nigeria. Let us start. We are not forming a political party, but rather what we are doing is more than forming a political party. Change the people's mind, the way they think, and all, the way they think, getting them to analyze situation, getting out the truth, not propaganda here, getting out the truth as it is, and challenge them to start thinking, and challenge them to that they can start asking their leaders question, the people that they voted for question, hard questions, and you see things will start changing. That's all we are just talking about. I mean, I don't see anything bad in planting a Starlink in a village and all that. Listen, from my Christian perspective, the prayer that a poor person, the person that you cannot, when you do something for someone that cannot do and cannot pay you back, when that person prays for you, is more potent than a prayer you receive from a priest or a pastor. That is a spiritual principle, and I believe it works. That's all I'm interested in.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I do think that I do appreciate the kind of talks we've had and we've continued to have. My problem is that we have been talking since 1960 and nothing seems to have changed. If we're waiting to change people's minds, I can tell you that that's probably not going to solve any problem at all in Nigeria. My thinking is that the diasporans have been largely ineffective in trying to change the course of events in Nigeria for a number of reasons. Whenever we travel, go to Nigeria as diasporans, and we see little things we can speak out against, we never do that. Now, simple airport, you go to the airport and see that the AC is not working, and people bring out their fans and they are finding themselves. Nobody cares. Nobody says anything. Can tell you that if few people who travel can begin to raise strong objections to the inefficiencies, you see, Nigeria is just the problem with Nigeria is divided into two: corruption, incompetence. I can tell you that 99% of offices in Nigeria, elected, appointed, are filled with people who are incompetent. So it doesn't matter the kind of policies we want people to change, things are not going to work. I was just discussing an issue with somebody. He went to an office and he went there, he met, he had to go to like 20 offices for people to sign stuff, right? And some of the offices you can see that you have like women who should be in the village, doing some stuff at those in offices, receiving files. They don't know how to operate the computers, do all those kind of stuff. So there are so many corruption, incompetence everywhere. So my suggestion is that we have really need to start, doing something tangible in terms of actions. For instance, if we talk about the hospitals, someone just said hospitals are not working. What can we do to make sure that people who are supposed to do their work in hospitals do their work? This has nothing to do with tribe. I don't need to understand anything. When we were coming to America, we didn't understand their culture. We wanted to come to a place where things work. It's not magic. We have got to start doing things the way they do it wherever we live. This is very important. So if we say hospitals are not working, why are they not working? If the schools are not working, why are they not working? If there's lack of employment, why do we have unemployment? You see, the irony of Nigeria is, the problem with Nigeria is that we have never solved any single problem Nigeria has since 1960. None. We have never. Talking about epileptic power supply, they were there when I was born. And we'll continue to talk about that in 2024. No light. Why? What's the problem? Why? That you have a president who stays 8 years, multiply that by 12, multiply that by 365. That's the number of days, number of weeks and years that a president stays in office for 8 years without doing anything about power. We can't keep on talking. We need to actually try to fashion out maybe short-term, long-term, medium terms, actionable plans to start doing something in addition to trying to change the minds of the people. The minds of Nigerians have been so bastardized. I mean, it's going to take a miracle for you to change the minds of a lot of Nigerians. Everybody is waiting for an opportunity to join in stealing. It is that bad. Everybody.
That's true.
But Golden
So-
Mine, you see,
Not everybody, to be fair, but
when I say
majority.
everybody, you know what I mean. Okay.
I know.
There's a large percentage of Nigerians, one, they really, I'm sorry to say this, but we have got to devise ways of making sure that people who are saddled with opportunities to lead are people who think critically. The problem with us is somebody said you can't solve a problem with the kind of mindset that created the problem in the first place. So we have to find people, competent people who are going to see that as, okay, for health, these are the problems we have. How are they done where we live? In America, why do we have efficient health system? What are those things that need to be done that are not being done in Nigeria? Then when you begin to look at this critically, know that we haven't started, that nothing is working. Somebody was just telling me that people just, he wanted to go sign a form and they said the guy didn't come to work, that he had to go to his house to sign a form. Yeah, by two people. And that's the kind of society we live in. Guys, is bad.
Yeah.
Is
Are you sure you are living in that society, gold mine?
Which society?
I thought we in Nigeria were the ones that can say that's the society we live. You have run away from that society.
Oh, no. I'm in Nigeria almost more than two times a year. I go there every day.
No, see this man. Oh, see this man. You are in Nigeria 2 times in a year and you are talking.
Oh yes. Now let me give you an example. Now I just see, just to tell you how bad things are. It's called a university. I ask people to get me my transcript. I have to come there, and my brother was telling me that he had to go for clearance. The university said, okay, bring all the receipts from year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. So the universities don't keep record of people who have paid. Guys, things are bad. A university, they don't have records. So if the universities are bad, you can imagine how other areas are. Things are terribly bad.
If I may, this is part of what we are talking about. If we go see, most higher institutions, so-called higher institutions, still have stuff in files. They don't even have a computer system.
Almost all of it.
They don't even have a computer system. So what stops us from equipping, starting? See, listen, we can't be saying that it cannot be done. It cannot be done. Let us start with one and let that be an example to the others. Look at Governor Oti. If he was saying it's not impossible, he would have not done what he did in Imo State. Let's start somewhere.
Let's do it.
Let me tell you
an example.
Yeah, let me just tell you. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's a heck of a difficult thing. One, when you equip, we try that.
We are the difficult elements. It's not the problem. Is not difficult. We are the people that make it difficult.
Now, let me give you an example. We had decided to purchase computers and some books and some electronic stuff for a department in a university. 2 years later, nobody has used it. One, they complained of power, and they complained about people who knew how to use some of this stuff. Why? Because if you go there, like I was saying, you see a lot of incompetent people who don't know how to use this stuff. So how are you going to fire everybody? Because they need to be fired. You need to get people. There are a lot of young people who can do this, but they're never hired. Instead, people will just go and hire people, their relatives and relations in offices. That's the problem.
Part of our philanthropy, because when you were saying about the ladies in the office using their computers and things like that, I work in fintech. Part of our philanthropy can get a few women in the diaspora to spend a couple hours on the weekend and do some recorded trainings that could help the ladies learn how to use their computer programs better. So I think that philanthropy is not all just about buying computers and giving solar panels and giving. It's also about giving your time and giving your skill set too.
Black Beauty, do you think these people do not understand how to do this thing?
The man
Wait, hold on. I'm just being rhetorical right here. Do you think these people, Nigerians being as brilliant as they are, probably the smartest species of black people on the planet today, do you think we do not have people in that country that can say, well, this lady is incompetent. She does not need to be at this desk. But
No,
they
I'm not.
do. No, hold on. No, it's being rhetorical. So I'm just trying to explain some groundwork about some ground realities about Nigeria to you. So where they will have a competent person to do a job, okay? It is not like we do not have computer specialists or programmers or clerical workers. We have these people, but this is how they select positions in that country. If you understand how because you have to understand the nuances of the country, which is what I think Augustine was trying to say to you,
I
but
understand that.
it came out wrong, right? So if you understand certain nuances in Nigeria, we have this qualified person, but I'm not going to put her there because she's not from this tribe. And I will rather pick someone that is the same religion as me, or someone that's related to me, or someone that paid a bribe
I
to
understand
get
that.
that job. So we have a lot of problems. It's not just,
But can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me ask you a direct question now. My question is, who's going to stop me from sitting in my house on a Saturday afternoon with my Zoom and 4 or 5 ladies that work at the hospital and teaching them how to do Excel? Nobody has to know about that.
Yeah, teaching them is not the problem. Now you teach them, you can teach them all you want. They probably will not get that job because they have all these problems that I just listed. There's a lot of nepotism in Nigeria. There's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of corruption. So it's not like the people there's no qualified people. There's a reason why Bill Gates been going to
And
Nigeria
there's a lot
forever.
of negative thinking also.
But aren't we
Defeatist thinking.
Let me speak,
seeking
guys.
to
Let
teach
me
the
speak
people
for
that
1
are
minute,
already
please.
in the roles? We're not looking to put new people in the role. He's saying there's ladies that are working in these institutions that don't know how to use the things that are in front of them. What's that?
Because they're not
No,
selecting.
what I'm saying, you're talking about philanthropy. I'm talking about people who work in government or public institutions. Now, for philanthropy, you can do whatever you want, right? But in the public institutions, the bureaucracy, the way they hire people,
So they're
the
not
way they do-
allowed to. So those people working in those government institutions are not allowed to come to a Black Beauty Zoom course to help them use their computer program. You guys are negative, and I don't like it.
No, I think
Yeah.
they allowed. See, I think it's just a misunderstanding. See, the golden mind. What you are talking about is government institutions having people that don't know what they are doing in terms of the required computing knowledge that they need. And a Black beauty is saying that she can offer that kind of service. That is something that people can actually do, and I don't see anything wrong with that. You could teach people if they have the right aptitude, they can learn quite a lot in one weekend even, if you give them the guidance. So I don't see. You see, let me add one thing about what P2B said. When he took over Anambra State, he didn't, according to what he said, he didn't fire any staff, but he transformed their performance from, on average, in terms of education, to the best in the country. So that's the same thing. The kind of stuff this Black Beauty is talking about. Who's that? Yeah, go ahead.
Pretty much, one thing I pick offense with is when people come on platform, sometimes we should be able to give them an opportunity to learn more about the platform, and also to be able to be welcomed, greeted, or welcomed, or whatever it is. Golden Mind, what you spoke about in the real sense has to do with bureaucracy. And when you say that your brother went to an institution, and it's so surprising that they don't even have a record of him being a student or whatever it is, it has to do with the incompetency of the alumni. Every higher institution in Nigeria got an alumni. And if you want to table the matters, you table it to the alumni, and say, guys, why are things being done this way that there is no improvement up till now? You and I on Dr. Damage's platform can change people in what do you call it, in University of Nigeria and Soka, or Unibadan. We can do that. And Black Beauty coming in, I understand where Black Beauty, she's coming from. She's coming from the fact that she is volunteering. Now it's up to you and I to link her up and say, okay, probably link up, if we have an alumni and say, an alumni, we have somebody that can actually, if teaching people computer is a problem, then, she'll be able to reach out to those people. Because what we are saying is this. When you talk about Nigeria is a country. It's just like how United States is. You say, okay, you want to teach people in California. You have to have a kind of like a small cell in order to reach those people. You can't just come to California and say, oh, I want to teach people. They will look at you and tell you, some will even tell you, teaching them is not the problem. It's just that corruption that we're talking about. And I also pick offense when Golden Mind says nobody speaks out. I do speak out. As a matter of fact, when the last time I went to Nigeria, the problem I had was that I was with American passport and I was with Nigerian passport. My Nigerian passport has expired. Getting to the immigration, all of a sudden, they wanted to start turning me around, or go to this person, or go to that person. And then when I went to that person, he was waiting for me. What he was waiting for me to do, which I already knew he was waiting for me to do, was to bribe him. And I refused to do that. I refused to do that. Because I told him, I said, having Nigerian passport shows you that I'm a citizen of Nigeria by birth. And I also have an American passport, of which I can even go to the next table and take visa on arrival. But I refuse to do that. I can't be coming to my country with a visa when I am, and I was born in that country. And my own thing is that I had a plan to renew the passport while in Nigeria. That was when he looked at me. He said, well, look, sometimes, they call me and I go just do like saying when I know pass. I said, I don't know more than you. I don't know what you know, but I know what I know.
Yeah, well, you're not the one that said that he never bribed anybody in Nigeria before.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I never did that.
How did you grow up in Nigeria?
Did I grow up in? Yes, of course I did.
You got your driving license in Nigeria?
Yeah. I grew up to my teenage age.
Forefathers.
Yes.
Sorry, Mazi.
I'm just checking.
Me, I live in Nigeria.
I wonder how he survived in Nigeria without having to do that. Whether it's realistic for you, because you put it in the chat that you never bribed anybody in Nigeria.
I never did.
And I can tell you, forefathers. The truth is that in Nigeria, I work for an institution where let me just give a small story. I was working in a bank. So the first work I was given is to take money to central bank. We went to central bank and then they said we should bribe them for them to take the deposit. So as a young man, innocent, I went back to the office and told my boss that, okay, these people there, they need some money. He laughed. He called me into his office, closed the door and asked me to sit down. He said, look, this is a company where things like this bribery you're talking about does not exist. There's no line, there's no account called bribing account in the whole books that they can go and debit and give me money to go and give central bank. And by God, we had to go back, talk to them, say, look, we went to the office, they said there is not going to be any bribe. So what do we do? After 2-3 years, they have come to know us. When we come, they will try to frustrate us, but this will be new people. The old people will tell them, don't waste their time. Don't waste your time on these people. No show. They know they do anything. The point I'm making, even in Nigeria, the truth is that if you stand your ground, all this issue of bribery, it's not, we are just lazy people. That's also part of the reality. When I was in Lagos, the police people in my area, they know me. I can close from work 10 o'clock. You can delay me till 2 o'clock there. It's okay. The good news is that tomorrow when I come, you know that I'm not going to give you anything, so don't waste your time on me. Better go and harass somebody who will give you money. The reality is that half of the problems we caused it because we are also guilty. It's just like the way they do.
So Masca, you've never given anybody any gift. Get man, nobody any gift in Nigeria.
Not because you harass me. If honestly, if I give you anything, it's because I have a good mind. The truth is that I'm also at a level where who the heck are you that you're gonna harass me? Even the IG of this country can't harass me. That's the truth.
Oh,
So,
IG won't harass you for sure. But
Masca,
so when you are
to be
driving on the
candid,
road,
So I'm
sorry,
saying a
but
small policeman on the road.
no
support
policeman
what
on the
he
road
said.
can. I'm trying to
To be
find out
candid,
now how are these people surviving in Nigeria, because the Nigeria I know is like a web where if you want to travel from one town to the other, you meet all kinds of stuff. So, Masca, have you traveled from town to town in Nigeria and you went past those police people without tipping anybody?
so
Yes.
forefather, let me
I've
just
never
help you
seen
there.
it too. I've never seen
To be
it
candid with
on the
you,
road.
when
I've
I
never driven
was
myself, but I've never seen it
when I
happen before.
when I was in Nigeria, I realized
the
this.
policemen they have
It's
there's east and south,
partly,
south. They are quite
yes,
different.
it's partly a cultural thing.
Benin, they are quite different. If the ones in southwest, if they want to intimidate you and you tell them no, they will just cool down. But in the southeast or south, it's quite different. Benin on the Aba, Port Harcourt,
Yeah. So,
just
forefather, just to add to that, is a cultural thing. In the north, they will tell you to your face, you are being paid, and I'm struggling, and you want me to pay you money. A driver was confronting a police officer, and they never stopped to pay anyone. They will stop you. They will tell you can't do anything. But the problem we have is our own fault in the East. We comfortably give it, and it becomes a way of life.
This is where you are coming from Abuja Airport. They are asking you right at the gate. Police
No, people will ask you. That's the reality. Anybody will ask you.
Don't twist the narrative. There are two different things. If somebody asking you is just help handout, gift. The other one is trying to lie on you, find something against you to extort you is different. So extortion and asking for handout are two different things.
Extortion. Police, they've asked.
The line can be blood sometimes.
They ask me different. They ask me
No,
so many stuff.
the line is this thing is clear. Is the difference is clear. If it's extortion
I
and
said to
handouts
what
are
you have
different.
to do. What forefather is saying, why I added the word culture in the north, they will ask you, but it depends if you want to. But in the east, somebody was killed in about 2 weeks ago because he was asked, he refused, he was shot dead. So because we are constantly,
like that. See,
it has
Austin,
now become a compelling thing.
Don't really add to it like that. They can't just shoot you for not giving, right? Sometimes
Loco, police in Nigeria has killed several people for 20 naira.
See, it's altercation. It comes through altercation.
No.
The bottom line is money.
Listen. Ask yourself very well. No. You are not there. It's the story I told you.
No, I have my own story.
It's only altercations.
Okay. I have seen. Yeah,
you can't say no. I will not give you.
It looks like I opened a can of worms. I just wanted to ask a brief question.
No, wait.
Altercation.
I have seen in Lagos. I was seen in Lagos where this guy was stopped. Yeah, near doctor's house, Dr. Alexander. This guy was stopped. They've passed me because those people know me sometimes. Yeah, because of the sun. When I'm even coming back, I will go and get some water for them, cold water. They will appreciate. Is that bribery? Is not. They just, sometimes they will say, Oga, you get any? I say, say country hard. They will just let me go. But this guy on this day was stopped. They were asking him. He was trying to prove a point. Because you know it. Somebody will carry gun. You grabbed his gun. You are playing with your life. Then they pushed him. They said, move back. He refused and actually grabbed the something. Then the other person shoot him on his side, and that created problem. And I had to stand there. And then when this investigation, I had to go to the police station where those guys were stationed and told the DPO, this is what I saw. If it's going to court, this is what I saw. I'm not saying it's right for them, it's right for him to be shot, but that guy could be an armed robber that was trying to disarm them. How about if he took the gun and ran away with it? He's in deep shit or shot them. So, but the narrative will say, Police don't kill person, or police don't kill person. Like local peace said, it's always an alteration. When somebody is carrying a gun, be calm. Worst thing, they will tell you, come to the station. If you know you're not guilty and all that, go to the station with them. No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay.
If the police says that you got time for them, no problem. But you cannot want to disarm an armed person. What? No, that is never done. A crazy person.
So
A more crazy person.
you know Abokoma Park in Onitsha?
I don't know Onitsha very well.
Okay, yeah, okay. Abokoma Park, like when we were small, I mean, we were there just playing. A policeman came. I don't know, we don't know what happened, but once a young small boy, we used to, like he used to hang around there. They just came and shot him.
Just like that.
Shot him. Yeah,
I like what you said. You were small then, so
my
you would have known.
own case. My own case. Policeman stopped me in Anambra. Okay, so he was demanding, this particular, this one. He was demanding so many things. So I gave him everything I needed because I had a police friend, who was working in the headquarters in Lagos then. So whenever I'll be in Nigeria, I will go to him. He will give me papers, this is what you need. And anybody stop you, just give him if they give you trouble, call me. So I gave him everything. So the man was telling me bring this. He said, what is it? Why are you asking me all these things? Asking me receipt for my tire. That's what they do in the East. So I was angry. I told him, what's the receipt for your shoe?
Exactly. You see, now you are agitated. Now you are agitated. It becomes an altercation. Yeah. They can't just take and shoot you like that.
The man cocked his gun
to cause that quarrel.
The man cocked his gun.
I know these people back and forth.
He's a supervisor which they pushed him to the ground. He was about to shoot me. They pushed him to the ground. And then, they asked him, what happened? Why are you cooking your gun? They said, look at this small boy. He asked me to receipt for my shoe. They started laughing. They told me to just go. The man was drunk. The policeman was drunk.
That's what I was about to tell you, Okija, because even though I said I don't give bribe, but what I know also is that one has to be conscious, because I've met a lot of policemen that you could see this guy is not in his senses, so he's not a logical person you're dealing with.
Even here in the UK,
so I may be shocked from what I'm hearing that all these Nigerians say they never gave bribe. So, but we had bribe be pervasive in Nigeria. So who are the Nigerians giving all those bribes?
Let me tell you something about bribe.
Even here in the UK, if you harass a police officer, the way they will rush you, you will not never do. They will bend. The way they will rush you before they put and throw you rudely into that their truck and all that. So they will not shoot you. That's the only thing. But if you showed, like an SO19 officer in the UK, those are the ones that are allowed to carry gun, and you go for his gun, they'll just shoot you. They'll kill you anyhow.
Because you could disarm them. You could disarm them.
There was a big case in Nigeria. The guy that came back from America, Oshodi police station. What's that? Oshodi. What's that? A sub area in Oshodi. I've forgotten the name.
Anthony.
I think it was Mafoluko. The guy came back from America. He had money. It's been a long time ago. I think in the 90s. I don't know if
wait. That's a very popular story. Everybody knows that story. Everybody knows
that story. It happened. It was true. It happened.
The police were the safe place for him to stay. They killed him and took his money.
Are you saying that the police people are very civil? It's the citizens that are uncivil?
Yeah, that's what they also
no. Wait. We're talking about provocation and a policeman that is under
the man that came to US, he provoked them.
Sometimes it's not about the money either. I've been, driving around. As a young woman driving around Lagos, I get stopped.
You see, sometimes at night.
And
hold on. So have you, since when you were stopped, did you give them anything?
Who, me?
Have you ever given?
I'm gonna tell you what I normally do. I have two course of action. When I give money, I give money to ordinary people, market people, mechanics. I don't give to police because I have a friend in the police, and I also have two friends who are grandsons of certain banks. So what happened when I got stopped on Freedom Way? He was trying to curse me and my girlfriend out. We were out. She's a real estate woman, and I'm from New York. I'm hanging out. I'm chilling. We're driving. They stopped us. They tried to intimidate us. And I said, I can't give you any money, but I'll give you a smile. And they said, well, what's a smile gonna do? I need money. What do you have for me, ma'am? What do you have for me? And then I said, I got something for you. I called the number, boop, 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 boop. I said, go speak to the man. He spoke to the man, then he came back and he said, oh, your fiance is a very fine man. Very, very, very fine man. Very fine man. You can go.
Wow. So now I'm having a problem here. So who has ever given money to police officers when they are driving? Are we lying or something? Because this doesn't seem right.
No, but maybe the name you are calling it is not what it is.
It happens,
You are calling it bribe.
No, not bribe. Okay, I'm saying just giving money to police officers. I think Jonaba is very quiet.
No. So when I'm driving, I always have money. I have money.
Jonaba is very quiet.
Forefathers. Yes. Police never stop me in Nigeria.
Where are you even driving? What is going on in Nigeria?
Police cannot stop me in Nigeria. That is the
unbelievable.
I'm not lying.
It's experience now.
John Abba, your case is different. You have military family, so they don't stop military. If they know, if they stop you, take the military family, they just leave you alone.
Period. That's why I don't want to talk about it. I understand
exactly.
the road,
It's possible.
and I travel on the road, and I go on the road, but police cannot stop me. Period.
It may have this what's it called
why is that
military sticker on his vehicle, and they all look at, okay, maybe the guy probably look if you look at him,
that's pretty cool.
Go back now. You not get you not get here for it, not get here for job, and you can put army sticker for front of your windscreen. If you say you give him pass, then maybe it's an officer now. So sometimes it's possible.
I'm surprised though, because everybody is saying that they've never done anything with giving police officers tips before. Pervasive. You can barely go past any road. You don't see police everywhere. I was in Rivers State for a very short time, and somebody drove me around, and the person had to be bribing police officers everywhere they go. Even if they know the police officers already.
There's one officer I always give.
Easy for fathers.
I wouldn't call it bribe, it's a tip, I guess.
Yeah, it's a tip. I give to a lady, by Oniro Day, I give to her because I like her. Because she, I live over there and I like her and she knows me. So when she asks, I always give to her. But that's just a tip. But if you try to intimidate me, I go call the big man.
Yeah. I think it's the way you put it, Okay. For me, the one I did was those, the military when you come out of the airport.
Yes.
While instead of going into the parking lot, there is this kind of like a little spot where you can stay, where your folks can pick you up from. That one I gave him because he saw me giving money to those ones that grabbed my bag.
See how Augustine is laughing. Augustine.
Why are you laughing at me? Did I say anything wrong?
Augustine appears to have a special account for giving people. Why are you laughing then?
See, Prince, I got to the airport.
Yeah.
So the guy that was carrying me the first time, I just went out, I gave him money.
Yeah.
So when I went back again to carry the luggage that was delayed, I was like, I'm not gonna pay. I got to the custom. They said, no, open your boss. I opened my boss. Guy, every gift I bought that had tag,
they will turn it upside down.
I must pay for clearance. So instead of giving that 10,000, I ended up paying 120,000 on gifts I bought.
What?
So what would you do?
Augustine, in that aspect, right?
There are some people in your case, your case.
Yeah.
Many people in your case that will not drop anything.
Poco, yes, in that aspect, Augustine, what I do is
there are many people in your case that will not drop anything.
Poco, wait now. Augustine, what I did was one time I had receipts. And my receipts are from Macy's and other stuff. So when I got there, the junior officer wanted to intimidate me. You understand? Oh, first he pushed my cat. He was gonna push it into, there's a room. They always push those things into. I was like, wait, don't push that thing in there. You understand? And then he wanted to argue with me. And then I asked for the officer in charge. So when the officer in charge came, what I did was just to express myself, and I told him that all those things are gifts. And they have a rule whereby if it's a certain amount of money, you understand, then you cannot pay any duty on it and all that stuff. So good a thing
and
I had those receipts.
Number of
Yeah. So good thing I
No,
had.
yeah.
Yeah, I had the receipt. And the good thing is the officer, the main officer in charge is a northern man. So we did some calculation. When he saw it and he saw that it was not that much, he said, he told him to bring my stuff out, bring it out and that I can go. And what I told the guy, even the guy who pushed it, I told him, I said, you remain a junior officer until you die because the way you handled me, you
Sorry,
just
Prince.
wanted to
What are you
intimidate me.
trying to say?
Prince,
You
sorry.
gave
Who
somebody
is the officer?
something. I thought the story was to tell
No,
us how you
no,
gave
Prince.
somebody
Sorry.
something.
Oh, okay.
Prince.
So
Prince.
But
now
hold
Who is
on, let him tell us. I want to hear it.
No, hold on, first. I want to ask Prince, who is the officer?
you mean the little or the junior officer?
What's I mean, which cadet, who?
It's
Like,
all those I think it's a recruit in a recruiting that those
No,
customs.
hold on. Which of the forces?
Like
Which of the
customs
paramilitary
or
forces?
It's custom now.
Custom.
Oh, custom.
So the one I was talking about, the military guy. So when I was, he seen me because of the guys, the ladies that came out with my bags. By the time you know it, you have about 10 people that wants to carry just few bags that you have, but they all want something. And good thing was that I was able to do an exchange inside the airport before coming out. So when the guy saw me and saw that I was giving those people, he was like, okay, we too, they drink water and all that kind of a thing. So I kind of laughed, and being the fact that he was being cordial, and then at the same time he allowed my driver to pull in because there's some people it will be they will even bring a koboko and flog the nonsense out of the driver. So when I finished whatever that was remaining in my hand, I gave it to him, and he was like, "Oh, Sean, sir," he was happy. That's
Okay,
that.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, he broke the rules
I
to
did not break the
avoid.
rule. He did
No,
not
he
force
broke
me.
the rules
He
on
did,
your behalf. It's all
he
right.
did not force me to
Well,
enter, so he did me favor.
all it takes is a little bit. It's all right.
Customer service now.
You all don't have one person. Like I have somebody in the airport that every time I come, I say I'm coming. So that they can be the first person to greet me. They can be the first person to take me to visa on arrival before I get to my husband. They can be, so I don't have to deal with all of them because I don't want to deal with all of them. So
Is there a cultural difference though? Because the way Masca sounds, Masca, have you seen like commonly where people exchange money with law enforcement or officials of state on a lower level? It doesn't have to be, high level
What kind of question? Who in Nigeria hasn't seen that before?
But let's hear. You are saying I was a little bit surprised. It took a while to get people to admit to even exchanging a penny today.
Forefathers. I live in Nigeria. As you are driving, you will see the man in front of you giving money.
Yeah.
Okay, is it the same in the north as in the south?
Yeah.
Because I think maybe that's why I'm asking whether there's a difference.
Okay, let me put it this way. Yes, there's a difference in terms of the cordiality. When I was in Lagos, the average Lagos policeman, there's a tacit understanding between them and all these downfall drivers. There's no waste of time. It's Lagos. Nobody wants to stop. If it's 20 naira, the downfall man will give 20 naira without stopping. So no issues. There's that understanding.
Yeah.
But for an average normal person like me in Lagos, the police would want to harass you. In Lagos, I was driving a place where there is no U-turn. The policeman put his jacket on top. When I do the U-turn, they remove it and show me the U-turn.
Nice.
They've done it to me before.
Yes. So, but the good thing is, so what I did was I said, okay, no wahala. I've turned where I should not turn U-turn. So let's go to your office. That took the wind out of himself because he also doesn't want to go to the office.
Yeah.
Because we'll go to the office, I'll drop you there. When matter finish, you have to find your way back to where you. So he was more in his interest to let me go so that he can cover it for the next victim. I'm saying that Lagos police, they are a bit, you have to learn how to deal with them. When I was in Lagos, I've learned to split my papers into like 4 places. So when you ask me, I'll bring the first set and give you. Because Lagos police will always find fault. Say, okay, where is a proof of ownership? I'll pretend as if I don't know it was not there. I look. Ah, okay, it's here. I give you. And then you look at it. See, where is insurance? By that time, you're already upset with me because I'm wasting too much of your time. And it is looking like every paper you ask
Wow.
this man is going to bring
It's
it.
got it down to an art.
Yeah. So,
That is
but
really good.
in the north, it is a bit different, especially in Abuja. An Abuja policeman will greet you cordially. It's up to you to play game or not. Especially when he looks at the car, he looks at you, you look clean, it's okay. You are clearly not a Yahoo boy. What is he going to? So he will just let you go if he can see that you are not even answering the greeting. You've winded down, you stop, but you are not willing to engage with him into. So the attitude is to get you into discussions, how family, how far, this one, so that you are getting upset, you have to give something to go. I'm just saying that in the north is a bit cordial.
I see.
People are not going to harass you. They are not going to go into Machiavellian level to just make sure you give. So that is what I can tell you about this thing. Lagos is a bit different, but for me, it's that determination from the workplace that I have seen. If my office is not going to give bribe, why will I give bribe? They that have money, me, why will I be giving? If they can escape without giving bribe, I will not give bribe.
So you are saying that in Abuja, but how about further north, like in Kano, Kaduna? Is it similar? Because Abuja is a little bit of an anomaly in Nigeria. Law enforcement is a little bit strict there. So other parts of the north, is it similar? Are they more cordial too?
Yeah, they are cordial, but of course, what you need to know also, again in Nigeria, it's so you don't use me, okay? Because I think since 2002, I've been using brand new cars. Okay, but if you're using a rickety car, the police can harass you for any 1001 reasons. Okay,
I see.
but I'm just saying that I'm not. People will stop me. People do stop me. But after a while, when they see your demeanor, they can see body language is very strong. So they can see that this man is willing.
It is the
People
first.
have passed me.
That body language is the first thing that they watch. These guys are police. They are intelligence. They are criminals. It's your approach first. When they greet you or they stop you, it's your response first that will determine what they will tell you next.
That's true.
You understand? There are some your response will just leave them like dazed and they're like, okay, you go, they go, just go. By the time they engage you, your response will determine what they will tell you next. You understand? And if you see that, they may want to agitate you, tell you something that will provoke you, that will come gas, then they'll come be like, okay, they'll come hit you first, then you come hit back, then so something like that. So sometimes it's something like that. So if you notice the one in your area, officer, well done, how you doing? Yeah, if he asks you some questions, just give him one just a word answer. No need to start explaining. I come from here, this and that. Where are you going to home? Where are you coming from? Somewhere. Just one question like that, you already demoralize them psychologically, and they'll just ask you to go. You understand? But for those who are drunk, you as a driver, you see somebody drunk policeman, what are you supposed to do? Just ignore him now. Why you want to talk to him and start telling me, oh God, what do you mean? What do you mean? I know he's drunk. You avoid him.
Policemen with their policemen with patrol vehicle. When I was even in Lagos, I went to stay in Nigeria. Because what they do, if new person, they say, oh, this guy, maybe they monitor you. This a new person is in town. So people say, oh, it's America. They used to come to my with their petrol van, they buy us drink, bro.
If policeman see you on the way, they think
I'll buy the Hennessy that I would do. They want to drink in my house, and they'll still on duty.
Who, me?
I'll tell them.
Not send now.
They will have problem with me. I always have problem with policemen.
I'll tell them after you finish work. Because
one at a time, please.
Even here in the UK, I always have problem with policemen.
No, I mean in Nigeria with your dreadlocks, they love it.
Then Port Harcourt was the headquarters of SARS. When people were saying SARS, Port Harcourt is the headquarters of SARS. If Port Harcourt SARS catch you, you are doomed. You are fucked. You understand? So Then we see the fights. You understand? Because they were living close to my house. Then because like fights there because I don't think
This local self look like a police barrack person.
Yeah, I don't. No. I've never been to. Never. I just like intimidation.
I think Masca has got a formula that everybody should consider, and I actually believe in that. You have to be ready to spend time with them. If they feel like you are willing to pack your property and come and stay with them, they want to get rid of you. And that is Masca's tactics.
That's why I fight with them.
I don't know how it is now.
In 2013, right?
Growing up in Onitsha, okay. Police, they will commandeer a bus, commuter bus, and they will shout, main market, just like Oshodi, main market. People will enter. They will just close the door, take you all to the police station for loitering. They will charge for loitering. I'm telling you, that's
yes, yeah, they do that.
No, but that was a long time ago, Kija. When we were kids, they used to do that for us.
They did it to me once.
During the time of Abacha.
I don't fool as they say. I don't fool as
with your heart only, they go think say you be native daughter. They go even they don't go charge you.
I only entered once as a young boy.
Okay. Let's raise the topic. Except somebody has a confession to make.
I have one question. If you do decide to pay, how much do you pay? That's for me to know because I know what I pay sometimes. But how much should I be paying?
If what?
If you get stopped and you decide you need to go about your business and you want to pay this person, how much should you pay? If you get stopped at a checkpoint.
Can answer that question.
Okay. Dr. Damages discouraging sharing corrupt practices. Dr. Damages, this is not the view of Dr. Damages. We are law-abiding citizens. We don't encourage people giving tips to police officers.
I don't know how much you will give them. So
Masca just said the solution. If you drive a clean car, because you see these police officers, they're very smart. When they look at you, pull up with a clean car, you don't have a broken windscreen, your wipers are fine, your side mirrors are okay. You don't have any reason to be flustered at all. So if you know that your car, obviously one of your side mirrors is man, you better give something
quickly
mensurate so that they don't waste your time.
The first problem is this, right? Why will you be driving a car and the car has a problem?
Exactly. Loco. You are not in Nigeria. Is that what you're suggesting? That money there's a tree where your mirror broke. You go and pull the money from.
No, Masca, look, it's easy. Except you want to tell you want to lie to yourself. The highest thing that can happen to you is you just left your house and somebody bought you from behind and broke your maybe side mirror or your tail light or whatever.
That's what happened with my car.
That is what
Loco. You see again on this platform. Not only on this platform, it's one of the major issues I have with us Nigerians. Those of us that have the capacity and time and ability to talk, we are not even the Nigerians that should complain. I know a guy whose car, the engine has gone so bad. He goes and every day when he's going, the smoke behind him is ridiculous.
No. So sorry. I'm not talking about engine. I'm talking about physical as in body damage.
I'm saying if you can't fix your engine, you can't fix your engine, when are you going to go and start looking for side mirror, especially if it's the other side, not even your own side?
No, come on. If you cannot fix engine, that is big. That doesn't mean you cannot fix a small one.
What logic are you using?
We got stopped because of a tail light in the back, and she had paper towels.
You can't do it because hold on. If your
engine is bad, loco. Loco. Let's have a real down-to-earth discussion. Okay.
When it comes to safety
in Nigeria, there are certain parts I did not used to like driving at night because you will be running at high speed. The car has not even this triangle. Not to talk of tail light.
High speed when you know your
is that the issue now? It's not the issue.
Look, when
did you become a road safety now?
No, see,
I said Loco is a police barrack person. He's just exposing himself.
I'm not. See, I've never been close to. I've never.
Okay, Loco. What I'm saying, no, seriously, Loco.
It doesn't cost you anything just to have common sense and do the right thing.
I'm saying that. Look, I agree with you. But the truth is that in this country, me and you, Loco, are the lucky few. Me, I don't lose sight of that fact. I know a lot of people who, they don't give a hoot about side mirror. Oh, they are even interested
they should
in.
be prepared. Then they should be prepared to go in for whatever it costs them. They should be prepared to go in.
Fair
Of
point.
course, or naturally. Why do you think the bribe is prevalent? It's because most
Exactly.
of these people, they have faults.
Exactly.
Drivers are
And
not.
so
It
if they
boils
have
down.
faults, then don't blame the police for taking bribe from them.
But
Who is blaming police? Who has blamed police here?
look, if they don't come out and blame the police, they pack the
But
car.
what about the
Instead, they
police
go and
that
start
their own
kidnapping
light
people. Is
is
that
broken?
what you want?
The
So
police
this
that
is
is
what you
pulling
get in
you
the
out
country.
for broken light, their light too are broken.
See, look, the people who make good design car and decide to put all
In
those things.
fact, loco, go and take. I will think Allah I swear that by God's grace, I will take a police car, Nigerian police car, their
I've
patrol
seen
car. All this
I've
broken
seen
light you're talking about, you will
In
see.
fact, no, they are no in Nigerian. See the truck, the van, Nigerian police van is an example of a unroadworthy car. First,
So, so why are you surprised that an ordinary Nigerian will also take you from police
No,
and drive his car like that?
we are seeing police. We're not talking about. We're seeing police bribing and citizens because if the citizens, even if police don't have headlights, even if they don't have engine, but that does not mean the citizens should do the same thing because they are the ones
law
who are the tail end,
enforcement?
who are receiving the brunt of these punishments. You understand? So if you just want to be out of this guy's radar, just do your own first. Yeah, apart from police, regardless, the safety of even having
Police
all
will
these
find a fault if they want to find a fault.
police can never
Loco, I
find a
don't
fault.
want to take you. I don't want to take you deep into institutional issues, but the reality also is people. For instance, now if the cost is for me to go and spend 30,000 naira, and I know that in 1 year, police will catch me like 3 or 4 times. Okay, and highest what I would spend is 5 naira or 10 naira. People will take a decision that okay, it's better to be bribing these people because the police will never. The real penalty will be to impound that car and say this car is not roadworthy. Police will never do that. Also,
Yeah.
police will only collect small 5 naira from you and let you go. So in a way, they are actually the ones that are encouraging people to break the law because there's no what they call
consequence.
no, it's not just there's a technical word for it. When you break a law, they catch you, they prosecute you, you must pay the penalty for that breaking that law. And the penalty should be more severe than the enjoyment you enjoyed from breaking that law. But in Nigeria it's the opposite. The penalty that the police will enforce on you is always very negligible. Because
I think, Masca, I think this is what I call the kind of. I think societies have that. You have that in London too. There are some laws police will don't enforce because they feel like if they enforce it, there will be more blowback from it than the gain they gain from enforcing it.
Even in America,
and I
even
think
in
that
New York,
they have it in America too. I think that aspect of Nigeria, because if you see some cars in Nigeria, they have no business being on the road, but they still let them on the road. If you shut all those cars down, and Nigeria GDP might go down 5% actually.
That's not true. That's not true.
How do you know? How do you know? It may not be precise, but it is going to affect somebody.
Those people pay. They only pay Agbero, and Agbero money do not go to government post first. So how many?
Who do you think Agbero is going to spend the money on themselves? They're going to spend it in the economy.
They use those cars to for transportation. Yeah. So if you shut them down, they won't be able to transport. People won't go to work.
If you're talking about like trucks, like those trucks that normally fall on bridge when they just put empty container on the flatbed without any security before you just know the container will just fall. Those are the ones you
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all this type of things that sometimes the police let get away.
Not small motor.
Well,
no, I'm referring to those things. That's what I'm referring to. Sorry. I think let's finish this topic because we before you know it, we're going to run out of time. Then
I just wanted to say something before you move on. I mean,
okay.
You see, this is one of the reasons why I think that the problems of Nigeria is going to be very too difficult, because even some of us here don't understand why certain things are necessary. You see, there's no reason why a car that's not roadworthy should be on the road. Absolutely no reason. Because the time we start
after all, there were places where Okada were banned. Okada, Keke banned, right? So if the government this is just an example of not having government, because one, if you are driving a car without side mirror, you're endangering your life and the lives of people in your car.
Simple.
So there should be no excuse for that. So
Simple.
These are just failure of government. If you start actually punishing people, people start going to fix their cars. Will everybody do it? No, that's normal in any society, right? So it's failure of government, and the more we continue to make excuses for this stuff, because I look at when I get to Nigeria, look at the kind of cars. Some people even tie their mirrors with rope, because there's a reason why every year here you're expected to go and get your registration. It has to be there because they understand the importance of life. So there's absolutely no excuse for people to drive a car that is not roadworthy. So
see, this is what I'm talking about that locals simply refuse to understand. Look at that, 55% of vehicles in Abuja not roadworthy. If you chase 55% of cars off the road, it will affect the economy.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They will go fix it. We're not saying go fix your car.
They will buy on that one.
Go fix cars. I can tell you, if you continue to make these excuses, we'll have 100%.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that based on where we are, the government probably knows that if they start going after people like the way they are supposed to, they are going to. Because remember, the roads themselves are not good. The government themselves are failing.
Let me tell you why the government doesn't want to punish the people all the time. You know why they don't like punishing the people? Because they need their votes. They are afraid of these people voting against them when it comes to election time. Tell me, see, politicians know what they are doing.
Local, right? In the UK there are rules that are not being enforced. Local, let's not pretend you don't know. Even in the UK too, there are laws that are not enforced in the UK. They will let people get away with it because they feel like enforcing it is not worth the trouble.
But it's not. Hold on. If there are laws, right, that endangers the life of humans, of its citizens, they will not train the blind eye. Check any, you quote me anywhere.
Even okay, driving while we are on the phone, you're not supposed to do it. But how many people do you see being prosecuted for that every day in the UK?
Should I tell my story? The almost is my lesson, so when they catch me,
you are the unlucky one now. But people do it all the time. That's my point. You are the unlucky one. People do it all the time.
No,
but that's not in Nigeria, right?
The thing is, right? Look, because what they're trying to do right now, right? They're trying to put cameras on vehicles, patrol vehicles, to be catching people. Okay, in London right now, right? You see police empty coach bus. There'll be, because you have this double decker. If you check, if the bus is empty at the bottom deck, check the up deck. You see police there, right? Do you know what they're doing up there? They're looking down at people's cars to see who is driving with the phone. In London, they're doing this in London. You understand? Trying to catch
depends
people.
on the borough. Some boroughs they enforce it, other boroughs they don't.
They have to enter double decker to see you with phone.
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Yeah, they do that. They do that. They even drive around with them.
People are bastards. So this is like
they should come and be trained in Nigeria.
I think this is what they are saying. The point is that if they truly want to stop people, they will put the technology everywhere to be catching everybody out. There are cameras, cameras everywhere.
You say they give tickets. Stop lying. Is it tickets? If they catch you with the phone, you will collect 6 points.
That's quite serious, actually. That's quite serious. They've raised that one high. But I think there are other rules that they don't enforce in the UK too.
No pricing. Don't need pricing. Surely they catch these guys. Yeah, people. I mean, the only part here is like they select who they decide to enforce the law on. You understand? Sometimes if you see your complexion, they may just throw blind there. But if you see you look like people like us, you are finished. No begging. You are going for it. So it happens. It happens.
Yeah, they have list of laws that they have in the UK that they don't enforce, and like if I search it now, you see it. So they have rules that they don't enforce.
If it involves human life, like wearing of seatbelts,
of course, now if you're killing people,
they can't see you on through eye. You understand?
Okay.
Like she said, using your phone, they can't see you on through eye. No,
okay.
they can't.
You guys were talking about that was why actually I came in. And when to everybody was talking about political parties and how to help and the argument between I speak the truth and Pascal and everybody.
Oh, I speak the truth.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know, like Pascal made a point that we can have a political party and do charity work. And I wanted to come in and say, because it's been done all over the world, like Muslim Brotherhood, they started as a charity organization. They had hospitals, they were sending people to school, they were teaching people, all those things. And then they became a political party. When there was an election in Egypt, they won. And if there is a free and fair election in Egypt again, they will win. They do charity work and they are political party. This is the same thing with Hamas, in Palestine. They started a charity organization and they were doing political activities too. But the case with Nigeria, no, I remember. I think Black Betty was talking about so many things about free data. I don't know. Nigeria is complicated right now. I don't even know. I mean, they've been praying for how many years? Since I was born in Nigeria, they've been praying for Nigeria. We've been praying for Nigeria. And I don't know, if God is listening. And I don't know, maybe if they have to pray for the devil to see if it will work. Nigeria is complicated. I don't know if you've dealt with Nigerians, maybe your siblings or, your relations. I mean, like, give them something to go on the internet to check out. They will check out, they will just go and be watching some stupid stuff. And you see a lot of Nigerians on YouTube, you see what they do, or TikTok, you see Nigeria, African women shaking ass, on TikTok.
That's true.
And
That's
then
the only thing they are good for. The only thing they know how to do.
For them to watch technology. They're gonna use it to do something. We have a problem. I don't even know where to begin. But I know that there are some people, that want solution that we can impact. I was me and my friends, we had this discussion. We were trying to encourage one of us. So okay, just go home, run local government chair, which I run for local government, council, be a local government chairman, and then we decided to calculate how much they paid them. It was about 300,000 naira a month or something like that. So we said, okay, what we're going to do, we'll support you every week, every month. Each one of us will bring $100, about 20 of us. They will give you 100. We'll pay you $100. But let there be something, that it will happen. Things will change. Things will happen. So every month, that was what was supposed to happen. But eventually, it didn't work out. But that's it. If we have to, I know I've tried to run for office in Nigeria local government chairman, and I've met people. There are some people, even though they are, but they understand that things, need to change. And they were so I saw some people they didn't even you just you needed to give them daily money to transport stuff. They were committed. They were like, we believe in this thing we want to do. So but it's going to be difficult. That was then. That was like about 15 years ago or so. But I don't know in Nigeria now, what is obtainable, because I still talk to my nieces and nephew. Their head is somewhere else. You're talking about something else. They don't even want to go to school. You tell them they tell you many ways to make money. You don't know. They tell you that going to school is useless. Yeah, he's going to school is useless. I mean, so I don't know. It's not just Nigerian problem, but I think it has started in the West also. Every the what do you call the Gen Z and whatever, they have problem. You don't know how to deal with them. So that in Nigeria, they are the
about mindset. So change their mindset.
Yeah. So how do you get them to get to do it will take long. Generations. Because you said 20 years. 20 years is
and I don't think it needs to take that long. See, most of these tools that they use, they don't have paid subscriptions, so they are subject to the adverts. You target them with the adverts, they will start absorbing it. It's not one day thing, but if they absorb such advert for 6 months alone, it's going to start affecting the way they perceive things. One day they will be stuck just watching the entire advert because they don't have anything else to do. That's the way adverts work. And so there are ways to change. I think we have more tools to change our nation now than it took people to do it before. Because like the Bolsheviks, it took them 14 years. Mao Zedong, it took them less. So now when we have technology, we are thinking that it's not possible. It's just that not, but we have example. Look at what Nnamdi Kanu was able to do.
Yeah,
we
but
even have an example.
no. Biafra course is quite different. You can't use it to, Nigeria. You can't use it to. You can't compare it to Nigerian situation. What is happening in Nigeria right now? Biafra course, because it's what our be an Igbo person. What our fathers, they went through. They told us, and we saw their faces. When they were telling the story. We knew that this thing affected them, and we read. I mean, some younger people now.
But it didn't affect them enough to get Ojukwu to get elected. But yet they listen to Nnamdi Kanu overseas.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, because it's still tied to Biafra is still tied to Ojukwu. Okay, and if you want to understand Ojukwu, Ojukwu was say something. He said that he never handled money, he never bought a car, he never bought water. That everything he needed, people would give to him. If he's driving and his car spoils, so someone will they'll bring another car, driving home. They'll say, "Oh, God, we'll bring your car." Someone will fix the car and bring it to him. Yeah, so that's the kind of person he was to Igbos. So when he's dead, so when this guy identified with Ojukwu and then what he fought for, so it kind of a lot of people kind of transfer, and then with what is happening in Nigeria, people complain. I mean, Igbo people perceive as marginalization, so a lot of people keyed into his anger. And so it's easy, but Nigeria
and you can argue that but let me ask now, don't you think a lot of Nigerians have been affected by kidnapping one way or the other?
Yeah, but then somehow people will still look at it, they don't. It's like Nigeria is like no man's business, kind of the way it is right now. It's like something like a playground where people come and play and go. Just the idea, there's nobody's thinking that I'm responsible for Nigeria. I'm responsible.
Yeah, but the same thing you can. But what you are saying, but what you are saying, you cannot say it applies for the Southeasterners. But if you have something that affects the entire nation, Southeast has been affected by kidnapping, South has been affected by kidnapping, and other forms of insecurity like herdsmen and all the rest. Southwest, the same thing. The North, definitely something that affects everybody.
But
you can't.
The thing that it says, but even though it's happening. Okay, I don't know if you have seen video of Nigerians, like people shot. Someone is shot or someone is killed. You see Nigerians going around that person, snapping pictures. Something has gone out of Nigerian mind. Something is damaged.
It's not damaged.
I get what you are saying, but
it's
if you
not
have lost
damaged.
a loved one,
I totally agree with Okija. Our brain is a damaged brain. There's things that you see.
It's damaged.
But it happens here as well in this part of the world.
No. You can't see not in America here where I live. You see somebody killed. Police will just when they are carrying the cops, they will cover it. You wouldn't even know what happened. Police will come and put the barricade
off. Yeah, that's the only difference. But here, there was a guy that got shot not too far from where I lived. Before the police came, people were taking pictures of his cup when he was taking his last breath, and it went viral.
Yeah,
that's a human. It's strange. I don't think
I think it's a different area I'm looking at. I think Okija is right that because the person that is doing it, they are not connected to the person that is losing their lives. But the one I'm talking about is the people that have lost people due to this kidnapping, or they've had to pay ransom, or they have sleepless nights because of kidnapping or insecurity or murder. So you can see that if you look at the nation, if you take a sample of the nation, at least more than 50% of people have had people that they know affected.
No. I've never seen, like my cousins, we've never had a case of kidnapping. My cousins, my friends. So we don't, if we are talking about it, me, I don't understand it.
And no form of insecurity has reached your family member in Nigeria.
So there are so many people that I know that it has never reached their family member.
No, I'm talking about other forms of insecurity too, like because it's not only kidnapping. There's also herdsman issue or Biafra violence, all those sort of things.
Do you know in Nigeria? Okay, since I was born in Nigeria, we've been facing one kind of insecurity, criminality. I remember there was a time on the chat, armed robbers, they would go from house to house. They would they write a letter to people that they are coming, and they will come. And they will go from house to house. They will come with 911 and they will packet things. So we've been living with those, like police intimidation. We've been living with one violence or the other. So it's like we are used to it. It's like it's like our nature. In Lagos, I don't haven't seen when Lagos they used to shoot everywhere in Lagos.
Affected.
they shoot everywhere in Lagos. Like banks being robbed all the time. Sometimes you go to the bank, like you will be scared. I want to get out of here because I know they don't know when they're coming. The bank they started using that their what they call that protection they use, that gate, small gate or revolving gate they use to curb it. So Nigerians have been traumatized over the years. It's not even my generation or
but by saying that, what I'm trying to imply is that if you try to reach them based on these issues, they are just as likely to respond to it. That's the argument that because the argument you were making was that because of some of the things you see on the ground, which we all agree with, but because they've also experienced the insecurity, even the banks have to put all those measures in place. It means that they know there is a problem, and if anybody is giving them a solution to it, they are going to listen, don't you think?
Yeah, but the thing is, like sometimes, like if you have your own personal problem right now, you will grab it, say, this is my problem, I have to solve it. But like I'm like I just said, Nigeria is like, no one cares about Nigeria. And people say I'm Nigerian, but no one really cares about. I love Nigeria. People say it in mouth, but they don't really care about Nigeria because
no, people care. Actually, Okija, my perspective is that the Nigerian population, they've gone through a lot of, I would say, this thing that roller coaster, take it from the military time.
By corruption, illegality for so long.
There was a time where, even when I was a student, there were times when we were consistently coming out on the street.
Yeah, Nigeria,
they will kill people, but we will still come out on the street. And all you have to hear is that Ife is out on the street. ABU will be out on the street. Bini will be out on the street. We will shut the country down. But what has come of it? All this riot, what has come of it? Military will come. They will do all sorts of tactics. They will come and be.
Masca, hold on. If not for the fact that, right, they try to destroy education, I think if we are continuing like that, if the kind of students that they have in the universities now were the kind of students that were like us in our days, things would have been bad like this. I think
so what is your analysis, Loco? What I'm saying is that my conclusion is that we are blaming Nigerians, but the reality is that Nigerian population now, it's almost like a population that has been sedated. And I'm taking you through the process of sedation. I'm taking you to a point where Nigerians were alive. In my lifetime, we were coming out on the street.
Yeah,
Babangida was a military leader, but I know we came out and said Babangida must go.
Oh, yeah.
Nigerians have toppled military governments. Babangida had to leave. Not that he wanted to leave. It was Nigerians that forced the man to come down. So it's not like Nigerians who are naturally a docile population. But there are a lot that has gone through.
But do you think it's docility though? Because
no, it's not docility. It's not docility. I give you a typical example. I tell people don't like it, but when I say, especially in the north, people were so upset. But as an average northerner, we don't talk too much. We will just wait for an opportunity to take action. People were upset with the country. And that's why they voted Buhari massively. But when you see how Buhari performed tomorrow, does it make sense to go and vote?
Yeah.
After suffering and voting the man into power, and you see what he has done, tomorrow will you do it?
Not at all.
Exactly. So this is the quagmire. This is the quandary in which an average Nigerian has found himself. Right from when I was in doing my A-levels, one of the first things they taught us in political science is the issue of apathy.
Yeah. Let's hope that, you see, one thing before we change topic, because I just wanted to show this in local some of the weird laws. It's illegal to carry plank.
Nigeria is the home of political apathy, and I'm not surprised because when
I don't see Mask, I'm not sure it's necessarily political apathy in Nigeria.
It is.
See, my worry is that people don't.
Take a good example now. Watch how disobedience will behave come 2027. You will see what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point I'm making. We are all assuming that the way Nigerians perceive the world is similar to the way we perceive the world. The way they perceive Nigeria right now is that if you are in an economy or a space where things are improving gradually, people don't tend to turn on it. And most of the youths, they have access to the internet. They are doing other things with their time. Some of them are even involved in the gig economy. Some of them are involved working with people overseas. And they don't even have to be making money, but they just have to have hope. And that means that they are focusing on something else. They are not focusing on the government anymore, especially when they see that their mate is succeeding. So, and the way I look at the Nigerian youth right now, they either they're thinking of japa, politics, or working in the gig economy. That is their three areas that they tend to look. Most of them are not subject to this hopelessness that the way we like to think they are. They are not necessarily subjected to that, and maybe that is
No, you
why
see,
they are not
so you are
responding the way
mixing
we
apples
expect them
and
to
oranges, poor father. You are mixing apples and oranges. How to live your life for you as an individual is one thing, and how to make your country politically and socially better is completely a different thing. The apathy is not that no human being will be apathetic to eating. You are not going to lie down on the bed and say, no, I'm not going to eat. How you will eat, you must find it. That's this japa is simply to eat food. It's not to repair the country. The apathy we are talking about is you lose. Even me, for instance, take me for instance, it's apathy. Because look, honestly, I come to this platform, but how many times do I come? As far as I'm concerned, okay, I've come out as a student on the street several times. Police are shut up. But I've decided, okay, look, if this country as a whole is not going to repair, at least me, I'm not going to die of hunger. I will find a way to eat. And it's like that with all of you. You guys decided at some point, if the country is not going to be better, let me find my level. We're all examples of apathy. What are you talking about?
Yes, apathy to the nation. I agree with you on that. I'm trying to find a way to link the way they are behaving right now to the nation, and I think
It's apathy. A young man doesn't care about any Nigeria.
It's not necessary. I think they are seeing improvements in their own lives.
Were you here last week when I asked Aisha that question? Okay, look, let me ask that question again. Why is it that Nigeria don't fight for people who fight for them? Look at now. They had an election. Obedient people. Let me say they assume that Peter Obi won. They didn't come on the street. Look at Showerek, where in Nigeria, the government kept harassing Showerek, put him in prison. Nigeria didn't fight for him, but Mohbad died. The people all over the place, people just complain Mohbad. Justice for Mohbad.
Because that I'm trying to explain it to you. You are thinking the way they are looking at what you are looking at. They are not looking at what you are looking at. Why do you think they are responding to Mohbad? Because the internet is where they are. The kind of thing that they see is different from what you are seeing. They don't see that the country is getting bad. They see a country that gives them an opportunity to have access to the internet now. They see a country that has given them an opportunity to know what's going on overseas.
You go to the internet, you see them every day. They complain on the internet. You go into the internet and see them.
Of course, they complain, but they also do other things. That's the thing. They get online.
Why can't they fight for that Nigeria instead of just fighting for Mohbad? Why can't they fight for somebody like Fisher? Because I mean that one, he was there. No protest. Nobody had a protest. Okay, look at it now. They can't hit people. They're always protesting. They're always doing something.
See, it's hard to go and protest when you just start a YouTube channel that you want to hopefully grow, or you start an Instagram account that you want to grow. It's hard to worry about taking risks with your own life when you think you are seeing your mate that just started a YouTube channel and everybody knows that person in the world. You know that robotic girl that goes around. There are a lot of people that have started YouTube accounts in Nigeria that are blown up all over the place. So you can see the way they think is no. I've engaged with young people, and you can see that they don't seem helpless at all.
And that's what Master scared. And it boils down to what I'm saying, that no one is responsible for Nigeria. People were like, I'm responsible for myself. I want to make money. I want to survive, whether Nigeria is good or bad. And even though there are some who are interested, they're just like, with one eye, try to
all of us here with one eye. All of us.
Yeah.
We're just interested with one eye.
Even though I don't, I have my issues with Shore, but I believe that he's one who's committed person, that he wants to change it, and he put his he tied his time there. He paid for it, and he come back. He's back. I don't know if he's gonna go back. there are people who are invested in Nigeria who want to. There are people like that who want to do something. But
If
so
a
many of us,
nation is improving gradually, when a nation is improving gradually, people are having access to things that give them hope. They don't tend to rise up against the state. You find it hard to rile, especially the population that you need to do that, which are the young population, the university population. Go to the Nigerian university right now. What they're going to be telling you, what they are going to be telling you is not what you would expect at all. Their mind is somewhere else because they have things distracting them on YouTube, on the Jackpot syndrome, all those things.
No, okay. Have you seen what's that guy's channel? That guy that goes to Nigerian university and asks them questions. Ask them what is AI. Just ask some stupid question people should know. You'll be so amazed. Students. I will. You don't know the channel. When he goes to universities in Nigeria, he went to ask what's AI. Many people they didn't know what AI was. AI.
The guy recently asked somebody what sports sports do you do backstroke as on this whatever. The idiot said is a malaria and typhoid. Like what the fuck?
Oh my god!
The standard of most people in
Forefathers, if you want to laugh, you just watch this
standard
channel. You laugh so much.
I don't even know anything about this. Yet I know that
there's the Nigerian university students now Olodo.
So
it's
many
a problem.
They did not pass. They did not pass. They did not pass.
I'm beginning to believe you. Just yesterday, I was having a conversation with one of them, and I was asking him whether he actually graduated. He was like, he didn't answer. He said, "You already know." I said, "Let me know so that I'll know whom I'm talking to." He said he didn't finish because his aptitude doesn't seem to be there at all. But it's like they have capacity, but they feel like, why should I do that? I'm not motivated here. I want to work for people overseas.
What's the point? I even just saw something from the US that said that now that all the university age kids in the US are going towards trade jobs. Nobody wants to go to school and pay all that money if there's no job to support.
I don't know if like if you have because my nephews and nieces, I monitor them. I try to exchange. You see them when they even write to you, they don't have punctuation. They don't punctuate. Just write one thing.
That's WhatsApp language. Now, how dare you? That's graduate WhatsApp language.
Yeah, and
how dare you question their WhatsApp credentials? That's the language you used to write in WhatsApp now. Why did they need punctuation there? So autocorrect. WhatsApp autocorrect is helping them out.
From there, the CIA, they have these the FBI, they do know through their writing what you write, they can decipher the kind of person you are. They're impatient. That's what I say. I look at them, they're impatient. They just write,
it's not impatient, they just don't know how to write.
You talk
to Nigerian. I've talked to people that are supposedly professors and PhD holders. It's a disgrace. And if you come, I'm surprised we even all agreeing on this topic. I remember bring it up. I brought it up before, and they jumped on me. What do you mean they're poorly trained? What do you mean they're undereducated? Listen, Nigeria's situation is very dismal. If we think we can change anything in the next 5-10 years, we're deceiving ourselves. We got like a 40-50 year hurdle to cross.
And then you're condemning us to that if we 40-50 years.
If we start, and that is if
we don't have that length of time.
And if that is if we start moving right now. So if we don't start,
then we are done for then.
No, we are in serious trouble. That is what I am saying. We are in serious trouble if we do not start leapfrogging. Remember, I stay using the words giant steps, but we still do this pity-patty baby steps thinking we're going to get anywhere. We're not getting anywhere. So if we don't start getting really serious right now and doing what needs to be done, the coming generations, remember, we have 3 bastardized, and part of my friends, we have 3 bastardized generations right now. So if we don't start doing something right now, Yeah.
I mean,
See, let me just type these things. Sorry, guys. Let me just type in malaria vaccines. I think in Nigeria, I think they are testing it in Nigeria now. Definitely Ghana, I'm sure. Ghana, let me get
Yeah, I was
Ghana.
gonna say, forefathers. I was gonna say that to speak the truth. It's kind of depressing because when you look at the Ghanaians, they have so much hope. It's unfair.
Yeah, it's one of those things now. And skin cancer vaccine. You see,
Hope
these
hope
things,
to
they
not
don't
to
seem
carry you
connected,
by
do they?
so much.
So now the reason why I put this here, the skin cancer vaccine that has been discovered, that just happened. They were announcing it yesterday that they basically want to give it to everybody. It's already been there for a while. So they are able to create vaccine for skin cancer. And skin cancer is as a result of people generally of lighter skin being exposed to the sun, which is one of the disadvantages. This is why in Australia they have such a high level of occurrences. So now that is one thing that has been cured. And malaria vaccine, now they've got malaria vaccine come through. And then if you come here, you look at China and US should be partnered. This is the Chinese telling the US this. And this is something I keep saying, that we need to be paying attention to what is going on. Because sooner or later, these are rivalries that you see, including Russia. If that rivalry ends and they decide that, you know what, we can make the world as we see fit. The rest of the world is our oyster. Who do you think they're going to dine on? And this is my problem, that we don't have that length of time. Now that they have these agreements, it's your chance. That's how China emerged. When Soviet Union and America had a problem, that's how China emerged.
Forefathers, you are late. You are late. You are late.
Late to where?
Let me tell you. China, about 15 years ago, 15 or 15 years ago, they had a discussion in their parliament. How do we take over Africa? They said that they will send 1 million Chinese to Africa. They will send 1 million, and they've started sending go to Liberia, you see Chinese women control the brothel. Go to brothel. Yeah. I'm telling you, they are the madam. They are the madam and the Liberian women, being doing the whatever for them. So go to Zambia, Zimbabwe. You see them cut, farmers, with hoe, local farmers. You go to Ghana, a friend of mine from Ghanaian, he was so angry, he was so pissed off. You know what Chinese did what they were doing in villages in Ghana? They get all, what they call slot machine, slot machine. So they designed this portable slot machine, that uses battery. So they take them to villages in Ghana. So in the morning, kids would just
get on Dinah's channel the other day.
Slot machine.
We were just on Dinah's channel the other day. Didn't he have forefathers? Didn't he have a story about a Chinese market that was banning Nigerians in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Yes, I think the one in Abuja, isn't it? That one has been shut down now. That was kind of trying to ban Nigerians from getting in. And Shonolu, this is another topic. I just want to discuss the one Dr. Damages left with us, that of Israel protest that is going on in universities in America, because I don't want us to just leave that one. Otherwise, there's a lot of other things to talk about. Shonolu wants to close down, threatening to close down a school in Lagos for Indians, that they are accepting only Indian students and only teaching Indian curriculum and stuff like that. So, and that is supposed to be against the law of Lagos. So, and that debate, that discussion can get very, very heated sometimes. But so the stuff I want to highlight now is the protest going on in American schools.
Sorry, hold on before you go that, because what really made me to come in there was because I was watching you guys always well since, but I was a bit busy. This AirPeace stuff that you guys were talking about, right? And then the price is down. Is it that
Nobody is going to respond to it? Nobody should respond to it. We have to close, because we don't want to go past.
No, I'm asking the question now. It's a question I'm asking now. We can't shut me down like that now. The question I'm asking is
we
that,
can't go back to another topic now. I want to change topic.
I want to ask a question.
Okay.
See the links I sent to you about Chinese slot machines in Ghana.
What I'm saying is like, right?
Rural places.
Is it that their price is cheap, or their price is lower than other airline? Because for me, air price fare is not cheap. AirPeace, whatever is expensive. It's just that he tried to bring his own down lower than other prices. You understand? And now that they are trying to other international airlines are trying to reduce their price, people are saying that they are what's it called, that they are getting incentive from government. Government is not giving anybody incentive. It's just that this international airline, they've been cheating Africans, cheating Nigerians all this while. So now they decide not to cheat by reducing their price. Government is not giving them any incentives. You understand? If you check the price, compare the price to South Africa and Nigeria, compare the price they take and compare what they're charging Nigerians, you can see that they are supposed to charge Nigeria half of what they are charging South Africans. You understand? And if Oyema is not doing that, that means the price is still expensive. It's just that Oyema is just bringing his price lower than those guys' price, those international airlines' price. You understand? That's what he's doing. But the line, the fare ideally is very expensive. What AirPeace is charging is still expensive. You understand? That is just the point I wanted to correct, because I saw where you guys were arguing that, like, yeah, yes, his price is not cheap. His price is expensive, but it's lower than other airlines. That's what it's doing. And if you go with the analogy of what other airline is charging South Africans, half of it, because it's half the distance is half the flight, half the journey. You understand? Half Nigerians supposed to be paying half of what they are charging South Africans. And if you are charging South Africans 500, Nigerians are supposed to be paying maximum 300. And if they are charging Nigerians 700 and Oyema is charging 600, that means the price is still very expensive, despite it's always lower than theirs. That was the narrative I wanted to bring in. That's why I asked that question. But you can go on with what you want to say.
In the end, it's just look at the two numbers here. This is the Oyema price there, and that is the cheapest price. That is a problem.
No, hold on. No. Check that cheapest price. What is it, right?
Got the price.
The point is at the top layer. I don't need to worry. We don't need to worry about the details. When you see the top there, it's a problem for Oyema.
I don't know where how you got your price. What I got is 500, 600 from here.
It depends on the date now. It depends on the date. Like look at the dates. The date is 1st of May. So I guess maybe it depends on the date.
No, look. Oyema is going straight to Nigeria, 6 hours. This guy is doing 2. He's supposed to be longer. He's going to Qatar. You understand? And from sorry, who is that? Who is this for something? No, who is
yeah, let's see. I think it's Qatar Airlines.
Let's see. No, look at
France. EasyJet plus Air France, yeah.
Okay, EasyJet is budget airline. EasyJet is budget airline.
Yes, but I think maybe they've combined, because they say EasyJet plus Air France, so it looks like they are together.
EasyJet is budget airline. EasyJet is not normal, whatever. It's budget airline. It's just only one hand bag or hand luggage that you can carry. You don't check in luggage in this EasyJet.
It's not necessarily the same as Air France though, so we have to be careful.
Yeah, Air France is bigger, but what I'm trying to say is, like, yeah, you are doing one transit there. You understand, in those ones, but Oyema is doing direct, so direct is almost like expensive. In the transit is cheaper, direct is always expensive. You understand? But if you go with direct using the same yardstick to judge both of them, you will see that AirPeace is expensive, but lower than others. So, but now that others are trying to bring their price down, they're not getting incentives from any government. They are deciding not to cheat Nigerians the way they be cheating Nigerians by reducing their price. You get my point? So I think Oyema should also do better than even bringing his price down lower than their own, because the price is charging is very expensive. But people don't. That's what they are trying to come up with. This give you luggage and this luggage and that luggage, this luggage. Fuck all that luggage. You understand? If you take too much luggage, you might end up, crashing the flight. You understand? Because of overloading. You understand? Do your normal 46, 20, 23 kg 46. Do your normal for the stuff and bring your price down. That's what you should do for me. You can go on to somebody else.
Okay. So now this should be one of those topics that is going to get us flagged on YouTube, I guess. By the time the fellow Nigerians finish talking about it,
This one,
we are all
I won't
going
talk
to be
about this one.
considered anti-Semitic.
It's not my business.
Yeah, you keep saying that. That's where it starts.
It's not my business.
Before you know it, now you start calling them to hell with all the this thing.
I'm
I
telling
start
you.
calling them. So yeah,
This is
let me
what I'm
just
doing.
play some of some of the discussions can be quite interesting. Let me just play some briefly.
To people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here, because it seems like you're dancing around whether you think October the 7th was justified
why are we
or not.
doing this? Why are we doing this?
Let me disclaimer. I'm trying. We are reviewing Piers Morgan's uncensored interview, and courtesy and fair use this into his channel, and we are reacting to it. So just in case YouTube wants to flag it.
You're just putting it as a writing there.
Yeah, I should have put a reaction.
Back
Yeah.
and forth masturbation. I've already given you my fucking
Pierce, why are you
position.
doing this?
I'm
He's
sick and
happy.
tired
It's
of
Jews
repeating it
being
over and over
killed.
again.
Okay, I
Because
just
it's
asked
Jews,
this.
it's okay.
This
Emily,
demon
come
next to me
ago.
wearing a
Emily,
fucking
I'll come back
IDF
to you.
dog
Only
tag.
when it's Jews, it's okay.
Please
That's
stop
This
what's going
fucking
shouting at
on.
each
demon next to
other.
me wearing an IDF dog tag, if she actually thinks Israel's
No,
actions are
bring them
justifiable.
home.
Do you
It's
see
to
me
bring the
rocking the
hostages
fucking
home. The hostages
All right,
that you
you're talking
rightly
over
believe
each other.
belong in
All
the
right.
You know what
tunnels
it
of
is.
Gaza.
I'm going to give you
why
two.
it looks
I'm going to
that
let
way.
you
Bring
two
them
calm
home.
down.
Bring
It's
that
pointless.
IDF
We
tag.
cannot hear you when you talk over each other.
Troll people.
Every time recently, I have someone from both sides on. Like it goes like this.
I'm wearing this rusty necklace.
Please,
because
can you
there are
listen to
200
me,
Israeli
Emily?
civilians in Gaza
All
right now.
Can you
as
stop
hostages.
doing this to each other, please?
Emily,
nobody can understand a word
condemn the
either of you
actions
are
of
saying.
Israel?
Now, let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems.
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily condemns
No,
the actions of
Hassan,
Israel.
you
What
will
did you ask
please
her
let me
about that?
moderate the debate.
What did you ask her about?
I don't condemn
30,000
the
people
idea.
I've got two
I
panelists
condemn
here
the
who've not
fact
had a
that on
word
October
yet.
7th,
Because you're a
they
fucking
kidnapped
terrorist.
Please
civilians
stop
from their
talking.
homes. I know.
I thought we were the only troublesome panelists. It looks like other people are having similar problems. Controlling their
Anytime
panelists.
I think I watched them yesterday. No, I think this is 2 days or 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Why do you
this
keep
2 or
dropping
3 days ago.
F-bombs?
They always do this all the time.
Stupid. And I think you're a terrorist. And I think you're a terrorist as well.
Okay. Well, I'm not the one wearing.
Because
I'm
until
not
the
the one
hostages
wearing
are home, don't
the
expect the war to be
signia.
over.
Yeah, I know.
Bring
you don't
them
care about
home.
the hostages. If you
I
cared
love
about
how
the
you're
hostages,
condemning
you would
me.
be
You are
screaming at
exposing
Benjamin
your
Netanyahu.
own terrorism
Benjamin
on live
Netanyahu
television.
is the hostage
You are
killer.
exposing.
Benjamin Netanyahu has
You should
killed more
condemn
hostages
Hamas.
than
What do
Hamas
I
You need
has.
to be
think you're
condemning
achieving
Hamas
here?
for not only oppressing the Palestinian people, but for spreading terrorism. I don't see your outrage at Hamas. Israel gave Gaza
All right,
back
listen,
in 2005,
I would like to, please.
and Hamas has turned
Can you
this into
both
a
please,
terrorist haven.
Emily and Hassan, can you please show some courtesy
Hamas
to the
is
other
the lesser
panelists?
evil in comparison to Israel.
Can you please stop talking, both of you, and let the other two panelists have a
You want a
say?
soundbite, Pierce? I'll give you a
them some
soundbite.
courtesy, please. Some courtesy for your co-panelists here. Now, Esther, this is one of the problems I have with this whole debate, is that increasingly it just descends into a screaming match between pro-Palestinians and pro-Israelis.
And the biggest losers are the victims of this war. 33,000 dead Palestinians, over 1,500 dead Israelis. These are the biggest victims of this, because you're shouting at each other and nothing is getting, like, you're completely, forget having no courtesy for us. You're completely disrespecting actual victims of this conflict, which, by the way, didn't happen in a vacuum. And I think that's the most important thing to say about this. None of this happened in a vacuum. Of course, October the 7th was an atrocity and it was completely unjustified. There was no justification for butchering people in the way that they did, but it didn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of the people that live in Gaza weren't even born at the time that Hamas came in power. So I really just, I despise this, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a genocide supporter, all of this, when really the people that we should be talking about deserve better.
Okay.
can't hear you. You're on mute. I was wondering. We can't hear you.
Jesus. Man, you know, everything I said there was just to save
I
the
thought
world,
you
but
just
you know,
listened.
they missed the whole thing. You know, it's a very, very brilliant this speech I was making. So yeah, okay, let me get back. The point, there's a massive protest going on in various American universities that started somewhere in New York. I think the Columbia University, and the students are demanding that their school, their university, should not set up a campus in Israel, because the Arab students in that school, in that university in New York, won't be able to attend the same university in Israel, and it looks like there was a heavy clampdown on them, and that seemed to have spawned a kind of this thing protest in other campuses. And then there is this other aspect of it that I think that's why mostly people are discussing about this. There is this other area where they are now accusing the students or the university students of being anti-Semitic, and they are trying to silence them. And you have this situation whereby they try to also trigger them, cause conflict, so that it looks like they are intimidating Jewish people, when the protests have a lot of Jewish people amongst them. So I don't know what any of you think about what is going on here, because I don't know fully, because some people say that the history of America, universities have been making a lot of changes in the
I
past.
didn't hear the part about Colombia setting up in Israel. Maybe that's something that you heard from the UK side, but I know that Columbia students were saying they don't want any investments in companies that are affiliated with Israel. That's what I heard. So I'm not sure about the university part.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they are looking to set up something in Israel. Yeah, epicenter. This they were due to set up somewhere, and there was this young man that went too far too, and went and said that no Zionist deserves to leave, and you know that one they hanged on it. And the guy, he was a young man, you know, African American actually. I don't know what he was thinking, saying something like that, because now they try to use it to
always
yeah.
for something. And
So
well,
yeah,
play the videos where the kids are yelling "I am Hamas." I think you should play those videos. Like Democracy Now! Has some of that video. The kids are out there screaming "I am Hamas." I think what's happening is a lot of the people that are protesting at the universities are not students.
yeah, to divest from Israel. Yes, they're asking the universities to divest from Israel, and the campus, there's one. I think that's the Columbia University, where they want to set up something in Israel. So that's okay. I think this they spoke about it in this debate. Actually, I don't know if I can catch it.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they
Yeah.
were trying to set up. Well, that's weird, because Columbia University is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant university that has nothing to do with Judaism. So that's something new for me.
They spoke about it in this debate. I think he talked about it that they are. I think that was the first point this man made that got him annoyed, that nobody picked up on the fact that Arab students won't be able to attend that school in Israel.
War at all. So why she is harassing him in the street in the way that she did, I think
that's not
divest. Their colleges divest from a lot of the companies that are aligned with the state of Israel, a lot of the companies that are directly involved in operations in the West Bank, a lot of the companies that are playing a role in the regular maintenance of the apartheid regime of Israel and helping Israel conduct an ethnic cleansing campaign. That is the ultimate goal. That is why they're trying to very clearly cause a little bit of a disruption and engage in.
But are you comfortable? Okay, but are you comfortable,
the most American
Hassan,
thing you can do?
Are you comfortable with the
disobedience.
ones who are seen chanting support for Hamas or chanting about Intifada?
I am perfectly comfortable with people chanting about the Intifada. As far as the Hamas thing goes, any kind of protest is always going to have a litany of random people, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. You have to look at the actual tangible goals that the protest movement is stating they're interested in. And I think that those goals, and I think you will agree with me on this, Piers, I think those goals are pretty valid overall. I think that they want to, one, recenter the attention to the genocide that is ongoing in Gaza, and two, demand that their tuition dollars do not go to operations in Israel. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a campus. There's going to be a sister campus that is being built in Tel Aviv right now for Columbia University. This means that Columbia University, which once housed the likes of the late great Edward Said and many others, and that currently has many Palestinian students who pay tuition for projects such as this one, will not be able to go to that sister campus. I find that abhorrent, but it's everyday existence
All right.
in Israel.
Let me bring in Emily. You've been listening to all this. Your response?
Yeah, I think you heard her. You heard him mention
That's
it.
absolutely crazy. First of all,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
And they are telling you that they don't want their money going there, and you are like, they were cracking down on the students. And I don't see, from what I gather now, Vietnam War, the students were able to make a difference. Apartheid, they were able to make a difference. Quite a lot of things, university students in America were able to make a difference. But people are worried now that on this one, they may not be able to, because the Israeli lobby is so strong in America that I'm not even sure how it fully works. That is so strong in America, maybe even around the world, at least the Western world. So the student may not get their way, that this university will still go and build it in Israel, and Palestinians will not be able to attend. I don't know how the West got here, where inadvertently they are literally supporting a kind of fascist state. Israel, the way they are operating now, they are operating like a fascist state. They are not even hiding it. They are discriminating against their fellow citizens, even if they like to say that they are not doing it, but they are doing it nonetheless. And they advocate genocide flippantly, like they do it flippantly. And the idea that Americans don't know this, they know, but they are not saying anything about it. And I worry that a day is going to come. You guys should mark this word. There will be a day that may come. Israel will become a problem for America too.
Absolutely.
Israel already is a problem for America.
Right now, they are still towing the line to an extent.
No, Israel has always been a problem to America at least since 1947, 48. So there's no time that America is still not going to back down on the support for Israel. What's happening is not new to American history, like you just said. In Vietnam, if you read the archives, you see it was the same thing. There's going to be pushback from the elites. There's going to be pushback from the people that have an interest in what's going on in promoting the war. But in the end, the students, the young people are going to win. This time, 3 months ago, everybody was scared. Most people were scared to lend their voices to the Palestinian cause and call out what Israel's action was for what it is, genocide. But now you see everybody speaking up. People have become more confident, and people are even calling for the arrest of Netanyahu as people as high in the places of government like Chuck Schumer. So if you think at any point this is not going to backfire, at some point America is going to drop Israel because they are about to cost the Democrats the elections in November.
Yep.
And not only that, they are a burden to America, increasing the debt of this country. And at some point, a two-state solution is inevitable at this point. This is why they are trying to ban TikTok, because the students young people around the world cannot be brainwashed because of the advent of social media. And
yeah, but if they ban TikTok, though, I speak the
they
truth.
already have.
It's not come to fruition yet. They banned it in law, but they are appealing. So
Right.
if they do that now, because the strategy I think they are using is that, like, the Israeli lobby, they are very, very powerful with all the Western social media. So they can now, when they get rid of TikTok that is owned by China, they can now clamp down on Google, Facebook, Instagram, and then you get only one narrative.
They can't do it. It is too late. This is a situation where the genie is out of the bottle. You cannot force it back in. So now more people know about what our grandparents didn't know, what our great grandparents didn't know. People know it now. that we've been fed a narrative from one angle. And not only just a narrative, we've been fed lies and rubbish, and people are pushing back against it. And these septuagenarians and these octogenarians, they do not know how to respond. And they think they think TikTok, social media is something you just go and flick a light switch and cut off the lights. This is what they thinking. It is impossible. The noise is too much. People know too much. People that would ordinarily support Israel against Palestine may be taking religious angles or tribal angles, or now saying, no, this is wrong. You can't just massacre people. And people are understanding how the Zionists went into Palestine in the first place. People are understanding that all that land is to be Palestine. People are understanding that you were welcomed in from Europe. You don't belong there. So a lot of things that they've lied to us, we're the chosen people. You cannot go to war against us. Even if we do anything to you, you have to accept it because we're God's chosen people. All these narrative people are pushing back on now. So it is impossible. You can't put the genie back in the bottle, like I've said severally. And at some point, the United States is going to sit Israel down and say, listen, you have to go to a two-state solution, destroy all the settlements, and let the Palestinians have a choice in choosing their own government, army, and officials. And that's what's just
I don't necessarily see that too. Please go ahead, Black Beauty.
Did you see the protest that we
Now
had?
people go to catch some sleep. 2 hours sleep before church.
Thank you for joining
Okay.
us, Tone. I appreciate it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Did you see the protest they had at Grand Army Plaza? It was all Jewish people on the night of the first night of Passover. Literally, this was on Monday. It was all Jewish people. Brooklyn is Caribbean and Jewish people. So it was all when we saw the protests on the news, I thought I would have seen a bunch of young college people. No, it was all the Jewish people from Park Slope and Grand Army Plaza and Eastern Parkway that were out there, protesting against their own nations that they have, affiliation with. They speak Hebrew, they have the passport and everything. So, I mean, this is really their issue. I think it's crazy that they have, from a Black perspective, they forced us to care about white hegemony, and it's frustrating to me because there's a lot of other things going on. But what I like, though, what I do like is to see the Jewish people protesting against Israel.
Definitely.
That's what I like. So
what frustrates me most about it all is that, like, it's not like nobody. I'm saying Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself. Why kill so many innocents? It's like there's no need for it with all these smart bombs that you have, and then you're just deliberately being cruel. And in short, they're just angry. And they are not angry people, and in short, they've been like that for quite a long time. It's not now it started, and America just doesn't see it. No, most people just didn't see it. It's now that people are seeing it clearly. Like these people, like, they are murderers at this stage. They just want to murder these Palestinians. But something I wanted to add to it, you see, that the reason why I was saying I didn't agree fully with I Speak the Truth was that he is thinking that America will call Israel aside, change his mind, and make sure all this is work out fine. My concern is that America's strategy might actually be, with the support of Israelis, will be ramp up the thing. Ramp up the debt toll from another source. See, let me explain why I'm saying this. Because I learned recently that America, in Japan, where they bombed Japan, that they literally killed more people a few days before they used that bomb.
Hiroshima?
They killed more people than they used the bomb on without using nuclear bombs. They killed 900,000. And I didn't know that. I've known the history of the Second World War, but I didn't know that detail. That America bombed 900,000 civilians.
Why wasn't that in the textbook when they taught us that, right? Speak the truth. That's the point he was making earlier.
You see those protests you mentioned in Grand Army Plaza by the people from Park Slope and Crown Heights and Eastern Park and all those other Brooklyn enclaves, Williamsburg. There is a
before you completed, the point I was making was that they could decide to go back to that state of things. They call that state of things the total war. If they go back to that state of things, they will withdraw the way conflict is perceived. Sorry, carry on. That's my thinking. That's the
So
way
there,
Well, I
Israel
agree with
do
you that
this.
those protests were not that important. I was just saying it's good to see people who have a vested interest protesting, is what I was saying. But I agree they're not as important as the student uprisings.
So one of the most important things that this conflict has brought to the fore is people understanding that there's a difference between a Zionist and a Jew, an Orthodox Jew. So a lot of people used to make the mistake that they were one and the same. So when you see people in Grand Army Plaza protesting, you do not have Zionist protesting. You have the Jews protesting, and the Jews have always been against an Israeli state because they understand what their Talmud says and what the Torah says about not having a settlement on that part of the Middle East. So the people you have, they've tried to deceive the world